Those who live in heaven don't need to think about those in hell, just he, the troll. Watch, watch, watch until the end. Those indeterminate words keep repeating in Shin Hyeon's mouth, for whatever reason. Even though he kept saying those words that didn't make sense, look, look, but in Shin Hyeon's mind he was always thinking, what should I do if I'm the one going to hell? Watch it until the end, watch it. Once again immerse yourself in your own world, your face blank and expressionless. Shin Hyeon thought, those at the bottom of hell dream of heaven, every second and every minute. Then, the system popped up a new notification. Watching it until the end of the world rotated, he kept repeating those words over and over again, watching until the end. Suddenly, Shin Hyeon asked himself why. I have to do that. A question that has no answer is asked. It is like a wind, easy to come, easy to go, leaving people without any emotions. After asking the question, Shin Hyeon immediately fell down and fainted on the spot. Oh my god, Shin Hyeon and Yoonseol, are you two sleeping? Yoonseol must be tired. Shin Hyeon, is this person calling me? Yeah, that's right. My name is Shin Hyeon. Don't wake her up until we get home. It keeps bothering me. This dream again. The night I was on my way home with my family, the conversations that took place in my dream, and the familiar image. Also, the image of him holding his baby sister in his arms, not knowing that something terrible was about to happen to them. And, whatever happened, the car going in the opposite direction from them turned on its headlights, obscuring the view, causing the car to lose control and an accident occurred. During that dark time, Shin Hyeon was scared a lot, thinking a lot. I didn't know how much time had passed, and I didn't see my family nearby. When I woke up, I saw it in this place. But a few years have passed, and what was given to me was Kawangu Win, the Tianvu Open Origin Technique book in this cave, and a message told me to watch until the end if I wanted to go home. If I mastered all of this, then would I be able to return to the arms of my family? I couldn't take it anymore. Congratulations, you have completed the tutorial round. The system displays a notification for a moment. Seeing that, Shin Hyeon was extremely startled and suddenly screamed and gasped. Then, because he was so happy, he screamed in his own happiness and disbelief, making everything around him feel that scream. It was done, it was finally done. Dad, Mom, Yoonseol, and Shin Hyeon were extremely moved. Tears also flowed out emotionally. No one could understand how happy he was over the years. The net is stuck here. When that door opened and I understood that the place I had just arrived was not the end of the world, Shin Hyeon knelt down on the ground. Contrary to my thoughts, he said, it was a lie. What the hell is this place? He thought he would be able to return home, but reality was not as expected. Shin Hyeon was transferred to a strange place. In despair, he knelt down, confused, and said, where the hell is that? This is just the beginning of everything. Here, Shin Hyeon could only cry helplessly. He was not satisfied with the effort he had put in. He immediately slammed his hands on the ground and shouted, why do you do this to me? Isn't it enough? Why? Shin Hyeon tried to clench his fists, gritted his teeth and said, 10 years, I've spent 10 years, what should I do to see the end of the world? Suddenly he heard a call that made Shin Hyeon stunned and stop everything he was doing immediately. Hey boy. The man looked at him and spoke, you're dressed so strangely. I heard your voice and I want to forgive you, but my family is starving to death, that's why. Can I ask for some of your meat? The man who said those crazy things seemed like he really wanted to do it, so he grabbed a sword and wanted to cut every inch of Shin Hyeon's flesh off. Before these words, Shin Hyeon seemed a bit surprised and motionless on the spot. A moment later, the sword clattered to the ground, covered in fresh blood all around. Shin Hyeon trembled strangely. He slowly backed away, his eyes filled with extreme fear. It's not my fault, he just held a sword to stab that man, but perhaps it was because of self-defense that he didn't understand what consequences his actions had caused. Shin Hyeon continuously reassured himself in his mind, no, it's my fault, what should I do? Why did this happen? He attacked me first, there's no way, everyone does it, I don't know what I did, and when I tried put the knife out, what should I do? Now I'm considered a murderer. Is it a ghost? It's just a dream, but why? Your external skill has been leveled up. The system displays a notification, external skill level, Shin Hyeon said suspiciously. Suddenly he smiled happily. A smile that made people shiver when they heard it, like a feat of doing evil. Shin Hyeon smiled but also trembled strangely. The moment I saw that line, I immediately realized what I needed to do. Tien Vu Kai Win Kong Fop and level to return to the world I belong to. I have to reach the top level, Shin Hyeon thought. Presently, suddenly a voice spoke up. It turned out to be Cha Shin Hyeon. He smiled and said, "Let's see, who?" The leader of the demon sect, a surviving subordinate, worriedly spoke up for his master when Father Shin Hyeon's blade was close to the other man's neck. He pointed his sword in that direction and smiled and asked, "Which generation of the demon sect are you leading?" "Supreme Sword Emperor," the man replied tremblingly. For a while, Father Shin Hyeon muttered to himself, "Ah, the 8th generation, right, because those who died by my hands were the 6th and 7th generations." Then he smiled and said, "I'm proud of you guys, you always come back to find me every 2 decades. Suddenly, a kind of power flashed through the man's eyes. "Enjoy," Cha Shin Hyeon said, then finished him off immediately. Then he absolutely used his sword to slash that man without any mercy, blood immediately flowing into a stream. Seeing that subordinate immediately rushed up as if he wanted to avenge the sect leader. He rushed up and shouted loudly, "Gang leader, the ultimate sword emperor, you are a devil, a bastard." Hearing that, he calmly dodged the move, and said, "How could a noble disciple say such a thing?" What he didn't expect was that Father Shin Hyeon was so fast that he touched him in an instant, making that feeling vague, as if the end of this sect had come. "Okay, I admire that person's courage, kid," he smiled coldly, using that strength to finish him off. Even though he was very scared, he kept talking to himself, saying, no matter what, his body didn't listen to him. A moment later, Cha Shin Hyeon used some kind of power to separate him into 2 different extremes. An evil face appeared, using that power to make him suffer until he died. But then he thought again, spared him 1 life, and said that it doesn't matter if it takes a few years or 10 years, come back after learning demon magic. At that time, turn around and face me. Father Shin Hyeon stood behind him and said, making him turn pale in fear and not dare to move. The person was the next demon clan leader. After speaking, he immediately left, leaving him with doubts. As he walked, Cha Shin Hyeon smiled, an extremely mysterious smile. In another place, he threw the sword on the ground and leaned against a tree, lamenting that the demon sect master this time was not too strong. How can I entertain myself? Cha Shin Hyeon squinted his eyes thinking. Then he leaned against the tree, closed his eyes and said, should I create a new demon sect with the ultimate martial artists? Why is this so boring? He pondered for a moment. While lying looking at the moon, Father Shin Hyeon muttered, 140 years have passed since I lived this boring life. Yeah, it's been 140 years, everything that should have gradually faded away, has faded over time. The person who initially tried to solve the problem until the end of the world, can't even remember his face clearly. Family. Heaven for me is a place that never existed. I lived a life like hell every day. Yeah, that's enough, everything's over, Cha Shin Hyeon thought with a smile. Meanwhile, suddenly the system pops up with a new notification, external attack, level 50, maximum, internal attack, level 50, maximum, congratulations, you have reached the highest level, the limit conditions have been wiped out, the last level, the ascension limit has been removed, you are returning to Earth. After such a long time, Cha Shin Hyeon muttered. Ha 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 ha, do they feel sorry for me because I gave up, or, he said, smiling bitterly, rubbing his forehead. They were looking down on me. Father Shin Hyeon revealed a dangerous look in his eyes and continued. He angrily used his power and said slowly, does that mean he is now at the god level? But this is really strange. If I were a god, I should have been free from worldly desires. Have I ever experienced so many mixed emotions in my entire life? My family must have passed away a long time ago. I've long since lost hope of returning to my original world. All that's left, to me, it's a heart filled with hatred, Cha Shin Hyeon thought. Do you want to return to the original world? The system appears and offers you a suggestion. After that, Cha Shin Hyeon immediately became angry, and his power also became out of control. The person who turned me into this, I will kill them, kill them, kill them, he screamed, causing everything around him to explode. In that anger, it seemed that Father Shin Hyeon's strength had increased significantly. His appearance at that time was extremely scary. I was afraid that just touching him would provoke Shin Hyeon's rage. No matter who you are, no matter where you are, I will definitely kill you, Father Shin Hyeon shouted. A huge stream of power suddenly appeared, covered the ground and took Father Shin Hyeon away. Father Shin Hyeon has gradually disappeared from this world in a strange way. The ultimate sword emperor, Cha Shin Hyeon, after being in the martial arts for 140 years, he is returning to Earth. In 2011, the Earth before Cha Shin Hyeon had an accident. Everyone, the nightmare day is not far away. The prophecy seems to come as a big shock, like something terrible is about to happen to the Earth. Humanity must evolve, the goddess continued. To fight those nightmares, demons are trying to invade the Earth and people. You must not waste the blessing bestowed upon you, the goddess said. Suddenly a voice spoke, it has finally begun, you must have been waiting. Father Shin Hyeon, after speaking, he smiled extremely ghostly, as if he had a bad premonition about what he was about to do. In 2025, in the Korean Wolf Tunnel dungeon, a girl struggled to draw a bow, her hands trembled holding the bow, the arrow was covered by a layer of stretched energy. Below appeared a young man running with all his might because he was being chased by monsters. The monster has a terrifying appearance, sharp fangs, many eyes, and a ferocious roaring expression. At this moment, the other girl used her archer skills, the arrow cut through the wind and then released the arrow quickly rushed forward. The monster was quickly killed by the arrow. Because of that, the boy's life was saved before he reached death's door. He trembled and looked in fear at the dead monsters before his eyes. The boy looked at the girl and couldn't help but cry. Team leader Cha Yoon-sol, when did the girl grow up so much? Cha Yoon-sol jumped down, walked to the other guy, his eyes were full of caution to see if there were any monsters around, then said, luckily I wasn't late, let's get out of here quickly. The other guy praised with tears of joy, praise, what a captain. Thank you very much. Before he could finish speaking, a monster came out of nowhere and bit him on the shoulder, causing blood to flow out and splash. Cha Yoon-sol watched in horror as his teammate's body was torn apart. No, Mr. Byung-gu. Byung-gu had only appeared for a few minutes, but now he fell down, his fingers shaking. At this point, Cha Yoon-sol looked closely at the scene before him. The monsters were constantly chasing and biting his teammates. The scene was bloody and red everywhere, accompanied by screams of pain and suffering. No. Cha Yoon-sol wiped the sweat from his face and thought to himself, damn, this situation is so bad, the monsters keep coming, while my energy is starting to run out. If I keep this up, I'll go pay homage to the King of Hell. Suddenly, in the distance, there was the sound of running footsteps. Cha Yoon-sol was startled and looked towards the person running. She frowned and shouted loudly, Seo Jong-yoon. Yoon-sol's father wanted to chase her, but the monsters were still hovering nearby, so she angrily cursed inwardly, they were troublesome. Cha Yoon-sol raised his bow, gritted his teeth and thought, damn it, just like this. On the other side, Seo Jong-yoon was running with all his might, he kept swearing, fuck, I'm so careless. Looking at his teammates who were still being attacked by monsters, Seo Jong-yoon still ignored it and continued running, thinking in his head, I don't intend to gather with these damn insects, if I stay here any longer, I will die with them. Suddenly a gate appeared in front of him. Seo Jong-yoon happily told himself, okay, I have to hurry and get it. Suddenly an arrow covered with energy rushed towards him. It stuck right under Seo Jong-yoon's feet, preventing him from leaving. Seo Jong-yoon got angry and turned around cursing, what a bastard, only to see the other person approaching and calling his name, Seo Jong-yoon. Cha Yoon-sol was angry, his surroundings were filled with murderous aura as he approached. She gritted her teeth and asked him, damn you, where do you want to run to? Seo Jong-yoon noticed who came, he nervously said, Captain Cha, it turns out you're still alive, it's nice to see you here, how lucky, I know things are looking a bit messy, but please calm down. Cha Yoon-sol didn't care what he said and immediately walked over and grabbed his collar and lifted him up. She angrily questioned, I told you, the battlefield is extremely dangerous. Cha Yoon-sol, who had been upset all this time, finally found a place to vent. She shed tears and shouted at Seo Jong-yoon, it's all your fault, you deaf, incompetent bastard who isn't afraid of guns, our whole team is dead. Seo Jong-yoon gritted his teeth, unwilling. He pushed Cha Yoon-sol's hand away and cursed, this concubine, so what if they're all dead, at least I have to get out of here alive. Hearing Seo Jong-yoon's unconscionable words, Cha Yoon-sol sneered and mockingly said, that's right, it's really Seo Jong-yoon. She turned around, ignored that bastard and prepared to leave. Before leaving, she said, I'm crazy to talk to a bag of trash like you, go home, even if your father covers for you. Let's see if he can ignore it this time. After we return to dawn, Cha Yun-sol spoke with a cold voice, his serious face filled with murderous intent. Being glared at by Cha Yun-sol, Seo Jung-yeon was startled, frowned and opened his eyes wide. When Cha Yun-sol was about to leave, he called out, "Hey!" Then Seo Jung-yeon suddenly appeared behind her and used warrior skills to crush rocks. He focused energy into the fist in his hand. Then punched straight into Cha Yun-sol's chest. She didn't have time to take precautions and was quickly sent flying. Cha Yun-sol's whole body was hit by the tree trunk, causing her to be in unbearable pain and scream loudly, "Ah!" Seo Jung-yeon coldly walked over to see. He grabbed Cha Yun-sol's hair and said in a weak voice, "Who do you think you're messing with when you don't even have basic skills, bitch?" Seo Jung-yeon leaned close to her face, smiling proudly and pervertedly. They were going to sing so much that they thought they were really good. He relied more on himself and started to despise Cha Yun-sol. "If you want to be famous, let me help you." Seo Jung-yeon excitedly raised his hand. He had already thought of a title for the upcoming article. Because of only focusing on achievements, the talented Cha Yun-sol caused chaos, the dungeon raid failed and the whole team perished. Speaking of this, Seo Jung-yeon became even more excited. He began to transport energy into his hands. Everything would look like that, right? Cha Yun-sol no longer had the strength to resist and could only watch as he was about to strike. Seo Jung-yeon prepared himself to throw his fist. He excitedly put all his energy into his hand. Then, "You've worked hard, Captain Cha." At that moment, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A powerful thunderbolt struck right behind Seo Jung-yeon. He was bewildered, startled, not understanding anything. From the smoke and dust gradually appeared a shadowy figure. "That's our male lead, Cha Shin-hyun, has appeared." He looked at the unfamiliar scene before him and was suspicious. "This is it." Looking at the system notification, "You have reached peak internal attack level 50, peak external attack level 50. You will return to Earth." Cha Shin-hyun was emotional. "Finally, I am back." He laughed loudly and mocked himself. It turns out the reward for reaching the top level is to return to Earth. What kind of strange hobby is this? After laughing, Cha Shin-hyun calmed down and told himself, "I will kill you." His eyes lit up, a terrifying pressure overflowed. Cha Shin-hyun raised his head to show certainty. Suddenly a voice pulled him back to reality. Looking at the middle patient babbling, Cha Shin-hyun looked suspiciously towards the source of the voice. I only saw Seo Jung-yeon angrily clenching his fists and scolding him, suddenly jumping out from somewhere and babbling that he would kill this and that, teleporting. "Are you a witch?" He pointed at Cha Shin-hyun and ordered, "It's best that you quickly reveal how connected you are." But Cha Shin-hyun didn't care about a clown like him. He coldly walked past, making Seo Jung-yeon angry. Looking at Cha Shin-hyun, who always seemed to ignore him, Seo Jung-yeon's blood boiled. He clenched his fists, thinking, "This bastard dares to ignore me." Suddenly Cha Shin-hyun noticed Cha Yun-sol lying on the ground and asked, "Did he just have a battle for life? She is dying." Suddenly he widened his eyes in surprise. Cha Shin-hyun bent down to examine the situation for Cha Yun-sol, while Seo Jung-yeon was cursing, "Damn it." He worriedly thought, "This is bad, that guy saw me with Cha Yun-sol. If I let him go, I don't know what will happen." Seo Jung-yeon clenched his fists and whispered, "I don't know who that crazy guy is, but I have to shut him up." Thinking that, Seo Jung-yeon immediately called out, "Hey, that middle-class guy." But at this moment, Cha Shin-hyun only paid attention to one thing. He asked, "Is it, this necklace?" Cha Shin-hyun caressed her face. He stared at the glowing necklace on Cha Yun-sol's chest. Behind him, Seo Jung-yeon continued to tell fortunes alone. He had just finished a vital battle and should have returned quietly. He rushed forward and raised his hand to attack him. Seo Jung-yeon continued coldly, "Unless, you also want to die." Suddenly, a blue light rushed in, destroying Seo Jung-yeon's energy. He looked in horror at Cha Shin-hyun, who was constantly releasing outstanding power. What was this dangerous energy? Seo Jung-yeon frowned, his mouth was speechless. Cha Shin-hyun walked towards him with murderous intent. One step caused the surrounding ground to crack and a powerful column of energy shot into the sky. Seo Jung-yeon was scared, couldn't believe his eyes and said, "It's impossible. I just see Cha Shin-hyun approaching with a cold and strong voice. I won't pay attention." He transferred energy into his hand and coldly spoke, "You asked for my name, right?" Cha Shin-hyun calmly introduced himself, "I am the ultimate sword emperor." Cha Shin-hyun, His eyes lit up and could no longer be seen inside. Cha Shin-hyun approached Seo Jong-yoon. He raised a finger, injected power into it and threatened, "But even if I told him that, it doesn't make any sense." Seo Jong-yoon frowned, not yet able to understand what happened. Cha Shin-hyun calmly released his energy. The sheer power just kept rushing and destroying the places it passed through. An explosion occurred that enveloped Seo Jong-yoon. When the light dissipated, what remained was Seo Jong-yoon's headless body. Cha Shin-hyun calmly said, "Yes. I am Cha Shin-hyun." It seemed like he was saying this as if he was reminding himself who he was. Go next to Cha Yoon-sol, who is lying on the ground. Cha Shin-hyun stroked his hair to reveal his crazy face. There were also a few streaks of Seo Jong-yoon's blood just now. He continued excitedly, "Cha Yoon-sol's older brother. When Cha Yoon-sol was young, she was holding a teddy bear in her hand and looking at someone who had just asked, 'Cha Yoon-sol, are you still angry? If you keep doing that, I will leave you here.'" It turned out that the person who spoke was her mother. Cha Yoon-sol's mother stood next to a man who seemed to be her father. Her mother looked behind where she was standing and said, "Oh my god, it's almost dark." Then Shin Hye-yeon walked up to her, put his hands on his thighs, bent down to look at her and said, "Yoon-sol, you like amusement parks a lot." She saw him and immediately raised her teary eyes to look at him and said, "Brother." He continued smiling, "But what should we do? If we stay here, it will be very difficult for our parents." She clenched her hands and said, "But if I go home, when will I see you again? Mom has already told me that you won't be able to come home often because you're busy with school." He heard her say that, so he used his hand to pat her head and said, "Yoon-sol, you know how much I care for you. Even though I'm in college, I'll still come visit you often. So when I come back, we'll go to the amusement park, okay?" She heard him say that and immediately looked up at him. Then he smiled and replied, "Yes." He heard her answer, so he immediately praised her. "Very good, let's go home now." She replied, "Yes, carry me, you and I." Then the person being carried happily walked on the way home. While carrying her, she said, Okay, I will carry you a lot before you get heavier." When she heard that, she immediately said, "I'm not heavy, please carry me every day." And then a car accident happened. When the car crashed for unknown reasons, the entire front of the car was broken, and the people sitting in the driver's seat and passenger seat certainly couldn't. Living all this time seemed like Yoon-sol's painful memories. She thought, "It was all my fault. If I weren't so stubborn, it would have turned out that her car had collided with another car, and the other car's window only had a slightly broken window." She was now with a few small injuries caused by the accident, trying to get up to look up at the bodies of her father and mother. She was now painfully thinking, "If I hadn't whined about wanting to go to the amusement park, my parents will still be alive." Then she glanced over to the side, where he sat, and called, "He," and she couldn't believe it when she saw the emptiness next to her, where he should be sitting, but now there was no one. She thought back and said at that time, "My brother won't disappear either." Back to the present, he is now sitting next to her, treating her. She then suddenly woke up from that sad nightmare and screamed, "Ah!" She tried to sit up, frowned and clenched her teeth and howled loudly. He looked at her and said, "You're awake. Even though I used my energy to treat you, the wound is too severe. It will be difficult for you to move right away." With a rather painful face, she turned to look at him and asked, "Who are you?" He immediately replied, I guess you don't recognize me." He reached out to her arm that was holding the necklace tightly around her neck and said, "You're so big, now I can't carry you anymore, not because you're heavy." He held her hand and looked at her with affectionate eyes full of pride and continued, "But because you are an adult." She looked at him in confusion when she heard that. Then she opened her eyes wide, let out a loud scream in her head and screamed in disbelief, "Impossible, impossible." She remembered him taking out a necklace and giving it to her and saying, "This is my gift to you. Always be brave even when I'm not here, okay Yoon-sol?" And inside the pendant are pictures of the 4 people in her family. And she immediately gritted her teeth and said, "You." Then her eyes were filled with tears of longing, pain, resentment, but most of all it was happiness. She felt like she was back to when she was a child, crying and saying, "You bad guy, I'm gone." He hugged her and comforted her, Okay, I know, you've worked hard." Thought she would be touched but turned out to be very cold. She used a loud voice to push him away and shouted, "Seo Jong-yoon, where is that bastard Seo Jong-yoon? He is just so confusing. Shouldn't I be hugging and comforting her? Why is being pushed away like this so heartbreaking?" Then he glanced behind him where someone was in a hole in the ground answering her question. if it was your attacker. She also followed his gaze and stood up in panic. She asked loudly, "Did you kill him? It's worth it." He nonchalantly replied, Is there a problem?" When she heard that answer, she immediately grabbed his wrist, pulled him to his feet, and worriedly spoke loudly, "We have to run now." Scene changed to a quiet high apartment building. He was wearing a rather ancient outfit, looking very much like a royal family from the Tang dynasty in China. He walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking at this and that, saying, it had been a long time since he returned, but his throne was the house was still the same as before. She sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, her eyes closed and her head bowed, not knowing what to say. She then worriedly looked down and said, "We are in big trouble. President Seo Kangjin will definitely come here." Seo Kangjin. He is the president of the Dawn Guild and is also Seo Jongyun's father. And he was also one of the 11 highest level rankers in Korea. She took out her phone to check the time. It was past the time to report the situation while she was in a coma. Perhaps by now Seo Kangjin had heard that his son had died. "He will suspect you because you are the only one who survived the raid." After hearing what she said, he walked up to her and asked, "Is that what you're worried about?" Hearing that, she looked up at him in confusion. He ruffled her hair and looked at her confidently saying, "Isn't it too simple? He can kill Seo Kangjin too. He is the ultimate sword emperor Cha Shin Hyeon." She immediately used both hands to stretch his cheeks to the sides, making the letter Shin in his name stretch with the force of her hand pulling. She said, "He said something possible, better go." She brushed her hands and closed her eyes, not caring that he was using his hand to rub his red cheek from being pinched, and said, "First of all, Seo Kangjin has reached over level 50, he didn't just do it by accident." Listen, what she said was incomprehensible. In her mind she was wondering why. Then suddenly she became irritable, her wide eyes turned red and she screamed loudly at him, and that name sounded so weird, the ultimate sword emperor, who would take that name? And he said, "What's going on? I've been away for 14 years before coming back, but then I showed signs of middle-aged sickness." In my head, I thought, she should care more about this. Then she held her head in sadness and said, "I don't know, my parents passed away, my brother also disappeared. Do you know how miserable I've been until now?" You don't pay much attention to what she says, suddenly attracted by something. She released her hands and looked at him asking, "Where did he go and just now came back?" It turned out that what attracted him was a family photo similar to the one in the pendant, except that it had been enlarged and framed on the wall. He walked in front of the picture and looked up at it. He said, "I know, our parents passed away." He stood there staring at the picture. Then he glanced back slightly at her and said, "You said that I spoke strangely." She heard that and looked at him a little confused. He continued, he had been in a place called martial arts all that time. The reason why that was so was very complicated. She just stood there looking at him and listening to him. He stood there without needing her to respond and continued talking, so now he needed to update the news a bit. What is a hunter, and what is a guild? This world also has the concept of star level. When she heard him ask that, her mouth opened in disbelief and she didn't know what to say. Then she held her head with one hand, raised her other hand to stop him and said, "No, wait a minute, my head is about to explode." She then ran away and said, "Let's talk about the details later, I need to take care of urgent things first." He watched her run away and asked, "Where are you going?" She held the car keys in her hand and turned to look at him and replied, "Dawn of Dawn Guild." Then as she walked out the door she shouted loudly, "I'll be right back, just stay there." After watching her leave the house, he went to a certain room, opened the door, stood right at the door looking into the room and said, nothing had changed, as if he was still here yesterday. Then he remembered her angry face when she said, "That name is so weird." He rubbed his chin and thought, "You have become stronger when you have to be alone." He then sighed and left the room saying he should be a good brother, something he hasn't been able to do all these years. As soon as he left the room, he rubbed his chin and said, "First, it's Seo Kangjin, I should go find him first." As soon as I walked out of the room, I suddenly stopped dead because I saw something. In front of him seemed to be a group of people from the Dawn of Dawn Guild. Yunsol had just finished speaking and they had indeed come to the house. The group of people didn't say anything, but as soon as they saw him, they immediately took action. Looking at their white, lifeless eyes, I felt very scary, coupled with their strange smiles, I could call it hell. 3 guys, one guy raised his hand to cast a spell, one guy stood in the middle with his arms crossed, his eyes were wide and glowing, the other guy had a face full of scars, all 3 were staring at him. Someone took a step forward and asked where she was. He didn't answer when he heard that, but frowned and gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard." And the person who spoke was Seo Kangjin, the president of the Dawn Guild. He said with a scary face, "Where is Cha Yun-sol?" The scene changes to a certain building, looking very solemn. It turned out that it was the headquarters of the Dawn Guild, Korea's second-generation guild. Cha Yun-sol had already arrived. She got out of the car and thought, "I came straight here, but what if Seo Kangjin had done something? What if he was arrested as soon as he stepped into the headquarters? Who should I ask for help?" When she was standing there thinking, someone came from behind and called out to her, "Miss Yun-sol. What wind brought her here now?" The person who spoke up was Lee Ji-hae, deputy of the Dawn Guild. She looked at her and continued, "I thought she was going on a raid with Captain Seo Jong-yoon. Did something happen?" When she heard her ask, she worriedly bowed her head, not knowing what to say. She thought in fear, Guild Vice President Lee Ji-hae. She is one of the 4 strongest hunters in Korea, famous for her integrity, but also an unpredictable person. Can I trust her? But this was the only choice right now. Thinking of this, she clenched her fists and opened her mouth to say, "Deputy Guild." Actually, the scene changes back to her house. The other 3 guys seem to have just destroyed part of her house. He said angrily, "How dare you?" He then pointed his finger at them and shouted loudly, "You are Kangjin, right? Did your parents teach you to slam the door when entering someone else's house? We should knock gently." That's what they heard. I feel like they're going to say, "We look like we're coming to a housewarming party." The guy with the scarred face heard that and immediately got angry and said, "This crazy guy, who are you?" But Kangjin used his hand to pull that guy's shoulder and said, "Okay." Then he looked at him and asked, "I don't care who you are or where Cha Yun-sol is, I'm not afraid," but looked straight at him and gently said, "The reason you're looking for Cha Yun-sol is that, if you're looking for him, who killed his son? So it was me." When he heard me say this, his face immediately turned red and he bit his lip. Then he clenched his fists and shouted loudly. At this time at Dawn headquarters, after Yun-sol told Lee Ji-hae everything, she asked, "You said the brother's name?" Returning from martial arts, it's Father Shin Hyeon, right? Returning to the place where a fight was about to happen, he saw that Kangjin was very angry, so he smirked and said, "That's right, that's right." He raised his hand to cast a spell. Kangjin immediately held his weapon and quickly flew towards him and said, "Okay, then let me see how strong you are." He held a big sword and flew towards him with a bright red internal attack. He used his empty hand with a cool blue internal skill, both flying quickly towards the other at the same time. And as for Lee Ji-hae, after understanding the situation, she looked at her and smiled and said, "I should go see him now." At this time, Seo Kangjin and Cha Shin-hyeon rushed to fight. Kangjin used his big sword to slash at him, bringing a stream of red energy from him along the path of the sword, appear. But Shin-hyeon quickly dodged his attack. He flew up high and stood there looking down at him thinking, his sword was filled with some mysterious energy source. Energy and sword energy were similar but their origin is completely different. This is the ability of a group of people that Yun-sol calls Star Hunters. Now that he thinks about it, that Seo Jong-hyun also used incredible strength, he thought while remembering the time when he fought with Jong-hyun. Then he smirked and said, "He's worth finding out." Kangjin didn't care what he was evaluating or thinking about him. After he dodged the previous attack, he immediately launched a new attack. He swung his sword back and forth, slashing and slashing while walking quickly toward him. The scary face clenched his teeth and struck out a move, a battle technique that continued to slash, but he still stood there calmly watching him strike. Not only did he stand there watching him attack, but he even stood there to receive his attack, the red streams created by that attack flying towards him. He created a sound wave to receive his attack and also to find out what his attack was like. After analyzing, he gently spoke up, "That's it." At this level, he must have achieved somewhere the level of an ultimate martial artist. To be honest, I'm quite impressed, Kangjin. He saw you still standing there calmly in front of his attack. I can't believe it. Crazy guy, he blocked my attack with his body. And even though I was pushed back, he placed his veiny arm on his sword and said, basically, about. There are 10,000 people like you in Korea, right? He said as he pushed the sword up to reveal a smirking face, evil eyes emitting blue light looking at him. When the 2 subordinates following him saw this, they immediately held weapons and flew from behind him, shouting loudly, "Chairman Seo." Those 2 guys wanted to sneak attack him, but when they almost touched his body, he immediately hit them back, making the 2 guys look surprised. He used his hand to brush off the dust on his shirt and said, "Don't bother me." The guy with shoulder-length hair tied at the back of his head immediately stood behind him and created 2 fire carriers. Even though he stood with his back to that guy, he still knew what he was planning to do and glanced slightly behind him. And the long-haired man sent an attack that brought firelight towards him, using the fireball magic technique. Kang Jin stood behind the remaining subordinate without saying anything, and the other subordinate had a scared face but still smirked and said, "Done." While he was surrounded by a huge fire, the guy with the scarred face held the sword tightly in both hands and shouted loudly, "That's it." Then he raised his sword and took a defensive stance. The slash was strong towards him, but he gently used the 5 swords in his hand and looked at that guy and said with a contemptuous smile, "This is gradually happening." It surpassed my expectations. At this point, he used all his strength to crush the sword, breaking it in half. Looking at him right now, he looked very much like an Asura in hell. The guy with the scarred face was hard to believe that he could do that and open his eyes so wide, it seemed like he might fall out. His whole body immediately radiated a cool green energy, dispelling the hot energy source of the scarred-faced man, and at the same time pushing him away. The guy with the scarred face clenched his teeth and frowned, thinking, "What the hell is wrong with that bastard?" Who was he? And he was still calmly standing there, gathering his energy, brushing the dust off his shoulder. Then he turned to look at the calendar on the table nearby and thought, according to what Yunsol said, I've only been gone for 14 years. And all 3 of them had reached the ultimate level of martial arts masters, a level where a person not only needs to accumulate 1,000 years of experience and technique, but also must possess a special innate talent. Humans have now driven out the martial arts world in just 14 years. Moreover, now there are so many ultimate martial artists in this world, it is truly beyond words. But, they still haven't reached the rank of the top 10 martial arts masters. He remembered the time he faced 10 martial arts masters. He smiled devilishly and said, "Based on what I heard, Zhang Hu's ranking doesn't include me. Then, I will climb to the highest peak and re-establish the entire ranking." As soon as he finished speaking, 10 martial arts masters simultaneously drew their weapons and attacked him. He stood there calmly looking at them flying towards him at the same time without fear at all. And after a period of fighting, he was now alone standing in the middle of the ruins without seeing any martial arts master. The scene changed to a highway on the bridge. Cha Yun-sol was driving and carrying Li Ji-hye in the passenger seat to her house. As she drove, she thought, "Too many things have happened that are driving me crazy. The vice president has suddenly wanted to meet his brother. Normally I wouldn't hide anything from my brother, but I don't know if he's an enemy or an ally yet." But, she thought while glancing lightly at Ji-hye, who was resting with her eyes closed next to her edge. Then she remembered when the 2 of them were talking. Ji-hye looked at her and said, "If you help me meet Cha Shin-hyeon, I will cover up your incidents with team leader Seo Jang-hyun." She didn't believe it when she heard that. "Ask again." "What?" She continued, "That also included trouble with President Seo Kang-jin." She was at that moment gasping in disbelief thinking, "I can't refuse that offer. I had no intention of making Cha Shin-hyeon my enemy, it was just him." What was he thinking? Ji-hye immediately spoke up and asked her. She said Cha Shin-hyeon had disappeared a few years ago, right? Hearing that, she didn't answer right away but stammered and asked again, "Why, that happened in year 2 and 11, so it was about 14 years ago." When she heard her say this, she opened her eyes in surprise and looked at her as if to see if she was joking or not. She thought, 14 years means, 140 years have passed, it is impossible to imagine how strong he has become. Then she asked her what kind of person her brother was. She replied, "Yes, he is very kind and warm. And most of all, he was really good at studying." So she asked again, "How did he study?" She answered, "Yes, he went to 20 University without paying any tuition." Hearing that, she replied, 20 University, he must be a genius. She said, "He is smart, but more importantly, he is really determined and persistent. Once he starts something, he will follow through to the end." Returning to her house, he suddenly pointed at the long-haired guy and said, "Hey, you. You possess power that I have never seen or heard from the martial arts world, that kind of unusual energy, use it again." While he was looking at Kang Jin speaking, behind him, a guy with a scarred face appeared, immediately swung his sword to attack. But of course that guy received a punch from the back of his hand, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out of his face. He still calmly looked straight ahead and said, "I have no interest in you." The long-haired guy saw what had just happened and was so scared that he groaned, "Ah, arg, then let out a loud TSK sound, and his hands immediately created 2 ice shields. Shooting at him, but was blocked by his invisible energy, he said, "I have gone through thousands of tricks like this in Bokdwang Ice." He raised his hand in front of his face, created ice magic on his hand and said, "Electric ices." Saying this, he created an ice block shaped like 5 dragon heads. Swallowing the long-haired guy into that big block of ice, he continued what he said before. In that kind of place, the guy looked at everything that had just happened in disbelief and let out a loud gasp. Then that guy quickly ran out of there and shouted in panic, "Ah, please spare me." He immediately discovered that guy and turned around to look. But unfortunately when he got to the door, he was immediately blocked by a barrier that he created with his strength. That guy panicked and hit the barrier, saying, "Wall, barrier wall, Hyung Nim, the entrance is blocked." And suddenly there was a beam of light from the shield that shot straight down on that guy's forehead and passed through his brain. Kang Jin saw him fall and loudly called out, "Kim Si-hyuk, you are the shield blocking my enemies in front. How could you reveal the defenses behind you and run away like that?" He stood behind him, pointed his finger at the sky and made a loud noise. Then he said, "I guess gangsters don't really care about loyalty that much." Kang Jin thought in horror, ice magic, barrier walls and, he controls magic with his fingers. Is he a magic type? But there's no way a magician can block my attacks. Now that I think about it, there was no damage to the house even though the destructive force of this battle was so great. Was this just an illusion? He then opened his mouth and looked at me as he breathed out and said, "You bastard are using tricks, right? You knew we would come and prepared." He heard him ask that, so he stood facing him, crossed his arms and said, "I will use my sword to cover this place. I haven't been back here for a long time. I can't let those guys gypsies come and dirty our floors, right? Well, it's hard for you to understand the world of what I'm doing. The moment you stepped into this house, you violated my territory." When he heard him say that, he got mad and used his inner strength to say, "This crazy, strange man, I won't die alone." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made a move, a furious technique. His eyes were white, his eyebrows were frowned so tightly that he could squeeze a fly to death if it landed right there. Then he threw back his head and shouted loudly. The whole body got into a standing position and switched to the move. Anger burst out. He stood there calmly looking at him and said, "Who is the monster here? It seems your strength is increasing. Do you really want to die with me?" He didn't pay attention to what I said but shouted loudly and flew towards me. "Ah!" He stood there and glanced at him flying towards him. As soon as it flew in front of him, it immediately swung and slashed wildly at him. He looked at him as he kept slashing wildly at him and spoke up. It seemed like he had lost his reason. His hot temper was like that of a martial arts master. Suddenly, the broken sword of the scarred-faced guy that was lying on the ground slowly flew up thanks to a green flow. "Turns out it was you who did it. You took the sword and held it in your hand, looked at him, smirked and said, 'I will show respect.'" As soon as he held the sword in his hand, as soon as he finished speaking, he slashed almost half of his body immediately. He looked at him with a deep, scary smile. He just couldn't believe that he only needed one slash to cut his body in half. He could only groan and groan. He turned away and said, feeling honored. Just now was the blade of the ultimate sword emperor. As he spoke, he used his hand to brush the hair from the front of his forehead, revealing his bloody face with scary eyes and a strange smile as he glanced at his corpse. Ta. At this time, Yoon-sol had already brought Ji-hye home. She led her there and introduced her. "This is my house," she politely replied, asking permission to come in. She saw that the door had already been opened, immediately said, "Why is the door open? What's going on?" At this point, it seemed like she saw the situation inside the house and gasped in disbelief. Ji-hye also froze in surprise. Yoon-sol immediately looked at him angrily and shouted, "What happened to the house? Why is the front door like this?" He was bending down to wipe up the blood on the floor, startled by her shouting, and looked at her in response. He couldn't stop them in time. He picked up the cloth soaked in blood and wringed it out, saying, "No need to be surprised, it was just a housewarming party." Hearing that, she loudly asked again, "Why was the housewarming party so full of blood?" She was now so angry that she looked at him and asked, "Are you going to continue causing trouble after coming back like this?" He looked at her with her head broken and said, "Your expression is impressive. If you go to the martial arts world, maybe I will become the strongest person." At this moment, Ji-hye spoke up. It seemed like there was a conflict here. After speaking, she smiled and looked at him. He heard her speak and then realized that there was someone else living with him. He saw her face clearly and immediately asked himself, that woman. Her internal energy is resonating with the old ancient martial arts technique. She didn't say anything anymore but transmitted her words to him using sound transmission. Mr. Cha Shin Hyeon, can you still use sound transmission? Who are you? Do you think you're the only one who's ever been to that place? When he heard her say that, he couldn't believe it and looked at her without saying anything. Early morning, sunlight shines down gently on a high-rise apartment. Cha Yun-sol is sleeping soundly on the bed. Suddenly she woke up startled, panting continuously. From Cha Yun-sol's face, she could see that she had just dreamed about something bad. Cha Yun-sol quickly ran out of bed and out of the room. She looked around looking for someone. Her eyes were filled with worry and she asked, "Is that Oppa?" Cha Shin-hyun behind the curtain couldn't see his face clearly but could still see his happy smile. Cha Shin-hyun said, "You woke up so early." Cha Yun-sol heard the familiar voice and quickly turned his head to look towards him. Cha Shin-hyun also understood her worry, so he joked, "What's wrong? Do you think I'll disappear again?" Cha Shin-hyun stood behind the curtain. The wind blew past, making the scene poetic. Cha Yun-sol breathed a sigh of relief, so it wasn't a dream. Luckily, she awkwardly asked, "Why did he wake up so early?" Suddenly the phone rang. Cha Shin-hyun took out the phone to check. Wait for him. Cha Yun-sol was not in a hurry, so he agreed, "Yes, yes." Cha Shin-hyun silently looked at the contents inside. Then he immediately turned around and said he would be back soon. Cha Yun-sol let out a bewildered sound. Looking at Cha Shin-hyun's leaving back, she thought a little sadly, "It's been a week since he returned, but I still feel like it's not real." Cha Yun-sol remembered the meeting with Lee Ji-hae the day before and thought to himself, Guild Deputy Lee Ji-hae said that he didn't leave any clues, just said "see you again" before disappearing. Not long after, people dressed in black appeared and handled the bodies of President Seo Kang-jin and his subordinates. Recalling the scene, Cha Yun-sol couldn't help but shiver. Then she thought about the recent news and thought to herself, and the next day, the report about Seo Jung-yeon's incident appeared on the news, along with the disappearance of Seo Kang-jin after his sudden retirement announcement. The image of Lee Ji-hae appeared in her mind. Cha Yun-sol knew who did this. Thinking to herself, Lee Ji-hae kept her promise. Cha Yun-sol looked at her brother climbing into the pre-arranged car. Her heart became even more sad, because she was the only survivor and was responsible for the campaign to sweep away the chains and topi that were under long-term control by the guild. And today, Lee Ji-hae called my brother. Cha Yun-sol frowned inside. Lee Ji-hae, what are you planning? I hope you'll come back safely, brother. At the same time, Cha Shin-hyun sat in the car. You didn't know how much your sister at home was worried about you. Lee Ji-hae waited at the meeting point very early. While she was sipping tea, a voice rang out. She didn't seem to have a care in the world. Because there was always someone monitoring 24/7, Cha Shin-hyun coldly approached Lee Ji-hae. Looking at Cha Shin-hyun naturally sitting across from her, Lee Ji-hae happily laughed. "Oh my god, you caught on quickly, not as a supervisor, but as a guardian. Cha Shin-hyun doesn't care much, I guess." He picked up the teacup and licked his lips. As soon as he brought it to his mouth, Cha Shin-hyun was a bit surprised. This is it." Before Cha Shin-hyun could say anything, Lee Ji-hae proudly showed off. "It seems you also know about Junshan Yanzan tea. I often stop at Hunan to enjoy this type of tea." She smirked and took the opportunity to speak, back when she was still in the martial arts world. Cha Shin-hyun knows what she's trying to imply, like cis people don't praise, very straightforward. Lee Ji-hae put down her teacup and got to the point. 3 people have been confirmed to return from the martial arts world. You, Mr. Cha Shin-hyun, me and the leader of the Twilight Guild, Park Tae-hoon. The Twilight Guild and the Dawn directly influence the power of the Korean Hunter Association. There is a rift and rivalry between the two factions, but after comparing Park Tae-hoon's story, a few things became clear. Remember the story about the car accident that year? Lee Ji-hae continued to recount that one day in 2011, he woke up in a mysterious cave, found the Tianvu open source technique book, and after leaving the cave, he discovered himself in a place called the martial arts world. This is exactly what you, me and Park Tae-hoon went through, right? Then the system appears and asks if you want to return to your world. If so, the system stops for a moment. Then, it asks them to witness the end of this world. Cha Shin-hyun remembered how difficult it was that year. He coldly replied yes. Lee Ji-hae continued, he returned to the present world several years later, and the present world has entered the age of hunters and dungeons. Whether it is a duty or some dark plot of the big guys, we don't know, but the way this world turned upside down and how we were brought into the martial arts world is definitely related." Father Shinhyun was silent and did not answer. Lee Ji-hae took the opportunity to ask, "How much do you know about the era of hunters and dungeons?" Only then did Father Shinhyun answer, 14 years ago, after the Tiankai process of goddess. In my mind, the image of a beautiful goddess appeared." He continued to answer, "Dungeons, monsters and hunters all appeared. The job and skill system was not much different from the role-playing games we used to play when we were children. More importantly, I have something to ask. How did you and Park Dae-hoon return to Earth? Could it be that?" Lee Ji-hae didn't understand what you said. She wondered but still answered, "We returned here after dying there." "You're not like us, Cha Shin-hyun. See, what's wrong?" Lee Ji-hae looked at Cha Shin-hyun in fear as she clenched her fists, filled with murderous intent. Cha Shin-hyun's hand holding the teacup couldn't control its strength, causing the cup to crack. He thought angrily, it said it witnessed the end of that world, so that's how it happened. Surprisingly, Cha Shin-hyun smirked, but his expression was extremely scary. He remembered the hardships he had to endure that year and gritted his teeth thinking, that goddess, could she recognize it? Some force sent me to Volam, and what was the reason? Cha Shin-hyun laughed to himself. Just as the result of reaching maximum status in martial arts was returning to Earth, there would definitely be a reward for reaching maximum hunter level. Cha Shin-hyun threw the broken pieces of the teacup on the table, his eyes filled with hatred, and said, "That reward is the answer to my question, if that goddess doesn't want to lose face." Lee Ji-hae was startled, her face showing fear. Cha Shin-hyun didn't pay any attention to her and continued asking, "Now, can you tell me the reason you approached me? You want something, right?" Lee Ji-hae sighed, knowing she couldn't compete with him. She said, "Let's be honest." She led him to an empty lot, where the trees were green. Lee Ji-hae regained her composure and recounted that the Dawn Guild had once confronted Park Dae-hoon. "No, the Twilight Guild. We fought each other fiercely without knowing what the future consequences would be, until President Seo Kang-jin passed away. Since you defeated the core force of the Dawn Guild and Seo Kang-jin, you should take responsibility for that. Lee Ji-hyun sincerely requests, please join the Dawn Guild. Cha Shin-hyun, I will let you be the administrator. I can promise you unimaginable wealth and fame. Sure, it's quite convenient, right?" Cha Shin-hyun rubbed his head. Of course he wasn't stupid, so he said, "Because it was related to my sister's status, it would be difficult to refuse her offer." But his next words surprised Lee Ji-hae. "However, I had to refuse." Lee Ji-hae urgently asked, "Why is that?" Cha Shin-hyun walked past her and coldly replied, "I prefer to act alone." Cha Shin-hyun calmly walked forward, reaching back. "Being under the command of weaker people won't solve the problem, don't you think so?" He stood against the sun and said extravagant words. But Lee Ji-hae could not refute, she could only stay silent. Lee Ji-hae is not an ordinary person. She was not willing, so she suggested, "So let's try and see who is the weak one." She asked, "Do you know that 1 year in the martial arts world is equal to 10 years in this world? That means you have spent 140 years in the martial arts world, right?" Cha Shin-hyun calculated a bit and replied, "About the same range." Lee Ji-hae stood facing Cha Shin-hyun, confidently saying, "Time and skill are not always proportional to each other." Cha Shin-hyun also agreed. He confidently flattered himself, "I agreed, even if I spent 300 years there, everyone would be weaker than me." Lee Ji-hae laughed, "Is that true?" "I'm afraid." She suddenly used her skill to release a black ball. The ball rushed at blinding speed and attacked Cha Shin-hyun. He looked at it coldly, not bothering to dodge, but just stood still. Suddenly the ball stopped midway. It then releases a black veil that covers everything around, which is Lee Ji-hae's unique skill, Shadow Dance. Cha Shin-hyun calmly looked around, silently assessing in his heart. His senses were disabled and the surrounding was dark. The radius of the influence range was 50 meters, recreating the move with the following rules. A scale this large using only the laws of physics would take a lot of effort and time. The surrounding scene was gradually covered by darkness. After the space was completely controlled, Lee Ji-hae proudly said, "This is my unique skill. Should I say we are in a glass dimension that reflects back to the real world? If we look from the outside, it might seem like we suddenly disappeared." Lee Ji-hae slowly walked forward. "In the martial arts world, my nickname is Bloody Plum Blossom. Until now, in the organization, I have never failed to assassinate." Cha Shin-hyun still kept a calm expression on his face, So it's an assassin, I guessed correctly, so you're fighting with your hands full of weapons. I just saw Lee Ji-hae pull out 2 swords and say, getting out of here is very simple, or defeat me. Or he would die here. Lee Ji-hae confidently showed off her charisma, pressure spilling out in all directions. Cha Shin-hyun was not afraid at all, but calmly joked about whether this was in order to kill on the same day. It's scary, but this skill's purpose is not just to control the opponent. Before Cha Shin-hyun could finish speaking, Lee Ji-hyun grabbed a knife and rushed towards his neck. Lee Ji-hae smiled complacently, of course not. Cha Shin-hyun didn't smile anymore but just coldly glanced at her. Lee Ji-hae confidently used a dagger to attack Cha Shin-hyun. She looked at him, her eyes seemed very determined, then smiled brightly and replied, of course. Cha Shin-hyun's face was expressionless, he just looked straight into Lee Ji-hae's eyes without saying anything else. When her attack came towards him, Cha Shin-hyun only needed to tilt his head back to dodge it. Lee Ji-hae did not give up, she even pulled out a female dagger. She quickly attacked Cha Shin-hyun continuously, but he only needed to use his bare hands to block it. When Lee Ji-hae finished that attack, Cha Shin-hyun still had no scratches. She still did not give up and rushed to attack him again, quickly moving her body and quickly approaching her prey. Lee Ji-hae used 2 daggers to attack him from afar, the move rushed towards Cha Shin-hyun like 2 slashing blades. Shin-hyun's father knelt down on the grass, he exclaimed, holding a dagger in each hand, one held upside down, and the way he used the knife was also different. Father Shin-hyun continued to speak, the martial arts of the best assassin in the martial arts, the Dark King. Lee Ji-hae was already in an attack position, one of her eyes turned red. He said the move that Lee Ji-hae had just used, Blood Moonlight. When she heard him say that, she was a bit stunned and asked again, did he guess with just one look? Father Shin-hyun stood up and confidently recounted his past. I had fought against someone who had used it before, but because at that time I was inexperienced. He no longer smiled but continued in a cold voice, I accidentally killed him in the blink of an eye. Lee Ji-hae suddenly widened her eyes when she heard this information. Cha Shin-hyun also never gave up on anyone's life path, he decided to give Lee Ji-hae a chance, because she is my junior in the martial arts world, I will allow her to use 3 different positions. The conditions that Cha Shin-hyun's offer was equally attractive. If you can defeat me with one of those 3 positions, I will join Dawn. He continued to speak, considering that she just used the first position. Lee Ji-hae was ready, she firmly held the hilt of her dagger. Her whole body was burning with murderous aura, she spoke in a low voice agreeing to this agreement, just follow his wishes, then she ran to him. Cha Shin-hyun looked around but still couldn't see anyone, he silently exclaimed, unexpectedly, even though I was in her territory, I still couldn't feel her aura, as if she had disappeared or evaporating from here. Cha Shin-hyun also vaguely guessed what this was and wondered, is that also the power of the skill? Suddenly, several holes appeared around the field with light in the center. Father Shin-hyun was a little confused about what was going on. He immediately understood what was happening and smiled quite brightly. Torrential hail fell from the sky, along with it a powerful source of magical energy. Large and small rocks poured down in Cha Shin-hyun's direction. Shin-hyun's father jumped into the hole, and those things also came down to chase after him. His expression was neither salty nor pale, but summoned blue magic. The magic source launched in all directions was able to easily block Lee Ji-hae's attack. Father Shin-hyun stood up, but his body still had that blue aura. Cha Shin-hyun smiled confidently and exclaimed, wonderful. Lee Ji-hae did not miss the opportunity and rushed to attack him again, but every time like that time, she couldn't move a single hair of his. Father Shin-hyun glanced at her, happily said, that is. He continued, in the second situation, Lee Ji-hae was not willing and gritted her teeth. She quickly stepped back and said, just as I expected. Lee Ji-hae continued to speak, the strongest expert, the one who lived 150 years old, Master Shaolin. She continued, but it was Father Shin-hyun, who was considered his arch-rival. Father Shin-hyun stood coolly, with his hands in his pockets. Lee Ji-hae drew the conclusion for this event, the strongest person. Cha Shin-hyun's eyes avoided, he raised his hand to scratch his cheek and admitted, oh yeah, that's right, Lee Ji-hae has even greater ambitions to manipulate, no matter what, you're considering this as something that's not worth mentioning. Huge sources of magical power emerged underground. Lee Ji-hae decided to live and die with Cha Shin-hyun, saying that if I can kill him, She asked if I could become the strongest person in the martial arts world. Father Shin Hyeon heard that and didn't pay much attention, his face expressionless. He felt that this girl was very interesting and asked again, "Ha, really?" Around him, magic emerged into quite large tornadoes. Father Shin Hyeon responded, "I had nothing more to say." Lee Ji-hae didn't say anything, she spread her arms out to prepare to attack. Her eyes suddenly had only the whites, that was a killing technique, a dark dagger. Lee Ji-hae crossed her arms and directed those water cannons to attack Cha Shin Hyeon. Those attacks were about to fall on him, but Father Shin Hyeon remained unchangeable amid the ever-changing flow of life. He used his mind sword to neutralize this attack. The sphere surrounding him gradually grew larger and swallowed the surrounding magic power. It suddenly emitted a blinding light. Wherever Cha Shin Hyeon's magic power goes, it destroys Lee Ji-hae's magic power. She gritted her teeth to endure that abundant power attacking her. At the end, Lee Ji-hae also had a huge rock above her head. Her body suddenly stiffened. Lee Ji-hae worriedly wondered, what? Her body didn't listen. She could only close her eyes and let her fate silently sigh, as if something was stopping her. Shin Hyeon's father was in front of her, using his bare hands to smash the rocks. Suddenly the rock was smashed into hundreds of pieces. Lee Ji-hae was stunned by this scene. Cha Shin Hyeon spoke. The third position ended. Lee Ji-hae was surprised but couldn't say anything. Cha Shin Hyeon smiled confidently and asked Lee Ji-hae, "Do you want to continue?" Her hands were shaking non-stop. Lee Ji-hae admitted with condolences, "Otherwise I would have lost." Lee Ji-hae has erased her field, and the surrounding colors have become more vivid. Lee Ji-hae firmly affirmed and continued, "I won't challenge you anymore, but you still have one request. In return, please tell me." She still had some doubts and asked Cha Shin Hyeon, "What did he do?" For a moment I felt like I was fighting an entity that I couldn't fight. Shin Hyeon's father sat down on the ground. He calmly answered her. She was confident that if she fought in this space, she would be strong enough to kill even a normal first-class person. Lee Ji-hae was a bit stunned at the word normal. She still held the dagger firmly and asked Cha Shin Hyeon what realm he had reached. Cha Shin Hyeon smiled and praised Lee Ji-hae. Combining martial arts and skills brought great effects. The match was great. "You agree to join Dawn. I will accept the conditions you give. According to the conditions, Dawn will provide me with items and information, and I will use my strength to support Dawn." His face was serious as he raised his index finger. "However, I will act as an outsider, not affiliated with the Dawn." He said in another way that was easier to understand, "It could be seen as an alliance." Cha Shin Hyeon explained the reason, "It's just that I don't want to work under anyone, it's not that I don't want to receive support." Lee Ji-hae considered, "Some advantages and some disadvantages." She agreed with the proposal and spoke up, "Good, then promise me." Lee Ji-hae looked straight into Cha Shin Hyeon's eyes and made her proposal. He would not cooperate with the Twilight Guild, no matter what happened. Cha Shin-hae sat up. He firmly affirmed, "I promise." He held out his hand and continued speaking, "With the honor of the Ultimate Sword Emperor." Lee Ji-hae's face was embarrassed. She followed the rules and reached out to shake her hand. She silently exclaimed, "The nickname really gave me goosebumps." Cha Shin Hyeon ordered Lee Ji-hae, "And don't send anyone to follow me anymore." I held back just because it was my sister's workplace. The words also had a threatening meaning. "From now on I don't know what will happen, do you understand?" Lee Ji-hae spoke up affirmatively, "I told you, we won't do anything to harm our relationship with you." Cha Shin Hyeon replied, "Thank you for understanding." Well, he suddenly noticed the wound on his hand, her shirt. Father Shin Hyeon did not show any mercy and tore the sleeve of his shirt. He gave her the piece of cloth and said apologetically, "I'm sorry for what happened before." Lee Ji-hae was a bit confused by his actions. What did he do? Father Shin Hyeon explained, "Because I made fun of you, saying things about dad like this and that. He told me the reason for doing that. I just wanted to confirm the true skills of a Dark Realm expert, confer with a high-ranking hunter." Cha Shin Hyeon turned away confused. Lee Ji-hae called out to him, "Father Shin Hyeon." She didn't mind that and said, "I really appreciate your words, but it's okay. Thanks to that I can fight with the intention to kill you." She is also very grateful to you for this. Father Shin Hyeon also understood and exclaimed, "No wonder she only attacked critical areas." Father Shin Hyeon still had some doubts and asked her, "But why did she choose to learn assassin martial arts?" Lee Ji-hae helplessly replied, I don't know." He continued to ask her, "Have you ever thought about it?" Lee Ji-hae glanced at him, without thinking and replied, probably because of the crazy thought of wanting to kill someone. Father Shin-hyun heard that and said nothing. Suddenly a system message appears. It asks if you want to return to the old world. If so, go to the end of this world. Cha Shin-hyun changed his view of this person and sympathetically said, I understand what you mean. I always think about it. At the edge of the forest, a car was parked there. Oh Dong-hwan kept looking at his watch. He looked through the rearview mirror and saw Lee Ji-hae had entered. Oh Dong-hwan asked worriedly, Vice Guild Leader, are you okay? It seems like you just used a shadow dance. Lee Ji-hae responded with a calm face, I used that technique but I still couldn't scratch his skin. Oh Dong-hwan looked at her wound, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed, no way. Lee Ji-hae also agreed, as expected, he is extraordinary. She looked into the distance and continued, my physical strength is running out and I'm running out of energy. Lee Ji-hae remembered the time she attacked Cha Shin-hyun and thought to herself, even though he had never attacked me even once. I don't even know what he did to block my blade. Shin-hyun's father returned home, he spoke up, he's home. Suddenly Cha Yun-sol rushed over and hugged him. Father Shin-hyun was a bit confused and asked his sister, Yun-seol, why is it suddenly like that? Cha Shin-hyun saw Cha Yun-sol angrily gritting his teeth and grabbing his shoulders. He asked her suspiciously, are you trying to destroy me? Cha Yun-sol coldly shouted, shut up. Cha Yun-sol slowly calmed down. She advised Cha Shin-hyun, don't go anywhere from now on. She hugged him and suggested, don't do dangerous things and just stay home. Cha Shin-hyun gently looked at his sister. Cha Yun-sol honestly expressed his feelings, I was afraid you would disappear again. Cha Shin-hyun gently stroked Cha Yun-sol's head and replied, okay, I understand. I still hesitated to continue, but Yun-sol. Father Shin-hyun expressed his wish, he was thinking of becoming a hunter, around him seemed to radiate the halo of the 10 Buddhas. Cha Yun-sol looked at him with a disgusted expression and asked, do you really want to die? Cha Shin-hyun took out the 7-color rainbow cube he got from Lee Ji-hae to show his sister, this is the secret cube he got from Lee Ji-hae. Cha Shin-hyun's hair was unkempt and his face was full of wounds caused by his sister as he continued, she said if he had this, he could also own the hunter's status window. Cha Yun-sol depressed and scolded him, man, you're such a bigot. Shin-hyun's father picked up the block of honey and happily muttered to himself, here to see. When he picked up the bile block, it glowed even more. Cha Shin-hyun was even more surprised and exclaimed, wow. The branch light grew stronger and stronger. Cha Shin-hyun exclaimed in surprise, oh. When the block of honey broke into two he exclaimed, oh. Then the honey block lost its light again. Cha Shin-hyun sprayed glue on the spot, his face showing disappointment. Cha Shin-hyun questioned and asked if Lee Ji-hae had tricked him. Cha Yun-sol saw that she had already done so she suggested to him, if everything was okay, try summoning the status window. Father Shin-hyun spoke loudly, the status window. In front of his eyes displayed 2 windows, one yellow, one blue. Father Shin-hyun looked at the 2 status panels and thought to himself, this side is the martial arts status window, no one can see it except me, it is also valid in this world. He glanced over at the remaining status panel, and this one. Cha Shin-hyun thought to himself, hunter status window, on it displayed name, Shin-hyun's father, level 1. Class, none, HP 100%. MP no air, preview status, total score 1, no strength, no endurance, no intuition, no soul. Cha Yun-sol was a little curious and approached, wondering, look, what class appeared? She was a little stunned and couldn't believe her eyes and her mouth opened wide. Cha Yun-sol smiled triumphantly, she happily said, as expected, like he can't be the type of hunter, if that's the case then leave him alone. Cha Shin-hyun asked his sister in some confusion, why, what is it? Father Yun-sol then spoke up to explain, I thought I told you, hunters are divided into 6 classes, warriors, guards, witches, clerics, archers and assassins. If you do in the upper class, of course there will be more, but basically there are 6 classes of hunters. Cha Yun-sol gave me an example to understand, you are an example, my basic class is archers, but the senior class is gunners. She continued, you start with a class so basic that it cannot be refused or changed. Cha Yun-sol told an important truth, but he had no class. She pointed straight at his face and said with all his heart, meaning he didn't receive any class at all, he was just human. Cha Yun-sol turned away and told the painful truth, Cha Shin-hyun, of course, People of no class can become hunters, but the problem is skill. But that's a lie, miss. I secretly felt guilty and thought, I have to say that to make him give up. Cha Shin Hyeon seemed to have lost all his strength and no longer had any vitality. Cha Yun Sol continued to explain to him, hunters need to earn experience points to level up. There is an unwritten rule, and you can fight monsters with the skills you receive from experience points. Cha Yun Sol continued to speak, unlike hunters in the 6 classes, hunters do not have classes, they must receive skills from the skill block. Cha Yun Sol also told the truth, as far as I know, the cheapest skills are hand-to-hand skills that cost 20 million won, sword skills cost 25 million won. Cha Shin Hyeon heard about such a large price and was petrified at the price, 20 million. To increase his confidence, Cha Yun Sol continued to add that hunters with a class could automatically acquire skills by leveling up, but hunters without a class could only continuously exchange money. She glanced at Cha Shin Hyeon with a serious face, but brother. Cha Yun Sol asked with great affection, do you have money? She is now nothing more than a witch who wants to keep you by her side. Cha Shin Hyeon averted his eyes and clicked his tongue. I just realized that I have a god of wealth. I confidently introduced Li Jie. Li Jie, I have a god of wealth backing me. That Li Jie, Cha Yun Sol mumbled to himself in disgust, well, he's not, I cheated. Father Shin Hyeon silently wiped the sweat from his face. He silently exclaimed, if I don't have an ally, it will be dangerous. However, it's not what he's worried about, but that's not the problem. Father Shin Hyeon secretly wondered, there is no class. He silently speculated that there was no class. Would they say that he, a genius, would not appear the second time in the history of martial arts as a hunter? Incompetent. Cha Shin Hyeon silently lamented, I'm going to die of trouble. At Mount Chok, the training prison of the Dawn Guild, there were several red-furred rabbits jumping around on the lush green grass. In other words, these rabbits are harmless. Although they are prison rabbits, they can also turn into a crazy form that can attack anyone at any time. Cha Yun Sol used his bow and arrow to attack the rabbit. After she finished modeling, she asked Cha Shin Hyeon, did you see? After trying it out, he explained how she did it. It seemed like I had to use maximum force to catch a rabbit. Cha Yun Sol was very happy when he said that. She smiled brightly because she saw that she could reduce his determination. Yun Sol's father denied it and explained further, he didn't understand. The new hunters all thought he was a failure. The burned rabbit lay down on the grass, then it disappeared leaving only the colored jelly, red. Cha Shin Hyeon reached out to pick it up. Cha Shin Hyeon replied confidently, none of that has happened to you. Well anyway, this one. Cha Shin Hyeon looked at the jelly in his hand and wondered what his sister meant. Moonstone, you said this helps me make money. Cha Yun Sol quickly admitted and then she explained why. Yes, it is a pure natural energy source and contains an incredible amount of energy, which is why nuclear plants gradually disappear due to the appearance of monsters. Yun Sol's father was about to take a bow and arrow, but she had good intentions and reminded her brother, after all, he was careful, he said he was a powerful martial artist or something. However, Cha Shin Hyeon could have used his bare hands to attack those rabbits. She was stunned when she saw this scene and exclaimed in surprise, but anything can happen in the tunnel. Cha Yun Sol dissatisfiedly put his hands on his hips and looked at his brother who was blowing on the tip of his index finger and silently exclaimed, his words were like water off a duck's back. Cha Shin Hyeon opened the status window and muttered to himself, just as expected, if I using martial arts to defeat monsters will not give you experience points, he shouted, status window. Cha Shin Hyeon's status window remains exactly the same. He looked at the status window and considered it for a bit. Cha Shin Hyeon wondered if he should ask Li Jie for another skill. You can see the skill, knife skill, type of skill, classification, passive, does not consume MP, rarity, D-, anyone can own, skill, D-, status that you just received the skill, warrior class skill, can use daggers and use with attack skills, you can only use this skill when using dagger weapons. Cha Yun Sol was at a loss for words and slapped his brother on the back, angry and shameless. Of course he would demand the best skills from the training camp for free. Cha Shin Hyeon still didn't pay much attention. He muttered to himself, rarity, skill proficiency. He frowned slightly when he saw D-. Cha Yun Sol spoke helplessly, I don't know what contract you signed, she warned her brother, but Li Jie, having cold rice is not a simple person, she will take full advantage of you. Father Shin Hyeon heard that and said nothing. His face suddenly turned cold. His eyes filled with murderous intent. Cha Yun Sol was a little worried and called out, brother. She was a little frightened and couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, "You, why are you suddenly here?" Cha Shin Hyeon held his sister's hand. He excitedly suggested to her, "Let's go, there is a better place." Cha Shin Hyeon took her somewhere. Cha Yoon-sol was a little scared and wondered, why? In front of her was a pile of rabbits. She wondered why there were so many. Father Shin Hyeon told her an important piece of information: exactly 337 children he had seen through his senses from afar before coming here. Cha Yoon-sol took out a bow and arrow. She was a little worried and spoke up, that was still too much, for a new person. About this, Cha Shin Hyeon comforted his sister, "Don't worry too much like that." Cha Yoon-sol was confused and asked again, "What are you saying?" Cha Shin Hyeon was at the edge of the cliff. He waved to his sister and then threw himself down. Cha Yoon-sol jumped up in panic and called out to him. Shin Hyeon's father fell down. He thought to himself, "Shame, it doesn't exist. What is shame? Can it be eaten?" Shin Hyeon's father felt contempt for that skill and silently exclaimed, "Don't give a D-level knife skill except to someone who has conquered the pinnacle of swordsmanship." He feels a little resentful towards this beloved sister, and even makes himself look like a fool. No class is not respected. Father Shin Hyeon raised his hand to pull out his sword. He just needed to turn around and he could stand up straight and land safely on the ground. Shin Hyeon's father angrily shouted loudly, "There must be a limit to joking." He landed on the ground and made a hole in the ground. The rabbits looked at him warily. Cha Yoon-sol angrily scolded him from above, "Cha Shi-hyun, you damn thing, you almost made me fall down." Cha Shin Hyeon didn't pay much attention, replied indifferently, "Put your anger aside." He was thinking how to fry this bunch. The rabbits started turning on dark mode. They looked at him with eyes that they couldn't wait to eat him alive. Shin Hyeon's father looked at the notice boards that kept warning and wondered, "What? Ha, the system warns about knives, swing the sword along the way. It warns about knives, swing the sword along the way." Shin Hyeon's father lost patience and used a knife to slash the system panel in half. He asked with an expressionless face, "Are you going to help me?" Shin Hyeon's father smiled confidently and muttered, "It's too noisy." The rabbits suddenly rushed towards him. They looked at him with hungry eyes that made them drool. Shin Hyeon's father fearlessly swung his sword to attack them. He said with a gloomy face. His eyes turned blue. Cha Shin Hyeon continued to speak, thinking about someone. He laughed loudly, his eyes sharp, and asked, "Who are you teaching?" The rabbits gradually fell down, blood splashing. Shin Hyeon's father asked in a low voice. They said the hunter's skills started appearing 14 years ago. He glanced at the pile of moonstones on the lawn and confidently said, "Wait another 100 years, teach me please." The system displayed a warning again. NGO then mumbled to himself dissatisfiedly, "You're bothering me again." He looked closely at the knife warning sign and couldn't help but wonder why there were so many. Father Shin Hyeon suddenly realized something and exclaimed, "Oh!" His system displayed notifications continuously. The information on it was a sword skill notification. Sword proficiency had reached A+ level. Cha Shin Hyeon glanced back and wondered, did he say that? He was itching to make it disappear, but when he moved it, it remained the same. Cha Shin Hyeon wondered in confusion, did the status window always appear this small? Cha Yoon-sol had just stepped down and saw the scene. "Hey!" She helplessly sprayed glue in place. Cha Shin Hyeon continued his work. Where did he change the settings? After a while of searching, he found it and wondered, why is it here? Cha Yoon-sol's face turned a little dark. She asked her brother suspiciously, "What have you just done?" Cha Shin Hyeon calmly worked on the system and replied, "Who knows, he's not good at English, so." He told the reason, his sword skill proficiency should be recorded in the system, or something might have gone wrong. Cha Yoon-sol saw his brother doing that and wondered, is that okay? Cha Shin Hyeon must have just signed up for VIP for the first time, so he was still confused. Cha Yoon-sol silently exclaimed, "Achieving A+ proficiency level, immediately, always." Cha Shin Hyeon suddenly realized something and exclaimed, Then he called his sister, Yoon-seol. Cha Shin Hyeon had some doubts and asked Cha Yoon-sol, "The experience points when defeating monsters with indirect skills don't consume MP, right?" She was a little confused and asked his brother, "Yes, what's wrong?" Shin Hyeon's father smiled and denied, "It was nothing." He looked at the original skill and muttered to himself, then, "The rarity level is plus, the supreme treasure has a questionable existence, the proficiency level is A+, transfer free state beyond perfect." Cha Shin Hyeon expressed his wishes. He wanted to make things easier in the future. He shook his head and cracked his knuckles. Cha Shin Hyeon prepared himself for a standing position. He reached back, preparing to punch something. Cha Shin Hyeon swung his fist hard in the air. It quickly rushed forward at breakneck speed, flying rocks and dirt across the ground. After finishing the move, he still kept his hands facing forward. Cha Shin Hyeon confidently said, "Of course, from now on if I only use martial arts, I will probably receive hunter experience points." Cha Yun-sol seriously considered and exclaimed, "Undeniably the strongest hunter in Korea is Lee Ji-ae and Park Dae-hoon." Cha Shin Hyeon replied to his sister, because like her, they should also receive the original skill. Only now did Cha Yun-sol understand the problem. She was terrified and thought to herself, martial arts. Then she looked at the bow and arrow in her hand. Cha Yun-sol silently made up his mind and spoke up. Cha Shin Hyeon was a bit confused and replied, Cha Yun-sol asked his younger brother, to teach him martial arts, her expression looking at him seriously. Her arms trembled as she spoke. "I was very suspicious when you easily defeated Seo Kangjin, but today I witnessed it with my own eyes and realized how strong you are." Cha Yun-sol acknowledged, "My brother was completely satisfied." She remembered the comrades who were bitten in the previous dungeon and continued, "What happened in the Red Wolf dungeon?" Cha Yun-sol continued, "Unless there are drastic changes, similar things will not happen again." There was a drastic change in her thinking. "Remember when he was going crazy?" Cha Yun-sol was helpless and continued to talk, "But nothing can guarantee it won't happen again." She expressed her wishes, not wanting to become too weak, "But you are the one who leads the entire team, if you are still at the same level as then." Returning to reality, Cha Yun-sol looked at the bow in her hand and cried. She honestly said, "I don't want to keep regretting it anymore." Her eyes clearly showed determination as she suggested to Cha Shin Hyeon, "I know I cannot be as strong as you, but," she is very confident with this thought, "if I can learn martial arts, everything will be different." Father Shin Hyeon put his hand on her shoulder to comfort her little sister. He firmly promised, "I will teach you, so calm down." Father Shin Hyeon teased to reassure her. He had never accepted a student, but he would be very strict. Cha Yun-sol looked at him with clear eyes. Cha Shin Hyeon thought to himself, "Well, even if it were me, I couldn't always be with Yoon-seol. She needs to protect herself. Who knows where the future will bring her." What? Cha Shin Hyeon turned his back and suggested to his sister, "Now, with that idea, where to go next?" Cha Yun-sol did not understand this way of teaching. She asked in confusion, "Is this a golf course?" Then the two of them ran like they were flying through the green grasslands. Cha Yun-sol spoke up and asked his brother's plans, what he planned to do next, now that he had mastered sword skills. The two of them continued to run on the endless grassland. Cha Yun-sol still had doubts and continued to ask, and did he intend to use warrior-related skills forever? Suddenly several rabbits jumped out to attack him. Cha Shin Hyeon used his fists to deal with them. Cha Yun-sol continued to say, now he can level up his martial arts skills. With just one move, the rabbits were sent flying several meters away. Father Shin Hyeon was still undecided and replied, "Not sure anymore, but there is one thing that is certain," he helplessly continued to say. In his current state, his future as a hunter is still very vague, oppressive. The attack was so powerful that she covered her eyes with her hands. Father Shin Hyeon extended his hand to explain to his sister that she could level up as a hunter through the use of martial arts. But he expressed his ambition. He wanted to be good at special class skills. A group of rabbits appeared around the two of them. Cha Yun-sol seriously thought to himself, Lee Ji-ae, a person who specializes in using fists, was able to level up to a higher level by combining martial arts and assassination abilities. He remembered the trick she used yesterday, and thought to himself that on his own path, he also needed to find a skill that could be linked to his martial ability. Father Shin Hyeon suddenly froze when he thought of something. He suddenly jumped up and jumped into the distance. Cha Yun-sol was a little confused by his action. Father Shin Hyeon jumped over to the rabbits. He concentrated his strength into his fists, preparing to attack them. Father Shin Hyeon thought to himself, okay, every skill represents a martial art that cannot be learned, but... He recalled some old events and secretly exclaimed, there were skills that could be linked to his martial arts. A magician used which skills? Fireballs. Cha Shin Hyeon chose the magic skill. It's perfect to combine. That's magic. Father Shin Hyeon swung his attack to attack the rabbits. Cha Yun-sol ran over. She blamed her brother. If he kept acting on his own like that, Shin Hyeon's father smiled and called his sister's name, Yoonseol. He thought to himself, a new realm of skills that he could not associate with martial arts. Shin Hyeon's father sat down on the grass and confidently said he would become a witch. Cha Yoon-sol's face was frozen in place, speechless. She looked at her brother happily singing behind her but couldn't calm down, wanting to scold him, damn it. Father Shin Hyeon looked at the two status boards in front of him and thought to himself, after experiencing the hunter system, I was completely certain there was a big gap between the two fighter and hunter windows. I thought about the difference between these two. The fighter window is only seen from the state. Cha Yoon-sol picked up a bag of moonstone and spoke up, you don't need to worry about our living expenses. Cha Shin Hyeon still immersed in his endless stream of thoughts, with no special functions other than checking the speed and status of internal and external attacks. Knowing what other people's realms are, it is a great help to those who uses martial arts, but he looked at the hunter status board and admired it. On the other hand, the hunter status window displayed everything from skills to stamina to MP. The interface was also friendly, had many functions and was very detailed. The personalities and approaches of the two systems are also very different. Cha Shin Hyeon silently evaluated these two, as if the two systems were created by two independent individuals but with similar abilities. He muttered to himself, this system requires you to destroy monsters to receive experience points. Accumulating enough experience points will increase your level. The more you kill a boss, the more your level will increase. The rewards are given quickly and worth it. Trust, so it encourages the development of hunters. Of course, it cannot be said that it is without risks, but Father Shin Hyeon secretly exclaimed, everyone can become stronger if they try their best. Although the path of martial artist strengthening is slower and more dangerous, through many times of pouring time and training and taking risks, the path of discovery, the new light, has just appeared. If enlightenment cannot be achieved, then it can only be thanks to a fateful match. He silently wondered, a fateful match. The legendary heavenly saint has won through his promotion to the gods in the past. And he created The Origin of Martial Arts, a book that is a bit rustic and simple but is the origin of many people. Father Shin Hyeon remembers when he lay unconscious in the cave, the secret treasure of a legend that had caused so much fighting in the martial arts world for a long time, and only when he woke up in the cave. He and Cha Yoon-sol walked on the grass and thought to themselves, that fateful match seemed so obvious that I ignored it. Father Shin Hyeon seriously considered, what if he was the one who brought the hunter system to humanity? He was a little scared when he thought about the person who brought him to martial arts. Father Shin Hyeon silently wondered, God of War, this young man with messy hair and tied up. Father Shin Hyeon sighed somewhat unwillingly. Continue the following days with the help of Lee Ji-ae. Shin Hyeon's father confidently went to the dungeon alone, spending a month wandering around the dungeon to increase his level. When fighting the giant chicken, he exclaimed, okay. Father Shin Hyeon understood everything and muttered to himself, now understanding why he was returned to Earth. No, Korea. After a month of hard work, I was already a level 22 hunter. He was about to use his fists to exclaim, there was nothing else besides chicken in traditional Korean dishes. He remembered when he taught Yoonseol about the 365 blood vessels in the human body. She hugged her head in frustration. By the time the two of us sat in the shower, she had already learned how to adjust her internal energy. To be honest, she was already past the age of learning martial arts, but however, Cha Shin Hyeon still had a way. Cha Yoon-sol saw his brother sitting down and asked in confusion, what is that? Cha Shin Hyeon put his hand on his sister, Yoonseol's shoulder. He smiled brightly and suggested, don't worry, just ignore the bleeding. Cha Yoon-sol couldn't believe his eyes and asked again, huh? Why did you say such disgusting things? Ah! From inside their room, Cha Yoon-sol shouted loudly, which was to release internal force by forcing Q1 to transmit and eliminate impure Q1. Thanks to that, Yoonseol increased one level. She could shoot arrows that dented the stone. Cha Yoon-sol was like a child who did a good deed and excitedly showed it to his brother. It's so great, look at this, Cha Shin Hyeon exclaimed, that's why most of my hair was burned, but Lee Ji-hae gave him a cup of tea and exclaimed, it seemed like she was doing very well. She smiled and suggested, let's start paying. Cha Shin Hyeon looked at her and assessed, she's still the same, straight to work. Lee Ji-hae just poured tea. She replied gently, I told you, I don't like to cross the bridge and get out of trouble. Cha Shin Hyeon picked up a cup of tea to drink. He made a guess, it's been a long time since I've seen you call me, so there must be some plan. Lee Ji-hae replied hesitantly, let's just say so. Lee Ji-hae came closer to him and called out in a low voice, Father Shin Hyeon. She smiled brightly and confessed, "Do you want to go on a date with me?" Lee Ji-hae made a proposal. "Date me?" Cha Shin Hyeon was stunned when he heard her say that. He rolled his eyes at her. Cha Shin Hyeon was not moved at all. He expressionlessly crossed his arms and said honestly, "This is the first date proposal in my life, but I didn't feel anything." Lee Ji-hae couldn't help but laugh out loud. She jokingly continued, "Don't be like that, I agree." Lee Ji-hae now got to the main point and introduced Cha Shin Hyeon to some recent events. A new dungeon was formed in Bucheon. The danger level is the first 10 levels and is estimated to be about 45 to 50. Lee Ji-hae smiled and explained, "Meaning at that level we need to team up with a few high-level hunters." She spoke honestly, "That's not the place for a hunter around level 20 to go alone." Lee Ji-hae was very confident in his martial arts skills and asked with a bright face, "But it's different with Shin Hyeon's father, right?" Father Shin Hyeon also had some doubts about Lee Ji-hae's intentions. He speculated that she wanted the two of us to go into that dungeon. Father Shin Hyeon still had some doubts and asked again, "What was the reason?" Lee Ji-hae's face was serious. She replied in a low voice, her goal was to control the number of dangerous high-level dungeons. She expressed her wishes and hopes for Cha Shin Hyeon, "And I also hope he will get stronger as quickly as possible." He looked straight into Lee Ji-hae's eyes without saying anything. She continued to speak, "As a worker, hunt." Shin Hyeon's father looked at her and smiled, revealing his white teeth and asked, "Do you intend to carry me?" Lee Ji-hae likened him to an old man but frankly criticized him. "Oh my god, where did you learn that kind of language, and then you still act like an old martial arts master?" Cha Shin Hyeon explained helplessly, "I know there is, that's all." He complained and wondered, who is she considering as an old man? Cha Shin Hyeon pretended to be in Lee Ji-hae's belly and shook his teacup and said, "I understand, no wonder you support me so much. It turns out it was just because of an alliance." Then he asked her, "You let me grow into a strong hunter and then what are you going to do?" Lee Ji-hae looked at him putting down the teacup and said nothing thoughtfully. Then she opened her mouth to ask him, "Have you ever heard about the Sun Festival?" Lee Ji-hae explained about this Sun Festival. "It is an annual festival held by the Twilight Guild and the Dawn Guild." She continued to say, "It was like a friendly festival for us to determine the best training place in South Korea." Lee Ji-hae did not worry at all about exposing the nature of this festival. On the surface, it seemed like it was held to increase harmony between the two guilds, but in truth, it was an opportunity for us to observe the strength of the two guilds, enemies' strength, and decide when to cut the enemy's throat. Lee Ji-hae explains it simply, calling it a purge is fine. It's not widely publicized because it usually happens in dungeons, but we're at a point where it wouldn't be surprising when all-out war could break out at any time. We are like a barrel of gunpowder about to explode. Father Shin Hyeon still had some doubts and asked, "Why did the two guilds fight each other in the first place? If it was just a simple battle for power, it would have been a bit violent." He continued to speak his mind, "If it's just a simple battle for rights then it's a bit violent." Lee Ji-hae poured herself a cup of tea and explained, "It was all Park Tae-hoon's fault." She continued helplessly, "It wasn't like that before, but suddenly he wanted to compete for power like crazy." Lee Ji-hae was tired and gave Cha Shin a few examples, saying things like "We must listen to the words of the god of war" or something. Hearing that, he widened his eyes, stunned and speechless. Father Shin Hyeon seemed crazy and asked Lee Ji-hae about the identity of the god of war. "The god of war, why is he here? What is his relationship with Park Tae-hoon?" Lee Ji-hae did not know anything. She was in a hurry. He quickly explained why he knew about this person. "Calm down, I don't know much about the god of war, I just heard about it. One day, Park Tae-hoon received a message through the fighter status window." Cha Shin Hyeon heard that and thought thoughtfully, "The message?" His face was serious. Lee Ji-hae spoke honestly, "I don't wonder if it's true because we can't see other people's fighter windows, even if Park Tae-hoon received a special offer from the god of war." She also had some doubts and continued to say, "I don't understand how he could treat the Dawn Guild and me, who used to have a pretty good relationship with him, that way." Lee Ji-hae's eyes were filled with regret as she recounted the old days, "When we were boxers, we were partners and understood each other's lives well." Cha Shin Hyeon heard that and looked straight into Lee Ji-hae's eyes without saying anything. Lee Ji-hae spoke up and begged him, "Father Shin Hyeon, please, join the Sun Festival as a disciple of the Dawn Guild." Her expression was serious, her eyes showing determination. Oh Dong-hwan was already sitting in the car waiting for the two of them to arrive. On the way, Lee Ji-hae kept explaining to Cha Shin Hyeon about these two guilds. The energy balance could not be altered and changed according to the guild's movements. Twilight Festival. Li Jihei continued to say, it was because they were actively occupying the dungeons that were still on the rise. Donghuan saw the two of them gradually approaching the car. When the two got in the car, Li Jihei was still talking about this. Once the energy imbalance appeared at the Sun Festival, that would be the end of the Dawn Guild. Li Jihei sighed and continued to speak, since President Seo Kangjin, one of the four main players, disappeared at an important time. Cha Xinhaiyan's whole body was stiff, his expression seemed guilty for doing something, no matter what. Her words had pierced his conscience. Cha Xinhaiyan tried to stay calm and sympathetically replied, I more or less understand the situation, but I still haven't heard the reason why you want to turn me into a hunter. Li Jihei explained with a neutral expression that the Sun Festival invited internal media groups and was reported live. Li Jihei was not sure and pointed straight at Cha Xiang to make her guess. Don't tell me you intend to show off your martial arts skills to the whole world, she said frankly without any mercy. It's harder proving that he is a great fighter, and in the end only angered hunters around the world. Cha Xinhaiyan was a bit stunned when he heard that. She continued to speculate on his thoughts. Perhaps he was more confident in making a deal with the International Hunter Federation. This time Cha Xinhaiyan was sweating even more. He replied confusedly, I'm not saying I'm not like that. Cha Xinhaiyan silently exclaimed, I was teased a lot today. Li Jihei closed her eyes. She ordered him, that's why you have to participate in the Sun Festival and only use hunter skills, understand? Cha Xinhaiyan replied with a disgusted face. Then, however, in his heart he reassured himself, because he owed her, it would be very difficult to break her trust. Li Jihei was excited to see that she had achieved her goal and happily said, I knew you would be willing to accept. Well, Cha Xinhaiyan saw that he was being pitied and asked again, wait, that also counts as a contract, what do you mean? Li Jihei took out a suitcase for him with 8 skill blocks inside. She introduced him a bit, hey, these are the number of which skills you require, and also the high-level magician and witch skills, more. One by one, Cha Xinhaiyan pretended to be surprised and exclaimed, oh. Cha Xinhaiyan saw that he had so much and secretly wondered, well, I must be a few points better than Park Tae-hoon, right? He hypnotized himself, that was also a kind of victory, right? When suddenly a few pieces of paper appeared in front of him. Father Xinhaiyan looked at the 2 stacks of paper in front of him and wondered in horror, what is this pile? Li Jihei quickly spoke up to explain what those things were. Unlike martial artists, in modern times, these things called legal manipulation, these are documents proving the official relationship with the so-called disciples of the Dawn Guild. Li Jihei took out a pen. She continued to say, these are the documents confirming what we have provided so far, and the payment guarantee contract. Cha Xinhaiyan looked at the paper in front of her in fear. Li Jihei continued to introduce, this is the official hunter registration application and guild creation document. Father Xinhaiyan picked up a piece of paper to read. He had some doubts and asked, why do I have to create a guild? Li Jihei explained what those papers were. There were many complicated regulations for hunters to be free, attend the Sun Festival, but there are also many problems with verifying the amount of money spent on the things we always give you. She happily held the suitcase containing a few skill blocks and smiled brightly as she continued to speak, guess how much these blocks cost? I bet the price is higher than the price of a house. I understand, just sign. Cha Xinhaiyan bluntly exposed her intentions. It was her intention from the beginning, but the suitcase with 8 skill blocks exuded a strong smell of money. Picking up a rich lady was still a big deal. What else do you want? Father Xinhaiyan obediently signed each piece of paper. He boredly exclaimed, ha, why do I want to enter these things? When it came to another name, Cha Xinhaiyan muttered to himself, giving the name. Li Jihei replied, it's just a formality, so whatever you fill in is fine. When Father Xinhaiyan heard that, he filled in his name infinitely. Then he was teleported somewhere. Cha Xinhaiyan spoke up, feeling like. He looked at the dungeon of the little dinosaurs and continued to say, everything I do is going back and forth between the house and that dungeon. Li Jihei heard him say that and felt a sense of teasing. It looks pretty good, you look like a model student, that's an evil dungeon holding Buchon. Li Jihei had good intentions and reminded him to be careful, they are not strong individually. Li Jihei explained about the massiveness of this breed, but according to the information obtained, there are infinite numbers of them. Xinhaiyan's father also agreed. He spoke up, sure, according to when I probed with my key sense, the crowd appearing here must be at least 3,000 children. Li Jihei asked in confusion, why? Father Xinhaiyan didn't understand what he meant and continued to say, to me. He smiled confidently, shooting electricity high into the air and continued, the more targets, the better. Cha Shin Hyeon turned on his heel to take the stance. His eyes turned blue. Cha Shin Hyeon prepared to attack the monster. Father Shin Hyeon quickly threw his spear at them. Wherever his magic went, the monsters died. The monsters all fell down at the same time. Lee Ji-hae couldn't believe her eyes and exclaimed, she just learned that skill a few hours ago. Father Shin Hyeon explained, energy and ki, the function is similar. If you hear him say that, you can refute it, but it's not the case with me. Lee Ji-hae continued to say, if it's too much from the beginning, you'll run out of MB soon. Cha Shin Hyeon replied confidently, it's not the same story, I'm an infinite witch. Shin Hyeon's father, you use magic. Lee Ji-hae refused to accept her method to collect the moonstones and objected, but he was just classless. Father Shin Hyeon asked with an expressionless face, there is only one type of monster in the dungeon, isn't that right? Lee Ji-hae admitted, yes. Shin Hyeon's father exclaimed, really, it's so strange. Lee Ji-hae was a bit confused when she heard him say that. She spoke up to explain, since the dungeons first appeared 13 years ago, there must have been millions of them around the world. Lee Ji-hae continued speaking, but in no case did two types of monsters appear in pairs in the same dungeon. Suddenly deep inside the cave, some monster used its sharp claws to attack the smaller ones. The smaller ones could only lie still and wait for death. Then it was thrown hard against the stone wall. Lee Ji-hae firmly affirmed, not even one, a monster with rippling muscles, a muscular body with a six-pack spreading her wings. Someone is using a plate to get fish food from the bucket. That person dropped food into the lake, and a school of fish rushed up to bite the bait. Somewhere in Seoul, at the villa of the leader of the Sunset Guild, Park Tae-hoon, Kim Chol-yo stepped out and respectfully called out, sir, someone is in the mood to feed the fish. Kim Chol-yo's professional story tells about the information he just received. We received news that Lee Ji-hae, a deputy from the Dawn Guild, has been acting extremely suspicious lately. He is a subordinate of the guild leader, Kim Chol-yo Twilight Guild. The other person still didn't pay much attention and kept humming while feeding the fish. Kim Chol-yo looked at the paper in his hand and continued, she was doing her best to support a new person who hadn't registered with the association for a while. There is also news that she went to raid the secret place with this person. The other person expressed surprise and asked again, really, does Ji-hae really mean those things? He didn't understand the meaning and asked, then. Kim Chol-yo continued to announce the information. Based on the investigation results, the new person receiving Lee Ji-hae's support is the older brother of team leader Cha Yun-seo, who also belongs to the Dawn Guild. He introduced his identity, the suspect. This person's name is Father Shin Hyeon. There is something special about him. He disappeared for 14 years and only recently reappeared. Kim Chol-yo was a little confused and continued to introduce himself. What was even more coincidental was that when he appeared, the president of the other guild, Seo Kangjin, reinforced his intention to hide the news, and the other person raised his hand to stop him. Wait, he asked suspiciously, 14 years, where has my uncle been? Kim Chol-yo tried to rummage through the papers. He confusedly replied, our investigation team still hasn't been able to find that place. Kim Chol-yo gave another important information. Seo Kangjin, who found out he immediately disappeared, not retired. He gave his guess. It seems he went to Yun-seol's father's place to avenge his son, but the other person took off the hat on his head. He placed it on the fish food bucket and replied, he's dead. Kim Chol-yo was a little confused and asked again, yes. Park Tae-hoon explained to him, I said Seo Kangjin must have died. Kim Chol-yo was still ignorant and didn't understand what Park Tae-hoon meant. What did he mean? He smiled confidently and made his guess. It was definitely Shin Hyeon's father who killed him. He was the president of the Twilight Guild, Park Tae-hoon. Park Tae-hoon remembered the young man with the sly smile and sharp eyes who spoke that name. He wondered, did he come from martial arts? Father Shin Hyeon looked at the pile of monsters that were falling one by one and turning into moonstones. He muttered to himself, okay. Shin Hyeon's father clenched his fists and exclaimed, it felt so different when using wind fists. Kim Ji-hae spoke up, He looked at her a little confused. Kim Ji-hae spoke up a little confused, I know he is enjoying himself after gaining a new skill. Kim Ji-hae said helplessly, but it had been an hour. Then she asked Cha Shin Hyeon, after all, it was just a feeling, your MB hasn't run out yet, right? Kim Ji-hae exclaimed, just like that. The secret world will be destroyed at this speed. Only then did Cha Shin Hyeon look back at the results he had caused. He wondered, wow, has it really come to this? He pretended to cough and then asked, how should I explain? Cha Shin Hyeon speculated about the blocks that Kim Ji-hae gave her. Among the wizard skills she gave me there is something called Vitality Reversal, right? She freely admitted, yes, that is a move. Emergency form when he could exchange his life force for magical power. She still didn't understand what the problem was, so she asked again, what about it? Shin Hyeon's father explained with great wisdom that in the martial arts world, once she reaches level 35 in both internal and external skills, she will gain an immortal body, and in the immortal state, the strength she can use is unlimited, etc., and when her external skills reach level 40, she can restore her old age, and can continuously use her power to maintain ultimate vitality, blah blah. If she has eternal power, which means she also has eternal life force, and if I use life force reversal in that state I can use magic forever, a wonderful cycle. Kim Ji-hae didn't understand anything after listening, her head hurt. Father Shin Hyeon realized her awkwardness and apologetically said, oh sorry I suddenly babbled like this. He explained it to her in a more understandable way. In short, it is an infinite cycle of flow, no matter how different the martial arts are, as long as it reaches its ultimate form, everything will become one. Father Shin Hyeon slammed his hands together and continued smiling, what I basically said was that if you have a high level of martial arts, you can achieve anything. Kim Ji-hae still had doubts and asked again, is that really achievable? Cha Shin Hyeon sat down to gain momentum and jumped up high. He left the words, I will go find some small monsters before the boss battle. Kim Ji-hae heard him say that and silently wondered, the boss battle? She silently wondered, evaluate you, this person is not just communicating, he is just saying straight out what he thinks. Kim Ji-hae took out her dagger, she thought to herself, but I'm still worried about the boss when he's just a stupid monster. If that's the case, then the Solar Empire has nothing to worry about. Hesitate. Suddenly a giant animal landed on her from the sky. Kim Ji-hae was still deep in thought. She muttered to herself, I should. Before the monster could reach her, she received a free ticket to sell salt. Lee Ji-hae looked at the monsters in front of her, smiled and wondered, do something to make a living. Then another herd came to attack her. Lee Ji-hae can easily handle them with just a few slashes. She suddenly stuck her dagger into the cliff. Her whole body was floating in the air, all around Lee Ji-hae were flying monsters. She exclaimed, huh, seriously that's too high. After that, Lee Ji-hae gained momentum and jumped away. Wherever Lee Ji-hae flies, monsters will be defeated. In her hands, there were two daggers contaminated with a bit of black aura. Lee Ji-hae landed next to a cliff. She cautiously turned her head and looked back. Lee Ji-hae looked at the pile of monsters under her feet and doubted life, wondering when she would finish killing them all. Lee Ji-hae summoned space to hide her dagger. She thought to herself, even when she returns, I need to increase the danger warning. The number is too much more than the warning amount, and they still fly, so it's harder to hit. She had some doubts in her mind and wondered if she should arrange the raid positions later. Lee Ji-hae thought about arranging the formation, a team of 5 people, defense, magicians, long-range shooting, healing and another battle, when suddenly she realized something. A giant monster appeared above her head. Lee Ji-hae looked at it in panic as it raised its leg. The giant monster roared, and several others quickly flew up. Lee Ji-hae stammered out, what is this? The giant monster opened its mouth wide, spittle flying everywhere. Lee Ji-hae looked at them and silently wondered, what was this terribly big monster, and how could there be 2 of them in the secret place? When the monster tried to attack Lee Ji-hae, she jumped high to avoid it. The other one also chased after her. It opened its mouth wide as if it wanted to grab her. Lee Ji-hae exclaimed in horror, huh? She quickly took out her dagger, angrily gritted her teeth and muttered to herself, damn, this trouble. The giant monster still did not let her go. It still chased her along with several small monsters. The giant monster swung its wings diagonally to form a blade. Lee Ji-hae wriggled a bit and dodged. She looked at it still chasing behind and wondered, does it know how to use magic? Walking is not just a strange phenomenon anymore. Lee Ji-hae looked at the monster with her mouth wide open and silently exclaimed, this whole secret system is broken. Her eyes widened when someone touched her shoulder. Father Shin Hyeon seemed to know the presence of this monster and exclaimed, it finally appeared. Cha Shin Hyeon picked her up like a princess and slowly lowered her down. Lee Ji-hae asked him suspiciously, Mr. Shin Hyeon, finally don't tell me you know about it. Cha Shin Hyeon replied confidently, I told you, boss. He explained his discovery. While I was learning about the secret world with my senses, I discovered an unusual monster. Lee Ji-hae understood the problem and asked him, so you're saying you let that group of people hang around here even though you knew it? Giant monsters surrounding the two of you? Cha Shin Hyeon explained with a laugh, I'm waiting for it. Always fighting the boss is not for the end. Cha Shin Hyeon looked at Lee Ji-hae and said, hey, I know you're frozen with worry. He gently asked her, but she can handle it, right? Calm down. Lee Ji-hae was still a little worried and didn't say anything. The two landed on a cliff, and Father Shin Hyeon confidently said, besides, it's time to eat, let's choose the menu. He continued to ask her if she liked fried or grilled food. Lee Ji-hae responded helplessly, this situation is not suitable for talking about food. He used his magic. With one hand he created a fireball, and with the other hand he created an electric ray. Father Shin Hyeon crossed his hands and smiled confidently. Father Shin Hyeon's eyes were steady and he muttered to himself, I've been waiting for you all this time, today's dinner is chicken. Several ferocious monsters looked at him. Even though they were like that, Father Shin Hyeon still stared at them fearlessly. Lee Ji-hae looked at the giant monsters surrounding her. She felt ridiculous and said, ha, what the hell, ha, what the hell. She silently communicated with him, Mr. Shin Hyeon, you can hear me right, didn't you say you were going to use magic? She looked at Father Shin Hyeon who was using his fist to attack the monsters. I couldn't believe my eyes and asked. Lee Ji-hae looked at the monsters being gradually destroyed and wondered, isn't she just using her fists now? Cha Shin Hyeon looked at the electric rays on his hand and replied to Lee Ji-hae, what are you talking about? This is completely magic. Lee Ji-hae did not understand his logic and smiled wryly and said, of course it is, already. She gasped in horror when she saw something. A blue space appeared in the sky. From inside something stretched out its claws. Lee Ji-hae couldn't believe her eyes and wondered, a gate. From inside several giant monsters rushed out. Lee Ji-hae loudly reminded Father Shin Hyeon when he saw the monster opening its mouth wide behind him, Sir Shin Hyeon, be careful. Lee Ji-hae still couldn't believe the image she had just received and quickly ran away. She thought to herself, is a monster coming out of the gate? It can't be, until she saw that Cha Shin Hyeon was still there. Standing there stunned, she helplessly exclaimed, oh my god, this person. The two monsters rushed together to attack Lee Ji-hae. She quickly pulled her legs back. She thought to herself, it's too dangerous. When she saw more and more monsters surrounding Cha Shin Hyeon, Lee Ji-hae asked him in confusion, what are you doing? Stay away. Lee Ji-hae still tried to use telepathy to communicate with Father Shin Hyeon. Sir Shin Hyeon, can you hear me? She slashed two daggers diagonally to create a slash towards the monsters. Lee Ji-hae is still trying to talk to Father Shin Hyeon. I will create a place where you can stay, so hurry up. One of the monsters' eyes suddenly turned red. When Lee Ji-hae's attack gradually approached them, each of their eyes turned red. At the center creating a small tornado, Lee Ji-hae saw this and silently wondered if it didn't care if the smaller monsters died or not. Lee Ji-hae was scared and called his name, Mr. Shin Hyeon. She stood frozen while the children ran away. Lee Ji-hae raised her eyes to look up at them. She thought to herself, with this situation, now I know for sure, the smaller monsters don't move on their own. She looked at the small ones flying around the big ones and thought to herself, the bigger monsters are commanding the smaller ones. Lee Ji-hae was even more certain with her argument. She remembered their reaction to her previous attack, evidenced by the small monsters using their own bodies to block and attack the big ones. Willingly, sacrifice yourself. Lee Ji-hae held the dagger firmly. She thought to herself, this battle won't end if we can't eliminate the big ones. How should we approach them? She still didn't know what to do and exclaimed, and Lee Ji-hae looked at a group of monsters in front of her and asked about Father Shin Hyeon's condition. Is he okay? She remembered when she reminded him. At that time our eyes definitely met. Lee Ji-hae wondered, was he intentionally avoiding it? Lee Ji-hae sighed helplessly. She exclaimed, I never know what he's thinking, there's nothing to lose if he tells me. Lee Ji-hae was also a little worried about Father Shin Hyeon's safety and muttered to herself, this is the first time something strange like this has happened. No matter how strong Mr. Shin Hyeon is, this is still dangerous. I have to help him, but because that day is floating in midair, I have no way to reach him. She noticed a small monster flying above her head. Lee Ji-hae looked at them, not paying attention to her presence, and silently wondered, was it completely focused on Mr. Shin Hye-yeon? It didn't even realize that I was on its back, Lee Ji-hae thought to herself. So then approaching him was no longer a problem. Then she jumped onto the back of a monster. Lee Ji-hae secretly hoped that luck would smile on her. Please keep it up just a little longer, if I can solve that mutant monster that spreads a strange aura. The monster also noticed Lee Ji-hae's appearance and flapped its wings continuously. It did so with the intention of making her fall. In an emergency situation, with another monster below her, Lee Ji-hae gritted her teeth and clutched the dagger in her hand. Lee Ji-hae stuck the dagger into the monster's skin, her whole body floating in the air. She saw the other monster opening its mouth wide at her and wondered, "Ha, you finally noticed me." Lee Ji-hae pulled out her dagger and answered the giant monster's mouth, she thought to herself, but it was too late. Her hands raised high, Lee Ji-hae thought, as long as this was a duel, she was very happy. Be confident, no monster is my opponent. Lee Ji-hae's face was cold, her eyes showed murderous intent. She spoke with a harsh voice, her shadow danced, she opened her mouth. However, she paused a bit when she saw that behind the giant monster were many small ones looking at her with eyes waiting for orders to all rush forward. Lee Ji-hae leaned back and silently wondered, when will I be able to defeat them all? Suddenly some power passed through her. Father Shin Hye-yeon in the middle emitted blue power. Lee Ji-hae was also blinded and had to cover her face with her hands. Lee Ji-hae looked at him being able to do such a thing and was stunned and wondered, could he use a blade of power without any source of energy, and was he really using sword energy, to control multiple blades at the same time? She looked around at Cha Shin Hye-yeon's many swords and silently exclaimed, is this the state of the divine body? Cha Shin Hye-yeon confidently spoke up, playing the role of this hunter. With a cold face, he raised his hand to control and continued speaking, ending here. A pile of swords were simultaneously released. The swords were released like rain, they pierced many monsters, both large and small, they gradually disappeared, and the monsters fell in droves. Those that were still alive quickly flew away. Lee Ji-hae looked at a pile of sparkling moonstone falling on the ground. She silently exclaimed, thanks to Mr. Shin Hye-yeon, we were able to solve everything easily, but this is a huge problem. What if something similar happens in other dungeons? Lee Ji-hae considered carefully, she thought to herself, currently the system determines the standard level of hunters to clear dungeons based on the level of danger. This is enough to deal with the appearance of mutated monsters and portals. Lee Ji-hae frowned slightly, she became even more determined, without any doubt, that entire group would be wiped out. Lee Ji-hae looked at Father Shin Hye-yeon holding the green jade and thought, the Sun Festival is not important right now, we need to conduct a comprehensive investigation. Lee Ji-hae was still a little worried and pondered a bit, but there was no way that Park Tae-hoon would miss the opportunity when his attention was focused elsewhere. If he didn't pay attention, we could be attacked. The Twilight Guild defeated him instantly. She doesn't want to be manipulated like a doll. Lee Ji-hae's mood was confused, she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, Cha Shin Hye-yeon held out the blue pearl in front of her. Lee Ji-hae was a bit confused. Lee Ji-hae was suspicious and asked Father Shin Hye-yeon, what are you doing? He was a bit dissatisfied and blamed her. Why are you so absent-minded? I'm asking you about this stone, it looks a bit different from the others. Lee Ji-hae looked at the stone in his hand and explained, it was a monster skill stone. She silently exclaimed, you're being ridiculous, Mr. Shin Hye-yeon, because you caught a big one, so it seems like you received a rare skill stone. Lee Ji-hae didn't understand what she meant but muttered to herself, a big monster, yes, a big monster. Cha Shin Hye-yeon held the stone tightly in her hand, not understanding what she meant. Lee Ji-hae suddenly spoke solemnly, Sir Shin Hye-yeon. She glanced at him and said seriously, I have something to tell you. A month later, several passers-by were happily discussing with each other. One person asked, hey, have you seen the poster about the Sun Festival? The second person replied, of course, can't wait. The other person spoke up to evaluate, but no one seemed to be in that group. One person gave his guess, I think that name is Shin Hye-yeon's father, he is trending on the internet. Kim Chul-yo was sitting next to the nearby bench listening to them talk. Someone spoke up in agreement, indeed, he registered as a hunter with less than a month to go. Someone spoke up and told the rest of the information he had just received. It was rumored that he was the secret weapon of the Dawn Guild that nurtured it. Kim Chul-yo heard that and his mother's sweat broke out, all over his face. He looked at the skyscraper in front of him and exclaimed, I'm sure I'm dead. Inside, someone angrily threw a glass straight at Kim Chol-yo's face, breaking it. The other person angrily shouted, "Are you kidding me?" He continued to reprimand him. He was the chosen one. It was because he was saving news of the Dawn Guild, but he couldn't even find out where he had been for the past 14 years, let alone his rank and profession. Kim Chol-yo, as an employee, dares to turn on his boss and bow his head to apologize. "I'm sorry, Twilight Guild, emergency meeting of the management board." Someone walked in and spoke, "Director Park." Director Park saw this and stood up a bit scared. He stammered and said, "Guild leader." This mean-looking man was the leader of the Twilight Guild, Park Tae-hoon. He picked up the glass of water and took a sip. Park Tae-hoon glanced at the other person, ordered him to sit down. Everyone obediently sat down. Park Tae-hoon spoke up. It seemed the Dawn Guild was quite worried. Park Tae-hoon stood up and continued talking. It seemed like they chose it a bit early so it could be a hidden card. Then he calmly spoke up, "We'll only know if it's a trick or a jackpot when all the cards are turned up, aren't they?" Cha Shin-hyeon's face was clearly shown on the projection screen. Park Tae-hoon smiled confidently and continued, "We just need to eliminate the seeds of conflict." Kim Chol-yo sat in a coffee shop in a confused mood. Even though he was so worried, he kept looking at the clock. Kim Chol-yo looked at the clock showing 10:10 and silently wondered, should he be here at this time? When he saw that the person he needed to meet had arrived, Kim Chol-yo stood up and waved, "Ah, over here." "The guy offered me a proper suit." Kim Chol-yo thanked me. "Thank you for agreeing to my sudden invitation." He called, Cha Shin-hyeon. Cha Shin-hyeon was invited here by Kim Chol-yo. He was dressed smartly, his hands in his pockets. Father Shin-hyeon looked at the young man in front of him with searching eyes. He thought to himself, Kim Chol-yo took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his face. He hesitated a bit and called out, Brother Shin-hyeon." He glanced at his hand movements. They shook hands. Cha Shin-hyeon spoke impolitely and somewhat rudely and asked Kim Chol-yo, "So you are the Kim Chol-yo from Twilight?" He thought to himself, "Yes, Yoon-seo told me to change the way I talk." Cha Shin-hyeon continued, "Keep asking, Kim Chol-yo, is that right?" Kim Chol-yo politely replied with a sweaty face, "Yes, that's right, it's an honor to meet you." He silently scolded you, this impolite brat. Kim Chol-yo's face turned pale. He thought to himself, even so it's a good thing that he revealed his true self like this. My mission today is to collect as much information about this person as possible. He was sad, stinking. He spoke up to explain why he invited Father Shin-hyeon here, the reason I invited him here. He noticed something and rummaged through his bag. Oh, right, before that, Cha Shin-hyeon looked at Kim Chol-yo like an idiot and silently wondered, is there any other reason to keep Twilight under control, when they're just idiots like this? He looked at the thing in front of him and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Kim Chol-yo pointed to this thing and explained, "This is a magic tool known as a soundproofing tool. If you press this button." Kim Chol-yo pressed the button. A barrier appeared around the two of them. He continued to explain, a barrier to block outside sounds would be created. Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly exclaimed, "Huh?" Kim Chol-yo continued to talk, "Our voice will not leak out. This is a perfect device for private conversations." Shin-hyeon's father found it interesting and muttered to himself, "Chatting privately, huh?" Kim Chol-yo asked him a little confused, "Didn't he come here to expect this? He is Shin-hyeon's father." Kim Chol-yo seriously made a proposal, about the Infinite Guild, the Twilight Guild. "No, the Twilight Guild really wants to establish a partnership with you, Brother Shin-hyeon." Cha Shin-hyeon thought to himself, "Well, it's pretty much what I expected." He showed no interest and replied, "Don't you know that I joined the Sun Festival? I'm cooperating with the guild at Dawn." Kim Chol-yo replied confused, "Of course, we all know that. We also know that you receive the full support of the Dawn Guild." Kim Chol-yo continued to talk about the information his side had investigated. The hidden details of the trouble involving Chairman Seo Kangjin were obvious, but we also dug deeper into the raid on the vault, the prison you did with Guild Vice President Lee Jie. Kim Chol-yo continued to say, "Even so, Brother Shin-hyeon, you never joined the Dawn Guild." He pushed up his glasses while trying to persuade Father Shin-hyeon to instead form a one-member guild and establish a cooperative relationship with them. Kim Chol-yo continued to adjust his glasses and said the key words, "Knowing this, we have definitely determined that there is a gap in the relationship between you and the Dawn Guild." Shin-hyeon's father, Kim Chol-yo confidently make a proposal with a firm affirmation, "Come with us, we can promise you things that the Dawn Guild can never do." Cha Shin-hyeon smiled and said nothing. He thought to himself, look at him, he's better than I thought. I have to take back what I thought about him before. His vision is really impressive. Difficult, which could refute what he said, however. Kim Chaleo thought he would agree to join their guild but looked at the documents and said, let me explain the final terms as well as the application conditions, and then, Cha Shin Hyeon stood up and slapped him. The table said, no need. Cha Shin Hyeon told me why he came here and refused. I only came here because I was curious about what you would say, but it's a waste of my time. I will refuse your offer. He turned around and left leisurely, just waving goodbye. Kim Chaleo saw him like that in surprise and asked, huh, you refused right before I even made the offer. Kim Chaleo still tried to hold on and stood up and suggested, you just need to leave the Sun Festival, then whatever you want, we will. Cha Shin Hyeon replied without fear, I owe you Lee Ji-ae. He glanced at him and said confidently, I completely despise losing, you know. Kim Chaleo still tried to hold on to him in vain and asked, please wait, if he keeps leaving like that, then, Cha Shin Hyeon will still leave without any mercy. Kim Chaleo cried without tears and silently cursed, you bastard, I still have a lot of things left unsaid. He called out your name in despair, brother Shin Hyeon. Park Tae-hoon, in disguise, reprimanded Kim Chaleo from a distance. How long was he planning to stare into the void like that? He was startled and looked towards the direction of the sound. Kim Chaleo called out in fear. The guild leader, Park Tae-hoon, looked at him with disgust. He walked up and put his arm around Kim Chaleo's shoulder and said coldly, Chaleo, I thought I said it. Park Tae-hoon continued talking, prolonging the conversation as long as possible. He exclaimed that my eavesdropping was useless, then he violently pulled out the eavesdropping device from behind Kim Chaleo's shirt. Kim Chaleo was scared and apologized, I'm sorry, that bastard, I mean, that guy was really rude. And also, Park Tae-hoon shrugged like it was okay. He replied, whatever, it's important, more important. He made a guess that there was something unusual about him, probably. Park Tae-hoon wondered, in the end, who he was. Lee Ji-hae was on the other side listening to Cha Shin Hyeon's phone call. She understood the situation there. So that's what happened. Cha Shin Hyeon guessed the feelings of Park Tae-hoon. Now that Park Tae-hoon, that must be very sad. Father Shin Hyeon continued, he probably thought I was from the Miram world, but the name of the ultimate sword emperor had not spread far yet. He recounted his feelings just now and agreed with Lee Ji-hae. From the moment I entered the shop, I felt his aura rising. It seems your prediction was correct. He remembered the guy wearing the hat sitting in the corner of the shop. Lee Ji-hae praised him, very good, that guy, he's quite cautious, he's the type that will become more and more worried once the situation is no longer as he planned. Cha Shin Hyeon continued to say, he will no longer be its a debt that has been hindering me for a while. How are the dungeon investigations going? Lee Ji-hae leaned against the wall and replied, well, thanks to you, there have been no reports of strange phenomena from the dungeon yet. She continued confidently, at least, for now. She gratefully spoke up, if it weren't for you personally investigating this suspicious dungeon, I would probably have to work myself to death. Brother Shin Hyeon, thank you for your help. Father Shin Hyeon was suspicious, asked her, then, do I have to do anything else? Lee Ji-hae replied, no, nothing special. She looked at her phone and said in confusion, no, nothing special. Lee Ji-hae heard Cha Shin Hyeon's feelings and asked suspiciously, his voice seemed grumpy, what's wrong? He remained silent and said nothing. Suddenly Cha Yoon-sol came out and asked, brother, have you finished talking yet? She smiled and suggested, let's go. Cha Shin Hyeon stopped the phone. He satisfied his sister and replied, okay. Cha Shin Hyeon thought to himself, there is no other way. The two brothers walked to the cemetery. Cha Yoon-sol touched the family photo. She muttered to herself, father, mother. She leaned her head against the glass cabinet and said, you're back. Cha Yoon-sol was moved and cried. Cha Shin Hyeon stood behind him. He saw his sister silent like that, not saying anything. Cha Shin Hyeon thought to himself, I know. He closed his eyes and turned away, silently lamenting that coming here was also a mistake. I looked at the family photo, lost in an endless stream of thoughts. I am so different now than I was in the past, standing right in front of my parents' ashes, but I can't even shed a drop of water. Cha Shin Hyeon turned and left. He blamed himself. Even when he made her see his inhumane side, Cha Yoon-sol saw him leave and still looked after him. Cha Shin Hyeon blamed himself and thought, there was nothing I could do to help Yoon-sol. Cha Yoon-sol looked at his back as he left. She was sad and silently cried. silently looking in his direction. Yoon-sol's father touched his parents' ashes and asked his brother, "Do you feel anything?" She continued to ask. He was not sad, or even touched at all. Cha Shin-hyeon heard that and did not respond. Cha Yoon-sol still looked at his back. She was confused and asked, "Hey, why didn't you say anything?" Cha Yoon-sol tried to start a conversation and continued speaking, as if what he just said was true. Cha Shin-hyeon finally opened his mouth. He apologized. Cha Shin-hyeon silently exclaimed. There was no way he could completely hide it. Cha Shin-hyeon spoke up without knowing what he meant. "I have become the person who cannot show you what you want to see." I still turned my back towards her. Cha Yoon-sol heard him say that and clenched his teeth angrily. She used all the strength she had since birth to scream, "Do you know how strange you are? What are you apologizing for, and what do you think I want to see?" Cha Yoon-sol turned black and continued to say, "What you want is..." She remembered the old days when her brother carried her out. Cha Yoon-sol wiped his tears and continued to speak, "Why have you changed so much? Even now you have been acting so coldly." Cha Shin-hyeon turned around, he looked at her darkly. Cha Yoon-sol couldn't understand and asked, "I don't know if you are still my brother anymore." "Well, because time has passed too long, then, I guess you can never be the same again. No longer important." Cha Yoon-sol still had tears on his face and continued to say, "After all, you have lived well on your own until today." Cha Shin-hyeon watched his sister leave without saying anything. He couldn't bear it and secretly exclaimed, "I really shouldn't have come here in the first place." Cha Shin-hyeon remembered the old images and silently wondered, "Why, you ask? Why have I changed so much? Shin-hyeon's father is just like her, I don't know why," he thought to himself. He also wished he knew that. Why does this have to happen to me? Suddenly the martial status window appeared. Cha Shin-hyeon muttered to himself, "The world mirror status window," on it displayed. "Why?" Cha Shin-hyeon couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "No way." A chained person smiled mischievously at him. The system asked, "Do you still consider yourself a human?" Shin-hyeon's father widened his eyes in horror. The system called his name, Shin-hyeon's father. The system continues to ask, "How is this possible?" The notice board on the system asked Father Shin-hyeon, "Are you still human?" It calls your name, Father Shin-hyeon. Father Shin-hyeon stood still, looking at the system. He was also unsure about himself and wondered, "Human?" He asked the system angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" However, his hands were unconsciously shaking. The system continues to assimilate you, stop resisting in vain. He proposed to Father Shin-hyeon, "If you need motivation, I can lend a hand." Shin-hyeon's father turned black and muttered to himself, "You're still the same, you still decide everything yourself. Even though we've been together for many years now, I still don't know the identity of the system, so I asked, 'Who are you?'" Shin-hyeon's father smiled strangely and asked him if he was the god of war. The system threatened, "I will take everything from you again. Just wait." Cha Shin-hyeon was not afraid at all. He smiled and exclaimed, "Ha, this is crazy." Then he reached out to remove the tie, flap down. Father Shin-hyeon muttered to himself, "I don't know who you are and why you did that to me, but try if you can." The closet door kept shaking for some reason. Father Shin-hyeon was not afraid of that threat. He confidently said, "I will find you and tear you into 100,000 pieces." The system announces again, "Just wait." Father Shin-hyeon held the black tie in his hand and watched the system gradually disappear. Father Shin-hyeon was still standing still, his serious face slightly frowning. His eyes looked a bit unclear and looked aimlessly. Cha Shin-hyeon muttered to himself, "Everything is mine." Cha Yoon-sol walked for a while and suddenly stopped. Her eyes were still watery as she looked back. She turned around and looked towards Cha Shin-hyeon. Cha Yoon-sol helplessly sighed and silently blamed his brother. Sigh, he didn't even bother to chase after him, this petty thing. A few days later, a girl with chestnut brown hair happily broadcast. It seemed she was the MC. She excitedly opened her mouth. "Hello everyone, this day has finally come." She was so excited that her mouth was constantly buzzing, especially with the heroes who were about to go out to explore dungeons and hunt monsters. We had been waiting for a long time with burning passion and excitement, and looking forward to our demon hunters. The person next to her looked at her like an alien and agreed. Yes, that person silently exclaimed, "I chose the wrong person." The reporter put her hands on the table and seriously got straight to the point. "Without further ado, we'll start right away," she excitedly introduced. "Finally, the big event in Korea. MC continued talking. The Sun Festival was starting. MC continued to speak. Although it was a festival that brought peace and helped hunters get closer together, under the stands everyone gathered, everyone enthusiastically cheered. The commentator continued to introduce, as you can see, the demon hunters in action. This is also the purpose of the festival. On the field gathered many hunters smiling happily at everyone. Cha Shin-hyeon was one of the contestants. He looked at the surrounding atmosphere and exclaimed, feeling like this was the Olympic or World Cup. Lee Ji-hae sat aside leisurely drinking tea and explained, it's really the same. In the eyes of the public, the thing they care about the most are the hunters. She went on to say, hunters are like flashy magic-using heroes in movies, but that information is banned worldwide. Lee Ji-hae opened and closed her eyes as she continued to speak. She suddenly realized something. Another purpose of the Sun Festival is to build a friendlier image for hunters. She looked like Cha Shin-hyeon was looking into the distance and calling his name, Shin-hyeon-si. Lee Ji-hae was a little confused and said, She reached out to grab the cup of coffee on the table. Lee Ji-hae probably guessed the situation and asked Cha Shin-hyeon, did he have an argument with team leader Cha Yoon-sol? He remained silent and said nothing. It was likely that what she said hit him right in the heart. She remembered when she met the two of them, Cha Yoon-sol acted angry, while Cha Shin-hyeon was on the side of waiting and understood the situation. No wonder, out of the two of them, we went to the arena. Lee Ji-hae was a little curious and suggested as well as speculated, tell me, what's going on? I guess it's because Shin-hyeon-si did something wrong, right? Lee Ji-hae once again said it correctly. Father Shin-hyeon silently exclaimed, just like before, she is very good at guessing the right heart. Father Shin-hyeon offered to help me find a house, in a quiet and deserted place. Lee Ji-hae was a little confused and asked, what are you talking about? Cha Shin-hyeon explained the reason. I received a message from the martial arts status window. Lee Ji-hae widened her eyes when she heard him say that. Father Shin-hyeon continued to say, I don't know what object it is, but I think the God of War is watching me. Father Shin-hyeon spoke up in a confused mood, because I didn't know why I was opposing the God of War. He thought about his sister's safety and exclaimed, if Yoon-sol was with me, she would be in danger, and right now Cha Yoon-sol was looking at the bow in his hand. On the table are her arrows. Lee Ji-hae stood up a bit nervously, waited a minute, Shin-hyeon-si, she still didn't understand and asked again. The message was from martial arts and the God of War. Everything was so sudden that my brain couldn't load it yet. Lee Ji-hae tried to advise Cha Shin-hyeon to think again. If everything was true, he would have to stay with her and live alone because he wanted to protect his sister. This sounds so strange. Father Shin-hyeon listened to her advice and said nothing. He spoke helplessly, Yoon-sol doesn't need a brother like me. Shin-hyeon's father sadly told him that he had said that the brother he knew and wanted to meet had disappeared a long time ago, and in the picture was the boy happily walking with his parents and eating candy, cotton. Shin-hyeon's father still kept that thought and continued to say, wouldn't it be better to go back to the way it was before? Lee Ji-hae couldn't listen anymore and directly flirted with him. However, she kept her composure without attacking him. Lee Ji-hae said with a black face, I don't want to interfere in other people's family matters, but if my brother told me that, I would definitely punch him. I would pretend he was my brother, please. Lee Ji-hae continued to ask, Shin-hyeon-si, you don't understand your sister as well as I do, right? Cha Shin-hyeon seemed to be awakened by her words. Lee Ji-hae was also about to tell about Cha Yoon-sol, father's captain. Yoon-sol is. Suddenly Oh Dong-hwan opened the door to look for her. He spoke up, Deputy Guild Leader, are you here? Oh Dong-hwan saw the two people's strange posture and announced, I'm sorry, Vice Guild Leader, the event is about to start. Lee Ji-hae laughed awkwardly, deliberately playing the wrong thing. Dong-hwan-si, really? Knocking on the door is basic etiquette. We'll talk more when I get back. I asked Cha Shin-hyeon, don't go anywhere, until I come back, okay? He glanced at her without saying anything. Father Shin-hyeon scratched his cheek and agreed. Well, he silently wondered, am I being punished? On the field, someone spoke up, our beloved citizens, before the official start of the event, let's admire the opening ceremony. The head of the organizing committee of the Sun Festival, Dawn Winter and Dusk, will appear on stage. This scruffy-looking young man with a beard is the expedition class Jeon Junho of the Dawn Guild. Walking next to him is Lee Ji-hae. This serious-looking young man is the assassin class of the Twilight Guild Jang Sung-hyuk. MC was captivated by Jang Junho's handsome appearance and stared at him, then explained, maybe some people don't know, Guild Deputy Lee Ji-hae and Guild Leader Park Tae-hoon used to work together in the same guild. Jang Junho helplessly admitted, yes, that's right. The reporter continued to say, the two hunters were colleagues when they first started their career. I was extremely curious how they felt when facing each other at the top. Someone reached out to shake her hand, for a long time, then I didn't see you, Vice Guild Lee Ji-hae. Park Tae-hoon smiled brightly at her. Lee Ji-hae angrily gritted her teeth. However, she still smiled and replied, yes. The owner asked Park Tae-hoon, are you still okay? She looked at Jang Junho and exclaimed, the assassin who used to be my backup is now very tall. Then she held out her hand to him to greet him. Vice Guild Leader Lee Ji-hae. Jang Junho firmly held his weapon. He looked at her wearily. Park Tae-hoon smiled and asked with his eyes closed, I heard that recently she was busy renovating and preparing for the new recruits. He laughed sarcastically and continued to ask, you're always interested in weak guys, Park Tae-hoon thought. Ji-hae. He silently made up his mind, this time I will also remove it with my own hands, all the things that are holding you back. He remembered the image of Lee Ji-hae crying and hugging her dead teammate. She shook her head and sighed, sigh. Lee Ji-hae smiled confidently and replied, I'll take that as a compliment, Guild Leader Park Tae-hoon. She silently scolded him, if you're good, just try, this bastard. Park Tae-hoon smiled mischievously at her. When the two shook hands, the MC announced that the Sun Festival would now officially begin. A young man wearing armor was aggressively attacking his opponent. He shouted, hey! A young man used a continuous attack warrior skill to try to attack the girl in front of him. The other girl seemed unable to stand it any longer and angrily muttered to herself, huh, damn. That young man without mercy raised his weapon and prepared to strike. That girl was attacked by him until she vomited blood. She widened her eyes in pain and exclaimed, huh. The commentator introduced, single match number 5 in the Warrior Tournament, the victory belonged to contestant Nam Seung-mo of the Twilight Guild. This is truly a great power, even if only by one. Blunt weapon designed specifically for competition purposes. He seriously injured his opponent. 3 people, Lee Ji-hae and Park Tae-hoon, and another person sat on the public stage watching the match. Park Tae-hoon smiled sarcastically, it's true that there is sand in the dawn. It's been a long time since Nam Seung-mo had to fight with an opponent for so long. Lee Ji-hae's face turned black when she heard that. He continued to talk endlessly, but after all, she was not a big threat. Lee Ji-hae silently cursed him, the arrogant guy. Park Tae-hoon was about to stand up. He spoke, I have to go now. Park Tae-hoon left without hiding his sarcastic smile, hoping that the next match would arouse my interest. Lee Ji-hae still angrily looked at his back. She turned black and glanced at him without saying anything. When Park Tae-hoon walked inside, the guild deputy was already standing in front and called out to him, the guild leader. He was a little dissatisfied and asked when I could. The guild deputy slowly pulled out his sword and asked, kill Lee Ji-hae. His sword sparkled with rainbow light. Park Tae-hoon smiled back, relax, Seung-hyuk, he said confidently, soon. Park Tae-hoon glanced outside and continued talking, everything has a number. He looked at the person preparing to go on the floor and wondered, now, is her name Cha Yoon-sol? I will go greet you, me a little. Outside the arena, the commentator introduced, hello to all the beloved audience, this is the Survival Archer Arena. She continued, a great opportunity to see the expert archers representing each guild. The commentator introduced, the preliminary round will take place in a few minutes. Commentator, are you special? Pay attention to anyone. The commentator next to me coughed and introduced, there were many outstanding candidates, but I personally paid attention to Cha Yoon-sol. She was quite young but had a lot of promise with many great achievements. He continued to talk, but I heard that she had an unfortunate accident recently. People called it the Red Lone Dungeon Incident. Cha Yoon-sol heard that with an expressionless expression on his face. The participants were surprised and asked each other, what, team leader Cha Yoon-sol would really participate? The rest also whispered back, how could a guild send someone who massacred his partner like that? But the other person was skeptical and wondered, really, what would happen if we made a mistake? Cha Yoon-sol angrily said directly to those guys, if you intentionally let me hear it, why didn't you say it directly to my face? The 2 cowardly young men heard that and quickly covered their mouths. The 2 of them left one after another. The one behind them even called the one in front to wait for me. Cha Yoon-sol's face darkened. She crossed her arms over her chest and turned away. Cha Yun-sol leaned helplessly against the wall. She silently exclaimed that after that day, I still didn't say a word to him. Cha Yun-sol still couldn't forgive him and got angry. Suddenly thinking about it made her angry. She was angry at Cha Shin-hyeon's behavior. She was the sad one. Why did he avoid it? Someone walked in and called her, Captain Cha Yun-sol. The purple-haired girl walked in and asked Cha Yun-sol, could she go to the waiting room for a bit? She continued to say, there was someone waiting for her. Cha Yun-sol was confused as to who was looking for him at this hour. She silently wondered, perhaps, Cha Yun-sol denied his thoughts, it couldn't be him. Lee Ji-hae smiled and asked Cha Yun-sol, who had a dark face next to him, what do you think, team leader? Cha Yun-sol still maintained a polite attitude, which replied, I'm fine. Cha Yun-sol was a bit confused and asked Lee Ji-hae directly, why did you call me out right before the competition? Lee Ji-hae replied, not knowing what she meant, what do you mean? I just want to cheer for the factor, only the guild's prospects. She continued talking with Shin Hyunsi but didn't know where he went. Cha Yun-sol heard that, his face darkened and he didn't say anything. Lee Ji-hae saw her expression without saying anything. She spoke frankly, I don't know what happened, but shouldn't you two resolve the misunderstanding? Cha Yun-sol's eyes widened when she heard that. Her eyes looked a little hateful as she looked at Lee Ji-hae. Cha Yun-sol asked in a cold voice, since when do you look into other people's affairs like the guild vice president? Lee Ji-hae smiled and countered, why did you say that? I'm only worried as someone who supports Shin Hyunsi and her superiors. Hearing that, Cha Yun-sol suddenly burst out laughing, ha. Cha Yun-sol frankly confronted Lee Ji-hae, to be honest, I don't like you at all, Vice Guild, it seems like you're using him to do what you want. Then you saw Lee Ji-hae's stiff expression, if Lee Ji-hae asks again, did I say something wrong? She continued to make her argument, thinking back, he had decided to become a hunter right after he met her, while it hadn't been long since he returned to normal life. Cha Yun-sol angrily gritted his teeth and continued, he shouldn't have become a hunter. Cha Yun-sol gradually lost control and grabbed Lee Ji-hae's shoulder and continued to say, why did he want to be a hunter and become stronger? He was pursuing something without telling him, I know. Cha Yun-sol exclaimed helplessly, as if he was. Lee Ji-hae silently gaped at her. Cha Yun-sol cried sadly, no longer the brother I knew. She judged Cha Shin-hyeon now, he was so different and distant. The commentator speaks up, Archer survival will begin in a few minutes, all candidates, please enter the arena. Cha Yun-sol raised his hand to wipe away his tears and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to show you this side of me, now please excuse me. Lee Ji-hae spoke up, instead of me, Shin Hyunsi probably wouldn't want to change that much. Cha Yun-sol paused. Cha Yun-sol walked past Lee Ji-hae and had to freeze when he heard what she said, I know. Lee Ji-hae continued to say, I experienced the same pent-up feeling as Shin Hyunsi. She recalled an old memory when her dagger was covered in human blood. Lee Ji-hae continued to explain, he fell into hell, where he could lose his life at any time, and even if he stayed there for a long time, he could not stay awake. Apple. She remembered her murders and wary eyes and speculated that perhaps he didn't want to show the dark side of his personality to his sister. Cha Yun-sol left, she exclaimed, how strange, why do I have to hear about my brother, from you? There is a guild. Cha Yun-sol became even angrier as he glared at Lee Ji-hae as he made his guess, he definitely considered me an untrustworthy person, compared to you, the guild vice president, who is on equal footing with him. Lee Ji-hae watched Cha Yun-sol's back slowly walking away. She still faithfully looked towards her. Lee Ji-hae noticed the presence of a third person and glanced in that direction. She saw Cha Shin-hyeon hiding to the side and spoke, I was wondering where he disappeared to, but it turned out to be here. Of course Lee Ji-hae knew him well enough to ask, he said he would leave her, but I guess he still worries about his little sister a lot. Cha Shin-hyeon was caught off guard and replied confusedly, I just passing by. Lee Ji-hae heard that and said nothing. She was a little angry and exclaimed, really, he is no different from Park Tae-hoon. Cha Shin-hyeon was confused and asked again, huh? Lee Ji-hae suddenly grabbed his collar. Lee Ji-hae was indignant on behalf of Cha Yun-sol and shouted angrily, why can't you be a little honest? Team leader Cha Yun-sol is no longer the child in your memories. Cha Shin-hyeon stammered and asked again, she doing? Lee Ji-hae continued to ask, do you really think that hiding your intentions is good for your sister? Cha Shin-hyeon was speechless, not knowing what to say. Lee Ji-hae shouted angrily, stop making me laugh, if you have anything to say, just say it. don't hide anything. She finally let him go, then she ordered Cha Shin-hyeon to follow me. Lee Ji-hae confidently said, I will show you another side of your sister that you don't know. The referee held a gun in her hand. The gun shot into the sky to open the match. Everyone quickly ran away. The commentator announced, the Archers preliminary match. In a little while, the 6 teams of Dawn and Dusk will fight each other. Cha Eun-sol led the crowd to rush away. Park Tae-hoon sat watching the match muttering to himself, I wonder what will happen. He left and spoke, hoping that Ji-hae liked what I had prepared. Park Tae-hoon continued confidently, this is just the beginning. Cha Eun-sol still sadly rushed away. Cha Eun-sol heard his teammate's announcement through his headset. The other person said, this is indeed Code C. We have encountered the enemy. Code E, we will reinforce everyone. The other team spoke up to announce the clue they had just discovered. Went to Code G, we discovered the enemy right in front about 200 meters away at 2 o'clock. Cha Eun-sol heard that and glanced in the direction there. She remembered what Lee Ji-hae had just said, he wouldn't want to show a pathetic face in front of his sister. Then the cold back of Father Shin-hyeon. Cha Eun-sol was angry and punched the wall hard. She scolded her brother, his stupid brother. Cha Eun-sol was angry and punched harder. She gritted her teeth when she wasn't believed and muttered to herself, just because he doesn't say anything, I won't realize it, just tell me what happened. Let's go. He shared everything with Lee Ji-hae. Her teammates contacted her and spoke up. Enemy police were confirmed to have entered a valley in Area 3, the target was out of sniper range. I waited for reinforcements to arrive. Cha Eun-sol angrily whispered, does he still think he's a child? She muttered to herself, do you think you're the only one who's changed? One of her enemies was standing high above watching. Her teammate announced, no problem, there's no problem with sniping. The other person was shocked and spoke up to correct, what, wait a minute, the enemy was out of range of 300 meters, even if she belonged to the archer class, using a bow and arrow to shoot competitively was impossible. The other person continued, waiting for reinforcements. Cha Eun-sol stepped forward. She confidently said, it's okay, I will eliminate them. She raised her bow with a cold face and aimed straight at the enemy. Cha Eun-sol's teammates called out to her, Captain Cha Eun-seol, she used shooting techniques to attack the opponent. Next was the martial art of electric sword. The arrow suddenly rushed in, making her opponent bewildered and not knowing how to handle it. The arrow rushed forward and pierced his heart. The system board displays that name is eliminated. The commentator announced, the 6th guard of the Twilight team, Huang Chi-woong, could not continue fighting. Cha Eun-sol announced with a cold face, Code I, successful sniper. The other person praised her, understood, played very well. Cha Eun-sol was angry, his face full of murderous intent, muttering to himself, don't underestimate me, stupid brother. She remembered the old days, when her parents had just passed away. She was sitting quietly in a corner. People attending the funeral were whispering, oh my God, she's so pitiful, what should she do? God is so cruel. Patience, how could she lose all her family so suddenly? No one can raise her, I heard. The group continued to talk. They couldn't even find her brother's body. Cha Eun-sol angrily clenched her hands. She thought to herself, no, he's not dead. She remembered that day and remained steadfast in her argument. Surely he was still alive somewhere, he would soon appear, in front of me. I would pray and believe in that prayer. Cha Eun-sol's eyes were dull. She noticed something and wondered, huh, what is that? She glanced at the TV. A blonde girl spoke, everyone, the day when nightmares come, is not far away. The other person clasped his hands and continued to say, humanity must evolve. The group of people were confused and wondered, what the hell, is the TV broken? Cha Eun-sol kept glancing at the TV. She thought to herself, divine revelation of goddesses, monsters, dungeons and hunters, because if this ridiculous world becomes reality, I'm sure my brother will come back. In fact, I believe it even more strongly. Eun-sol's father remembered the day, she silently exclaimed, when she received the archer profession after the hunter aptitude test, and joined the hunter academy after being raised by the state. She was subjected to school violence. The group of people poured milk on her head. The classmates maliciously teased Cha Eun-sol, oh, orphan, isn't it delicious? She angrily slammed her hand on the table. They loudly asked her, aren't you jealous? Those guys wouldn't stop teasing us. We had to pay a huge tuition fee to enter the academy, but it was exempt. Suddenly the food tray flew straight into his face. The purple-haired guy screamed in pain, ah! Eun-sol's father angrily shouted at him, if you're jealous, Then you'll also be orphans. The other guy looked at her angrily. The purple-haired guy angrily scolded Cha Yun-sol, this psychotic bitch. She was not afraid at all but radiated murderous intent all over her body, angrily responding to him, "Why, you bastard, stop babbling. If you're brave enough, if you believe me, follow me out." Even though that guy was angry, he still couldn't do anything to her. Cha Yun-sol thought to himself, that's how I graduated at the top of the academy, and then, I was determined by the guild that everyone wanted to join Dawn's recruitment. The ferocious big dog opened his mouth wide, its mouth rushed towards her. Cha Yun-sol was lying on the ground, it grabbed her bow. Cha Yun-sol could only try to remove it. She reached out to take her bow and spoke, thinking, I have endured this for so long. Cha Yun-sol angrily grabbed the arrow and stabbed it hard and continued, just to kill this beast. Cha Yun-sol's eyes widened, her face still had the blood of that big dog on her face. The blue dog died, its whole body covered in blood. Seeing this, Lee Ji-hae said in horror, "Oh, we came to help you, but it seems there's no need." Cha Yun-sol's body was covered in the blood of that big dog. Lee Ji-hae happily asked her, "Are you a rookie? What is your name?" Cha Yun-sol replied to her, "I am Cha Yun-seol." Lee Ji-hae held out her hand and happily said, "With these eyes, you give me the impression that I am a steadfast person. You will become strong. My name, remember it." Cha Yun-sol thought to herself, I, the one who caught Lee Ji-hae's eye, became the youngest captain of the Dawn Guild. She remembered the dissatisfied face of the young man walking next to him. He pouted his lips. Cha Yun-sol silently exclaimed, Seo Ja-ong-hyun wasn't the only one who felt bitter about it. Cha Yun-sol thought to himself, whether it's Dawn or Captain, it's fun to play. Cha Yun-sol of course has her own goals, because she just wants to become stronger, so she practices archery every day, to survive the days without her brother. Cha Yun-sol thought steadfastly, so as not to be influenced by weak thoughts, even now. She practices arrows so she can shoot everything into the bullseye. I'm still challenging myself. Returning to reality, she looked at the necklace in her hand and couldn't bear it, but inside is a family photo. Cha Yun-sol muttered to herself, that wasn't enough for her. She complained and cursed Cha Shin-hyeon, going everywhere with Lee Ji-hae, her bad brother. Her eyes looked uncertain. She sighed to herself, with her brother who was proficient in martial arts, perhaps she was still lacking. She was still angry and screaming like a big child, but I can't forgive you for treating me like I'm still a kid, I'm not that weak. Suddenly she realized something and stopped. Cha Yun-sol looked around and wondered, isn't it a bit quiet compared to before? Cha Yun-sol contacted his teammates, this is Kodai, I will leave here and settle down in a new place, go where Kodai, please respond. Suddenly she realized someone else's presence, a pile of arrows were shot down surrounding Cha Yun-sol. She quickly dodged away. An arrow hit her shoulder. Cha Yun-sol cried out in pain, Kyok. One guy ordered his teammates, everyone, to stop shooting. Having found the target, Cha Yun-sol hugged his wound. Cha Yun-sol looked at them with a hearty smile and silently exclaimed, luckily it didn't hit a muscle, but perhaps his skin would have been pierced by an arrow. The arrow had to be blunt, so this shouldn't have been possible. She tightly grasped her bloody bow. Cha Yun-sol silently guessed that they were using real bows and arrows. One guy stepped up, he confidently said, don't expect anyone to come save you. Cha Yun-sol looked at him wearily. The other guy continued to speak, because we intervened a bit to make sure the camera will not be able to broadcast to this place. Cha Yun-sol felt ridiculous and replied, help, who knows? Cha Yun-sol smiled devilishly. She reached out and pulled out the bow and arrow from her sleeve and confidently said, I have never really relied on something like that in my entire life. She immediately threw the arrow away and spoke up, not knowing why you guys spent so much effort just to capture everyone. Cha Yun-sol quickly raised his bow to attack them. Her eyes were filled with determination and she continued confidently, but today is your death anniversary, let's get started, losers. The leader screamed, kill her. Immediately, countless arrows rushed towards Father Yun-sol. Fortunately, Cha Yun-sol is not a weak person, she quickly dodged the oncoming arrows. Cha Yun-sol's long legs are an advantage, just seeing her gently jump can make her opponent bewildered. In the air, she aimed and shot an arrow, activating her archer skill. The flying attack was activated, instantly, from one arrow, through the magic circle, it multiplied many times. The group of people who were still loud and arrogant were now struggling to avoid them, looking extremely defeated. Cha Yun-sol noticed, Huh? I missed someone because I was injured. The leader thought differently. She was able to hit 3 people in that unstable state. His face was full of anger, and even with the competitor, who would have thought that a sniper could cause such damage in a close-range attack? You must know, snipers are people who specialize in long-range attacks, gunners are people who focus on shooting in one area and... Besides, there are also policemen who have advantages in close combat because of their agility. These 3 types of archer professions are like punches, paper, and scissors, they all have advantages, certain points for other types. In this case it is completely meaningless for a team consisting entirely of soldiers to defeat Cha Yun-sol, a sniper. Cha Yun-sol's expression darkened. She thought to herself, luckily the pain isn't that bad yet, I'll be able to deal with the rest. At this moment, she keenly sensed the murderous aura, not knowing when, someone took advantage of her carelessness and wanted to secretly shoot. Cha Yun-sol quickly backed away, close to the wall of the building. She bent her body, raised her bow again, and activated the sniper skill. A beam of blue light immediately rushed out, aiming straight at the guy just now. He struggled to avoid it, coughing. Seeing only another arrow coming, Cha Yun-sol activated another boomerang attack. The arrow seemed to have life, looping back to attack him. He had difficulty dodging, until he had a chance to touch the ground, panting. He shouted loudly, "This arrogant bitch!" However, the arrow just now turned back and stabbed straight into his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Amidst the gloomy sky, Cha Yun-sol proudly stood high, below was the destroyed enemy. Her eyes were full of determination, but also full of charm. At this time, she was facing another guy, the 2 of them were in a tug-of-war, aiming the arrow at the other. Standing between life and death, Cha Yun-sol's eyes remained steadfast, on the contrary, her opponent looked hesitant. From behind, another person appeared. He has red hair, the arrow's light is also red, aiming straight at Cha Yun-sol. The arrow carries magic power, breaks the wind and rushes away. The bright red arrow rushed towards where Cha Yun-sol was standing. At this moment, Cha Yun-sol realized the problem, the red arrow was right in front of her, her eyes showed a startled look. At this time, Cha Shin-hyun's figure appeared, he said, "Use martial arts." Cha Yun-sol's eyes seemed to be enlightened, shining brightly. Her hand reached out and gradually seemed to be covered by a layer of golden light. The red arrow rushed forward and was grabbed by her. The red-haired guy panicked, "What the hell?" At this moment, Cha Yun-sol was like a goddess descending to earth, rushing straight towards him, her expression cold. Without giving him time to dodge, she gave him a straight punch from below. Seeing that he had collapsed, she immediately stood up straight and spoke up, "Okay then. What should I do? You're the last one left." Cha Yun-sol looked calm and arrogant as he spoke to him. She broke her hand, her voice cold, said her last words, "Because I will beat you to pieces." That guy heard that, trembled, "Wait, I surrender, I will surrender." At this time, a sound rang in the headset, "I will assist you with code 1. At the same time, Cha Yun-sol's arrow pierced the last guy's head, he couldn't dodge in time, groaning and whining. That voice also seemed to realize what had happened and praised, "Well done, Captain Cha Yun-sol." Cha Yun-sol did not blame her, she smiled softly, said, "I heard clearly, it seems like your help was a bit late." The other person heard that, also felt sorry, "I'm sorry." At this time, the entire rooftop scene was recorded by the camera, the commentator excitedly announced that the archer who had survived the 6th round won, and the remaining archer team won. Unusual things happened in the death transition zone, and at this time, Cha Yun-sol's entire team had also gathered. The camera panned to Cha Yun-sol's smiling face, speaking loudly, Hunter Cha Yun-sol had defeated a total of 4 Twilight players. "It's amazing," countless male contestants also noticed her, they kept praising her, "Cha Yun-sol is also strong, right from the beginning she has been like that." At this time, Cha Yun-sol was depressed and thought to herself, "Sigh, if possible I really don't want to receive any help at all." At the same time, she also activated the sniper skill. Seeing clearly, she looked at the sky above and softly said, "Yes, thanks to you, I survived." The wind blew gently, making her hair flutter gently. High above, was a helicopter hovering. Cha Shin-hyun sat there, looking happy, he seemed to even feel Cha Yun-sol's call to him. Lee Ji-hae, who was next to her, saw this and teased her, "See." Cha Yun-sol coughed shyly, "Yes, I saw it." With a serious expression, he continued, "That she got out of the crisis thanks to the martial arts I taught her, Li Jihei shouted angrily, "No, that's not it." Seeing her angry, Cha Xinhyun immediately became serious. He said, "I'm just kidding, you're right, I really don't understand Yoon-sol very well." Remembering Cha Yoon-sol's adorable appearance as a child, he muttered, "When did she grow up so strong?" Cha Yoon-sol's innocent, sincere smile appeared in his mind. Cha Xinhyun decided, "I won't treat him like a child anymore." After saying that, he didn't forget to be a little self-indulgent. "It's true that my sister is different." Li Jihei was speechless. Yes, okay, how can you tell her to stop martial arts in such a public way?" Looking at Cha Yun-sol's group of people happily chatting below, she reminded us, "We were lucky that the conversion had problems." If we meet Park Tae-hoon, Li Jihei does not continue to speak, but it is enough for everyone to understand, but at this time, no one pays attention to the appearance of a fly cam nearby. Park Tae-hoon sat in a dark room, staring blankly at the screen. His face was full of disbelief, muttering, "What martial arts moves?" At a crowded park, Cha Yoon-sol confidently asked Cha Xinhyun, "Okay, let's hear what you think about my sister's performance." Cha Xinhyun didn't know what to say, his eyes avoided, humming. Cha Yoon-sol was annoyed. Are you going to keep it that way? Just continue pretending like you're drinking water." She turned around, brushed her hands off, said, "Probably not enough to honor the world's strongest expert. Mr. Supreme or something has his eyes on me. If it weren't for the martial arts you taught me, I wouldn't have made it to the finals. At the end, I still ran out of internal energy and lost." Surprisingly, Cha Xinhyun objected. "No, it seemed like he didn't think he would say that." Cha Yun-sol's face was full of surprise. Cha Xinhyun put the glass of water on the table and continued, "You have become much stronger, all thanks to your efforts to improve yourself, whether in martial arts or your skills as a hunter." Cha Xinhyun lowered his head and told her, "I'm sorry for hiding many things from you. I want to be your brother like before." Remembering the beautiful times in the past, he explained, perhaps it was because he missed the pure, childish sister in his memories too much. "I don't even know how mature she has become." Cha Yun-sol didn't think his brother would say these words. His eyes were full of pensiveness and thought. Amid the happy scene of everyone in the park, the two seemed to be separated. Cha Xinhyun said, he wanted to find the person who caused his family's suffering, which was also the reason he became a hunter. The figure of the goddess suddenly appeared in his mind, and the voice became clearer. He thought that if he became a top-level hunter, he would be able to find out some truths, and he was very worried when you were killed. Get caught up in that. Having said this, Cha Yun-sol interrupted. She looked gloomy and spoke up, "It wasn't that difficult, was it? It took a long enough time for him to say that." She raised her finger, wanting him to hook up with her. "Forget it, promise me this, never leave me again." Cha Xinhyun's face looked bewildered. "Isn't that natural?" Cha Yun-sol countered, "No." She looked serious. "All this time you haven't been really honest with me, so I feel very lost and lonely. Don't hide anything from me anymore." Cha Xinhyun seemed to understand his sister's heart clearly. He let out a breath and his eyes softened. Cha Xinhyun agreed, "Okay, I know, I promise I'll never leave you alone." Taking this opportunity, Cha Xinhyun continued, "And Yun-sol, there's something I want you to know." She lifted her hair in front of her face and asked again, "What's going on?" Father Xinhyun smiled brightly and said, "Your nickname is nothing but the ultimate sword emperor." Cha Yun-sol's face was filled with excitement. "Ah." But then quickly changed. She bluntly scolded him, "Crazy." At this time, the loudspeaker rang out an announcement, informing all of you in the audience, "In 1 hour the great battle will begin. Please quickly settle into your seats. I will repeat one more time." Hearing that, Cha Xinhyun quickly said goodbye to his sister. "He will come back, I wish him luck. Are he really going to wear this outfit?" He heard her ask that, stroked his collar with his hand, and replied, "It's comfortable, but Yun-sol, don't you think those bastards are a bit strange? I have a feeling they're deliberately targeting you." As well as Cha Yun-sol, No CKS looked startled, calmly asked again, "Ah, those bastards." Looking at their greedy, sinister eyes, she calmly explained, "The fact that Dawn and Twilight kill each other when they meet in the dungeon happens very often. I was a bit surprised because this time they did so publicly again." She arrogantly raised her head. It's not like she didn't know that the fact that they wanted to eliminate her quickly meant that she was the trump card of Dawn. Cha Xinhyun saw his sister's confidence and exclaimed, "It's true, siblings." He frowned, "If so then it would be good." He suddenly remembered the messages from the system, "I will take everything from you again." In the dressing room, Jung Junho and Lee Ji-hae appeared. He happily spoke up, "Hunter Cha Shin-hyun. I've heard the Vice Guild talk a lot about you." Lee Ji-hae in the back didn't say hello, but her eyes were full of joy as she looked at him. "I heard that you will be at the vanguard of the great battle. I'm looking forward to it. We are all counting on you." As he said, he grabbed Cha Shin-hyun's hand, swinging it non-stop. Before he could respond, Jung Junho continued to go over and talk to others. "How are you?" Afraid that there were many people around, Cha Shin-hyun immediately used the voice transmitter to talk to Lee Ji-hae. Was that the puppet boss she mentioned called Jung Junhan or something? She heard that and replied, "Don't underestimate him. He looks like that but he's already level 60. But when did I say he was a puppet?" Cha Shin-hyun replied, "But he is weaker than you." Lee Ji-hae said, "No, do you?" Had to answer, "Yes." After a while, Jung Junho finished greeting everyone, waved his hand and left. "Okay, I have to go now. Please prepare well." Lee Ji-hae also has to leave. Before leaving, she still transmitted the sound, "Remind Cha Shin-hyun, you already know this but I repeat, don't use martial arts anymore." Cha Shin-hyun quietly crossed his arms and looked at her, replying, "They won't be able to differentiate between advanced martial arts and magic, but I will remember." And seeing that he wanted to say more, Lee Ji-hae was a bit startled, just hearing Cha Shin-hyun say, "I want to thank you, now you can make up with Yoon Sol." Hearing that, Lee Ji-hae suddenly smiled. Looking at Cha Shin-hyun's bright face, she replied, "That's okay, good luck in the match." After the two high-ranking people in the guild left, the remaining group of people spoke up, Are you Cha Shin-hyun? We've heard the guild talk about you a lot." Cha Shin-hyun heard that, "Yes," a bit surprised but politely replied, "Oh yes, they started to make noise. I heard that you were very strong and pioneering thanks to you." Didn't listen at all, but it was still suspicious. The guys chasing Yoon Sol were definitely following someone's orders, and only one guy could give such an order. Just thinking of this, a figure appeared before his eyes, even threatening the people around him to stutter, I am, the guild leader Park Dae-hoon." He showed a friendly smile, but his eyes were still full of arrogance. "Oh my god, did I bother you guys to rest?" Cha Shin-hyun was behind the crowd, his eyes lowered. If the person who sent him the message was Yen Chen God, then we cannot rule out the possibility that this guy Park Dae-hoon did it because he worshipped Yen Chen God. Park Tae-hoon on this side started talking, "It's just a social battle, right? I just stopped by to say hello. Is there a problem?" The noisy group of people next to Cha Shin-hyun's ears now smiled awkwardly, stuttered in response, their eyes still avoided, "I understand, but I'm not sure we are that close." Park Tae-hoon heard that and smiled faintly. He didn't bother hiding it anymore, his arms stretched out, naturally asking, "Is my acting really bad?" "Yes, I actually came here just to take a look because I heard there is a very strong person here." Inside the arena, the female commentator's excited voice rang out, thanking the audience for waiting. Passing by the group of senior executives of Dawn and Twilight, she continued, "This is the best part of the main event of the Sun Festival." The female commentator slammed her hand on the table, adjusted the microphone, but still shouted, "The great battle between Dawn and Twilight is finally about to begin." Immediately, the entire stadium seemed to explode, cheering loudly. The door below the stage opened, Cha Shin-hyun calmly walked out, a voice introduced, "As the pioneer of Breaking Dawn, we have a super rookie who is a hot topic of discussion, news from the whole country who directly shook hands with the guild leader Lee Ji-hae. Infinite Guild Leader, Hunter Cha Shin-hyun." The introductory voice ended, Cha Shin-hyun also stopped at the position he needed to stand. The female commentator was excited, her eyes sparkled, she grabbed the collar of the male colleague next to her, shouting, "There has never been a precedent for a hunter from another guild to appear in a great match. Who is he? Why is it Dawn? Did they personally invite him?" Although the male commentator was extremely oppressed, he still tried to complete his role. Neither his career level nor his achievements were revealed. At this time, he secretly thought, "Everyone, I will report this woman and be done with her." On the surface, the male commentator is still very responsible and speaking his part, as well as the information about him is very little. Perhaps this is the deciding factor. In the upcoming psychological battle, he is now the pioneer of the Twilight Guild. The introductory voice rang out again. Now the pioneer of the Twilight Guild, a young man in a bright red suit appeared before Cha Shin-hyun's eyes. He arrogantly said, Just like the rumors you have, what an insolent face." The voice of the introducer rang out, the genius magician of the Twilight Guild, a man with a hot charm, the Fire Dragon King Ryu Seung-goin. Below the ring, He looked at Cha Shin-hyun with disdain. Threaten. I will roast you. Cha Shin-hyun smirked. Fire Dragon King, don't you feel shy and hot charm? If anyone heard that, they'd think you were from the martial arts world. Immediately, the battle between the two began. The commentator shouted loudly, Cha Shin-hyun vs Ryu Seung-goin, Roy Seung-goin vs Cha Shin-hyun. The first round of the great match begins. In the stands, Park Tae-hoon showed a faint smile. He thought to himself, you know that, right Seung-goin? He leisurely transmitted his voice to Ryu Seung-goin. Make sure this match doesn't end too quickly, reveal all the power he's been hiding. Ryu Seung-goin also received the audio transmission. He glanced towards the stands, thinking to himself, that's what the guild leader said, but... Looking at Cha Shin-hyun, who was now floating in the air, he gritted his teeth and said, this is him trying to express himself. The commentators were also bewildered. Immediately, someone spoke up, there was what's going on here. Contestant Cha Shin-hyun created a rumor that he was hiding his profession, accessing Facebook at a shockingly high level right as the match started. Looking at Cha Shin-hyun above, the commentator began to explain that flying is the main move of the witch profession. It is truly a challenging move to show off one's high-level profession, which, contestant Cha Shin-hyun's extremely excellent control techniques despite maintaining such dizzying heights. Is this also a type of strategy? Even Jong Joon-ho found this situation confusing. He turned to ask Lee Ji-hae, what is she planning? Lee Ji-hae's eyes stared at the stage, looking strangely thoughtful, only to hear Jong Joon-ho continue speaking, I thought no, probably just wanted to express herself. Father Shin-hyun on this side was also thoughtful. He looked intently at the boy under the ring. Looking at his bewildered expression, Cha Shin-hyun immediately searched his memories. The hunter mage Ryu Seung-goin was around mid-level 50, a high-level hunter similar to Seo Kang-jin. If I used martial arts, he wouldn't even be worth fighting. But now things are different because I have to fight using only my hunter skills. The two of them have not yet engaged in combat. This gives Cha Shin-hyun an opportunity to think and analyze further. Currently my hunter level is 53, I was able to successfully level up so quickly thanks to martial arts, but in reality I still lack actual combat experience as a pure hunter, however. His eyes turned towards Lee Ji-hae's group in the stands. Also pay special attention to the attitude of Park Tae-hoon. He chuckled softly, it's really cute that you're aiming at me, I'm dying of curiosity to know if you'll use martial arts or something else, right? Cha Shin-hyun started to perform magic. His tone was provocative, Park Tae-hoon, just keep your eyes out, I won't show you, you bastard. He created countless magic balls and threw them at Ryu Seung-goin. The commentator did not ignore them and quickly reported that contestant Cha Shin-hyun had created a large number of energy balls, and they were falling, like a storm. Seeing Ryu Seung-goin's defensive shield, the commentator continued speaking, responding to contestant Ryu Seung-goin who had set up a shield. Ryu Seung-goin felt the magic coming towards him and looked serious. Isn't this divine mana a basic skill for a professional witch? Is it because our investigation hasn't begun yet? He knew that the shield just now couldn't block the attack, so he quickly changed his defense strategy. The commentator happily said, contestant Seung-goin, he blocked Cha Shin-hyun's attack. Brilliant, burn and deploy them like a cloak. Ryu Seung-goin's body was covered in flames, his eyes were full of determination. If the enemy is a witch, then I already have a trick. You must know, there are 3 types of professions higher than witches. The non-combat profession focuses mainly on skills and item creation called crafters. Able to combine elemental properties into magic for combat, a skilled magician is called a mage. And, magically shaping phenomena and concepts are called divine magic. Whether they teleport or fly in the air, they are more like supernatural entities than mages. Thinking about the powerful appearance of the divine magic, he secretly sighed. When fighting, they will usually gather behind to support, very different from the pioneers, but sometimes they can also causing attacks that guarantee death and become a fear. His feet quickly stopped, not to be pushed back by Ryu Seung-goin, but to step back and observe. Not my style. Thinking so, he actually quickly approached Cha Shin-hyun, making him a bit surprised. Now if you have any other skills you're hiding, you'd better show them off right away, otherwise. Ryu Seung-goin performed a large amount of fire magic. He arrogantly said, take it and get out of here. Cha Shin-hyun had no time to dodge and could only defend himself. He was enveloped by the hot fire, and he breathed out with difficulty, huffing. Seeing the shattered battlefield on the stage, the commentators became even more excited. Oh my god, Contestant Soongoin unleashed a devastating blow. The Fire Dragon King is no different. The group of Lee Ji-hae and Jeon Jun-ho were startled, their eyes anxiously looking towards the battle, only to hear the commentator exclaim, "An amazing martial arts performance using formidable fire magic was honed. From a very young age, one dominated close combat techniques, a position very rarely possessed by the wizarding profession." Luckily, Cha Shin-hyun was still able to stand up. He muttered, "I thought I was the only magician in the martial arts world." But he looked at Ryu Seung-goin, who was floating in the distance, spoke up, "No wonder he and I both have similar thoughts. You have given me a very new but not at all pleasant feeling." He didn't bother to answer him, on the contrary, he was still full of murderous intent. His eyes were red as if he was ready to rush in and kill. He continued to create magic balls. His voice was cold, "I warn you again, Cha Shin-hyun, if you don't want to die." As he spoke, he performed Ryu Seung-goin's original skill, creating terrifying firepower, aiming straight at Cha Shin-hyun. Ryu Seung-goin screamed, "It's better to show off all his moves right away." As he finished speaking, his fire magic suddenly seemed to have life, turning into a fire dragon, rushing forward to bite Cha Shin-hyun. The name of this move is Fire Dragon Chi-tan Stage. Father Shin-hyun calmly faced the oncoming dragon's cunning abilities. "You have a lot of surprises. If you want to see the trump card, then so be it." After speaking, he clenched his hand, only raising his index finger, but changed the direction of his hand, pointing it towards the ground. Immediately, the rushing fire dragon suddenly stopped. It was easily split in two by Cha Shin-hyun, without any damage. Ryu Seung-goin was startled, couldn't believe it. "What?" Looking at Cha Shin-hyun, who was still in the same position, his whole body still surrounded by a pale green aura, he was bewildered. What the hell was that crazy guy doing? Ryu Seung-goin looked bewildered at the scene before him. He stammered. Looking at Cha Shin-hyun making a strange pose, but being able to easily block his attack, he couldn't understand what that crazy dog was doing. The female commentator suddenly lost her initial excitement and was completely stunned. What did we just see? Looking at the devastated battlefield below, the commentator still had to try to report that the Fire Dragon Chi-tan stage move that contestant Ryu Seung-goin used on contestant Cha Shin-hyun has disappeared. No, it hasn't disappeared. As far as I could see, something invisible but large and heavy crushed it. Immediately, the whole audience was in an uproar. In the female commentator's eyes, behind Cha Shin-hyun, it was as if there was some powerful creature helping her. She was confused, as if it had been crushed by some god. Jeon Jun-ho in the stands couldn't see clearly what happened. He could only turn around and ask Lee Ji-hae, the vice president, what just happened. She didn't seem to hear, and suddenly laughed coldly. "Ha ha. No one knows how hard Lee Ji-hae is trying to hold back," she exclaims. "Advanced martial arts is really hard to distinguish from magic. This Cha Shin-hyun is really something people should be worried about." Thinking so, she still replied on the surface, "I don't know what happened anymore." Park Tae-hoon sat right next to him, not saying anything. His eyes widened, his whole body emitted some magical power, staring at the field. The commentator here is still saying, "Even the strongest move of the Fire Dragon King Ha Long Chi-tan phase is nothing to contestant Cha Shin-hyun." Hearing that, Ryu Seung-goin thought to himself, "What, it's nothing star? Is the Fire Dragon King nothing?" He gritted his teeth, his face full of anger, grinding out every word. "Asshole." After finishing speaking, he was crazy and rushed forward, wanting to use his fist to knock out Cha Shin-hyun. Cha Shin-hyun mocked him, gently creating a barrier. He smiled and asked, "Why are you so angry? You wanted me to show you what I can do, so I did it." Ryu Seung-goin seemed to forget that he was a witch. He continued to fall asleep. Using his foot to attack Cha Shin-hyun, he shouted, "Shut up." The commentator saw him losing control like that and happily reported, Contestant Ryu Seung-goin got angry and launched a series of extremely fierce attacks, but contestant Cha Shin-hyun was blocking the attacks, do it very easily. What a tension. At this moment, Cha Shin-hyun's expression was extremely calm, even when facing Ryu Seung-goin's combo of kicks. On the contrary, Ryu Seung-goin gritted his teeth, revealing an angry face. The commentator clearly saw the two people's faces and excitedly said, "Who would have thought that such a close fight would be a fight between magicians?" Ryu Seung-goin still hadn't given up his determination to compete with Cha Shin-hyun, but when he swept his feet forward, Cha Shin-hyun faintly said, "You're too enthusiastic, but your attack style is really mixed." He waved his finger slightly, bursting with magic, and continued, The range of motion of the eyebrow is too large, the eyebrow that is placed as the center of gravity is too weak. Not sure what his finger was doing, in an instant, Ryu Seunggoin slipped and fell. Cha Shin-hyun still leisurely commented, and corrected the bad habit of flexing his shoulders when preparing to exert force. Doing so will it causes your strength to be scattered. Ryu Seunggoin tried to get up, confused. How did you do it? Hearing him ask, Cha Shin-hyun replied, yeah. I have been practicing martial arts for quite a long time. He used the look of a master when saying this, while Ryu Seunggoin looked like a special student who was being scolded. Just hearing Cha Shin-hyun come closer and call him, "But hey boy," it made Ryu Seunggoin look at him with even more hatred. Cha Shin-hyun's face was serious, his tone was cold, and he asked, "Is that all you can do? Is this the limit of your abilities? Compared to your confidence, it's really weak." Ryu Seunggoin couldn't argue with what he said, making him even more angry. Just hearing him go crazy, "I will turn you into ashes," Cha Shin-hyun already sensed the danger. He quickly jumped back to distance himself from the flames surrounding Ryu Seunggoin. He completely lost his mind, pulled out all his remaining magic power, roared, "Even if that meant my body also burned to ash." As I finished speaking, countless fire logs appeared, aiming at Cha Shin-hyun. It turned out that it was Ryu Seunggoin's starting technique, the 10 sets of Fire Dragon. Cha Shin-hyun's vision was blocked by the fire, the heat was truly too terrible. He smiled slightly and exclaimed, "Wow, this is true. It would be difficult for me to continue." Indeed, before his eyes was a giant fire dragon, 100 times bigger than his body. The commentators saw the situation and were also frightened by the sight of Ryu Seunggoin's sea of fire. They said, Contestant Ryu Seunggoin's 10 sets of fire dragons seem to be hunting the entire area, swallowing the contestant, Father Shin-hyun." The female commentator could not avoid the heat. She struggled to report, "A wave of scorching heat swept across the arena like a storm. It was so hot." Lee Ji-hae looked expressionlessly towards the stage, only to hear the commentator continue to speak. Was contestant Cha Shin-hyun helpless and collapsed under that unbelievable attack? Wait, at this moment her expression also changed, her eyes looked down in disbelief. "I don't know when." Cha Shin-hyun promptly opened his defense, blocking the 2 fire dragons. The commentators were also startled. How could this happen? Even 10 sets of fire dragons could not penetrate the defense line of the fire dragon. Contestant Cha Shin-hyun, he coldly spoke up, "Here. That's why dealing with arrogant guys is so troublesome." Even though he said that, his expression was still full of mocking Ryu Seunggoin's weakness, not at all worried about getting hurt. He did so, the barrier disappeared, even the fire dragons were gone. Cha Shin-hyun muttered, "Even if my body is immune to heat and cold, I'm not a sweet potato, right?" However, there were still 8 fire dragons aiming at him. But a moment later, as the smoke and dust from the arena gradually dissipated, everyone saw the fire dragons falling one by one. Taking Cha Shin-hyun as the focus, there is a small circle around him, not allowing any sparks to penetrate. Cha Shin-hyun used his old trick again. He looked at Ryu Seunggoin, teasingly, "If this keeps up you will die, brat." The commentator was completely excited, talking for a long time. Contestant Cha Shin-hyun, with the strength the invisible force had just crushed the fire dragon. He had defeated 10 sets of fire dragons in an instant. The female commentator even stood up and said, "What the hell is that power?" The male commentator next to him was also surprised and stammered, "It could be, looking at its effect, it seems to be serious force." Under the ring, Ryu Seunggoin was suppressed by an invisible force. He knelt to the ground. He was confused. It was impossible. His eyes looked at Cha Shin-hyun full of fear, only listening to the commentator's guesses. Gravity, could he use that unbelievable power with magic? I'm not sure, we couldn't believe it either. Looking at the young man exploding in the stands, the commentators were also bewildered. This was really beyond my imagination. Who would have thought that a human being could control gravity? Cha Shin-hyun is a god, right? Now Cha Shin-hyun cast a small magic ball. He said, "I was entertained more than I thought." Seunggoin. Ryu Seunggoin's white neck was wrapped around his magic. He had difficulty breathing. "Kyuk." Cha Shin-hyun slowly spoke again, "Now." Before he could finish his sentence, Cha Shin-hyun suddenly struck, hitting Ryu Seunggoin straight in the chest. He was like a kite with its string broken, flying far away and hitting the partition above the arena. Cha Shin-hyun smiled and spoke arrogantly, telling the next contestant to leave. Up in the stands, Park Tae-hoon asked Chol Yo next to him with a dark face, "Sung Hyuk, who is next?" He replied, Knight Choi Ji-hyung, as if he heard a satisfactory answer, he spoke up, "Is that so? Perfect." Park Tae-hoon's expression was gloomy, his eyes full of murderous intent, commanding him, telling him to use that thing. The spear had a strange design, with a tip that resembled an iron axe, the symbol of Choi Ji-hyung, the spear of dusk that protected the central plains of the Dusk Guild, and now his spear will point towards dawn. The commentator's excited sound rang out. He had appeared, the spear of dusk and also the witch butcher. His footsteps were steady and steady, within 4 purple armor, slowly appearing in everyone's sight. Amid the cheers of the audience, the commentator shouted, "Knight contestant Choi Ji-hyung, as his name implies, he has never lost to any witch, right?" The female commentator happily said, "Even though the warrior class has a pretty high win rate against the witch class, I really wonder how much magic is left undisclosed," said the male colleague on the other side. "You're also full of interest, witch hunter. I hope you're true to your name. You're proud to be a knight, right?" Cha Shin-hyun looked at the person coming, still looking leisurely. He smiled, cracking his knuckles to show his readiness. "Cha Shin-hyun, he's too comfortable." Park Tae-hoon watched everything from the stands, chuckling, "Things won't go as you want this time, because as long as you're a wizard, there's no way you can win against Ji-hyung." The sound signaling the battle rang out, the Second Sun Festival Great War. At the same time, Choi Ji-hyung activated the tool, the night skill enhanced the spell, along with the host's starting shout. Choi Ji-hyung rushed forward with the spear. All his points such as Arg, Def and Agio also increased at the same time. Seeing his quick actions, the commentator also shouted, "Ah!" Just as it started, contestant Choi Ji-hyung used physical enhancement on his entire body, and directly attacked contestant Cha Shin-hyun. Cha Shin-hyun easily dodged. He activated the magic in his hand, said, "Attack directly from the beginning, you're quite fast." A magic ball condensed in his hand. Cha Shin-hyun scoffed, "But even if you did that, you are nothing but an empty suit of armor." As he finished speaking, he threw the ball at him. Just now it was just one ball. When he launched the attack, the number of balls was tripled. The 3 balls brought great destructive power, causing dust to fly. However, Choi Ji-hyung's figure still quickly rushed out, without any damage. He was as quick as lightning, coming in front of Cha Shin-hyun, startling him. Luckily, he still reacted quickly enough, jumping a few steps to close the distance. As he stepped back, he exclaimed, not only was he fast but his defense was also high and he was determined to defeat him. Fighting in midair was the way to deal with people like this. Choi Ji-hyung stabbed the tip of his spear into the ground, easily piercing through the hard brick layer above. He used the knight skill and immediately jumped into the air, higher than Cha Shin-hyun's height, aiming the spear straight down. Father Shin-hyun also did not expect a knight to be able to jump so high, looking at him in surprise. Choi Ji-hyung used a leaping attack technique, causing Cha Shin-hyun to only hastily create a shield in front of him. The shield could not withstand the power of that move, cracking before Cha Shin-hyun's eyes. Immediately, he was sent flying to the ground, creating a huge explosion. The commentator was extremely excited. Contestant Choi Ji-hyung was amazing. He didn't give contestant Cha Shin-hyun a chance to fly, jumped up and attacked without hesitation. I could already see the anger on the faces of the support team repairing the stage. Cha Shin-hyun lay on the ground, looking unharmed, muttering, "Wow, I can't remember how long it's been since someone was able to knock me down. It's been hundreds of years." At this time, Choi Ji-hyung also landed from above. Cha Shin-hyun stood up from the dust, rubbed his head. "Hey, if I could use martial arts, I could take care of him in just one blow." Looking at his serious appearance, ready to rush into another fight, he exclaimed, "What a hard-working guy." His expression changed, his eyes flashed, his hands made a pose, leaning down, saying, "Okay kid, you wanna see what I can do, right?" Immediately, an invisible impact pressed on Choi Ji-hyung's body, causing him to stagger. Contestant Cha Shin-hyun, is he going to use that unknown skill? Looks like contestant Ji-hyung, who kept moving since the match started, finally slowed down. What? Hearing this, he immediately revealed a sinister smile, as if he had already planned this. On the stage, Choi Ji-hyung firmly planted his spear into the ground. Under that heavy pressure, his eyes still looked straight at the enemy, without flinching. Choi Ji-hyung's eyes behind the armor glowed red, locking onto the target. The commentator exclaimed in surprise, "How is it possible?" Under the enormous pressure that was pressing on him, contestant Choi Ji-hyung was able to move forward in an extraordinary way. Choi Ji-hyung looked at the bewildered Cha Shin-hyun and asked him, "Do you think your gravity can stop me? Now it's my turn." "Prepare, Cha Shin-hyun." As he finished speaking, he exuded an amazing aura, putting pressure on Cha Shin-hyun. Cha Shin-hyun spoke coldly, "What are you talking about? When did I say I would use gravity?" His eyes revealed a cold look and his fingers once again cast magic. Choi Ji-hyung clearly looked doubtful. Before he could calm down, a strong force pushed him away, leaving a long mark on the ground. His body hit the wall hard, his armor cracked, revealing half of his face. Lee Ji and the guild leader looked at the situation before them in bewilderment. Even Park Tae-hoon had difficulty suppressing his surprise. The female commentator looked confused, wondering what just happened. Looking at Cha Shin-hyun standing there coldly, she stammered, "Contestant Cha Shin-hyun's gravity, oh no!" His unknown strength overwhelmed contestant Choi Ji-hyung. Cha Shin-hyun stood against the sun, making it seem like there was an aura around his body, so only the commentators wondered, what exactly did contestant Cha Shin-hyun use? He looked intently at the unconscious Choi Ji-hyung and said softly, "This brat is strong, you should be proud to have held out for this long." Even though he didn't know if he could hear him, he still calmly explained that the power I possess is not gravity but attraction and repulsion. I developed the original Japanese skill after thinking a lot and reversed it, lunisolar. You must know, yin and yang reversal is classified as a passive base skill, the rarity is twice that of A+, it is a treasure with such a high level that others will doubt its existence, the proficiency level is B-, that is to be able to use this energy without being affected by external factors, linked to the empty magic attribute, giving the attribute of attraction and repulsion, depending on the direction and level of the power, but the more powerful it is, the larger the law, the higher the legal consumption. Cha Shin-hyun pulled a small stone into his hand and continued, "If you have a basic education, you will know that attraction is a pulling force in physics, and pushing is a pushing force. The detailed explanation is too complicated, but it goes something like this, that's it." He directly threw the stone just now towards Choi Ji-hyung. "While you are still immersed in the lecture, I can apply the force to pull the opponent towards me." Choi Ji-hyung's cold voice rang out, "You made a mistake, Cha Shin-hyun." Seeing that Choi Ji-hyung, who had just been lying motionless, had gradually stood up, he said, "You shouldn't." Closing the distance between us, he finished speaking and activated another move, Choi Ji-hyung's original skill. At this time, Park Tae-hoon suddenly transmitted voice to Lee Ji-hae, "Ji-hae, do you know why Ji-hyung is famous as a witch butcher?" Lee Ji-hae's eyes widened, listening to him continue. "Because he has special abilities. If he fights someone with nothing but witchcraft skills like Cha Shin-hyun, then..." At this time, Cha Shin-hyun also fell into danger. Choi Ji-hyung's hand suddenly appeared before his eyes, covering all the light. Park Tae-hoon's face looked crazy. "Cha Shin-hyun will die here." Lee Ji-hae was scared, quickly looked towards the stage. She was shocked, it couldn't be. Only to see a notice board appear in front of Cha Shin-hyun's eyes, causing him to step back. Looking bewildered, Choi Ji-hyung muttered, "Counterspelling." At this time, that system panel displayed a warning that magic could not be used for the next 10 seconds. Looking at Choi Ji-hyung raising the spear high, like a bloodthirsty butcher aiming at him, Cha Shin-hyun was bewildered. "What, this?" In the preparation room, Cha Lyo quietly said to Choi Ji-hyung, "Choi Ji-hyung, this is the president's order, use the counterspell." His eyes showed confusion. "That move is not something I want to use publicly, is there any reason to go to that extent?" Kim Cha-lyo crossed his arms and explained, "The president believes that Father Shin-hyun is hiding something, but he doesn't know what it is. Whatever the truth is, every magician has the ability to control advanced energy, like gravity is extremely dangerous. That's why, he had to kill him." As he finished speaking, he revealed an evil smile. At this time, Cha Shin-hyun was sitting numbly on the ground. Above was a system notification that confused him. Choi Ji-hyung's shadow covered everything, leaving him strangely weak and helpless. Father Shin-hyun looked back at the system board, still unable to help but be stunned. What was that? Choi Ji-hyung took the opportunity. Under the thick armor, his eyes flashed red, holding a spear, ready to stab Father Shin-hyun to death. Indeed, he quickly swung the spear down, destroying the entire ground, showing that his power was indeed not average. But fortunately, Father Shin-hyun quickly avoided it. His face was full of mockery and provocation. "You look quite surprised, Father Shin-hyun. This is my original skill, counterspell. This technique will make a person temporarily unable to use magic. Looking at Cha Shin-hyeon lying grimacing in the dust, he excitedly said, "This is the end for you, Cha Shin-hyeon. If you can't use magic, someone like you will never be able to defeat me." Where? In the stands, the audience also blankly looked at the scene before their eyes. The commentators also exclaimed, "Just when I thought the battle was coming to an end, contestant Choi Ji-hyung used a skill that had never been known to anyone, contestant Cha Shin-hyeon." In the end, what skill did he use? Park Tae-hoon didn't pay attention to the bewildered expression of the enemy team leader and spoke leisurely. "Ji-hyung has always been a simple and straightforward person. He can't stand it. I don't see guys walking around using magic indiscriminately. But I didn't expect that he would have such an original skill." When Ji-ae heard this, her face showed panic. She turned around and looked towards the ring, screaming, "No!" Ji-ae's eyes became impatient. She used voice transmission on Cha Shin-hyeon. "Ran away, Shin-hyeon. The competition is no longer important, give up." No matter what, he was not allowed to use his martial arts. Cha Shin-hyeon heard all those words. His expression was gloomy, mumbling, "Running, giving up." At this time, Choi Ji-hyung also raised the spear blade towards him, calling loudly, "Father Shin-hyeon. Even if you run away, you won't be able to give up this match." Having finished speaking, he once again exerted his strength, standing firmly, aiming straight at his body, and at the same time, countless powers is enhanced all over his body. Attack 2 attack power, attack 3 attack power, plus 4 attack power. Choi Jin-hyung was full of confidence, telling him, "This spear of mine has accumulated enough power to easily destroy a small-sized building." At this time, the energy plus signal also rang, adding 5 power, attack, fully charged. Choi Ji-hyung gloated even more. "I wonder if you can withstand this attack without any magical barrier." He couldn't wait any longer, his quick feet rushed forward. Choi Ji-hyung waved his spear and shouted, "Die, Father Shin-hyeon." Father Shin-hyeon stood speechless. He repeated that sentence, "What am I, are you dead?" At this time, Choi Ji-hyung approached him. He did not hold back and slashed the spear. At the same time, Cha Shin-hyeon's eyes changed, becoming cold. He asked, "What nonsense was that?" The whole hall seemed to be holding their breath at this moment before the fight between the two of them. Choi Ji-hyung rushed forward. The attack position was clear, but Cha Shin-hyeon was indifferent and didn't bother to move. Suddenly, above the stands, Lee Ji-hae suddenly felt something and her expression gradually changed. Park Tae-hoon was no different, his eyes widened, not daring to believe. Lee Ji-hae clutched her head in pain. "Ugh," making Joan Jun-ho next to her worry, "Are you okay, Vice President? What just happened?" He was so busy paying attention to Lee Ji-hae, he forgot to be next to her. Park Tae-hoon also held his head in pain. He was surprised. A halo of golden light enveloped his body. He thought, Tianvu Kai Win technique, suddenly resonated. What is this? What is this energy? A huge and terrible shock, more than anything I have ever felt. Right now, under the ring, the battle between Choi Ji-hyung and Cha Shin-hyeon is also at its most intense stage. Choi Ji-hyung gritted his teeth and rushed forward, but he suddenly saw something. His eyes immediately widened, his mouth gaped open, losing his arrogant appearance just now. Looking at the increasing flow of blue magic power surrounding him, he suddenly stopped all movements, bewildered. What is going on? Is that magic? No, it's not possible. His stay is still there, is working. While he was still confused, countless chains suddenly appeared from nowhere, binding him. Choi Ji-hyung was tied up for a while by 10 strong chains. He struggled. What kind of skill is this? Cha Shin-hyeon's voice rang out, only to see his feet floating in midair, saying, "Not skills but martial arts." Those who are curious to know what martial arts are should ask Park Tae-hoon after this. Okay, Choi Ji-hyung was startled by your words and stuttered, "Martial arts." Cha Shin-hyeon's face was gloomy, his eyes flashed with a strange blue light. He thought to himself, "Really, are you telling me to run away or give up? I'm crazy about people telling me to do ridiculous things." That's the bag. He looked at Choi Ji-hyung tied up in front of him and scoffed, "You seem very surprised. You guys can see and feel the current situation." Standing in front of him, he calmly explained, "The energy currently chaining you is the pinnacle of swordsmanship, known as the heart sword, which is the power that can be used when the external skill has been reached. Level 40, called heart sword in this world. Although it is known as the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the sword mentioned here is called the human will of this world. When a person has reached this level, he or she will be able to kill people or cut heaven. Cut the address with your thoughts." His expression suddenly changed, becoming full of excitement. Cha Shin-hyun waved his finger and said, "But if it ends like this, it's so boring." Immediately, Choi Ji-hyung seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, unable to stop him. Father Shin-hyun prepared the opportunity, clenched his fists, and took a defensive stance towards Choi Ji-hyung. "We must teach the loser students of future generations the right way." He punched Choi Ji-hyung straight in the chest, causing countless pieces of armor to scatter. He was in pain, speechless, spitting out a lot of blood. Cha Shin-hyun didn't pay any attention, but instead showed a satisfied smile. He once again aimed at Choi Ji-hyung, who was being sent flying high, thinking to himself, "Park Tae-hoon, are you watching?" His long hair hung down, covering his eyes, but he couldn't hide his smile. "You have to engrave this scene in your eyes, this is what people really want to see." For Cha Shin-hyun, this was martial arts. Then he jumped up, used a kick technique, and kicked Choi Ji-hyung to the ground. He was gently kicked down by him, but it created a huge impact, breaking the soil and rock. Choi Ji-hyung was in pain, feeling like all the bones in his body were broken. Park Tae-hoon's face was startled, just hearing the commentator shouted excitedly, "Guys, what the hell is going on?" Contestant Cha Shin-hyun seemed stunned by the unknown skill, just arrived. Looking at the deep hole that Cha Shin-hyun created with Choi Ji-hyung's body lying flat there, they spoke loudly, but in the end it was contestant Choi Ji-hyung who was rendered motionless. This was due to the contestant's energy. "Did Cha Shin-hyun shine a moment ago?" While I was saying these words, a doctor gave a stop order. Cha Shin-hyun didn't care. He stroked his long hair, smiled brightly, "Phew, I feel much better, using some martial arts stuff, the version is also fun." At this time, the commentator also announced that contestant Choi Ji-hyung had been defeated, and the victory in the second round of the Great Battle in the Sun Festival belonged to contestant Cha Shin-hyun. After the match, Cha Shin-hyun gave up the remaining matches with the excuse that his magic had been exhausted, but he did not expect that his face would appear on KKO News with a sensational headline. Could it be, "The guild that will dominate the Sun Festival is not Twilight or Dawn but Infinite"? In the next matches, Twilight lost with a score of 3-2, and the Sun Festival ended. Known as an elite hunter, Cha Shin-hyun became an internet phenomenon overnight. Under the post, countless comments appeared. Is Cha Shin-hyun a god or something? Considering he defeated to win both of his opponents in quick succession, shouldn't he be at least level 60? Where did he come from? Ha ha ha. Someone else commented, "It seems like the top 4 hunters need to was changed to the top 5 hunters." From then on, it brought up countless topics of discussion among people. Isn't Lee Ji-ae stronger than Park Tae-hoon? No, that can't be like that, even though Twilight was once considered stronger breaking Dawn, but now things are different. And the president? At this moment Chulyo was standing in front of the office door. He tried calling, "President, are you okay?" Seeing that there was still no voice inside, he could only stand there silently waiting. At this moment, inside the pitch-black room, Park Tae-hoon was wearing a bright red suit, smiling softly, Kek. He held his head, mocking himself, "Ha, I really have nothing to say." Remembering his embarrassing moment that morning, he told himself, not only was he paralyzed by fear, but he was also humiliated. Even though it was just a fleeting moment, the power that was displayed at that time was not something I could handle. "Father Shin-hyun, you are not my opponent, that's what Joy wanted to tell me, right?" As he said, Park Tae-hoon grabbed the jacket next to him. His face was gloomy, putting on that shirt. "Yes, I admit you're strong, B now maybe I can't defeat you, but now things are like this. Then I don't have to hold back anymore." As he finished speaking, his green pupils flashed with light, extremely dangerous. Chulyo saw him coming out and quickly called, "President," but before he could finish speaking, Park Tae-hoon ordered, "Let's go, Chulyo." He was bewildered and asked again, "Where are we going so suddenly?" Park Tae-hoon chuckled, adjusted his collar, and replied, "Where else are we going? We're going to see the God of War." A week after the Sun Festival ended, the male employee of the Dawn Guild held his head in boredom. He answered the phone. "So what do you mean?" At the Dawn of Dawn Guild headquarters office, all the employees were going crazy. There were still some people patiently handling the work, but the number of calls was really too much. "Hello to the Dawn of Dawn Guild, please listen." "What, Hunter Cha Shin-hyun, why did you call us to meet someone from the Unlimited Guild?" "I've said it many times, Hunter Cha Shin-hyun is not part of the Guild Dawn as the Infinite Guild. Indeed, this is also the reason why the Dawn Guild office headquarters is tired today. Even worse, Someone called and talked for a while, causing the male employee to turn on explosive mode and bluntly scold him. What is the chance that Deputy Lee Ji-hae is having an affair with Hunter Cha Shin-hyun? This guy. Damn, who are you? In the vice president's office, Lee Ji-hae, Cha Shin-hyun and her secretary quietly listened to everything. The male secretary looked haggard, struggling to report. Well, perhaps she already knew. There were a total of 328 questions, and the Unlimited Guild was sent to President Cha Shin-hyun through the guild. We also have 800 emails sent to you, Dawn. Cha Shin-hyun's eyes averted when he heard him report the following, mostly from journalists and people who wanted to join the Unlimited Guild, and there were 8 cooperation invitations and 43 advertising invitations, and 29 offers to appear on television. The male secretary said this and emphasized that according to your instructions, we rejected everyone except that person. Hearing that, Cha Shin-hyun's expression darkened and seemed thoughtful. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out from outside the door, threatening to have the male secretary bring someone. I'm sorry for disturbing everyone's meeting. The general secretary has something happening outside that needs you to deal with. He heard that. With an expressionless face he said, I will end the report here. After finishing speaking, he looked like a zombie, slowly walking out of the room. Seeing that miserable appearance, Cha Shin-hyun did not know what to say. Lee Ji-hae gently placed the teacup on the ground and said, well, that's it. How does it feel to become a superstar? Cha Shin-hyun looked clearly annoyed and replied, don't mention it. I don't mind if I'm famous but I hate trouble. That's General Secretary Oh Dong-hwan, right? Next time I see him, I must thank him. Lee Ji-hae didn't pay attention to his words. Her eyes were a bit sad. She spoke up, it was a bit late but I wanted to apologize to Shin-hyun. Cha Shin-hyun didn't seem surprised, but still asked, huh? What are you talking about? Lee Ji-hae slowly spoke up, then. Remembering her lost appearance, she hesitated. Because I didn't want his identity to be revealed, so I tried to stop him from using martial arts, all because of my selfishness. If something bad happened, it would probably be very dangerous for him. Seeing her bowing her head and apologizing, Cha Shin-hyun spoke up, listen. He crossed his arms over his chest and stood up, you worry too much, do you think I'll get hurt from something like that? Cha Shin-hyun's face was full of determination and his voice was clear, as for Park Tae-hoon, even though I was unfortunately forced to use martial arts, what if they discovered I could use martial arts? Recalling his leisurely appearance and Park Tae-hoon's extreme anger, Cha Shin-hyun said arrogantly, he must have felt the huge difference in strength between me and him, for so they probably won't dare to act rashly in the near future. Then he clicked again, turned his head away, muttered, looking at the way they chased Yoon-sol, in return I was the one who wanted to chase them but. Seeing that, Lee Ji-hae breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he didn't blame her. She returned to her previous calm appearance and said, it's true that the Twilight Guild became less lively after the Sun Festival ended. Maybe they thought they could defeat Hongdong easily, they were so shocked now. After this, Park Tae-hoon had locked himself in his room, and even the neutral veteran hunters had come to the Dawn Guild. After finishing speaking, her hand reached out to him, her voice was also filled with gratitude. Thanks to that, now Dawn is definitely in a higher position than Twilight, all thanks to him. Lee Ji-hae's eyes were clear, still holding her hand in front of her face, helping me officially say this as the Vice President of Breaking Dawn. Thank you, President Cha Shin-hyun. Cha Shin-hyun also understood her feelings, revealing a small smile. He grabbed her hand and exclaimed, she finally behaved like normal. From the moment she was born, she has been helping Vice President Lee Ji-hae. Looking at the phone in his hand, Cha Shin-hyun exclaimed, is it so late already? I have to go, Yoon-sol is waiting for me. Lee Ji-hae also reacted when she heard that. She immediately asked, he said he had received an invitation to the Jeju Religion Association. Why did he accept this while refusing all other invitations? Father Shin-hyun turned towards the door and replied, I'm tired of urban dungeons, and my level isn't increasing as fast as before. There's also. He smiled, his eyes full of gentleness, and continued, it's Jeju Island, do you know, don't you think it's an ideal place for a family trip? After saying that, he left the office leisurely, leaving only an appointment. I will come back in a month and see you again. At this time, he did not know that he would regret it in the future. I believe Lee Ji-hae. No, it's more accurate to say that I'm simply too confident about myself, if I know in advance what's going to happen. I haven't been to Jeju Island yet, but right now, there is only Lee Ji-hae's meaningful smile. At Jeju International Airport, Cha Yoon-sol happily shouted, wow. She turned around and said to Cha Shin-hyun, "This is Jeju Island." Her eyes sparkled, curiously looking at everything around her. "This is my first time here. What should we eat first, black pork or tilapia?" Cha Shin-hyun sighed softly and asked, "You like Jeju so much. But we didn't come here just to play." Suddenly, a voice echoed, attracting the attention of two people, President Cha Shin-hyun. It turned out to be the president of the Jeju Island Guild Alliance, the Tamna Guild, but their colorful welcoming actions left the two brothers speechless. Looking at the cheerful face of the tour leader, Cha Yun-sol's expression was completely broken. He seemed to not see the problem and kept saying, "Welcome, welcome." Not stopping there, he also showed his enthusiasm with a heart-shaped pose, causing extremely strong damage to the two Cha brothers. Cha Shin-hyun turned around, grabbed his sister's shoulder and turned away. He thought having a little fun wouldn't be a bad idea. However, that red-haired boy did not let the two leave easily. He was like a flash of lightning, suddenly appearing before the two's eyes, scaring Cha Yun-sol. He quickly grabbed Cha Shin-hyun's hand. Without stopping shaking, I introduced myself. "I am Kim Kyul, captain of Damna Guild. Thank you for accepting our invitation." Cha Shin-hyun spoke quietly, replied, "Sure." Cha Yun-sol was abandoned next to me. "I'm also confused right now. Is it the captain? But he looks younger than me." Kim Gi-yul's eyes sparkled. She leaned close to him and said, "I really liked your performance at the Sun Festival. It was a bit embarrassing, but after that I became your fan. Can I ask for your autograph later? I bought the t-shirt from your fan. Can you sign it?" Seeing his appearance, Cha Shin-hyun thought, "Should I come back, Seoul, isn't it?" However, in just a blink of an eye, Kim Gi-yul turned to Cha Yun-sol to say hello. She must have been team leader Yun-sol who accompanied him on behalf of Dawn, right? She was constantly changed. His words made him bewildered. He continued, "You must be the younger sister of the president Cha Shin-hyun. It's nice to meet you." At this time, a member in the guild spoke up to remind him, "It's time for the captain." Hearing that, Kim Gi-yul reacted, "Oh, that's right, I'm so silly." He naturally pushed Cha Shin-hyun forward, saying, "I'm sorry that you just arrived here and I was in such a hurry, but we have to move on. I'll tell you the details on the way, go." Cha Shin-hyun immediately replied, "I understand, so please let us go on our own." Kim Gi-yul doesn't seem to be listening. "Say again." "Ha ha ha, because the schedule is a bit rushed." He turned to Cha Yun-sol again and started talking. "This is your first time coming to Jeju Island. I will take you to eat all the delicious dishes here later." In a deserted corner, a guy with tan skin glanced at the crowd and spoke into the walkie-talkie in Chinese. Big brother Cha Shin-hyun had arrived. The person on the other end of the line was leisurely sunbathing and replied, "If you're in Korea, you have to speak Korean. Are you planning on letting everyone know you're Chinese?" He heard that and didn't dare to argue back, quickly replied, "I'm sorry." That boy sat up slightly, sighed, sigh. His feet stepped on the white sand. His mouth said to himself, "It seems like this is the end of his sweet vacation." It was time for everyone to get to work. After finishing speaking, countless people dressed in black lined up in a long line, bowing their heads to let him pass. He gently pulled his red glasses, revealing his amber eyes, and said, "Welcome to the trap I dug for you, Cha Shin-hyun." On this side, Cha Shin-hyun did not realize the potential danger. Still lazily following Kim Gi-yul, he was still full of energy, leading the way for the crowd, not forgetting to shout, "Let's go!" At Wolyongri Jeju Island, the president of the Damla Guild, Kim Ha-gun, warmly greeted Cha Shin-hyun and Cha Yun-sol. "Hello." He grabbed Cha Shin-hyun's hand, shaking it up and down non-stop. "Welcome to Jeju, President Cha. I'm the guild president of Damla, Kim Ha-gun. Nice to meet you." Looking at the two brothers still hanging around, he said to Kim Gi-yul, "They have come a long way, please treat them thoughtfully." Gi-yul, quickly bring the things that have been prepared. "Come here," he happily replied, "Yes sir." Cha Yun-sol's ears could hear the two of them talking. Her eyes sparkled. A specialty of Jeju Island, could it be black pig, or dagambari? Kim Gi-yul smiled brightly and said, "Even if you come just once, you won't forget it until you die." Cha Yun-sol's eyes locked tightly on the plate, and heard Kim Gi-yul add, "Carefully selected specialties, ensuring the highest quality." She guessed, black pig, but before she could finish her sentence, Kim Gi-yul revealed, "It's tangerine." After finishing speaking, the lid was opened, revealing a fragrant tangerine inside. The two Cha cousins stood still. Cha Yun-sol felt like he was being humiliated, picked up the bow. Luckily Cha Shin-hyun was next to stop him, calm, very calm. Each tangerine segment was peeled off, followed by Kim Ha-gun's sincere words, "Sorry that you just came here and brought up work to discuss, but the current situation is very confusing, please understand." He didn't pay attention to Cha Yun-sol's gloomy appearance, just focused on telling Cha Shin-hyun, "As you know, our Jeju Island Alliance has built an autonomous hunter system, right? The uprising of the Dawn and Dusk era guilds left the Korean hunter community divided. If we were somehow caught up in the conflict between those two guilds, blood would definitely be shed on Jeju Island." He explained further that from then until now, our Damlaw group has always allied together as a unity, so we were able to temporarily maintain the current status, until the most dangerous dungeon exploded. There was originally only one dungeon with a danger level of 2 or more, but in recent years the number has increased a lot. As you know, if the danger is that high, there must be at least some coordination. Only a group of veteran hunters level 40 or higher can handle it, right? Kim Ha-gun closed his eyes, thinking, telling him, it was a level that could not be overcome with only the strength of our alliance, and then the high-ranking hunters leading the groups despaired. They all joined the Dawn or Dusk Guild. Father Shin-hyun crossed his arms over his chest and asked, "I don't really understand. If such a dungeon exists, shouldn't I just ignore it? It's not like monsters come out of the dungeon and attack, we..." Kim Ha-gun quickly shouted, his eyes sparkled with starlight like Kim Gi-lee, "That's not okay. We failed in population management, we will lose ownership of the dungeon. Yes, that power will belong to the Hunter Association and will eventually fall into the hands of the Dawn and Dusk Guild." Father Shin-hyun was stunned by what he said. The machine replied, "Oh, I understand, I'm sorry." He still couldn't stop crying, holding his hair and crying. "I tried very hard to stop the expansion of the big guilds. If this situation continues, I regret to say that Jeju Island will end there." Speaking of this, his eyes returned to a strangely calm look. He pointed at Cha Shin-hyun and said loudly, "So the appearance of the Infinite Guild was like a bright star in the night. It was the hunter Cha Shin-hyun." Speaking of him, his eyes sparkled again. A high-ranking hunter who once cooperated with the Twilight Guild but later officially expressed neutrality, he finally appeared, with Kim Gi-yul also beside him. "Contribute flattering words to us Jeju Island Alliance. You are the dawn of salvation. You truly shine, truly a new wave, third wave, the light and salt of Korean hunters." Father Shin-hyun was speechless and thought to himself, these guys are crazy. The two Kims, of course, did not notice Cha Shin-hyun's expression of trying to hold back, but still nervously said, "Thank you very much for accepting the invitation of our Jeju Island Association. We will spend the rest of our lives never forget this favor," silently scolding them in their hearts, but on the surface Cha Shin-hyun still comforts them. "It's nothing but a favor. My best friend also wants to upgrade and make money, so it's nothing, it's all bad." He quickly changed the subject. The story was over, now he should go straight to the dungeon. Before he could finish speaking, Cha Yun-sol's hand behind him grabbed his shirt. "Wait, second brother," Cha Shin-hyun was a bit suddenly, loudly. "I have a problem that needs to be resolved before that." As she finished speaking, her expression was filled with murderous intent. Hearing that, Father Shin-hyun was also confused and asked again, "Does the problem need to be resolved? What is that?" Cha Yun-sol answered calmly, "Black pigs and dagambari." Cha Shin-hyun heard that. Out of habit he immediately replied, "Ah." Scene change, in the dungeon of Seungsan Hamlet on Jeju Island, Father Shin-hyun heard that and asked again, "Nyat Min Lua?" Suddenly, an explosion rang out, dust flew everywhere, breaking the silence of the forest. Countless Damlaw Guild members are in danger, their bodies entangled with tree branches. Another member held a large sword, gritted his teeth, damn it, no matter how much he attacked. It was impossible to catch it because it was too fast. Strange creatures came into view, they had purple fur of different colors. It turned out to be Nyetmin. This place was also the toxic fire monkey dungeon. They performed magic, creating a ball of fire carrying enormous power. Aiming straight at the group of Damlaw Guild, they were lucky enough to activate the shield in time, not in danger of their lives, but were also affected by that strange fire. One person couldn't help but cough, gulp. The boy holding the big sword tried to comfort him and hold out just a little longer. Suddenly, a handful of green liquid appeared, corroding everything it encountered. Looking at the pile of eroded rock, he said incredulously, "It's melting." He told himself that even though he had heard rumors about Medok, he didn't think it was this strong. Looking at his teammates struggling to create shields, he exclaimed. It could penetrate both shields and attacks with extremely high temperature flames. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and accept that it was extremely toxic. In his heart, he knew that the longer the war lasted, the more disadvantageous we would be. A person who can't help but speak up will die at this rate by melting in the fire and being poisoned. Suddenly, countless golden lightning bolts appeared and hit the poisonous fire monkeys. Cha Xinhyun's figure gradually lowered before the surprised eyes of the crowd. He waved the magic in his hand and said, "When I heard the poisonous fire, I thought it was some kind of dog. It turns out that because it uses fire and poison, it's called the poisonous fire monkey. That's a good name." The group of people looked at him, stammering, "Thank you." From afar, Kim Gi-yul was carried by Cha Yun-sol and said loudly, as expected of the President Cha, he erased those monkeys' numbers in the blink of an eye. "Thank you for saving me." Right away, immediately, shouted back, "I'm the one who saved you." He also realized that he was wrong, quickly said, "Ah ha, that's right ha. Thanks to Team Leader Cha we can save MP ha. Team Leader Cha's skills are too good so I will highlight you this time. Anyway, thanks to the two of you, I have been able to rest comfortably until now. From now on I will try to pay for my meals properly." With that said, the top and bottom of the poisonous fire monkeys appears a strange magic circle. Kim Gi-yul shouted, "You two, let's get ready." Immediately, two people in the Lianf Guild seriously observed his movements. A moment later, I saw the two of them combining their swords and shields, rushing towards a magic circle where a poisonous fire monkey was inside. After finishing everything, Kim Gi-yul immediately turned to ask Cha Xinhyun, "By the way, that's lightning magic, you've also honed your magician skills, right?" As expected of the President Cha Xinhyun is cold, replied faintly, "Sure enough, what is that, and if you'll excuse me, what is the level of leader Kim Gi-yul?" Hearing him ask, he shyly scratched his head, "Me, I'm only a little past level 40, Cha Yun-sol heard that from the side, startled, "What is taller than me?" Father Xinhyun noticed the group of hybrids and commented, "The other hunters seem to be close to level 40, it seemed like they had been training very hard." Kim Gi-yul laughed, "Ah ha, I and this limited number of brothers are exploring the Jeju Island dungeon area as usual." Remembering Kim Gi-yul's recent move, Cha Xinhyun did not hesitate to praise him, along with the technique just now, it was very interesting. Kim Gi-yul heard that and asked again. He said it was a teleportation skill, right? I had a really hard time with it too, it's a notoriously complicated and difficult skill. Cha Xinhyun heard that and arrogantly said, "Huh, it doesn't seem like that." Kim Gi-yul suddenly looked at him and asked again, "Could it be that thing?" His eyes lit up. "You only saw that skill a few times before you mastered it, right?" As expected, it was the President Cha Xinhyun was bored, thinking to himself, he wanted to beat up the people here. But then he lamented that it was indeed right to invest a hunter's ability in hunting. You must know, intuition literally means the power to look straight ahead. In his character sheet, the information appeared, name Cha Xinhyun, level 53, HP 100%, MP 106 above 106. Stat list is 0 points, ability allocation, attack 0, defense 0, agility 0, intuition 53, spirit 0. Cha Xinhyun thought to himself, other indicators of martial arts investment are not very valuable, but only intuition is different. No matter how high the index is, it is impossible to read the flow of magic power with the naked eye, and from time to time, by testing the skill first, we already understand the mechanism. Thinking so, he looked dark and said, "The more you hope for something, the more disappointed you'll be." In front of Kim Gi-yul's infatuated eyes, he spoke up, "I only perform once." His fingers are clasped together, casting spells, don't be too surprised. However, after a while, nothing happened. Kim Gi-yul and Cha Yun-sol kept staring at him. Cha Xinhyun's face darkened when he heard Kim Gi-yul say, "President Cha, you haven't used teleportation yet, right? Just pretend you don't know. The world still has many truths I don't know, so I usually that's that kind of person." He opened his eyes and asked directly, "Kim Gi-yul, how to use instant teleportation?" In the forest, countless poisonous fire monkeys were leisurely enjoying food. Kim Gi-yul suddenly appeared, spoke up, "Hey, you guys look leisurely." His appearance made them cry out in panic, excited. Kim Gi-yul's entire body was surrounded by red magic. He smiled friendly, said hello and, realizing the hidden meaning in his words, the monkeys immediately became alert. However, Kim Gi-yul just lightly said, "Go strong, and immediately, a magic circle surrounded the monkey damned. Immediately, they experienced the feeling of free fall, without protection measures. Cha Shin-hyun saw his movements and exclaimed, "Oh ho, seriously?" Kim Gi-yul interrupted, "We're so noisy." Then he smiled and explained, "When I play solo, I usually attack monsters by dropping them from above. To collect monsters, I also use teleportation." He honestly told me that I was still limited to a maximum height of 150 meters, but for monsters without wings, falling from this height was enough to kill. Cha Yun-sol listened and whispered, "I think, really cunning." Kim Gi-yul knew that Cha Shin-hyun was interested in this matter, so he slowly added, "The teleportation range is the empty space in sight. Within that range I can teleport wherever I want, any direction, should be. Since you asked me to show it, I showed you how useful it is." As soon as he finished speaking, Cha Shin-hyun's figure also disappeared, surprising Cha Yun-sol. Big brother." Kim Gi-yul looked around, didn't see him anywhere, then exclaimed, "It couldn't have been teleportation, it was indeed the President Cha." Suddenly Cha Shin-hyun spoke up, after listening to him explain and perform a few times, "I understand, thank you Team Leader Kim Gi-yul. However, it seems like it will take some time to get used to it." As soon as he said this, his face looked calm, expressionless with the situation of being trapped in a tree. Kim Gi-yul is not like that. He is not politely laughed out loud, "Huh, Captain Cha?" Amid the blue sky and white clouds, countless simple but delicious dishes were presented. Kim Gi-yul said, "Everyone has worked hard, let's eat first." Cha Yun-sol closed one eye and teased, "You seem carefree, with a bunch of monkeys around like this and you can still swallow rice," only to hear him reply in panic, Yeah that's true but..." He remembered today's tiring battle and said, "Anyway, I'm very grateful for your help, you two should rest a bit." He tried to invite her. During that time supplementing energy was extremely necessary to store stamina. Cha Yun-sol still did not ignore it. She said angrily, "I didn't come to Jeju Island for kimbap, or something similar." Hearing that, Kim Gi-yul also understood the problem and could only laugh, "Ahaha." He changed the subject again, telling Cha Shin-hyun, "And President Cha's teleportation ability is getting stronger than I thought." As expected, Super Rookie is really different in what he focuses on. Father Shin-hyun looked knowledgeable and replied, "There is an ancient saying that if a person has mastered a certain realm, then learning the skills of another realm will no longer be difficult. If Team Leader Kim Gi-yul works hard and practices non-stop, maybe one day he will be like me, maybe about 200 or 300 years or so." Hearing that, Kim Gi-yul immediately transformed into a crazy fan, immediately taking notes. He said, Oh, I will take it to heart." Cha Yun-sol over there was speechless, silently scolding, "He's really my brother, but every time something like that happens, I really want to punch him." She held a glass of water in her hand and reminded him, "If you think sticking with my brother will learn something, you'd better wake up. He's the only one who can use the methods to help him get stronger, so it's no use." He suddenly answered again, "Known to me. But I'm the team leader." Those words made Cha Yun-sol's expression change. Kim Gi-yul respectfully looked at the notebook and continued, "With my current level, holding such an important position, I cannot be satisfied, even if I feel the barrier of what is called as talent. I just saw in the notebook, teleportation, the way to use it is thun." Shush, just do it gently like that, even though it's very useless notes. But Kim Gi-yul still holds hope. "I still wondering if I could learn anything from Captain Cha." He turned back to look at the group of people and said softly, "I'm grateful that the group members trust and follow me, but I often feel close to the reality that I'm not good enough." Cha Yun-sol pondered, listening to him add, "If I continue to be complacent with my current level, I will never know what will happen." After finishing speaking, he clearly looked embarrassed, scratched his head, laughed, "Ahaha, I sounded too serious." Cha Yun-sol also changed his attitude, picked up the roll of kimbap to eat, said, "Okay, let's eat quickly, kimbap in Jeju Island is also delicious food." Hearing that, Kim Gi-yul's eyes were filled with gratitude, "Leader Cha, I'm so happy to see you like kimbap like that. I can give you a whole truckload of kimbap just by telling me." Hearing that, Cha Yun-sol immediately got angry, Don't overdo it, it's not good enough." "That's it," Cha Shin-hyun here asked, "but how long do we have to keep these guys?" He remembered the situation just now and commented, "There were so many of them and their speed was so fast, it was as if it would never end." Kim Gi-yul also contributed, "No, I don't have that. The things they carry with them are in translation. Continuous teleportation has a limit. If I had known this would happen, I would have developed a skill to suppress the large area attack feature. Hearing his suggestion, Cha Yun-sol immediately shouted back, "What are you talking about? If we are crushed to death by monsters, will you be responsible?" Seeing her angry, I just have to postpone it. Ha, calm down, team leader Cha. Father Shin Hyun muttered again, violently. Cha Yun-sol was still joking around with Kim Gi-lee. Anyway, suddenly, she saw what Cha Shin-hyun was doing on the system board, so she asked, "What are you doing?" Cha Shin-hyun replied lightly, "If it's as you think, then we can find a way." "Oh sure, we have this skill." The skill that Cha Shin-hyun talked about is Majesty, a monster skill that works and does not consume MP, rarity level B, equivalent to no one can have, proficiency level D, state of having just learned the skill. Whenever you are conscious, Majesty will turn your words into commands. This skill I call a natural feeling of respect and trust around you, which can even turn into fear or blind faith, but the effectiveness varies depending on the goal. He remembered the stone he picked up in the dungeon, thinking, the majestic skill stone collected in the Bucheon dungeon, if he could learn the skills that monsters use, it would be good. He thought about how he had used this technique on small squirrels in the past and thought to himself, but this is simply overwhelming the monsters with momentum. His expression was thoughtful. However, what was interesting was that the users will materialized and turned into a form of mind control. The appearance of those squirrels was still clear in his mind. They had red eyes and wide open mouths, lunging towards their target. In another situation, he made the squirrels become more adorable, even performing a circus for his entertainment. Cha Shin-hyun thought to himself, similarly, if you combine this skill with the mind of the sword, the strong embodiment of will, I will completely control the target with specific orders. He pondered, I used it a few times for fun, but since controlling the monsters didn't seem to make any sense, I forgot about it. Cha Shin-hyun muttered in his mouth, if the combination is good, will it be useful? As he finished speaking, his eyes opened, emitting a blinding yellow light. Cha Shin-hyun had successfully activated the mind-bending light wisdom move. With him as the center, countless golden circles were created, surrounding him. Looking at the group of poisonous fire monkeys in front of him, he thought of a polyphonic, non-telepathic form, to a Kwang Tam's closest target. Using the mind sword adds strength to Majesty. At this time, Cha Shin-hyun had almost disappeared, leaving only a dark shadow, but with the ability to penetrate deeply into the target's mind, he mobilized his thoughts. Monsters, what are the orders for you? Appear before me immediately. Immediately, Cha Shin-hyun opened his eyes and returned to reality. He gasped and panted. Seeing him clutching his head for no reason, Kim Gi-yul and Cha Yun-sol both worriedly asked, President Cha, where are you hurting? Cha Shin-hyun suddenly asked Kim Gi-yul, leader of Kim Gi-lee, if he currently had enough energy to use mass teleportation. Although it was difficult to understand, he still replied, yes, a few more times, it's probably still within my ability. Hearing that, Cha Shin-hyun let go of the rock in his heart, fortunately. With a quiet face, he spoke up, somehow. It seems like I've encountered a problem. As he finished speaking, behind him, the whole forest echoed with uproarious sounds. The group of people from the Dam Law Guild were startled. Something suddenly happened, an earthquake. It was impossible that they had never heard of a natural disaster happening inside the dungeon. One person said with difficulty, that means. Suddenly, at this moment a roar rang out, surprising that person, what a monster. Another person also saw clearly that it was just a poisonous fire monkey, also speechless, a monster. Father Yun-sol listened but didn't see anything anymore, so he said, the earthquake has stopped. The squinty-eyed boy immediately became happy when he heard that. I thought there were thousands of monsters running towards us or something. Suddenly, the group of people looked up, countless pairs of red eyes were looking here. Immediately, the group of people were in a commotion. Hey, where did this group come from? What's wrong with this group? At this moment, Cha Shin-hyun spoke up, team leader Kim Ki-ol. Let me take care of this group and bring them. The rest of your gang get out of here, right now. Kim Gi-yul keenly saw his hand gesture, thinking that the hand gesture was inverse yin and yang. That's right, thinking so, he quickly responded, okay. Kim Gi-yul turned to the crowd and ordered everyone to hurry up. Only Cha Yun-sol refused to listen. She turned to ask Cha Shin-hyun, what are you saying right now? You don't care, but taking care of everything. You're planning on taking care of these monsters yourself. At this moment, the monsters seemed to sense something, their red eyes staring intently at Cha Shin-hyun. Cha Yun-sol saw that he didn't answer and shouted loudly, "I can't do that, how can I leave you alone?" Kim Gi-yul saw her like that, quickly ran up to stop her. "Ah, Captain Cha, you can't be separated from us." Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyun's hand cast teleportation magic. A red circle surrounded Cha Yun-sol. She was bewildered, he was amused. However, he could not change Cha Shin-hyun's decision. He stood in front of her, facing countless bloodthirsty eyes. Seeing her leave, Cha Shin-hyun said softly, "Great." His feet swept across, excitedly saying, "Finally I can." After comfortably fighting, when he finished speaking, his eyes flashed blue light, and his whole body burst out with great energy. A column of blue light illuminated the entire forest. It passes through everything, smashing through all the obstacles in its path. And in the middle of that pillar of light, a dim, unclear figure was continuously providing it with magic. Kim Gi-yul stood high, taking in everything in sight, unable to help but exclaim, "Wow, it's amazing." His eyes sparkled. The President Cha was amazing. Another member of the guild also reacted, speaking in bewilderment, "Is that really something that humans can do? Oh, so all high-level hunters are like that? I guess the rumor that he's over level 60 is true." Kim Gi-yul speculated that perhaps President Cha was the one who attracted those monsters. At this moment, he remembered Cha Yun-sol on the side, biting his nails endlessly. He called out, "Captain Cha." No matter how strong the President Cha is, he's still the only member of her family, and now that member is fighting those monsters on his own. I'm pretty sure she posted feel very worried. At this moment, Cha Yun-sol's hand was clenched into a fist, full of uneasiness. Kim Gi-yul walked up to her and gently said, "Although I can understand why you're worried, President Cha has already revealed the monsters, so you don't need to worry too much." His expression was full of sincerity. She knew him better than anyone else, right? What would it be like to put a little more trust in him? Cha Yun-sol was bewildered by what he said. Her eyes looking at him were also full of complexity. She softly said, "What?" Then Cha Yun-sol's expression changed $180 to a sarcastic attitude. "What the hell are you doing?" Seeing that, Kim Gi-yul quickly admitted his mistake and apologized. Cha Yun-sol bit his nails, growled, "He drank all the experience himself, it was cheap. He said he would carry me." Kim Gi-yul didn't expect her to say that, smiled wryly, asked again, "Ha, so you're not worried about him, huh?" Hearing that, Cha Yun-sol turned around with a calm expression. "Why should I worry about him? He should have been completely interested." Indeed, right now, Cha Shin-hyun was enjoying the killing process so much that he was about to lose control of himself. He smiled, complimented, "Pooh, this is so useful. Even if I order them to appear in front of me, thinking about the distance will be the entire area. The dominant telepathy that is created by combining ultimate and sword intelligence, if I use it properly, I can even make all the monsters in the dungeon come to me." His eyes flashed with light. He excitedly said, "Raiding the dungeon would become easy," and as he finished speaking, he activated his telepathic control. Seeing its effectiveness, Cha Shin-hyun kept nodding, "That's right." His eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the monsters and said arrogantly, "Let's all jump in here." He shouted loudly, "I will kill all of them." In a faraway place, Lee Ji-hae was drinking tea, not knowing why, but she was startled, her expression lost. "Ah." Seeing her like that, the secretary quickly asked, "Are you okay? Do you feel unwell somewhere?" Lee Ji-hae held her forehead. The pain was not just. Looking at the distant sky, she said, "I feel like I heard some crazy guy laughing, sorry." Seeing that she was really okay, the secretary coughed lightly and continued, "Ahem, if that's true, I'll continue my report." He mentioned that Park Tae-hoon's room had been quiet for the past few days. As you know, the president of the Dusk Guild, Park Tae-hoon, has not left his residence, and the hunters of the Dusk Guild have also become very nervous, passive. The secretary flipped through the pages, reporting, resulting in the ownership of the dungeons being completely ours without having to do much. Looks like there's no need to pay attention to the Twilight Society right now. She thought, it's strange, Park Tae-hoon is becoming so calm after being humiliated at the Sun Festival. Remember his gloomy, sinister appearance. Lee Ji-hae's eyes darkened. I was worried that he was secretly doing something again. Unexpectedly, the secretary placed a file in front of her and said seriously, what was more urgent for the Dawn Association right now was. Lee Ji-hae quickly picked it up to look at it. Her expression changed. This is. The secretary's voice echoed in her head. the highly dangerous dungeons that were discovered in Tebik Mountain. With a danger level of 13, the hunter needed to be at least level 60, and the climate here was desert. Thinking about that monster symptoms roaming around, he had to say, it's real. In what is known as the most difficult dungeon ever appeared, inside the dungeon, countless powerful monsters appeared, including animal-plant hybrids with amazing power, defeating countless people, many hunters. Its danger level is level 13, hunters need to be at least level 60, Tebik dungeon is in hot desert terrain. Suddenly, a deep hole appeared behind the guy. Without waiting for him to react, a monster shot up from the hole. He glared at it fearfully. The giant monster is about 10 stories tall. Lee Ji-hye read the notes without believing her eyes. She sighed tiredly, sigh, this is not easy at all, it looks like the president, director and I will have to form a guild to take care of them. Ji-hye silently thought, at times like this, it would be good if he was here. The image of Cha Shin-hyeon suddenly appeared in her mind. Ji-hye was startled by Secretary Yo's call. Dong-hwan wondered and asked her, what are you thinking about, why are you so quiet, your condition today doesn't seem to be very good, if you're tired, you should rest early. Ji-hye quickly picked up the documents and pretended to be busy, see. Because she was a bit scared, she accidentally spilled the cup of coffee next to her. It fell to the ground and broke before her and the secretary's eyes. Ji-hye silently looked at the cup of coffee, the secretary saw that and immediately said, just leave it there and I'll clean it up quickly. Then she sighed and forced a smile. Ji-hye looked at the lights in the coffee cup and thought, when will he come back, Shin-hyeon? It's been half a month since we arrived at the Jeju dungeon. Father Shin-hyeon looked helplessly at the scene before him. Yoon Sung-min over here is having his life threatened by a crazy horse. It used its legs to attack him. Fortunately, before it kicked him in the face, a ray of blue light shone through its face. Cha Yoon-sol said triumphantly, I'm sure you won't miss anything. Kim Ki-ul, standing next to me, also praised, it's great, it's great. Yoon-sol angrily grabbed his collar and asked, great, you're treating me like a child just because you have a higher level than me, how can someone like you treat me like that? Shin-hyeon stood seeing this scene from afar, I thought. Yoon-seo looked quite excited, Kim Ki-ul said confusedly, ha, I don't know what you're talking about. The leveling system of hunting poems is for where experience points are distributed based on contributions made, based on the amount of damage each hunter deals to monsters, just like that, it will be effective, then if I don't participate in the matches but... Suddenly Shin-hyeon suddenly remembered something. One of his teammates was being chased by crazy horses, he saw this scene and thought to himself, how could he be able to block the attack and run like that? Shin-hyeon smiled, the surrounding was filled with blue aura, sigh, I guess I have no choice but to get involved in times like these, eh? He ran after his teammates. A blue shield appeared in front of the horse. Suddenly, the two of them were on top of the tree, his teammates were crying and thanking him profusely, Guild, President Cha, thank you, Shin-hyeon said a bit annoyed, I know, let me go, then there he thought to himself, is there no way to upgrade mental willpower? Even though I'm just carrying them, it's not like I'm not getting anything from this. Kim Ki-ul looked up excitedly and spoke, as expected from President Cha, you're truly a genius, Yoon-sol angrily interjected, you scoundrel, are you ignoring me? Shin-hyeon stood watching the two of you without saying anything. When we walked around in the dungeon, I learned the teleportation skill from Kim Ki-ul. And also using skills to a range that was impressive to him, even though it seemed like it would be a while before he reached the level of mastery he wanted, Shin-hyeon thought while scratching his head, anyway, that's not the place I want to teleport to. I finally understand, big brother. The famous products of Jeju Island are not black pork, saw perch meat or tangerines. Jeju Island. There are great dungeons, it's a great place to level up, you have to get stronger, you can become stronger. Yoon-sol picked up the glass of wine and muttered to himself, Cha Yoon-seol has leveled up 3 hunter levels currently, 38. Kim Ki-ul forced a smile and said, Captain Cha also received quite a few levels during this dungeon clearing trip, thanks to you I also leveled up, President Cha. Shin-hyeon looked at Yoon-sol who was sipping a glass of wine and thought, she's completely addicted to raids. Suddenly she put the wine glass down on the table violently, Jeju Island soju tasted delicious, Shin-hyeon looked at her and smiled, our trip to Jeju Island was supposed to be a family trip, so I was quite worried that she would be disappointed because we spent all this time just practicing, luckily it seemed like she was quite satisfied with the trip, I guess the dungeon clearing trip was quite memorable. Kim Ki-il picked up the stack of papers to search. Let's see, the next raid is a request from the Samdato group. It has a danger level of around level 11, there will be monsters known as bat wolves, it has a wolf head and a bat body, it is also known to be very fast, and has sharp teeth that can easily tear apart human flesh. Suddenly Shin Hyeon slapped the table, he spoke, wait, a dungeon has a boundary, maybe its terrain is. Kim Ki-il quickly interrupted him, sorry, yes, the dungeon's terrain is a cave dynamic. Shin Hyeon heard that and immediately stopped. He clenched his hands and said nothing. Kim Ki-il continued to speak, based on their request, they wanted to exclude me, team leader Cha, and only wanted President Cha to go with them. They said it was because the cave's terrain was also quite dark, leading to narrow visibility, so Captain Cha's arrows and my teleportation skill wouldn't be much use there. Yoon-sol wiped the wine from the edge of his mouth and spoke, so they just want my brother to join while we're sitting out, it feels like they're looking down on me, I feel a bit insulted. Shin Hyeon smiled and said, although it's a bit suspicious, this is also quite great for us, because the two of us are tired after working so much, the two of us should also take this opportunity to rest well, go. Kim Ki-il was a bit hesitant, it's true but. Shin Hyeon immediately reassured, don't worry, I will take care of these things quickly, and will come back with the two of you. After saying that, he thought to himself, cave, I'm remembering something I don't want to remember. The next day, Jong-uk's mouth smiled brightly like a flower, nice to meet you, President Cha, I'm Jong-uk, President of Samdato and also the guide for this raid. You should also be informed about this raid, shall we go to the dungeon right away? Shin Hyeon was a bit worried but still agreed. He went with him to the green teleportation gate. He stood in front of it thinking, his mother. Just the thought of this being a cave, makes me feel more uncomfortable than I thought, but I can't cancel this job just because of my personal feelings, in any case, I have to solve it, resolve this as quickly as possible. Whatever's in there, I'll finish this quickly and go back. Deep in the forest, there is a quite large cave. Inside are planet bats. Jong-uk's people were a little scared and asked, what should we do, Captain? It seems like things are going faster than planned. Shin Hyeon on this side suddenly spoke up, I've already made an outline, where to go next. It seemed like they had something to hide from him, so when he spoke they were a bit scared. Jong-uk spoke in confusion, oh, it's so hard, it's as amazing as what I heard, ha ha ha. Let's see, if you follow this path, you will quickly reach an unexplored area. Shin Hyeon passed by the two of them and then urged, hurry up. Jong-uk and the other guy were a bit surprised, Captain Cha? Are you okay? You don't look too good, Shin Hyeon replied with a dark face, I'm fine. Then he thought to himself, damn it. Even though time has passed so long. But those horrifying memories are as clear as if they were yesterday. Jong-uk approached and called him, hey, Captain Cha, your condition doesn't look good, you shouldn't be like that, just take your time, Jong-uk's eyes widened in panic. Shin Hyeon spoke, clearly I had spoken earlier. It's okay, Shin Hyeon is filled with murderous intent right now. Jong-uk was scared when he saw that, he quickly changed the subject, oh my, I really don't pay attention at all, worrying in vain, are you thirsty? Hey, let me get you some tangerines. Boy, the other person is also very scared, yes, I will take it out right away. Shin Hyeon over here was clenching his fists, he thought to himself, we have to get out quickly. Otherwise, I'll probably kill them. Jong-uk took out a navigation board and pointed at it and said, as you two can see, the road is a bit steep from here, but I've completed the exploration before, don't worry about anything. This time I'll take the lead, come on, everyone go to the middle. Shin Hyeon looked at him and thought, his strange actions up until now have been very suspicious but still. Maybe it's because I'm sensitive. Without any doubt, Shin Hyeon followed his group, Jong-uk said as he walked. Oops, it's too dark, be careful under your feet. I don't know if you've ever been to Shokaji-Uram Cave in Jeju Island, it's different from other caves, gloomy cave like this. Later, when I have the chance, I will visit the caves of Jeju. Shin Hyeon looked at him with murderous intent, okay. Jong-uk was scared to death, like a knife. Shin Hyeon suddenly got angry, how far do we have to go anyway, he suddenly glared. This feeling was, Shin Hyeon quickly looked up. A formation appeared above his head. The Dharma Array. Moreover, this action and consciousness comes from the illusory labyrinth formation. not capable of killing people, but once trapped in this formation. Becoming disoriented because of walking around with no way out, a number of ghosts appeared. They all wondered the same thing: why are the roads like this? Is the road here originally like that? However, looking at the flow of vitality, this formation is actually leading somewhere. Why did the formation that he had seen in martial arts appear in the dungeon? Shin Hyeon's hand started to hurt. Is it a conversion of two-hand martial arts, or the formation that already exists in this world? Damn it, no matter what, I don't want to face anything related to martial arts in a cave anymore. Shin Hyeon closed his eyes tightly, trying to reassure himself, stay awake, that time is just the past. Then he let go, his body seemed better. Shin Hyeon suddenly spoke up, yes, just consider being tricked, I will accept the invitation. Let's see what he looks like and how to handle him. At that time, at Debeek Mountain, the sand desert dungeon, the monster was angry and screaming. Joan Junho shouted loudly, everyone paid attention. Now is the last time, must endure, Crusader skills, protect Joshua team defense up buff. The monster suddenly shrank back. The other boy saw that and immediately spoke, he gradually shrank and now had no strength left. Suddenly his eyes widened. The monster now seemed to transform. Everyone panicked when they saw this scene. That. Junho pulled out his sword and rushed forward. He did not forget to warn everyone. Everyone calm down. That is his ultimate move. Only now will we have the upper hand. But not to be subjective, Junho swung his sword towards it. A light flashed across the monster's body. Junho turned back to look at everyone and said loudly, it is now. Lee Ji-hae rushed forward without saying a word. She looked straight at it and said, finish it. Then pink rays of light flashed through its body. Ji-hae did this with just a small knife. She asked tiredly, why is it so hot here? Everyone immediately praised her. She was finally able to defeat her. She is indeed the vice president. Joan Junho walked over and patted her shoulder. He smiled brightly and said, ha ha ha, good job, vice president. If you have a move like this, you deserve more than I thought. Hearing that, the other guy seemed surprised and thought to himself, worth it. She replied helplessly, the team leader and I were both like that. It was so painful. We had only dealt with 3 animals and the team's condition was not good. Ji-hae then turned to a teammate and said, fine shade, let's rest for 30 minutes, the other boy happily quickly replied, I know. Junho was a bit bored and spoke, after all, it was a pity that when Reed and I arrived here, suddenly someone asked, what is that? Junho continued, but, Cha Shin-yoon, that friend, the two of you are very attached to each other, in fact, I heard that they are dating. Lee Ji-hae quickly punched his stomach to make him shut up. She forced herself to stop, laughed and said, oh, the captain is also so funny. Junho painfully replied, it's lucky that the vice president finds me funny. Ji-hae immediately interrupted him, yes, so keep your mouth shut if possible. By the way, why are the other presidents absent? If there were 2 more people it would be much easier. Junho quickly replied, ah, you mean President No Oh-young and President Yoon Sung-min. I heard there was an appointment today, I can't miss it. Lee Ji-hae was so happy when she heard that. 2 surprised eyes, what an appointment. What should I say? At Debeek Mountain, outside the sandy desert dungeon. He told me to just do what I had to do and get involved. The 2 young men chatted with each other in their free time. You didn't watch the Sun Festival live, did you? Cha Shin-hyeon, the hunter, is very popular. Yes, I just watched the video, I just ignored it and didn't understand. How could he do that? Oh Dong-hwan suddenly came from afar. He spoke angrily, you guys came here to play. The other employee heard that and immediately shouted, Chief Secretary. That gatekeeping job is just like this now, you don't want to eat. The other guy hears that and also follows, there's nothing to do. Oh Dong-hwan seriously said, no matter how quiet the sunset is, we must not let our guard down. Not knowing when they would pull their trick again, the employee looked forward and seemed surprised, that is. A sky full of round purple orbs appeared. There is a purple ray of light shining high in the sky. Then purple clouds came together. The watchman was now beaten to death. Is this a meteor bullet, a gun-type skill? Dong-hwan is already covered in wounds. Today's dungeon raid is top secret, only a few people in the guild know. How did it happen, out like this? Perhaps, a shadowy figure appeared. Oh Dong-hwan quickly stood up, facing the sunset. Yoon Sung-min appeared, he smiled brightly and asked, the chief secretary is here, are you okay? Director Yoon Sung-min. Oh Dong-hwan saw him silently thinking, how lucky, then he quickly asked, what happened? Sung-min immediately replied, the Sunset Side attacked secretly, the person who attacked seemed to be quite strong. Dong-hwan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, those bastards were so horrible that they remained motionless for a moment. He thought to himself, there are still a few hours left before the president and vice president complete the campaign, should I go in there and report the news? Oh Dong-hwan suddenly realized something. He quickly asked, but, how did the director know we were here? I heard that he did. Without waiting for him to finish, Yoon Sung-min used one foot to kick him. The kick was so strong that it caused tomato sauce to splash. Dong-hwan was in pain when he was killed by someone he trusted. Yoon Sung-min smiled and said, I'm about to finish it, Chief Secretary Oh Dong-hwan. Sung-min held out his phone to take a picture. Then he picked up someone's phone. Yes, I'm free, Director Kwon Oh-dong will be here soon. The other end of the line smiled and said, very good. Park Tae-hoon is also on the phone here, we just arrived, it's good that everything is over. Well done, Dawn Guild Board of Directors. Wherever Park Tae-hoon goes, he is respected by others. He looked at that pile of corpses and complimented, wow, the director handled it so well. I'm very satisfied, keep up the good work. The two of them immediately bowed their heads in thanks. Ji-hae, a lofty and arrogant person like you. I didn't expect that the traitor would be right in the executive team, right? I even bribed them before the Sun Festival took place, you wouldn't expect that. Park Tae-hoon was singing while walking, he didn't pay attention and stepped on the head secretary's hand. It's been 7 years. Since the day I was in the same dungeon as Ji-hae, I had just returned from martial arts and started becoming a hunter. Sister, brother, over here, we're here. We just discovered a new dungeon, no one has been here before. Ji-hae smiled and replied, okay, I will go there right away. Tae-hoon suddenly called her name. He asked if we were going to keep following and cleaning up like that. We couldn't continue practicing like that, we would be held back because of them. Why are you so complacent? Have you forgotten the time in martial arts? We have to become stronger as quickly as possible. Ji-hae just looked at him without answering. Tae-hoon continued, have you thought about what I proposed last time? Look, this is the ancient stone I received from the God of War along with his message. Just by wearing it, our martial arts will improve significantly. Let's serve together under him. If we follow the God of War, we can be much stronger than we are now. Ji-hae suddenly interrupted him, Tae-hoon, please stop. This statement made him stunned. Ji-hae continued, I know you feel it is not easy and are very scared, but this is not martial arts. No one holds our lives, and there is no reason to be stronger than others. I feel happy when I'm with them, let's forget our painful time in martial arts, okay? Sister, come on quickly. Ji-hae turned to the other group and replied, okay, I know, I'm coming. Ji-hae, I thought you were the only one who could understand me, because we went through similar pain. But for you, I'm always the one left behind, it's all because of those weak and stupid insects, I don't like them. Swoosh. Tae-hoon's body was now covered in ketchup, he silently despised them, weak as straw. Ji-hae screamed in fear. Tae-hoon frowned at her. Have we failed? Failed before such a weak monster? Just because I protect them, a boy appeared behind Tae-hoon and said loudly, brother, please take Ji-hoon out of here quickly. If you stay here, Ji-hoon will be in danger. Tae-hoon, do you hear what I said? Please do something, we trusted you, what the hell are you doing? Tae-hoon Hyung. Park Tae-hoon, it's always like that, isn't it? You, the one who always worries and tries your best, means nothing to Ji-hae. The only reason she's looked down upon by others is because Lee Ji-hae is so weak. She had forgotten how pitiful she was in martial arts. And it's all because those insects destroy and erase everything that makes Lee Ji-hae soft-hearted. If you do that, then Lee Ji-hae will understand you. Park Tae-hoon. Ji-hae, I will help you be free. Starting from now, all the weaklings are next to her. Tae-hoon stood remembering his memories. He was bewildered and couldn't keep his mouth shut. Yoon Sung-min in the back saw this and immediately discussed with his friend next to him, why is it like that, who knows? Sung-hyuk suddenly spoke up, you guys should protect this place well. If someone tries to escape, they rush out from inside. Eliminate them all, leaving no one behind. Sung-hyuk's scary expression successfully scared the two of them. Sung-hyuk walked up to Tae-hoon and asked, Captain, what about Cha Shin-hyeon? He did not answer but asked another question, how things were progressing in Jeju. He replied, no need to worry. Jalen has become active. It's not like you always knew that there was no one who wouldn't fall into the trap that guy set. Even though the time is a bit urgent, it's okay to see him report that he's preparing according to the battle plan. If it's around this time, Taehoon tiredly interrupted him, and then, I'll leave it to you guys, you two. Hearing that, he immediately looked at Taehoon. For example, if you enter a dungeon, then I will volunteer to kill Lee Ji-hae, just as promised. Hearing that, Taehoon grimaced a bit. But then he smiled again. That's natural, you promised to do it, Sung-hyuk, just do what you want. Then he looked at Sung-hyuk and thought, if you can do it, just do it. Taehoon smiled brightly and said, well, it's time for action, guys. The hunter is the one who hunts. Today's prey is dawn. Inside the cave, Shin Hye-yeon now seemed lost. What is this? Where is this? I followed the illusion of the maze and entered here, but why didn't I see anyone like this? Seeing that, everyone seemed to have hurriedly whispered, Captain, it seemed a bit different. Jong-ok was also very surprised. What was this? Originally there would have been someone waiting. Suddenly Shin Hye-yeon turned around and repeated two words, someone, causing the other two to cry. Shin Hye-yeon walked closer to Jong-ok and asked, let's talk frankly, what is the plot? Jong-ok immediately pretended to be ignorant. What are you talking about? I don't understand. He suddenly squeezed his mouth. Shin Hye-yeon asked with a dark face, you guys want to die here, right? You think I didn't know something was wrong from the beginning? He looked at him fearfully. If you want to get out of here healthy, then tell him everything. He used force to squeeze his mouth. Suddenly there was a strange voice, oh, there, a blue-haired guy appeared. What is it? Shin Hye-yeon looked at him in surprise. You acted much faster than I thought, I almost missed the opportunity. One guy informed him, brother, the target has arrived. Jalen, who was chatting, had to turn off the phone. Even though we encountered each other again in this way, we were still happy to meet each other. Here's a little hello, shall we? Shin Hye-yeon smiled brightly and said, ha, a bit surprised. Another place, suddenly the desert exploded. Ji-hae's eyes widened in surprise. What? I suddenly feel like I have a bad feeling, maybe it's because of my mood. You're so sensitive all of a sudden, don't think about it anymore. So that's it, one appeared in the west and east, 400 meters away, the other one appeared in the south, about 700 meters away, I don't know if I can catch them all today. Ji-hae suddenly saw something. Big explosion, not far from here there was an explosion, that's where the Patty team is resting, right? The huge fire spread everywhere. Junho shouted angrily. Suddenly, a group of people rushed down to kill Junho's people. Sung-hyuk flew behind Junho. He looked for the right opportunity and then rushed to attack him. Junho endured the pain, he clenched his teeth and pulled out the sword. Then he used all his strength. Rush in and attack those people. Junho sat down tiredly, damn, that was really bad. Just dealing with Jang Sung-hyuk makes me feel breathless, but dare to say that Choi Ji-hyung is from Ryu Sung-gun. Moreover, Park Tae-hoon suddenly appeared, he sat on the top of the rock and smiled. How to deal with that monster? Rank A is different, I thought he was just a puppet leader. Who would have thought it was a good look? I took you lightly, I'm sorry. Junho frowned and said, I didn't expect you and I to meet like this. Park Tae-hoon, who said I'm a scarecrow? How did you get here? Where are the hunters guarding outside? Tae-hoon smiled and replied, ah, those guys. You can't even guess at this point, I immediately got angry when I heard that. The location of the dungeon was only recently discovered, and this raid was still top secret. It seems that we have a spy inside us, so you can use your sword to attack. You Twilight Guild and those traitors, I will kill them all. The red-haired guy seemed to be laughing at him, his aura was great, okay, but just a little faster. Junho opened his eyes wide in surprise. His teammate was stabbed by someone. He cried while looking at you, the president. Help, save me, I don't want to die, please. Choi Ji-hyung was behind him and urged him, it's over, Junho. His teammates' voices kept ringing, distracting him. Tae-hoon saw this scene and immediately laughed out loud, look how touching it was, he wanted to cry, see. Everywhere, the weak insects are just a burden. Oh look, there are worms here too, Ji-hae suddenly attacked Tae-hoon's back. Soap. Sung Hyuk rushed forward and prevented a fatal blow from her. Ji-hae smiled brightly and said, mischievously, long time no see, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Lee Ji-hae. Next to Taehoon also participated in the conversation. She probably didn't want to see my face that much. But I miss you so much, Ji-hae. She didn't say anything, just frowned at him. Then Ji-hae rushed away. She spoke, sighed, your mouths were still as rotten as before. Don't get up, Park Taehoon, let me sew your mouth shut. Taehoon wasn't angry, he just gently told Sung Hyuk to deal with her. Those rays of light just kept crashing into each other. Ji-hae and Sung Hyuk are evenly matched. Sung Hyuk attacked first but she gently dodged. Sung Hyuk's blade was just a moment away from hitting her beautiful face. Ji-hae was angry and quickly attacked again. He quickly used his hand to block it. His eyes were now wide. He used all his strength to brace himself. Suddenly Ji-hae approached him, she raised her voice provocatively, coughed, and after following Park Taehoon, she got better, right, when it was still a new mat, she couldn't even hold a knife properly. This statement successfully angered him. Sung Hyuk with bloodshot eyes swung a knife at her, she just gently leaned back and dodged it. Ji-hae couldn't help but tease her, too impatient, not cool, you know. She looked at that crazy face and thought to herself, this guy is more agitated than I thought, if he wanders around he will lose his temper. Ji-hae glanced at the crowd. Junho in here is trying his best to resist those people, he curses, green beans all of you Sunset people, come here for me. Ji-hae thought while avoiding Sung Hyuk's attack that if the president used all his strength, he could hold on for a while. But the main problem here is. Ji-hae looked towards Taehoon. That bastard, Taehoon was now sitting leisurely, he even waved to her. Ji-hae looked at him angrily, damn, dare you even laugh, there's no way he'll sit still, what are you plotting, Park Taehoon? Taehoon over here is watching them fight, wow, Lee Ji-hae is much stronger than I thought. If things still go according to plan, then Cha Shin Hyeon is now in the cave. The rocks seemed to be shaking. Then it got even more intense. Bang! The rocks were thrown far away. Shin Hyeon appeared, he smiled brightly and said, wow, that's so dull. Your father is very angry. Jong-ok climbed up and breathed. He stood up with a puzzled face and said, oh, my head hurts, what's going on? Suddenly he saw Shin Hyeon standing in front of him, Father Shin Hyeon. He spoke up now, this is so unreasonable. Shin Hyeon continued with a gloomy face, the robot said it was an emergency and also forced me to use my internal strength in the dungeon, all because of a stupid bomb. Jong-ok was scared, he quickly changed the subject, guild leader Cha, you weren't hurt anywhere. Just who the hell would plant a bomb here, haha. Suddenly his pupils shrank together. A blue light surrounded him, everyone around saw this scene and panicked, the guild leader. Shin Hyeon let him down, the blue-haired guy quickly asked, are you okay? Shin Hyeon now approached the group of people and spoke, now let's finish what we're talking about. Say, what's the whole story? Shin Hyeon's face was dark, the surrounding air was only blue. Jong-ok knelt down, he replied in fear, we don't know anything, he angrily interrupted him, nonsense, shit, making sure no outsiders can enter or leave the dungeon is something that a guild that owns a dungeon is responsible for, moreover, it would take days to create this trap and plant the depth bomb inside such a dungeon. But, you say you don't know anything, you really think so? Would I believe it? Shin Hyeon's expression right now is very scary. Jong-ok couldn't help but panic when he saw that. Jong-ok sat on the ground filled with fear. He said in fear, us. We don't know anything, it's true, we almost died too, Jong-ok said without holding back his tears. He continued to say, we almost died in vain just because of you. Shin Hyeon was silent. Hey, it seems like what I said didn't reach your head, I gave you many chances. Jong-ok is currently in a daze and doesn't understand what's going on. First time I've used this on a human but. Absolute command, activated. Shin Hyeon's face was now dark, he said expressionlessly, even if you completely lose your mind, don't blame me. Suddenly a black gas appeared. It surrounds Jong-ok. He was stunned at this moment, his pupils began to get smaller. We, the Samdao Guild, are a guild that has been receiving financial support from the Sunset Guild since the beginning. The guild's logo appeared before his eyes, Our main mission is to ensure that the opinions in the Jeju Island Alliance will always be the same as those of the Sunset Guild. But one day, what's going on? Who are you? Jongok looked at the person in front of him in confusion. He came to find us, a handsome guy with braided hair and a red shirt that attracted a lot of eyes, he said. Whoa, this office looks like shit, I like it, this is the Samdao Guild, right? The guy pointed his hand at Jongok and asked, hasn't anyone contacted you yet? I'm Park Tae-hyun's big brother. Jalen, the Chinese hunter. Jongok looked at him with some fear, even though I had no idea who he was or what he had to do with the Twilight Society. Surely he wanted to make it seem like this was the real thing. He took off his glasses, his eyes seemed to be looking down on Jongok. He asked, I came here because my pig-brained youngest brother asked me to help him. Can you go get me some tea first, will you? On this side, Jongok's two teammates were panicking. Guildmaster, why did you suddenly do that? Jongok's eyes were no longer black, he unconsciously said, after all, we were just following the orders of the Twilight Guild that Jalen gave us. Our mission is to take you to the agreed location at the agreed time. Jalen should have cleaned up this battlefield. Shin Hyeon listened and thought deeply. There was no communication signal between the inside of the dungeon and the outside world, so it seemed that Jalen would also have to go into the dungeon. Damn it, I can't feel anything, has he escaped? Shin Hyeon said uncomfortably, this is so annoying. Hey, get out of the way, that blue-haired guy quickly turned around, he was a bit scared, the guild leader, huh? Shin Hyeon spoke coldly, he was standing in the way, then he raised his hand in front of him creating a round blue ball. Shin Hyeon angrily said loudly, I said, stay away, if you want only the lower half of your body left, then stand there. He was scared when he heard that. His mouth couldn't control himself and spit out incomprehensible words. That round ball created a powerful ray of light moving forward, luckily the other guy was able to dodge it in time. It approached the place where the stone wall was. Suddenly, the two objects collided, creating a very loud explosion. The other group of people saw this and quickly discussed, What, it's no longer blocked, so we think we can go back now. But what is that skill, is it magic? Shin Hyeon didn't say a word and walked straight forward. The blue-haired guy saw that and said, is that important now? That guy looks like he's about to die, leave here then. We're saved, now I can go home to take a shower and sleep. The brown-haired guy quickly helped Jongok up, he happily said, Guild President, wake up, we can finally go out already. Everyone was having fun when Shin Hyeon suddenly said, oh, that's right, causing the two of them to immediately stop. He looked back at them and continued, I almost forgot, deal with the redundant people. Then the whole cave suddenly shook, the blue-haired man covered his hands in fear, what the hell was going on now? The surrounding rocks couldn't stand it and collapsed. Blue hair quickly shouted, the entrance, and the other guy is trying to wake up Jongok, the guild president, wake up, we're all about to die here. The two of them cried and screamed, I don't want to be stuck in here, please let us go, we promise not to do bad things again. Please save us, you bastard. Shin Hyeon is outside pretending not to hear anything. I also had to endure being in a cave for 10 years, now I'm letting you all suffer a little too, if you can't go out, that's the end for you. So, this is all the work of the sunset, thank you for giving me a reason to publicly destroy you guys. Should I start by meeting my friend Gaolin? At the same time in the desert, Ji-hye said as she wiped the blood from her face, this was completely beyond my expectations. Assassin skills, clone technique, Ji-hye spoke, it seems like Park Tae-hyun spent a lot of effort training people, that technique is good. Sung-hyuk smiled brightly and said, she was still as arrogant as always, she should wipe the blood around her mouth first and then say, isn't it time for him to dance on the floor? Ji-hye frowned in confusion. Then she smiled brightly and asked, what are you talking about? Ji-hye pushed herself to stand up, she continued, I don't intend to use that. Using that move on someone as weak as a slug like you would be a waste, he seems to have already given up. Ji-hye continued to provoke, even if she didn't use it, you are no match for me, kid. Her words successfully hit Sung-hyuk's G-spot. He angrily shouted her name and then flew towards her with his clone. Ji-hye's face darkened and said, look closely, I will show you. How do real assassins fight? Blood and Moon reveal. In the desert there was not a single person in sight. Suddenly a group of people appeared. That was Sung-hyuk chasing Ji-hye. She jumped down somewhere. Ji-hye gently turned around to avoid Sung-hyuk's clones. The real Sung Hyuk was looking at her with disgusted eyes. Then he split into more people, they were doing something. Suddenly, the nearby mountain exploded, causing Ji-hae to fly away. Suddenly a group of Sung Hyuk clones flew over. You must be Park Tae-hoon's subordinates. After saying that, she swung the knife at them. You guys are really stubborn. A flash of pink light appeared. Those clones were all killed by the rays of light. Ji-hae quickly turned back. Behind her at this moment was Sung Hyuk holding a knife and rushing forward. Jang Sung Hyuk original skill. Poison Spear. Ji-hae's sword seems to be corroded after the attack on Sung Hyuk. What is this? Jang Sung Hyuk's original skill. Loving Poison. The knife had now absorbed a lot of poison inside. Lee Ji-hae followed Jang Sung Hyuk. She looked back at the knife she was holding in her hand. Damn it, her knife had melted when she had just come to touch it. Seeing that, Ji-hae suddenly stopped. She looked ahead and thought to herself, if I slip here it seems like it will turn into an extremely serious injury or even instant death. It's gradually becoming interesting. Then she let go of her two knives and asked, your fighting style has changed a lot. I seem to remember that the person imitating me was using double swords. He heard that and didn't know how to answer. Then he said, it's all thanks to you, Lee Ji-hae. When Ji-hae heard him mention her name, she felt uncomfortable and frowned. Sung Hyuk looked at her in confusion. Wasn't it you who told me this, the method for an assassin to become stronger? Ji-hae picked up the two knives. She forced a smile and replied, I told you that, but I don't really remember what I said. After saying that, she thought to herself, the poison technique is really annoying but easy to use. There's also a problem with his version. Where is his real body? Sung Hyuk asked boredly, you don't remember, right? Then let me help you remember it. This is your last chance, use Shadow Dance. Ji-hae spoke in disgust. Seriously, aren't you tired of saying that? That damn shadow, I'm sick of hearing it about it. Haven't I already told you, that thing is not necessary for me to use to defeat a shrimp like you? After saying that, she thought to herself, I can't use Shadow Dance now, I need to preserve your strength to negotiate with Park Tae-hoon later. Jang Sung Hyuk was so angry that he gritted his teeth. What's wrong? He suddenly followed her behind. In that case. Ji-hae opened her eyes wide in fear and looked at him. Then die like this. As he finished speaking, he used his hand to pierce Ji-hae's body. Old memories suddenly came back. Ji-hae smiled and said, oh my god, look at you, you copied everything from me, you even used double swords. Are you the child that Park Tae-hoon is grooming as my replacement? Jang Sung Hyuk was scared to the point of crying right now. She walked over and whispered in his ear, it was Park Tae-hoon. Truly a disgusting bastard. While I pity your existence, he still bothers me a lot. It's like he's using you to taunt me. Jang Sung Hyuk trembled backwards. Don't come closer again. Ji-hae slowly sat down and asked, do you know the formula for a beast killer to become stronger? Ji-hae said as she brought the sharp iron knife to Sung Hyuk's neck. That is, there is someone you wholeheartedly want to kill. If you really want to become stronger, then try hating someone so much that you want to kill them, like me. Suddenly a group of people appeared to interrupt her in his story. One of them said loudly, she's over there, that's Lee Ji-hae, the team leader, over here. Ji-hae is a bit agitated right now. Panic, Park Tae-hoon, all the time. Looks like I'll have to give them a chance today because I'm already tired. Even though the bastard I want to kill the most in this world is here, I'll have to do this next time. With that said, goodbye. From standing up. I will give you one last piece of advice as your senior, you don't have the ability for this, so give up and find a new path in life if you can. See ya. Sung Hyuk looked at her with wide eyes. Then he suddenly came out of that memory. Sung Hyuk looked at his hand and said, that's like you're mocking and completely denying my existence. Then, I threw away all of your techniques and started all over again from the beginning. That's why I can surpass you. Even if you come from a rival guild, I still admire and respect you. You can even imagine how disgusting it is to receive pity and contempt from such a person. Yes, you are absolutely right. After Sung Hyuk finished speaking, he took out a knife. He smiled evilly and said, because of my obsession with killing you, I became the best assassin. Suddenly Ji-hae spoke, ah, I remember. Sung Hyuk turned his head to look behind. Ji-hae continued, if you wanted to be better than me. He opened his mouth and looked at her in surprise. How can you just do what I told you? Ji-hae appeared. She smiled brightly. And if you are prepared to do what I say, then you should give up instead. You are such a fool. She appeared before him without a scratch. Only then did Sung Hyuk realize that it was a clone technique. He was confused, since when, then black auras surrounded him. Ji-hye spoke, "I will teach one more thing, an assassin only shows their true self. Only once, that was the moment, that they could kill their enemy." Sung Hyuk is now gradually being surrounded by gas. He painfully screamed Lee Ji-hae's name, then black gas crawled into his mouth. Ji-hae frowned and spoke until you took your last breath. "You're just an imitation of me." After saying that, Ji-hae left. Before leaving, she looked back at him and cursed, "Stupid bastard." Suddenly there was a laugh. Ji-hae seemed surprised. A man came up and said, "You're really amazing, even though Sung Hyuk did quite well, it's really embarrassing." Ji-hae smiled and said, "You have finally arrived." "The bastard I want to kill the most?" Park Tae-hoon heard that without the slightest bit of anger. He slowly walked up to her and asked, "How's everything, the event I prepared for you?" Ji-hae replied in disgust, "I felt so disgusting and so good at the same time. I'm telling you in case you don't know, throw away any thoughts of a peaceful death." Park Tae-hoon laughed when he heard that. "Ha, that's it." Then he opened a hole. He held his sword and said, "What I want to hear from you, Lee Ji-hae." The space is now covered with blue and pink gas. Ji-hae seriously looked at him and said, "Dancing," but he just gently smiled at her and began. Tut, 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 Lee Ji-hae didn't pick up the phone. "The phone number you just dialed is currently unreachable, please send a voice message again." Cha Shin-hyeon looked at the phone despondently. He asked himself, "Is she busy? I need to tell her something about Samato too." Suddenly a strange voice interrupted. It seemed like someone was trying to contact Lee Ji-hae. Shin-hyeon inexplicably glanced at the source of the voice. "She won't be able to answer your phone. She was in the middle of a dungeon attack. The signals of electronic devices do not work between the inside and outside of the dungeon." "How's the cave?" Jalen looked at him with a bright smile, then he continued, "It should become a familiar place for those of us who have been to Murim." "Is that right, Cha Shin-hyeon?" Shin-hyeon replied dejectedly, "It looks like it was caused by you. You must be from Murim. But how do you know Lee Ji is in the dungeon raid right now?" Jalen smiled and said, I also wonder, how do I know about it? It seems like I would tell you if you asked me politely. Should I tell people or not?" Shin-hyeon doesn't care anymore. "It looks like you have no intention of telling me, then that's it, it's not necessary. Unless I can only force you to tell me if it's absolutely necessary. Your face right now is very scary." Jalen was a little worried and thought, "I knew it right away, he's amazing." Around Shin-hyeon at this moment there were only green auras. The sentence could really control the resonance of the heavenly martial arts. But, Jalen suddenly created a formation. The formation appeared, Shin-hyeon stood in the center. "I'm a little scared, this is a trap system," Jalen said excitedly. Then, "I think you will realize that it is very different from those systems you know. That is my peak power. I have combined the other formations that I have created, educated in Murim with shamanic techniques." He clenched his fists and said loudly, "Using the heavenly seal system." People around couldn't stand it and flew away. Shin-hyeon immediately smiled triumphantly. The trick of a trickster is just that. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. His mind was already drunk. What was this? The red-haired man took this opportunity to grab a knife and rush forward. His body was becoming heavier. He tried to use all his strength to swing his fist. Shin-hyeon's hand punched straight into the sword. "Wait, there's nothing wrong with the sword, and even less so that red-haired guy." "I can't." The red-haired guy saw him so weak and gave a sinister smile. Using internal strength, Shin-hyeon opened his eyes wide, filled with surprise and a little panic. The red-haired guy blocked Cha Shin-hyeon's sword. That guy looked at him with scary eyes. He thought in disbelief, "Wait a minute. I can't use my internal strength." That guy seemed to realize his difference and smiled strangely. His eyes widened as he watched the man escape one of his swords. As soon as the red-haired man escaped, two other men swung their swords and slashed at him. He had difficulty fending off those two guys, clenching his teeth and groaning, "Puke." He looked at the swords of those two men and frowned, thinking, "Sword energy." There were 4 of them. He looked at them in disbelief and wondered in his mind, "Don't tell me it was all of them. They are people returning from the martial arts world." Jalen smirked at him and said, "Cha Shin-hyeon, it's great to see your stunned face, how it feels when your internal strength is being taken out of your body. My golden seal is absorbing the internal energy you possess, and that energy, The Jalen standing there said, while the other three took turns attacking him, he could only use both hands to cover his face. I just blocked their attack. He continued, he will be brought to my disciples who have learned martial arts as if they already had it. When he heard this, he immediately opened his eyes and looked at him, clicking his tongue. He didn't care what he would say but still excitedly said, no matter how strong you are, you still can't win against us. In fact, the stronger you are, the less likely you are to win. The power you are storing up will be something that can kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the other three men simultaneously attacked him. Hearing that, he got angry and cursed, you bastard. He grinned and said, you are definitely a talkative guy. Shin Hyeon's father stomped his foot on the ground and said, stop your nonsense and rush forward. I guarantee that your body can remember the wonderful name of the first Sword Emperor, he said while grinning naturally. This time, in the Heavenly Seal Trap. It is a type of dimension created by placing things such as natural objects or mystical items such as talismans, according to a certain method. The legendary master strategist of the Heavenly Seal Trap, Zhuge Liang, used the Heavenly Seal Trap to summon wind and light to destroy many enemies, truly rivaling the omniscience and omnipotence of a god. Thao, who had admired him since he was still very young, was only trained in Heavenly Seal Traps when I was in the martial arts world or when I returned to the present world. When I'm in a Heavenly Seal Trap, I could become a god. It could happen when, it turns out that what was said just now was Jailing's memory. Back to the present, someone's sword was swung high and slashed towards his people. That sword was slashed by the red-haired man. His one slash cut him across his body, but he was unharmed, making it hard for him to believe. It turned out that he had flashed behind him. He said, I understand, I think I understand now. The energy of metal, so this is the foundation of the Golden Seal. The red-haired man turned his head to look at him incredulously. The other two guys saw that and immediately attacked him from behind and shouted loudly, you bastard. But then suddenly those two guys seemed to realize something strange was happening to their bodies. The one with the narrow eyes spoke up and said, wait a minute. The guy with strong muscle said, my body. He then flashed behind those two guys, bowed his head, smirked and said, it's almost over. Jalen gaped at him in disbelief, thinking, I have never heard or seen taijutsu like that before. Since when did he hit their acupuncture points? This is impossible. How could he move so quickly and freely in his Heavenly Seal Trap? He looked at his confident back and asked himself difficult questions that can be answered. Shin Hyeon turned around and looked at the three guys standing there with acupuncture points and said, oh my god, you bastard, from the beginning I just wanted to ask you something. The red-haired guy saw him looking straight at him, was a bit startled. He asked again, are you from a demon sect? The red-haired man immediately asked again, a demon sect? He broke his head and closed his eyes and said, I guess you guys don't know anything. I can understand why. Because while you are learning martial arts, you are not the ones who have returned from the martial arts world. Hearing that, those three guys immediately looked at him with puzzled eyes. He explained, your swordsmanship is too bad for people who have been in the martial arts world, plus, I cannot sense the energy of your heavenly martial origin cultivation, which is the main reason for my conclusion. After listening to what he said, Jalen grinned and said, you're really an observant person, Father Shin Hyeon. You're right, my disciples are all different from me. They are trained to become martial artists. Hearing that, he crossed his arms and said, becoming a martial artist, if you were at my level, you would be able to access other people's meridians and transmit internal energy, but that can't happen, for people of your caliber. You guys, you have to using some kind of magic right, otherwise, you wouldn't be able to achieve something like that. Whatever it is, you've already used it. But it won't make much of a difference, whether it's magic or magic used by the magic cult. When he heard him say that, he immediately said, you probably know a lot. That's right, I used street people, even though they had to live such worthless lives, they were really valuable, I benefited quite a lot, and with only a few thousand lives, I was able to obtain rare disciples with high hunting levels. So this means that no matter how many types of mysterious magic you use, you will not be able to get out of my celestial seal trap. I heard him say this, you have completely lost your humanity, then, I guess that means you use human lives, huh? There was no need for him to answer, he hummed and then smiled incomprehensibly. He said, this is why, I like devil believers. He said this when suddenly a bright light above his head, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief and glanced up at the light. Then suddenly he clutched his chest and collapsed, groaning in pain, huffing, wondering in his mind, resonance, at this level. He opened his magical hand and continued, because, when we negotiate with demon cultists, it doesn't matter whether we destroy or torture them. Not only do we not feel guilty, but we also feel very good. Well then, shall we start the witch hunt? Having said this, he immediately showed a strange smile and stared at the guy. Jalen, the unbelievable guy, frowned and opened his mouth to curse me, you bastard. Then he raised his hands to make a curse and shouted loudly, I will kill you. At this moment, there was suddenly a stream of golden energy around, and the red-haired man smiled and moved his hands. The other two guys were the same. The muscular guy holding the sword in both hands smiled and said, oh, I can move my body again. The squinty-eyed guy standing next to me also smiled and said, I was suddenly full of energy again. With this thing, this Shinhyeon, he raised his leg high with blue energy and said, how pathetic, to feel so proud just because you stole someone else's internal strength. After saying that, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, dispersing the blue energy around, hitting them. His blue energy spread out and swallowed Jalen's golden energy. The guy was still making the seal with both hands, but now there was only his blue energy left around him. He made an unbelievable sound and then stammered and asked, what's going on? Then he saw his disciples, some covered their faces, some collapsed to the ground screaming, maybe ours is on fire, help, it's too hot. Their eyes were now white, they were screaming in pain, please save us. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked closer to them. He looked at the guy and said, fire destroys metal, fire melts metal. Hearing that, he was confused and asked again, what? He smirked and explained, it's the simplest basic thing to understand, the resonance of the 5 elements, because your heavenly seal trap is based on golden energy, so I did something with it. To put it a little easier to understand in this context, it is similar to the cycle of the 5 elements in Feng Shui. When he heard his explanation, he widened his eyes and asked, how do you know that? He smiled and replied, I learned a little about traps when I was still in martial arts, that's just it, a kind of pastime. It's true that they are a bit interesting. He heard him say that about his heavenly seal trapping technique and frowned, saying, like a pastime. Then he suddenly knelt down on the ground with both legs, unbelievable and disappointed, saying, I have spent my whole life just researching and practicing it. But it's just some kind of game, your entertainment. His whole face at this moment was extremely shocked. He stood there with his arms crossed, looking down at him and said, it looks like you were quite shocked after realizing how insignificant you were. You don't have to be so miserable. After all, it's what helps smart people often do well at things like studying. Jalen fell face down on the ground and opened his mouth to say, how do you feel about your body? This heavenly seal trap of mine is burning your natural food energy, it will soon kill you. To explain a bit about the natural food energy, it is something that cannot be replenished while it is used, and when it is depleted the player dies. When he heard him say that, he immediately sat down in front of him and said, because you took someone else's life, you can't complain about Mfi's things being stolen, right? Okay. He then stood up, one eye flashed with lightning. At this moment the mandatory command activated. He raised his hand forward and spoke. Then after that, should we start extracting all the information? Do you have, what happened to Li Jihei? He seemed to see something and his eyes opened wide. What he saw was Li Jihei, lying motionless in a pool of blood. He couldn't believe it and stammered, Li Jihei. Dead. Father Shin Hyeon looked into Jalen's memories. The image he saw was Li Jihei lying flat in a pool of blood. He couldn't believe it. Li Jihei was there. Dead. A voice said, I've lived alone all my life, in both the real world and the martial arts world, and then I met you. I didn't think there would be another person who also returned from Urim. I'm Park Tae-hoon, nice to meet you. The person who spoke up was Park Tae-hoon. Moving to another scene, he was now using a shield to block the monster in front of him, turned his head back and shouted, Jihei, run. Jihei immediately asked again, what about you? He immediately asked, say loudly, I'm fine, run quickly. Then it changed to another scene. He was now holding his head and talking in pain. The caves were still dark, reminding me of the time in the martial arts world. Li Jihei's hand reached out in front of him. He used both hands to hold her hand and stammered, please don't ever leave me. Your reliance on me puts a lot of pressure on me, but at the same time I'm very grateful for it. That's because no one has ever needed me like that before. Jihei, he didn't say a word anymore but whispered in his head, Jihei, you are lying on the ground right now. In his mind, he continued saying, maybe we shouldn't have met. Then he opened his mouth and said, stand up. Ji-hye immediately opened her eyes and glanced at him. He stood there looking down at her. He saw that she was now trying to lift herself up and sit up to look at him. He smiled and said, are you willing to die like that? She tried to stand up, clutching the sword at her waist and letting out a sigh. Then suddenly she opened her eyes wide, a beam of light shot out from her eyes. She quickly drew her sword and rushed towards him. He quickly took out his shield and blocked her stab. When the tip of her sword touched the shield, suddenly something strange happened that made her confused. And his shield immediately turned into a jet shield, and with a loud bang, Ji-hye was thrown far away by the explosion. She frowned and used her hand to block the backlash. She then turned around in the air and landed on the ground in a kneeling position. He looked at her and smiled mockingly and said, ha ha ha, it looks like you're tired. She clenched her teeth, frowned and breathed tiredly as she looked at him. He continued, her shadow dance was also ineffective. Just give up, she frowned and wondered in her mind, is he that strong? Looks like I can't fool her this time. He stood there smiling strangely at her. She swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said, I want to ask you one last question. He opened his mouth and smiled and said, what is that? She asked, why are you here? Kill them. A group of murdered people lay on the ground. He heard her question and said boredly, again, I'm sick of it, why don't we talk about something more interesting? Her bloody hand clenched and she said, again, I'm sick of it, I'm the one who has to say that. You always avoid answering that question, so I must hear your answer now. He was silent and said nothing. After a while, he opened his mouth to speak, just because they were too weak. Isn't it human instinct to trample on the weak? When he said this, his face immediately became strange. Hearing that, she mobilized her inner strength and said, wow, maybe I've lost my mind, thinking I can communicate with you. That's enough, it's over. Saying this, a stream of hot water flowed out of her eye sockets. After saying that, she immediately turned on him and ran away, thinking resolutely in her head, I will kill you. Surely, thinking of this, she also rushed in front of him, her eyes became scary staring at him, both hands and two swords slashed wildly at him. Of course, he also took out his sword to block her slashing attack. After both of their weapons touched each other, they immediately created a commotion. And then there was a huge explosion. After Shin Hye-yeon's father saw that memory, he was now sitting on a cliff near a beach, holding his phone in his hand to see what was in it without saying anything. After seeing the content on the phone, he opened his mouth and said, an order huh? Remembering the time he fought with Jalen, after viewing all of his memories, he turned into an old corpse, his hair turned white, his eyes were white, his mouth opened wide. He wondered, what if God of War, that group worships the God of War? It seems there are a few rats like Park Tae-hoon. I went to get more information from him, but he died like that. He was really weak. After he finished speaking, he fell to the ground. He stood nearby with his hands in his pockets and looked at him. Returning to the present, after looking at his phone, he stood up, put the phone in his pocket and said to himself, okay, even though I got the location from him, that place is 400 miles away, 50 kilometers. He looked straight into the green sea water in front of him. He remembered the scene where Kim Keel smiled and raised his hand to create a magic circle above his head, and many monkey-shaped figures flew up from the magic matrix. He bowed his head and said absent-mindedly, I guess that's the only way, huh? I can get there in 20 minutes with my current ability, why do I keep thinking about such things? After finishing speaking, she turned around and left thinking, Lee Ji-hye is just a business partner, I have no obligation to save her when in danger. In the martial arts world, it's normal to kill someone for personal revenge, you don't need to get involved in that. Suddenly a voice appeared in his head, Cha Shin Hye-yeon, please go on a date with me. That voice belongs to Lee Ji-hye. He startled and opened his eyes wide. He remembered the scene where she held a cup of tea and said, it seems you know about Hunan yellow tea, I have come to Hunan often just to drink this tea. Then she grabbed his collar and shouted, why can't you be honest? Captain Cha Yun-seol is no longer the child in his memory. Then the scene changed to her smiling gently, reaching forward and saying, I will tell you this as the vice president of the Dawn Guild. He reached out to shake her hand, she continued thanking him, President Cha Shin Hye-yeon. He held his mouth in disbelief. Then he released his hand and laughed loudly, ha ha. He stopped laughing and held his forehead and said, I think I'm crazy. He stood there silently stretching. He stretched his muscles and thought, I thought the only thing I cared about. It was Yunzio and himself. Thinking about this, he cupped his hands in front of his mouth, grinning dangerously. Then he turned his head and smiled and said, I didn't realize there was another person. After saying that, he immediately jumped up and ran away. He ran at wind speed. As he ran, he smirked and said, waiting for me, Li Jihei. Shin Haiyuan's father, after standing at the cliff talking to himself, found a way to save Li Jihei. He immediately jumped up and ran away. He ran away at wind-breaking speed. He ran and smirked, saying, wait for me, Li Jihei. At Beak Mountain. Yoon Sung-min put his hands behind his head and opened his mouth loudly. Then he said, it's great, there's a guy standing next to him drinking water, wearing a small blue coat, laughing and saying 2 words, what a wonderful life. Luckily, I transferred to the Dusk Guild, my salary is 3 times higher than when I was in the Dawn Guild, and they even gave me an apartment. He heard that and immediately said, but sometimes I still worry, I don't know what that crazy bastard will do. Ah. Are you talking about Father Shin Haiyuan? Damn, who knew that a monster like him would suddenly appear and help the Dawn Guild? The guy with the green robe threw away the can of water in his hand and went to ask him, I think Father Shin Haiyuan is probably gone now. He sat comfortably on the chair and asked again, maybe that's it. The other guy continued, even if he was still alive, he couldn't have come here from Jeju Island. As soon as that guy finished speaking, suddenly there was a loud thud deep in the area. Both he and Yoon Sung-min suddenly opened their eyes wide in fear and surprise. Even the birds and animals in the forest were scared and ran away. Yoon Sung-min was scared and asked the other guy, hey, what's that sound? The other guy looked around and said, hey, I don't know. Then he looked deep into the forest and asked, what's going on over there? Is it always so quiet around here? Sung-min replied, yeah, it's like that. The guy in the short blue robe bowed his head and frowned, looking very creepy. Suddenly his eyes widened. A dark shadow with evil eyes appeared from deep in the forest. That black shadow immediately reached out towards the other 2 men. Those 2 guys were so scared that they screamed out loud in fear. At this moment, a sword slashed down from above. It turned out that at this time, the scene had changed to the fight between her Li Jihei and Park Tae-hoon. He smiled happily looking at her slashing towards him, opening her mouth and saying loudly, Jihei, you're so tired of fighting. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Use your skills quickly. At this point, his face became strange. He didn't stop mocking her and continued loudly, where's your spiritual energy? Why do you just block the attack? Are you planning on leaving it like that? When you heard him say this, you clenched your teeth in discomfort. She swung her hand and slashed hard at him, causing his sword to fly far away. Then suddenly the weapon in her hand shattered. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief and looked at her weapon. She stuttered in panic, saying, knife, dagger. The name Park Tae-hoon raised his big hand towards her and shouted, Jihei. His hand grabbed her face tightly, pulling her head to the ground and laughing evilly. His eyes widened in fear and he said in a loud voice, focus, where are you looking? He then threw her body hard to the ground, causing her body to drag a long distance on the ground. He opened his mouth and laughed loudly, ka ha ha ha. She sat with difficulty leaning against the rock right there with her head full of blood. He walked close to her in a cloud of smoke and said, ah, this is so boring. You dare point a knife at me when that's all you have to say. It seems like she also tried her best. She was now having difficulty sitting there breathing heavily. Then he bent down, brought his face close to hers and said, what's wrong? Now you know who's right. After saying that, he immediately put his hand around her neck. He widened his eyes and smiled at her and said loudly, following the god of war in the sky is the truth, it's not too late, I give you a chance to join. Join me, we will become so strong that no one can threaten or ignore us anymore. She heard him talking crazy and then softly spoke up, President Park Tae-hoon, I appreciate your suggestion. He was speaking eloquently but hearing you say that made me feel dumbfounded. Look at her. She closed one eye in pain and tried to speak loudly, but I would rather die than follow you and stay away from my life. When he heard her say that, he trembled all over, gritted his teeth, and uttered the word ant, Jihei. She continued, what, the god of war in the sky, who is stronger, and who is right, really, I am too, it's not a child. Remember carefully, then you will die because you follow and serve like a dog to that heavenly god of war. When she said this, she laughed and teased him. When he heard this, he frowned and asked again, what? She continued, Cha Shin Hyein. He is looking for the god of war in the sky. His only purpose is to take revenge on the person who destroyed his life. When Taehoon heard this, he could only moan one word, Urk. She continued, do you think Mr. Shin Hyeon will let you, the minion of the god of war, survive? He immediately laughed twice and said, Cha Shin Hyeon. Listen carefully, Ji-hae, Shin Hyeon's father is probably a corpse now. She suddenly opened her eyes wide in surprise. What surprised her so much was the image of someone, one hand holding something on his shoulder, the other dragging something. His name was Taehoon. He didn't know anything but still continued, I sent assassins to kill him. They are all strong followers of the god of war. The elite team of the Heavenly War Guild is led by a returnee from the martial arts world who was sent to Jeju Island to carry out the assassination, each of which is far stronger than most high-level hunters. At this time, suddenly someone somewhere nearby opened his mouth wide and yawned loudly. The name Taehoon was still happily opening his mouth and saying, even if Cha Shin Hyeon made outstanding progress, he still had no chance of surviving in the hands of the Heavenly War Guild. While he was gloating, a voice suddenly rang out, hey, you just kept fixing it. It seems like you were enjoying yourself. He confusedly turned his head to look at the person who had just spoken. He stammered in panic and said, Father Shin Hyeon, how could you? It turned out that person was him, Cha Shin Hyeon. He was carrying the guy with a short blue coat on his shoulder, dragging Yoon Sung-min on the ground. He said loudly, you said it like, I'm dead, how much are you digging, how long has this guy been here? Then he threw those two guys to the ground and said, they were still members of the Dawn Guild when the Sun Festival took place. After throwing those two guys down, he immediately wiped his hands and said, well, they suddenly rushed at me, so I just slapped them a few times and then let them sleep. At this moment, Lee Ji-hae immediately called out to him, Shin Hyeon. He immediately looked at her and thought, I know, she's still alive. Lee Ji-hae smiled happily and said, how come? He thought, thank you. Then he looked closely at her wounded and bloody body. He turned black and remained silent. The name Taehoon gritted his teeth and looked at him with a frown, wondering in his mind, Jaelin had lost, but how did he get here from Jeju Island? Then he spoke up, hey! It's been a while since we first met at the Sun Festival. He quickly took out his shield to block in front of me. He was afraid and used shield and shock shield skills. He shouted and punched him hard, I'm asking you, you rotten wood. He punched his shield hard, his internal force spreading widely around. He continued asking, do you have any religion? When he asked that question, he immediately grinned. He punched him again and said loudly, otherwise now choose one and pray for your salvation. Because today is the day you go to the grave. After finishing speaking, my eyes became strange. Shin Hyeon's father clenched his fists, his eyes looking straight and strangely said, because today, you will be beaten to death. When Park Taehoon heard him say that, he got angry and opened his mouth wide and shouted his name, Cha Shin Hyeon. His hand was raised high and he pulled out his sword from space. And then there was the scene of him slashing from top to bottom right in front of him, and his fist was about to touch him. And after his fist touched him, there was a loud bang. The explosion after that impact caused everything around him to shatter. Park Taehoon took a few steps back, swinging his sword with a glowing red stream. And then he slashed so hard at him that wherever that slash went, everything was crushed. Shin Hyeon he flew up high and looked down at him and said, because our masters have met and started this death match. I have to use martial arts to be polite, right? As he finished speaking, his hand immediately appeared as a blue ball filled with traffic. That ball gets bigger and bigger, that is the teaching of the dragon's 18 bombs. Park Taehoon saw that ball and immediately said in fear, that's it. He raised his hand to hold the ball, his other hand grabbed the wrist of the hand holding the ball, and he grinned devilishly. He then immediately palmed his hands at him and shouted loudly. That one blow of his created a huge column of light, carrying with it electric currents running around in the column of light. It just kept crashing straight towards him. He clenched his teeth in fear and thought in disbelief, that move, wasn't the only one who knew how to use it. The gang leader, how did he know? Then he smirked and hummed. He threw the sword on the ground and said, it seems like you secretly stole that move somewhere. He grabbed another small knife with both hands and raised it high above his head, opening his mouth and shouting, I will not let such a cowardly move defeat me. When he finished screaming, he stabbed him hard into the ground. And then there was a loud bang, and another explosion occurred right after that stab. Lee Ji-hae, sitting nearby, covered the dust with her hands, frowned, coughed, and wondered in her head what was going on. She looked around and said in her mind, I don't see Shin Hye-yeon or Park Tae-hoon anywhere. Was he thrown away along with Park Tae-hoon by the attack? At this moment, suddenly a voice rang out behind her, the vice president of the Justice Guild. Are you okay? She was startled and turned her head and said, this voice. Jong Joon-ho, his body full of wounds, holding the sword tightly to support his body, looked at her and said, you're fine, I'm so happy. She realized it was him and immediately said, President. Then she quickly ran towards him and asked worriedly, how did you get here? Where are the other members? Hearing that, he immediately called out, them. All dead. When he said this, his face immediately became sad and sullen. He continued, we fought to the death together with the enemy, and I was the only one who made it through. Turning towards Tae-hoon, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from his mouth, frowned and said to himself, damn it, my meridians and energy are all broken, it's worse than I thought. At this time, from afar, Ryu Sung-gun and Choi Ji-hyung ran from afar. Ryu Sung-gun ran up and said loudly, are you okay, President? Tae-hoon heard the sound and turned around. When Ryu Sung-gun came in front of him, he asked, what happened? The whole area was destroyed. Choi Ji-hyung also asked, what happened to Lee Ji-hae, and what's your condition? Doesn't look good. Suddenly someone's feet walked towards me and I thought I heard a very familiar voice. Those legs were none other than Cha Shin-hyeon. He walked closer to the other three guys while laughing and talking. Look who's here, Ryu Sung-jeon and Choi Ji-hyung are also here. Long time no see, long time no see. Hi, the other guy was so startled that he stuttered and shouted, Cha Shin-hyeon. The name Ryu Sung-jeon looked at him, frowned and asked, why are you here? And the name Tae-hoon clicked his tongue and frowned, thinking, what a monster, isn't he tired? Too bad, my internal energy hasn't fully recovered yet, I have to buy some time, he thought as he frowned and glanced behind him. He was looking towards the two guys who just ran over. Then he smirked sinisterly. He turned to look at those two guys and opened their mouths to scream loudly. Ryu Sung-jeon and Choi Ji-hyung killed him. The other two guys were startled and turned their heads to look at him with a big question mark. He continued to shout loudly to convince the other two guys, he must have run out of energy, after using such a powerful move. We have to deal with him immediately. I heard him screaming like crazy and crossed his arms in confusion. What are you saying? He didn't care about him and continued to speak loudly and convincingly, not listening to what I said. If you don't want to die, then do it now. Tae-hoon was using all his strength to scream. The other two had to call, even though they didn't really want to, but because what he said made sense, they took a stance together. Choi Ji-hyung, holding his weapon in both hands, hesitantly said, okay. Sung-jeon also put his hands together. Go forward and get your weapons, we will listen to your orders. I will repay you for what you did at the Sun Festival. As he finished speaking, a spark of fire appeared in his hand carrying orange energy, while Choi Ji-hyung held his fully charged weapon tightly, his purple energy. Both of them were ready to fight alongside him. Immediately both of them rushed towards him. Sung-jeon shouted loudly, ready to go. Both of them then shouted at the same time, Fire Dragon 10 Feathers. Tae-hoon, after luring the two of them into beating him to buy time for him, immediately smirked and thought, that's enough, I can buy time. I had to recover quickly, but then suddenly he saw something that made him stunned. His eyes widened, he couldn't believe what he had seen and heard, and he gasped. At this time, Lee Ji-hae and Jong Joon-ho were running towards him together. As he ran, Joon-ho glanced at Ji-hae and asked, President Cha is here, isn't he on Jeju Island? She didn't look at him and replied, you should ask him yourself, he should be around here. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes opened wide in disbelief as she stared forward. It turned out that what she saw was the body of Choi Ji-hyung. He was beaten to the point that half of his mask was broken. He stood there and took a deep breath, then said, I feel a little better. I was suddenly locked in a cave, then I was dying and teleported and fell into the ocean and then into the mountains. Having said this, he immediately looked at the corpses of those two men and gave a strange smile, his eyes looking like an evil Asura looking at weak souls. Then he stood there stretching and talking. I thought I was going to get mad. Lee Ji-hae and Jong Joon-ho just had to look at what was happening in front of their eyes. Joon-ho thought incredulously, unbelievable, he defeated all of them with just a few words. Is that time? Just for a moment, he stood there no longer stretching but looked straight ahead and smiled and said, okay, enough of my appetizers. It's over. he said as he walked closer to Tae-hoon. He was trembling, not knowing whether from fear or anger. He put his hands in his pockets and gently said 3 words, "It's over." He frowned tightly, clenched his teeth and groaned, "Puke." In his head he asked himself, "What should I do? I'm still recovering." No, from the beginning, even after recovering, his hand holding the sword was shaking to the point where he could almost drop the sword to the ground. He looked up at the man standing in front of him like a monster in human disguise and was afraid to ask himself, "Can I win this monster?" Suddenly a strange voice rang out, "Don't falter, you can still fight, you are strong enough." When he heard this, he opened his eyes and asked again, "Are you strong?" That voice rang out again, "You're not at your best yet, so roll around a little more so he can use his true energy." That voice was as if some demon was trying to control him. Along with that voice was a dark and sinister aura that slowly crept into his irises. It was as if he had been buffed in strength. Immediately a powerful source of evil energy enveloped his entire body. He seemed to feel that energy being absorbed by his body and becoming stronger, happily saying loudly, "Wonderful." His body was full of energy. With this much power, I can win. After finishing speaking, I immediately braced my body and shouted a loud, vibrating sound that shook the sky. When Shin Hye-yeon's father saw him like that, he smiled happily and said, "Ho, it seems you have a trump card. Let you roll around a little more, then you will be happy to kill." That strange voice rang out again, confirming the value of your tool, Park Tae-hoon. It could be seen that that voice was coming from someone who was being restrained by chains and was grinning happily. "Will." That guy continued, "You're coming, I've always wanted to see you, Father Shin Hye-yeon." Shin Hye-yeon's father, after seeing the name Park Tae-hoon, suddenly became stronger and smiled happily and said, "Let me watch you struggle a little more before killing you to be satisfied." That strange voice rang out again, confirming the value of your tool, Park Tae-hoon. It could be seen that that voice was coming from someone who was being restrained by chains and was grinning happily. "Will." That guy continued, "You're coming, I've always wanted to see you, Father Shin Hye-yeon." As for Park Tae-hoon, right now he was facing the sun, bracing himself and screaming loudly, absorbing all of that strange energy-filled murderous aura into himself. His whole face looked like a devil had just emerged from hell. He looked at him and smiled and said, "Wow, that's a really sharp killer. Have you been hiding your skills all this time?" He asked himself without needing him to answer, "No, that's not natural power. As far as I can see, that power comes from that necklace." As he spoke, he looked at the necklace with the pendant being the 2 halves of the 8 trigram circle. Then he immediately jumped up and ran away. He rushed towards him at the speed of light. He stood there calmly saying, "Wow, you've become more agile." He reached out and took out the weapon from space, looked at him and said, "Bastard, you look so excited. Since it's borrowed power, you just need to use it as you please, right? Be grateful that I, the first Sword Emperor, drew my sword. This is a special event." Tae-hoon's name was holding the sword tightly in both hands, aiming to slash at him, with a strange look in his eyes. He used Park Tae-hoon's original skill. He looked at him and said, even though it was still incomplete. "But you better try it once," he said, smirking and pointing his sword at him. Park Tae-hoon opened his mouth wide and swung his sword, slashing strongly from top to bottom in a straight line. The flow of his sword slashed straight in front of him. It was only 2 centimeters away from his face before touching his face, but he still stood there calmly, even grinning and mockingly saying, "Hold on tight." He used his sword to slash horizontally at his sword, causing him to suddenly stand still. "His sword was cut in half by me," I said. "Look, it's because you didn't hold it tightly that this happened. I didn't expect someone like you to drop his weapon. You're truly an unqualified martial artist." You look at his pendant, it looks like he's talking about him. But it's like saying the name in the pendant. It seems like the energy that helped you has also dissipated. "This is all you can show," he said as he raised his hand filled with energy. He slapped him hard in the face, making him spit out blood. When I fell down, they coughed out a mouthful of blood. You stood there looking at him and said, "I have many questions to ask you, especially." "Stop for a moment, put your hand on his neck." He stood up in pain and groaned. He brought his face close to his face, staring at him as he spoke, sentences related to the god of war in the sky. "Because of those questions, you can now keep this dog's life. Cheer up, otherwise you would have died the moment you hurt Yoonseol. Can I hear your answer now? Let's do it." He then opened his eyes wide and turned on the The request was an absolute command. His hand was still on his neck and he asked, "Who the hell is the god of war you're following?" It was difficult for him to open his mouth to answer me. God is the one who brought us to the martial arts world." When he heard his answer, he opened his eyes wide in disbelief and asked again, "What?" Suddenly, golden system panels appeared around him, with only a huge question mark on them without any additional content. He looked around confused and asked, "What the heck is this?" And from inside those system panels, large, long, sturdy chains flew out. Taehoon opened his mouth to answer his question, "That is the person currently in my body," and those chains appeared more and more and they simultaneously flew towards him. Those chains suddenly covered his whole body, causing him to frown and curse, "What the hell is going on?" He then fainted for a moment, and when tired, he groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes. After he regained consciousness, he realized that his hands were chained so he couldn't move. This made him question a big question. He didn't know why. What is it like to be tied up like that? Then he looked around and gasped in surprise and stammered out, What the hell?" His surroundings are no longer the scene when he fought with Taehoon, but now he is somewhere without much light. Everything around him is dark. On each side, his hands were chained with 4 chains. He opened his mouth to question himself. This place, it couldn't be. Was it a cave in the martial arts world? He didn't want to believe his eyes and gasped and shouted, "No way, this is unreasonable. Am I coming back here again?" Suddenly someone's voice rang out, "Aren't you very familiar with this place?" He was startled and confused, turning his head to look towards the source of the voice. There was someone sitting right on a cliff right in front of him. That person looked at him with his chin in his hand and said, "This is the world in my mind, created by my sword wisdom. How do you see it? Do you like it? Remember the past? You are the first person to come here. Nice to meet you, Cha Shin Hyeon." That guy is actually Park Taehoon. He looks very strange. He looks like him but his style is not like him. I give a lot. He looked at me and smiled and said, "This is the first time we've met face to face." He angrily pushed himself forward and shouted at him, "You bastard, let me go." He laughed when he saw you like that and said, "Just like here, the chains that are tying you are also made by my sword, created, you cannot escape. So why don't you calm down? Right now you're so angry that your nose is wrinkled." Then he opened his mouth and asked him, "You're not Park Taehoon, right? Looking at how you can use the wisdom sword so easily, you must be a god of war in the sky." He put his hands on the ground and raised his body to stand up. "It seems like you have a lot of questions. It's rare that we have an opportunity like this, so if you want to know anything, just ask. I'll answer with all my heart." As he spoke, he raised his hand towards me as if inviting me to ask him questions, but he stood there with his head down and said nothing. He suddenly spoke up and asked him, "Aren't you happy?" He heard him say that and immediately let out a hum. He continued to say, "I was stuck in a terrible world where I didn't even know when I would die. At that time, my body was full of wounds, my face at that time was like a ghost." He had been starving for a very long time, his cheeks were sunken in and he looked very miserable. He sat in a dark corner with his arms around his legs and said tiredly, "Saw, finished." The present brother continued, "I was alone there for 140 years without knowing how my family lived or died. When I arrived at that strange place, I could only utter one sentence without any answer, 'What the hell is this place?'" He continued to tell me, "I'm sure you saw it all." At that time he was really no different from a beggar on the street, dirty and old, looking very pitiful but also very scary. At that time, he could only force himself to overcome it. At this moment, it was as if he felt the pain that was appearing at that time and opened his mouth wide and shouted at him, "I had to endure everything for 140 years. But do you consider it joy, you bastard?" That guy heard him say that and looked at him silently for a while without saying anything. He then spoke up and said, "I feel very tired." When I heard him say that, I widened my eyes and asked again, "What, tired?" He said as he walked closer to me step by step, "I felt very tired because of that. Feeling like I'm dying. But I still waited patiently, just to see you reach a certain level. But, what happened to you?" He looked straight into his face and asked, "Are you still human? Maybe it's because you still have lingering regrets about this world." When he heard him ask that, his eyes widened and he didn't understand anything and asked him again, "What the hell are you talking about?" Then he opened his mouth and laughed loudly with pleasure, "Ha ha 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 ha." He stood there silently looking at me and suddenly smiled like that. Then he stopped laughing, bowed his head, sighed and said, "Sigh, really, I want to see what you will say." But You're just barking careless words. That's enough, I'm tired. I still have lingering attachment, of course I do, I only want one thing, as he said, his hands immediately grabbed the chains that tied his hands. He angrily shouted in his face, the one who made me live in unhappiness, the god of war. He used great internal strength, straining his body to break all those chains. And he actually broke those chains, and his fist followed the momentum and punched him hard. He shouted loudly, I will definitely kill you. He just couldn't believe it, himself. He was able to escape the chains created from his sword energy. And with a loud bang, his fist pierced his body. His eyes were white, his mouth opened wide, spitting out a large mouthful of blood and groaning in pain. An angry person shouted loudly, bastard. Shin Hyeon's father opened his eyes wide, raised his fist and rushed forward, shouting, I will kill you all. He used his strength to punch Park Tae-hoon in the stomach, much to his surprise. He was in so much pain that his eyes turned white and his mouth spat out mouthfuls of blood. The symbol on the necklace was shattered, small pieces falling off. Park Tae-hoon was surrounded by golden light and knelt to the ground, while he was still advancing with his fist raised. Shin Hyeon's father clenched his hands, clenched his teeth, thinking angrily, remembering what I said. His arm was covered in blood, he couldn't help but think, open the door on that road and run away. Shin Hyeon's father gasped and gritted his teeth in anger as he looked at the deceased Park Tae-hoon lying on the ground with his mouth open, silently affirming, otherwise you will lose everything. Lee Ji-hae and Jeon Jun-ho worriedly ran to call Shin Yoon. Her eyes widened in surprise. A worried voice came out, Park Tae-hoon, what's wrong? I only saw Shin Hyeon, filled with hatred, gritting his teeth and looking forward angrily. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and scolded, damn it. The next day, in a rather dark place, something was flowing on the floor, a man was talking on the phone. Okay, I get it. The person picked up the phone and followed the instructions from the other end. He replied, I will do what you say, since the day I heard about Park Tae-hoon's death. The hand loosely holds the phone. Kim Cha-yeol looked at the empty council room with a gloomy face, papers falling all over the ground. He announced his surrender. The image of a strong body vaguely appeared in my mind. Most of the stubborn people who ran Park Tae-hoon and Hwang Ho's Hunter Guild were eliminated. Images of people lying down, blood soaking their faces appeared, and the survivors decided to keep quiet. What made dawn and dusk speed up the integration process was, returning to reality, suddenly an angry man shouted loudly, Hi-ya! It's Oh Dong-hwan, the chief of staff of Dawn, holding a phone in one hand and a pen in the other, drawing random things, then swinging around wildly, throwing away a stack of papers, shouting angrily, I swear, if I don't being in a guild only makes it worse. The woman standing behind held a towel to wipe away her tears. The whole body lay motionless, looking at the group of people laughing happily ahead. Immediately after being attacked, he pretended to be dead. Underneath his body, his hands clenched and tried to exert strength, and the wound suddenly glowed. He then healed his wound with luck. Just like that, the integration problem between the two guilds will be resolved. Early in the morning from inside a high-rise building, someone's panic sound kept ringing. My tie, where is my tie? Jeon Jun-ho scratched his head and muttered, hello everyone, people from Korea, Dawn from now on, why is the script so long? From outside, a subordinate hurriedly ran in to urge the press conference to start in 10 minutes, so hurry up. He turned left and right in confusion. The subordinate standing next to him had to calm him down. President, you just stand here. Inside another room, Jun-ho's clumsy voice echoed inside, wait, the tie is too tight, cough cough, help me. Father Shin Hyeon and Lee Ji-hae sat facing each other, their eyebrows frowned in discomfort. He picked up the cup of tea to drink, looked outside and thought, this sounds so familiar. Putting the teacup on the table, as if realizing something, he asked suspiciously, huh, this place is Gunsan Yunchim, right? She worriedly asked, don't you like it? Father Shin Hyeon calmly replied, how could it be like that, this is a quite familiar place to me. Lee Ji-hae asked, anyway, what are we going to do now? Her white hands reaching down to touch the teacup, he hesitantly replied, then I will tell you about the current situation. She picked up the teacup and saucer and said with a bright smile, from the outside, it seemed like the two guilds' acquisition and integration plan had gone smoothly. This was an official announcement, but there were still some difficulties. Father Shin Hyeon sitting on the other side hesitantly asked, even though everyone had noticed it, they still tried to cover it up. Lee Ji-hae shrugged and raised her hand to respond. There was nothing else they could do. Suddenly she bowed her head and lowered her eyes, but I was also a bit disappointed. He confusedly looked at her. She recalled the scene where she saw him defeat that bastard with her own eyes and expressed, "I never imagined a Park Tae-hoon struggling with a difficult life." Lee Ji-hae sighed in frustration and said that she could leave so easily. He pursed his lips thoughtfully and looked at her. Father Shin Hyeon opened his mouth to mutter, "Park Eun." In his heart he thought, heaven. Eyes wide open and scary, thinking, if I tried to open the door of Wuhua Mountain, my state would have become too excited at that time. You are just a cowardly mouse. The image of Park Tae-hoon frowning and questioning appeared. I might lose everything if I don't end things like that. How dare you threaten me? The whole body was immersed in thought, unconsciously emitting a brilliant murderous aura. His eyes lit up and looked extremely scary. His hand raised the cup of tea to drink and silently decided, next time I will not forgive them. Lee Ji-hae sat across from him, her mouth open in fear, looking at him, worriedly asking, "Shin Yun, are you upset about something?" Father Shin Hyeon woke up and awkwardly explained, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about random things." She scowled and criticized, "He was definitely a dreamer. If he was done dreaming, then could he look at this?" A strange black box appeared on the table. He asked in confusion, "What is this?" Lee Ji-hae calmly replied, "This is a secret safe in the president's room. It has been locked with a charm so it cannot be opened, nor can it be broken." He rubbed his chin and looked at it thoughtfully. "Really?" Suddenly his whole face became bright. He said excitedly, "It's not that I want to touch other people's things, but still." His hand reached for the safe. A blue power surrounded it. He continued, "The person who lost such a valuable item must take responsibility." The red LED lights glow. The rotating ring in the middle gradually moves. The red light gradually faded. The roundabout rotated at a fast speed. The two people looked at it in confusion. Then the safe opened the door automatically. Lee Ji-hae gasped in surprise and asked loudly, "Shin Yun, how did you do that?" He chuckled and raised his hand to show off. "It was easy. It looked like Jaerin had beaten it before." Dae took out a hard file from the safe and said, "It was very carefully preserved." Father Shin Hyeon picked up the file and read it, then muttered, "Is the preserved item just a piece of paper?" Suddenly Lee Ji-hae walked over and grabbed the file from his hand and said, "Let me see." Father Shin frowned and muttered, "I haven't read a word yet." She stood holding a file of paper and rubbing her chin, speculating, "This is it." His eyes widened in surprise and he said, "This was a secret agreement between the Chunjo and Park Tae-hoon guilds. They cooperated with the Sunset. They intended to give the sovereignty of the North Korean dungeon to Chunjo." He frowned and said in confusion, "That wasn't even their land anymore." Suddenly something on the table was vibrating. He looked down in surprise. It turned out to be the phone ringing. He picked it up, put it to his ear, and on the other end of the line asked, "President Cha, are you free to answer my call?" He suddenly called, Group Leader Kim Kyo, and she stood to the side, attentively thinking about the information inside the file. At this time, Kim Kyo was in another place happily reporting on the phone. "As you said, we are now in the dark dungeon. The people who attacked you recently are being arrested." Just as he said, the guild subordinates were leading them there one by one. He asked curiously, "The inside of that dungeon was like a mess, was it because a bomb exploded?" Father Shin Hyeon held the phone in his hand and scratched his face, hesitantly asking, "Would you believe me if I said that?" In his mind, he remembered the scene of him standing on the mouth of the prison and releasing his power downwards. On the other side of the phone came Kim Keel's hesitant voice, "Something strange must have happened here." He worriedly said into the phone, "Anyway, I have to come here now. Team leader Cha is very angry." Cha Yun-sol waved his hands angrily and shouted, "Hey Cha Shin-yun, where did you go after leaving me there?" Kim Keel covered her mouth and whispered, "You heard me right, I wasn't lying when I said she's been like this for 5 hours." Shin Hyeon's father sighed in frustration, put the phone away and said, "I'm so tired of them." Suddenly someone called, "Shin-yun." That person hesitantly said, "There was something written about Chunjo's guild." He glanced in surprise and looked in the direction of the voice. Lee Hae-jae gave him the file and said, "There was nothing specific written here, but besides Jaelin, the person Shin Yun had confronted, there were 4 more people who returned from the martial arts world. There is some specific personal information of players as low as 50. Father Shin Hyeon opened the file and smiled happily. It turned out that it was called Chunjo's Guild. He raised his eyes and smiled excitedly and asked, "So what you're saying is that these men are all fucking fanatics?" Lee Ji-hae replied with a serious look, "With a high possibility." Suddenly he stood up mysteriously and said, "Okay. Looking ahead, smiling brightly, I thought, the next goal has been confirmed. I must cause the Chonjo Guild to collapse at any cost. Father Shin Hyeon remembered another dark room, hesitantly said, and also, Mr. Yidok. A man with long hair, covering his eyes, sitting on a chair with a sinister smile appeared. His voice was more serious. In the world of martial arts, being eaten by a stronger state is obvious. A person sitting on a chair asked his subordinates in a serious voice, so dawn and dusk are still in the process of integrating, and that is the opinion of the dawn, not the dusk? The subordinate put his hands behind his back and seriously replied, yes. He wondered if there was any news from Jalen. The subordinates immediately reported, it has been 36 hours since we lost contact. He tilted his head and rubbed his chin in speculation. Did they both lose? An image of a group of people appeared in his mind. He mumbled thoughtfully, Park Tae-hoon's secret being exposed was one thing, but the fact that Jalen disappeared was completely shocking news to me. The subordinate quickly continued, all 10 commanders, but the one who approached the ultimate master all lost contact. As Park Tae-hoon said, they were probably dead. He raised his face and said, I guess Cha Shin-yeon's level will be more than 75, which means he is stronger than me. I have only reached level 68. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and smiled complacently and said, that's interesting. The subordinate pursed his lips in confusion and looked over. He put one foot on the chair, waved his hand to order, investigate more about Cha Shin-yeon, avoid direct contact but instead proceed step by step clearly. The subordinate knelt on one knee and bowed his head respectfully and replied, understood. He smirked and said arrogantly, no matter if they were higher level than me, the truth is, winning or losing is not based solely on level. Beautiful morning at Damna Guild headquarters in Woljeonri, Jeju Island. The room had a very beautiful sea view. Suddenly someone called, Oppa. A long-haired girl said uncomfortably, from now on, listen carefully to what I say, if you dare to disappear without taking me with you again. Cha Yun-sol's anger tightened and he tightened Cha Shin-hyeon's hair. Then I will kill you and then follow you, do you hear? He crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. She shouted loudly, at least tell me where you're going. Kim Ki-il sat across from the two, smiled wryly and raised his hand to make peace. Calm down, Captain Cha. Kim Ha-goon sitting next to him could only laugh and look at the two people. The younger sister sitting next to her was still holding her hair, her mouth was constantly squealing. He pursed his lips and endured, thinking, I knew it would be like this. I'm glad to be back on Jeju Island. In my head, images of MBC's news, breaking news, sunrise and sunset merger announcements. The head of the Binmin Guild, Jeon Junho, announcing the merger news appeared in his mind. Public opinion is stirring about the merger of the two guilds dawn and dusk. Or when Ji-hae attentively reads the information inside the file, Lee Ji-hae will be in charge of monitoring the Tiantao Guild. It will be very dangerous if you neglect to follow them and then they run away. So we need to collect information carefully, huh? Ji-hae glanced intently at a page of paper. Shin Hye-yeon's father rubbed his head and thought silently, fortunately she did it for me, but there was still something really annoying. Because I didn't know where to start to defeat them. Cha Yun-sol sat next to him, frowning angrily. Suddenly, the person opposite bent down and stood up, calling, President Cha. He looked up in confusion. Kim Ha-goon bowed his head and apologized to Ki-il's surprise. It was my fault that you had to go through such things. I really never thought there would be traitors in the Jeju Guild alliance. He apologetically said continuously, I'm really sorry for putting you in such danger. I don't know how I can apologize to you anymore. The two Cha people pursed their lips and looked at him thoughtfully. Cha Shin-hyeon closed his eyes and hesitantly said, honestly, I'm wondering if the entire Jeju Guild alliance betrayed us. Kim Ha-goon panically denied, of course not. He crossed his arms and said with a gloomy face, actually, I still can't completely erase my suspicions. Cha Yun-sol called confusingly, Oppa, he said again. However, there was no reason for him to leave. Make me your enemy, yes. Kim Ki-il pursed his lips apologetically. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon laughed cheerfully and said, just forget it all. He hugged Kim Ha-goon with tears in his eyes and said, Uncle, that's great. He also shed tears of emotion and replied, justice always wins, nephew. Suddenly he spoke again. In return, the two of them stopped looking happy, their eyes wide open in surprise, looking at him. He sat cross-legged and crossed his arms, smiling mysteriously, saying, the merger that Binmin was about to initiate. Father Shin Hye-yeon raised his face and smiled proudly, continuing, I want the Jeju Guild Alliance to join. Cha Yun-sol and the other two couldn't help but be surprised by his request. In his mind, imagining two dolls representing the two guilds, he confidently said, the day before he said he did not want to be dragged into the war between dusk and dawn, that battle had already been decided. Father Shin Hyeon reached out and took out a file of paper from the illusion and continued, and I also talked to Bin Min about this. After all, isn't it about managing the dungeons in Jeju Island with only that much manpower? Is it impossible? Kim Ha-gun took the file in surprise and faltered, because, since we're talking about eliminating the original system, it's hard for me to give you a definite answer right now. But, with his trembling hand touching the file, he awkwardly said, really, for us, there is no better offer than this. After saying that, he bowed 90 degrees and said sincerely, thank you, President Cha. He smiled and said with satisfaction, if we are all friends with Bin Min, then I think there will be no unnecessary misunderstandings between the two sides anymore. Father Shin Hyeon's eyes hardened and he looked into the distance, thinking, if I had Jeju Island under my command, it would be easy to find the Tientao Guild even if there were still traitors. Suddenly he called out, Captain Kim Kyo. He woke up and quickly replied, yes, he asked, there's still one last dungeon I have to deal with, right? Kim Kyo puzzledly replied, yes, there is still a rather dangerous dungeon near Halasan. Father Shin Hyeon put his hands on the chair and said, then let's quickly solve it. Cha Yun-sol leaned over and looked at him questioningly and asked, right now? I just saw him smiling contentedly and looking outside, because he thought he would be very busy from now on. Inside the deep forest, someone asked, so everyone is here, right? Father Shin Hyeon looked at the group of people in front of him and said, a team with only warriors, dankers and priests, what an unusual combination. In his mind, the image of Kim Kyo and Cha Yun-sol collapsed and crawled on the ground, crying and lamenting, why did we leave them alone? He frowned and asked the man in front of him, but was there any reason for excluding witches and archers? Don't tell me it's another cave dungeon. Kim Ha-gun awkwardly said, oh, no, but... His whole face turned black, he bowed his head and spoke uneasily, to confront this dungeon. Father Shin Hyeon pursed his lips and listened attentively, long-range attacks based on his eyes were useless. Kim Kyo put on dark glasses, turned around and continued, Halasan Dungeon is considered the most difficult dungeon to conquer on Jeju Island. The biggest problem in this dungeon is... A series of white gas appeared, fog, the entire dungeon was covered in thick fog, it was difficult to know the location of teammates even if they were not far away, and the most dangerous thing was a monster called a leopard. It takes advantage of the fog to hide behind tree trunks, waiting for the opportunity to capture its prey. The two boys pursed their lips and looked at each other. The guy holding the shield stepped forward to explain, they synchronize their bodies with the fog, it is difficult to hit them with normal physical attacks, they can only be attacked by surface attacks, as broad as the pastor's divine attribute skills, and... Suddenly he raised his shield forward, Cha Shin Hyeon opened his eyes wide in surprise, On the shield were 4 terrifyingly large scratches, he continued, they also possess terrifying attack abilities. He frowned and said seriously, like assassins, they suddenly appeared and performed surprise attacks, so we were almost wiped out the entire team many times. Father Shin Hyeon boredly criticized, oh, that's enough, your explanation is too long. He widened his eyes and opened his mouth angrily and shouted, what? He scratched his head and asked in boredom, to summarize, I just need to know them with a skill or something, right? He frowned and replied, huh, yes, that's true, but... He turned around and said, I understand everything, this is the end of the conversation. Shin Hyeon's father came to the teleportation circle, turned his head and smiled confidently, saying, I will try to defeat as many of them as possible. He gritted his teeth and looked at him angrily, while Kim Ha-gun smiled extremely satisfied. He frowned and asked, the stronger the name, the ruder it is, he smiled and replied, they are strong. Stepping inside the space circle, a misty atmosphere appeared, someone said, ho, I just heard about it, but... Shin Hyeon's father put his hands in his pockets and looked ahead, wandering, his vision was blocked, it was really hard to see at a distance. Suddenly someone called, President Cha, he indifferently tilted his head and looked back. Kim Ha-gun ran over with his sword and happily said, there you are, I'm so glad I found you. Someone said, the dungeon lobby is an area, not bad. The other 4 people also followed behind with weapons. He smiled shyly and replied, but if we go further, a forest will appear, and it's easy for people to get separated from the group, so. He turned around and raised his hand to ask, "Hey, light it up." The person immediately replied, "Yes," then took out a ball and lit it up as requested. The ball flew to the forefront. Kim Ha-gun smiled and said with satisfaction, "It would be easier to move with the light attribute skill." He put his hands in his pockets and thought. Suddenly he called, "Captain Kim Ha-gun." He looked up confused and replied, "Yes." Father Shin Hyeon looked at the light ball in front and said, "This is probably basic knowledge, but I still want to ask, the area near the dungeon lobby is an absolutely safe zone, right?" The 4 people in the team slowly walked forward following the light of the sphere. He confusedly replied, "Yes, of course, there had never been any reports of monsters appearing in the dungeon gate area." Suddenly the friend next to him disappeared. The bald head holding the shield pursed his lips in confusion. Suddenly someone spoke up, "Really?" He frowned in panic and looked over, loudly asking, "What's going on?" He turned around, an empty space appeared, and said in fear, "Where did everyone go?" That strange voice came out again. But that was strange. He frowned in fear and said, "Hey, stop joking around, leave quickly, I can't see anything through this fog." That voice came out again. "So why are we being attacked as if someone was waiting for us?" He gasped in fear. At this moment, a monster jumped from behind and grabbed him with its claws. Huge hands and sharp claws are getting closer and closer. A black face filled with murderous intent appeared. Father Shin Hyeon summoned power from the left, rushing towards the bald head who was scared because the monster appeared. His hand opened wide, strength poured into it, his black face forced himself to rush forward. The huge hand grabbed the beast's face. Perfect strike. Cha Shin Hyeon forcefully slammed his big hand into the beast's face. Father Shin Hyeon's large hand pressed close to the beast's face. Fatal blow, pressing the body's center of gravity on the arm. Hearing the loud noise, Kim Ha-gun turned black and panicked and asked, "What?" The nun accompanying him turned around in fear and wondered what was going on. He clasped his hands and stood there looking at the deceased beast and said, "As expected, when they attack, their bodies can be seen." Suddenly there was a scary growl behind him. He glanced back. Kim Ha-gun and 2 monks were confronting the monsters. One of them loudly asked, "Why did the dead mist come out of the dungeon entrance?" He gritted his teeth and swung his sword at the boy standing in front, reminding him, "Calm down, take his stance and attack." From the bald head's side, something suddenly jumped out. He panicked and said, "Where is the priest?" "Damn it!" Cha Shin Hyeon pursed his lips and looked at his hand. Hands touched the illusion of the system. A mistletoe growled in pain, its eyes shining brightly. The other 2 were similar, they raised their claws and roared in pain. Then they were blown up. Father Shin Hyeon called out with a black face, "Everyone!" He heroically stood in front of the 3 black and frost-dead creatures and asked worriedly, "Is everyone okay? I've searched the area with my magic, and it seems like there are no more monsters nearby, so let's take this opportunity to gather together," the bald head said with tears of joy, "Great President." But Kim Ha-gun frowned and thought, worried, in such a short period of time. At this time, Father Shin Hyeon stood between 3 monks, his hands in his pockets and said with a friendly smile, "Everyone is here, judging by the energy feeling, everyone is still alive." The guy holding the shield standing in front smiled happily and said, "I'm glad we're on the same side." Kim Ha-gun looked at his smiling appearance and couldn't help but think, it was hard for him to understand the situation and also surprised, if Mr. Cha Shin Hyeon was not here. He pursed his lips apologetically, his carelessness had cost the lives of everyone in the association. Suddenly someone called, "President Kim Ha-gun." He opened his eyes wide in surprise. At this time, he had come closer and asked in good faith, "Could I talk to him for a bit?" Kim Ha-gun suddenly woke up and hastily replied, "Ah, yes." The 2 of them stood separately from the other monks. He crossed his arms and coldly asked, "Have you ever been attacked at the dungeon entrance before?" Kim Ha-gun raised his hand and seriously replied, "No, this is the first time, it has never happened before." He said honestly, "It was probably because we didn't clear the dungeon regularly, as a result their numbers increased, and they were forced to come here." Father Shin Hyeon put his hand on his chin and replied thoughtfully, "So, anyway, we'll find out what's going on here, when we go deeper." Going deeper inside, the fog became more and more dense. 2 ferocious mist-death creatures opened their mouths and rushed forward. He calmly slashed at them. The nun stood behind her, pursed her lips, watching him skillfully take down each one. She worriedly looked at Kim Ha-gun and asked, "He has been continuously attacking monsters for 3 hours, is that normal? His energy is limitless." He pursed his lips and hesitantly replied, Sometimes I tell him to sit down and rest a bit, but he doesn't listen to me." In front, Father Shin Hye-yeon seemed immersed in his own world, his hand quickly slashing at the dead people with ease. He suddenly tilted his head and asked, "Is there anything different from before, the frequency of attacks, the monster's rank, or something else?" The startled nun stammered, "Oh, about that." She looked down and raised 2 fingers and replied vaguely, "They like to appear more often than before, besides that everything remained the same." Kim Ha-gun frowned and asked in a raised voice, "I believe they appeared in the safe zone because they increased in population, right?" He replied coldly, it was still too early to come to conclusions. Father Shin Hye-yeon put his hands in his pockets and frowned as he approached the 2 of them and said, "I searched this place and I discovered a suspicious area 4.5 kilometers away." He stepped back in surprise and asked, "Huh? How many kilometers is the range of the search magic so long?" He tilted his head and looked forward and replied, "I think it's best if we go in and check to see what's going on there. If this dungeon is as I think it is, then you guys will have to increase your danger level, bring it up a little more." An hour later, a dark space appeared before his eyes. Kim Ha-gun raised his head in surprise and stammered, "This is it." 6 people stood in front of a wall covered in fog. He asked in surprise, "Is this fog?" Kim Ha-gun laughed happily and said, "Ha ha, I think it would be better to call it the White Barrier." Cha Shin Hye-yeon smiled and replied, "Yes, and there was something even more interesting. I request, President Kim Ha-gun, throw the dagger into that White Barrier." He confusedly turned around to look at him, "Huh?" Then he quickly rummaged through his shirt pocket and replied, "Oh yes." He pointed forward and demanded, "Throw all your strength into it." Kim Ha-gun confusedly replied, "Okay." He happily used all his strength to throw the dagger forward, whistling. The tip of the knife flew quickly towards the White Barrier, straight into the eye of the strange creature standing in the White Barrier. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise. Only Cha Shin Hye-yeon smiled with satisfaction and said, "As expected, here you are, everyone, prepare to go." Kim Ha-gun stammered in fear, What? He narrowed his eyes and said seriously, "It's coming." Right after that, a strange thing in the sky was plummeting down. Everyone looked up in surprise and looked at it, but he smiled complacently. A giant mist death creature roaring with power and rushing down. It was like an arrow hitting the monk holding the shield. He looked around in fear and said, What?" He gritted his teeth and cried, "Why did it attack me first?" He raised his shield in front of him to block the Frost Death's claw attack. From afar, Kim Ha-gun was holding a sword and rushed forward. He turned black and slashed decisively at its body. Kim Ha-gun turned around and raised his voice to reassure, "Don't be afraid, it's big but it's nothing. With teamwork, we can defeat it." When the 3 monks heard the president say that, they immediately raised their heads and looked up. After that, he took turns attacking the giant mist death. He smiled with satisfaction and thought, he is too smart, as expected of a guild leader. Father Shin Hye-yeon turned around and looked towards the White Barrier, silently thinking, it seemed like they didn't need my help anymore. Should I go deeper inside? In the back, everyone was still trying their best to fight the mist death. The sounds of chants kept ringing. "Oh, there's still one more. You two should deal with it." He walked quietly forward. The body calmly walked away. "A while ago I had already suspected it. This dungeon still had another giant and more than one type of monster. This was the 2nd time since the Buchan dungeon." He raised his face and looked up. If so, then this was the gate that summoned giant monsters. While he was lost in thought, a mysterious monster appeared from behind, its red eyes observing the prey in front of him. It growled angrily. Then he screamed loudly and rushed forward, thinking that Cha Shin Hye-yeon didn't know, but he very calmly reached back to block its fierce mouth, still thinking in his heart, "I heard that more than 2 type of monster that cannot appear in a dungeon." The frost creature collapsed to the ground. He put his hands in his pockets and calmly walked away, thinking, if Lee Ji-hae discovered this, she would be very shocked. Suddenly discovering something, he raised his eyes to the right in surprise. Inside the foggy village, a bright crack appeared. He said curiously, "A crack in the air." As if realizing something, his eyes widened in surprise and said, "No, something was a bit different." Father Shin Hye-yeon approached the crack and said suspiciously, "This is it." His hand touched the crack, his finger went through. He couldn't help but think in confusion, "I can't touch it, it's like a hologram." I don't understand. He inserted 3 fingers into the crack, wondering vaguely, could it only be seen with the naked eye? The whole black face muttered again. Status panel. Immediately before my eyes, 2 yellow and blue boards appeared, the Marshal status board, and the Hunter status board. Father Shinhyeon said with a black face, stretching his arm through the 2 status panels, an unknown phenomenon that penetrates all substances. I knew it was a bit strange. The hand curled into a fist, trying hard to penetrate. At this time, Kim Ha-gun had caught up and said happily, "Hey, you're a great president here. I don't think there are any more giant monsters in this area." Father Shinhyeon retracted his hand and asked coldly, "Can you see this crack?" He raised his face and looked confused, asking, "What? No, is there something there?" Suddenly he smiled smugly and said, "Ha, so only I can see it, huh?" His eyes narrowed and he spoke harshly, "The god of war in the sky." Father Shinhyeon raised his face and said mysteriously, "It must be him." Kim Ha-gun asked confusedly, "What are you talking about?" At night inside the office, Lee Ji-hae sat bored looking at documents. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. She coldly said, "Please don't come in." The person outside the door pretended to be deaf and said, "I'm coming in." The secretary held a stack of papers in her hand, opened the door and walked in with a friendly smile. She sighed dejectedly and asked, "Didn't you hear me? I told you not to come in." The secretary walked over and gave her a stack of documents, smiled and replied, "No, I heard it clearly." She was the one looking forward to these documents more than anyone else. Lee Ji-hae reached out to receive the stack of documents, frowned tiredly and said, "Wow, your skin is really thick." She propped herself up on her hands and looked at the document indifferently. "I'm sorry to say this, but lately every time I see his face, I feel angry. I don't know why." The secretary promptly replied, "Probably because I always bring extra work for her." Lee Ji-hae picked up the phone. On the screen displayed 1 hour 28 minutes in the morning. She said dejectedly, "So it seems I have to work all night again." He replied apologetically, but this time, it was related to something that happened in the dungeon, unfortunately. Suddenly he held up the piece of paper, and she stretched her shoulders and yawned in confusion, looking at him. Lee Ji-hae's eyes widened in surprise as she read each line inside the paper. Someone died while exploiting the new dungeon. The image of several people's charred bodies lying on the ground, her clear voice continuously resounding. The expedition team only consisted of amateur hunters. We concluded that they died before they could do anything. What? The secretary clenched her hands and said seriously, "I think you need to intervene. The dungeon that appeared this time is suspected to be an impossible dungeon." Lee Ji-hae raised her head to look at him in surprise. One morning in an empty airport lobby, a person was walking away with a suitcase thinking, "The dungeon cannot be conquered." At this time, the group of Kim Ha-gun, Kim Kil and the monks were crying with regret. Banners read, "Don't go to Seoul." People were regretfully shouting, "Don't go, Cha cousin, stay in Jeju." Shin Hyeon's father dragged his suitcase with his sister. He wished he didn't know the people behind him. He secretly thought to himself, "All the commissions we received from the Jeju Island Guild Alliance have been completed." In Seoul, cars are bustling back and forth. Father Shin Hyeon leaned his hand against the window thoughtfully, looking at the blue stone in his hand. Cha Eun-sol called out worriedly, "Oppa, Oppa." She frowned and called loudly, "Oppa." He suddenly woke up and looked over and replied, "Ah, yeah." She asked while driving, "Why are you so blank? Is it a skill stone you picked up in the dungeon?" He laughed and replied, "Yes, it fell from the giant leopard. They told him to take it in return for saving his life." In his mind, he remembered the scene of Kim Ha-gun and Kim Kil smiling happily, holding out 2 bags of ice and saying, "Please take them all." Here too, Cha Eun-sol was surprised and said, "Oh my god, that's enough to make billions of won. Let's go eat barbecue." Cha Eun-sol looked ahead and said, "I can't believe a giant appeared. Didn't you say the same thing happened in the Bucheon dungeon?" She frowned and worriedly asked repeatedly, "2 giant monsters appeared twice. Was the world about to perish or something?" Father Shin Hyeon rested his chin and looked outside thoughtfully. He frowned and thought angrily. The problem was, not just the giant monster. What was that crack? Father Shin Hyeon remembered the time inside the dungeon. The crack was between him and everyone. Incomprehensible thoughts, skills and taijutsu all passed through it, and this thing, everyone couldn't see it. Even the aura, the senses also cannot feel it. Plus, I was the only one who saw the crack. The bald head leaned over and asked his teammate, he said, "Is there something there?" The nun standing next to her rubbed her head in confusion and replied, "Seeing nothing." The image of Kim Ha-gun excitedly explaining could not help but make him even more suspicious. According to President Kim Ha-gun, the reason was because his acumen index was too high, but there was no way to confirm. Could it be related to the martial god who created the heavens? Returning to reality, Cha Yun-sol loudly asked, "Big brother, did you hear me?" Father Shin Hyeon closed one side of his face and replied indifferently, "Yes, what did you say?" She repeated in confusion, "Why are you constantly distracted? I'm asking if you're really dating the vice president." Hearing these words, all the essence and deliciousness spewed out from his mouth. He wiped his mouth and asked guiltily, "Why are you suddenly asking about something crazy?" She calmly replied that there were dozens of rumors circulating that the two of them always moved together. The car was on the road. Cha Yun-sol raised his face and said, "She would be a good sister-in-law, she's beautiful and capable." Shin Hyeon's father narrowed his eyes and replied, he had never thought that way about her. She said in surprise, "Really, let's try it once." He frowned and reminded, focusing on driving. When dusk had risen, the afternoon sunlight shone inside the office. On the table were piles of documents stacked on top of each other. Lee Ji-hae woke up dimly. Suddenly someone said, she was finally awake. Her eyes dimly saw the image of him sitting in front of her drinking tea, looking at this elegant gentleman, waiting for a lady to wake up while enjoying tea. Father Shin Hyeon smiled teasingly, "You woke up at the right time, I was still wondering if I should make another cup of tea." Lee Ji-hae jumped up in panic and asked, "Mr. Shin Hyeon, when did you arrive?" He smiled softly and replied, "About an hour ago." She rubbed her neck embarrassedly, looking at the coat on her shoulders and asked, "Should you reveal your presence, are you an assassin or something? When did you put this on me?" He gallantly replied, "You look tired, so I'll just leave you like that, you're the killer." Lee Ji-hae rested her hands on the table and groaned tiredly, "Hey, tired, don't make me think about it. I'm having a headache because the hunters oppose the merger on the Sunset side." She held two documents in her hands and reported in disgust, "I also just learned about the Tiantao Society. There is no definite information yet, but we have installed informants in China, so it will be soon." Suddenly her whole body staggered, her vision blurred, she cried out in panic, "Huh?" The coat fell to the ground. Lee Ji-hae cried out in embarrassment. Fortunately, Cha Shin Hyeon quickly wrapped his arms around her waist. He gasped in shock. She blushed and said, "Thank you, Mr. Shin Hyeon." He suddenly woke up and withdrew his hand from her waist. Shin Hyeon's father coughed and forced himself to say, "It's strange, someone like you who is well trained in martial arts, can't get tired so easily." As for Lee Ji-hae, she pursed her lips in shame and touched her belly, secretly worried. "I didn't gain weight?" He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lee Ji-hae frowned and tilted her head in shame to look back. She regained her professional appearance and asked, "Have you heard of impossible dungeons?" After the difficulty of a dungeon is revised, it shouldn't have this nickname. He raised his head and looked at her confused. Suddenly his eyes widened in horror. Lee Ji-hae held out her injured arm. He said in surprise, "That wound." She pulled down her sleeve and explained aggrievedly, "A new dungeon appeared in Chujin. Because it was impossible to judge its difficulty, I went alone. What happened was..." She coldly continued, pointing to a single monster. "I even used shadow dance, but could only destroy one monster." Father Shin Hyeon listened attentively. Lee Ji-hae bit her nails angrily and said, "I have never heard or seen a dungeon of such difficulty before, and with the reappearance of giant monsters, the rules of the dungeon are changing dramatically, dizzyingly. If this continues, won't something bad happen?" Shinion's father tilted his head and said coldly, "I have something else to tell you, but it's okay to leave it later." She pursed her lips and looked at him worriedly. He stepped forward and asked, "So, where is that dungeon?" Father Shin Hyeon smiled confidently and said, "I will come and see for myself." Then he immediately entered that place, Chujin, the impossible dungeon. A space of lava appeared before his eyes. He muttered, "I said so," trying to look cool. He calmly stood in front of the giant lava. The hand covering his face frowned and said, "After the fog comes lava, it's really hot." Father Shin Hyeon looked at the lava pit below and said suspiciously, "According to my senses, there is something inside. Don't tell me I have to go inside." Suddenly the lava pit rotated. He mumbled incomprehensibly, It rotated faster and faster. Suddenly something was rushing out from inside. A giant arm of fire appeared. The strong body stood up from inside the lava pit. His eyes were bright with anger. a giant lava monster appeared completely. It raised its head and screamed loudly. Shin Hyeon's father smiled happily and landed on the ground, saying, "I'm glad you came to me, you helped me avoid a big trouble, you're the guy who burned Ji-hae." He put his hands in his pockets, smirked and said, "Okay, sorry to bother you while you were soaking in lava." But the giant lava took advantage of its huge body to raise its fist from behind. Father Shin Hyeon calmly raised his head and looked up and asked, "How dare you look at me from above? I don't like that at all." The huge lava feet moved little by little. It stomped its big feet forward. The whole body lunged forward. Father Shin Hyeon calmly smiled disdainfully and asked, "Even though it's lava, it still feels hot. At this level, Ryu Seung-jeon doesn't feel anything at all." Ryu Seung-jeon is the name of the Fire Dragon King. He moved his body backwards, frowning as he looked at the rogue in front of him, thinking, it's true as rumored, this guy is really a troublesome opponent. Normal hunters have limited movements in their mouths. This school. In my mind, I imagined the scene of the lava fiercely emitting fire, and the dolls lay defeated at its feet, thinking to themselves, it was impossible to get close to it, so close combat seemed impossible, but for long-range attacks, the damage must be very high to be effective. Impossible dungeons are truly famous. Shin Hyeon's father woke up, his hands clenched into fists and said, "The worst is." He pursed his lips and rolled his eyes, throwing a punch forward. The exaggerated punch rushed towards the magma. The lava liquid fell and then stuck together. Shin Hyeon's father hovered in the air, crossed his arms and said, "This guy has terrible regenerative power." He scratched his head and said angrily, "I've been beating, freezing, and slashing it in all sorts of ways for 15 minutes and it's still the same. It's so frustrating. How could Lee Ji-hae kill it? I mean, it came so fast and I didn't even hear how she killed it." Suddenly his eyes widened in realization. His eyes looked towards the lava's feet and said doubtfully, "Maybe." Father Shin Hyeon pointed down and smiled confidently and said, "The monster is not this giant lava, but the lava itself." As if realizing the truth, he pointed his finger and launched his power into the lava pit. The lava pit gradually melted, a voice filled with joy came out. Yes, that was the core of the lava monster. A bright red stone lying on top of the lava appeared. Shin Hyeon's father frowned and said in disgust, he couldn't believe he had to struggle so much for such a small thing. Cracks appeared, lava gradually disappeared. He looked at the system board that appeared in front of him in surprise. The system panel appears with the text, "You have received experience points, you have leveled up." Hunter Cha Shin Hyeon increased from level 53 to level 56. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, "My level has increased, I've even increased it by 3 levels. Smiling proudly, he asked, "Wow, did you see it? If you know how to take advantage of it, it will be very useful." Outside the dungeon, it was already dark. A person walked slowly. A shadow had been following him for a long time, and he was now leisurely answering the phone. "Hello," the person on the other side hastily asked, "Mr. Shin Hyeon, have you gotten out of the dungeon yet? Are you okay?" The person hid behind a tree. Father Shin Hyeon smiled and replied, "Well, I just came out after seeing something funny in there." The person on the other side asked in surprise, "Did you encounter something funny in there?" He glanced in the direction, still talking to the person on the other end of the line. "Yes, leave this dungeon to me, I have some great ideas, besides." Shin Hyeon's father whispered into the phone. The man standing behind the tree pursed his lips angrily, trying to listen. Lee Ji-hae picked up the phone and replied, "Okay, I understand." She clasped her hands and stood in front of the glass door overlooking the bustling city and instructed, "I will do as you said, take care." She turned off the phone and pursed her lips and thought, China has already taken action. Inside the impossible dungeon, lava was constantly boiling. Cha Yun-sol brought a bow and arrow and called out incomprehensibly, "Brother." Father Shin Hyeon floated in the air, his hands creating a protective ring to block the lava. She asked in fear, "What are you doing?" The stone was lying on the lava floating before his eyes. He coldly said, "Yun-sol, try destroying the round thing in front of your eyes." Her eyes widened in horror and she turned around, stuttering, What? She shouted angrily, "Suddenly bringing you here, what kind of crazy request is that? This isn't just a lava dungeon, there's also a giant lava monster here, it's too hot in here." Father Shin Hyeon just smiled confidently and said, "Just stay calm and try to destroy it." He smiled and rubbed her head, saying, "Trust me, it's all for your good, don't worry, Cha Yun-sol sighed in disgust and replied, "Next time please don't pat my head anymore. Hey, at least explain a little so people can understand." Father Shin Hyeon turned back to his serious instructing look, used all his strength, and ended it in one blow. She turned around, held her bow and arrow in front of her, frowned and replied, "Okay, listen to me, big brother, are you looking down on me?" After saying that, she immediately released her hand and shot the bow and arrow forward, arrogantly saying, "This has nothing to do with me." The lava pit ahead immediately exploded. The system window immediately appeared. She smiled happily and said, "Oh." Suddenly his eyes widened in surprise and he raised his voice, You've increased 5 levels." Cha Yun-sol looked at his brother in horror and said, "Brother, suddenly I'm level 43, Shin Hyeon's father rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, Still less than he expected. He guessed the experience points were reduced because this wasn't a solo hunt so it was divided." She asked loudly in surprise. He said these experience points were less than he expected. He raised his head and smiled complacently and said, "It's too early to be surprised, the journey of strength has just begun." Then the two of them immediately switched to fighting mode. Cha Yun-sol frowned and concentrated on raising the arrow, while he supported and thought, "I will be the one to pull out its core for Yun-sol to destroy." We keep repeating this process every day, until you have destroyed all 13 lava monsters in the dungeon. And Cha Yun-sol was so surprised that he stuttered looking at the system window in front of him. "Are you dreaming?" she said in surprise. "I've reached level 50, the status window popped up, Cha Yun-sol's name, level 50, profession, Archer 25, Sniper 25, detailed stats 12 points indicated, Strength 6, Endurance 10, Agility 20, Intelligence 1, Armor 1. She emotionally rushed to hug Father Shin Hyeon and said, "Thank you brother, I have also become a high-level hunter, my salary has increased, now I can buy an apartment." Her eyes were round and sparkling like a puppy, swearing, "I will worship you as my brother for the rest of my life." Father Shin Hyeon reluctantly replied, "You were originally my older brother, how can you still treat people like that at this point?" She excitedly knelt down and shouted loudly, her brother was the best brother among all brothers in the world. He smiled shyly and replied, "Okay, I know, that's enough." He smiled at her and thought, the result of conquering the dungeon all day, how happy it made her. Yun-sol received a salary that only 10 people in Korea can receive, that is, she has become a high-level hunter. Suddenly Cha Yun-sol lowered his eyes and said apologetically, "But isn't it because of you that my experience points are less? I always have to carry weights like you." Father Shin Hyeon immediately reassured him, "It's okay." He bowed his head, stroked his hair up high and said solemnly, people often misunderstood him as someone over 60 years old. He raised his head and smiled confidently as he continued, "But now it was true, the status window appears, Hunter Cha Shin Hyeon, increased from level 56 to level 65, you have upgraded to a god-level player." Shin Hyeon's father held out a green stone in front of his eyes and said, "You've worked hard, here's a gift for you, take it. This is a gift to congratulate you on becoming a high-level hunter." Yun-sol's father clasped his hands, bent down, looked at him in confusion and asked, "Oh, what is this?" The giant mist creature appeared in his mind. He calmly replied, "This is the cube containing the skill stone that he got on Jeju Island a while ago." "Accept it," she replied in surprise. "What, something so expensive like this? If we sell this we can buy a house in Seoul." "Sell it," Father Shin Hyeon seriously advised, instead of nagging. "Go learn more. Becoming a high-level hunter means you have to be stronger, only then can you live up to your reputation." She reached out to receive the stone and replied, "Okay, thank you." Then he turned around and said, "Well, I'll be right back." Cha Yun-sol asked confusedly, Where do you suddenly want to go?" His body gradually disappeared, smiling proudly and replied, "There is a mouse hiding around here, so now he has to become a cat." At this time, the follower was using binoculars to hide behind a lava hole to observe, annoyed and scolded, "Damn, where can he go? I'm about to be boiled alive here." He put down his binoculars and gritted his teeth as he said, "But he really is a monster, just think of him cleaning this dungeon himself." At this moment, a teleportation circle appeared behind him. He bit his nails and gritted his teeth, mumbling in fear, "There is no information about Father Shin Hyeon being this strong, at this rate, we will be in danger." Suddenly someone spoke up, "Hey!" Shin Hyeon's father happily leaned close to his ear and cried out, meowing. His whole face was motionless in horror. He gritted his teeth and ran away in fear. He smiled happily looking at the teleportation circle above his head and said, "Oh, you're really fast." He gasped in fear as he watched the light shift in front of him. The dungeon rang with a loud noise. Father Shin Hyeon calmly grabbed the guy's collar and pulled him up high, angrily said, "You know martial arts, but Tian martial arts too is not famous." He remembered the scene when he was once attacked by such a person in the forest and asked, "The way you hold the sword is so weak that I cannot call you a martial artist. I have seen this move before." The follower gritted his teeth and endured. Father Shin Hyeon asked in annoyance, "Do you think I'm weak?" He frowned and smiled evilly and said, "This fake bastard." Shin Hyeon's father smiled happily and said, "Since yesterday you've been following me. I didn't expect you to follow me here. You're really brave." But his eyes sparkled with lightning, his mouth curled up sinisterly and asked, "You've already dug your own grave, haven't you?" The follower groaned in pain, his eyes went white, and foam came out of his mouth. He clenched his hands and commanded, "Telling me everything you know." His eyes widened with tears, he screamed in pain, "Ah ah ah." Morning in the city. Inside the high-rise apartment, Lee Ji-hae sat across from him and said, "This is more serious than I thought." The two brothers listened to her, but unexpectedly the dungeon's safe zone had been destroyed, and a large monster had appeared. In addition, the image of a foggy dungeon appeared, and a crack appeared, which only Shin Hyeon could see. Lee Ji-hae put her hand on her forehead and tiredly lamented, the merger with the Twilight Society and the appearance of a difficult dungeon. These two incidents alone were enough to make me blind. Yoon-sol's father smiled happily at her, assuring her, but Vice President, we've already dealt with the difficult dungeon, you don't have to worry about it." Lee Ji-hae smiled and replied, "Thank you, you two did a great job." At this time, Father Shin Hyeon closed his eyes and spoke seriously, "I have left the monitoring of the fog dungeon to the Tamna group, they will contact me if there is anything more important." In his mind, images of terrifying mist-death creatures appeared, images of sinister enemies appearing one after another. He said seriously, "The fact that all of these events were happening at the same time was definitely a coincidence, signs that current rules are collapsing. Moreover, with China, we do not know what dangers the future will bring." Note, they are talking about the dungeon rules, for example the entrance of the dungeon is a safe zone. He bowed his head and said, "That's why today I will help you become even stronger." Cha Yoon-sol looked at him in surprise, "Huh?" In his mind, the image of him and his sister training in an impossible dungeon appeared in his mind, and he said calmly, "I will continue to train you for a while longer, so that you can overcome the dangers alone." Surprise. And his eyes narrowed dangerously and he said, "So that she can protect herself from anyone who targets us." Cha Yoon-sol pursed her lips and looked at her brother curiously. Lee Ji-hae seriously asked, "Are you talking about being followed? Did something happen after that?" Father Shin Hyeon replied, "Today that person followed us all the way to the dungeon." She said in surprise, "All the way to the dungeon? Oh my god, I don't know if that person is brave or stupid." He tilted his head and looked the other way and replied, "As I guessed, he was a member of the Tiantao group, but he was just a petty person so he couldn't get any useful information." Suddenly he raised his lips and smiled smugly and said, "But doesn't mean I can't get anything out of it." At the Tiantao festival, a figure sat on the phone. He was the leader of the assassin team, Jio Woo-pong. The hand holding the turned-off phone frowned and thought, "This guy Lu Wei, why hasn't there been any news from him? Has he been exposed?" Suddenly there was a knock on the door. The person said, "Room service, please open the door." He raised his head in surprise and looked towards the door. People outside the room kept urging, "Room service, please open the door." Jio Woo-pong gritted his teeth and said in annoyance, "The subordinates in the next room were ordering again. Those guys are really serious, just leave it at the door and go." Suddenly there was a noise from outside. He glanced over in confusion. The person kicked the door down and angrily repeated, "I said room service is here." He quickly grabbed the dagger and stood up, cursing, "Who is this crazy guy?" He angrily shouted, "Do you want to die? If you don't want to see your intestines exposed, leave your things at the door and get out." Father Shin Hyeon bowed his head and smiled smugly and sarcastically, "Oh, so harsh." He kicked open the door, put his hands in his pockets and leisurely released his force towards him. Chan slowly walked over. He quipped, "Why do you say such harsh things that sound so painful? I came to see you spill your guts, you bastard." Jio Woo-pong widened his eyes and shouted angrily, "You have to pay for that door." Shin Hyeon's father put his hands on his hips and smiled arrogantly and asked, "Hello, you must be Jio Woo-pong." He held the small knife in his hand and squinted his eyes in horror and asked, "Cha-cha Shin Hyeon, why are you here?" He couldn't help but speculate in fear. Lu Wei has been defeated, but its stealth and light attack skills are high, it's so strong. He glanced around and asked, "Where's your superior, has he gone for a walk?" Jiao Wu Pong held the phone in his hand and smiled, thinking, wait, maybe this is it. The hand pressed the warning bell on the phone, secretly pleased, it was a good thing. A series of resounding sounds appeared. Cha Shin Hyeon frowned and looked back cautiously. Jiao Wu Pong arrogantly threw the dagger on the ground and said, "Whatever." He took out the sword from the system, smirked and said, "I don't know how you found this place. But now you're here." Meanwhile, outside the hallway, a group of people dressed in black suits were approaching. He pointed the sword at me and affirmed, "Then you'll go straight to your grave." Father Shin Hyeon glanced back. A group of people had appeared at some point blocking the exit. He squinted his eyes and muttered, it seems." They laughed happily looking at the prey before them. He asked contemptuously, "Are you all martial arts masters who learn martial arts with magic?" They smiled sinisterly and replied, "KK yeah, all of us are top-level martial artists." Before they could finish speaking, he jumped up as fast as he could. His agile hands attacked Jiao Wu Pong, causing him to scream in pain. Jiao Wu Pong gasped in horror and thought, he blocked my meridians in just the blink of an eye. I couldn't even see anything. How could he do that? The juniors called out worriedly, "Team Captain." Father Shin Hyeon coldly snorted and asked in disgust, "I'm so tired of asking, you all study martial arts, so do you see the martial arts status window?" He raised his hands and said confidently, "My body is sore because I have been doing martial arts these past few days, but that's good, because I don't have to hide my martial arts skills anymore." They tightened their weapons in their hands and gritted their teeth, looking at him warily. His eyes lit up, his lips curled into a smug smile and he said, "Open your eyes wide and look carefully, see if there is a status window or not. I will give you a vivid experience of the martial arts apocalypse." Lamb. Boom, an explosion occurred in front of me. Two affected subordinates were thrown high into the air. The guys standing behind couldn't help but look puzzled at the battle in front of them. Father Shin Hyeon walked out and asked in surprise, what was that?" He stood between two subordinates who had collapsed on the ground, looked at those standing far away and asked in confusion, "Can't you guys see it too?" He bowed his head and smiled complacently and said, "If that's the case." The whole body is burning with strength, the hands are clenched tightly, the head is tilted up high in pleasure to scream, "Then I will show it to you." Father Shin Hyeon skillfully used his hands to slash each of them one by one. With each slash he asked once, "Did you see him? Did you see anything?" He jumped up and punched the guys in front of him and asked, "Still didn't see them." The body was immersed in the battle, the eyes were filled with anger, the mouth smiled sinisterly and asked, "Do you see now, the status window of martial arts?" He asked contemptuously, "You guys learn martial arts because you want to see it, right?" Jiao Wu Pong frowned in pain and endured. After a while of no one responding, he pretended to be sad and said, "Wu Pong, I'm disappointed." It seems like no one saw. Suddenly he opened his eyes wide in fear and stammered, "There was the window." That guy looked at his teammate's bloody arm falling on the ground in fear. He asked with interest, "Did you see it?" Father Shin Hyeon smiled smugly, stroked his hair and asked, "Where's your big brother, Wei Hai?" Just as he expected, someone was approaching. A handsome and strong figure appeared. He was Wei Hai, ranked third at the Yentao Association. But before his eyes was extremely empty. In his heart he couldn't help but understand, was there no one here? He pursed his lips and glanced around, thinking, "It's so quiet, what's going on?" Wei Hai lost patience and took out his phone to call Jiao Wu Pong. At this moment, from behind him, Cha Shin Hyeon teleported out from within the illusion, with a scary smile and exclamation, "Oh!" He spoke up to break the atmosphere, "Come early next time." He frowned in surprise and looked back. His mouth gaped open in fear as he looked at the figure in front of him. Father Shin Hyeon said coldly, "I'm so tired of waiting for you." At this time in that room, Jiao Wu Pong's seriously injured body leaned against the wall, his arms hanging down, the phone was still on the floor. He whispered, "Big brother." His whole body was covered in blood trying to signal, "Please, run." Father Shin Hyeon's cold voice rang out, "So I let your subordinates rest in peace. This is all your fault, you know." Wei Hai was startled, quickly retreated, and at the same time stood in a defensive position ready to fight. His face was extremely angry, with murderous intent looking at the person in front of him. Why are you here? Father Shin Haiyan was full of calmness, smiling slightly at the person in front of him. Why were he so surprised? Look how scared you are. Do you know that playing cat and mouse with you is really so uncomfortable that it made me come myself? This is always not the case. Wei Hai carefully pulled out the sword from space, looking at Cha Shin Haiyan warily. He was full of anger and cautiously looking at Cha Shin Haiyan, demanding, "What have you done to my junior?" Father Shin Haiyan smirked provocatively, having already cleaned up. Father Shin Haiyan smiled and raised his hand. A magic circle appeared on top of his head. The magic circle's range covered even Wei Hai. He panicked and stood frozen, unable to react. Suddenly the air around Wei Hai disappeared, replaced by a lot of water, rising above his head. In an instant, he suddenly suffocated because he had no oxygen. Wei Hai quickly emerged from the water, frantically breathing for oxygen. Father Shin Haiyan squatted on the edge of the swimming pool where Wei Hai had just emerged. He smiled happily and jokingly, not forgetting to make a few teasing jokes. "Are the people in your area wearing suits to go swimming? You don't know. Is it very impolite to dress flashy like this?" Wei Hai floated half of his face, looking up from the pool to look at Cha Shin Haiyan full of anger. The bastard. However, he quickly took a deep breath, reassured himself, and thought carefully, no, he must not let it provoke him. There are not too many people who can use teleportation in this country of China. It's a high-level technique. He was full of caution, observing Cha Shin Haiyan carefully. If so, I could assume that Jiao Wu Peng and his juniors were both dead. He looked at Cha Shin Haiyan in panic, constantly thinking about how strong that guy was. Just based on what he felt, that guy was probably at the same level as Yang Cheng, maybe even higher. Cha Shin Haiyan was still leisurely, even a little amused, waiting for Wei Hai, like an animal quietly observing its prey. Wei Hai is constantly calculating the most beneficial path for himself right now. He can use teleportation, so if he wants to escape it will be difficult. But even if he dies, I have to inform the Tiantao Society about his ability. This. Wei Hai smiled triumphantly, ah ha ha ha, making Cha Shin Haiyan unable to understand. What's wrong? He's been soaked in too much water and his brain is damaged. Wei Hai seemed to put all his faith in this attack, smiling in response to Father Shin Haiyan's answer, not the other way around. Thanks to you I understand clearly. Let me introduce myself from the beginning. I am third in the Tiantao Society, Wei Hai Flying Sky Sword. As he finished speaking, the water under Wei Hai's feet became fierce, forming a vortex around him. Wei Hai grasped the sword tightly and stabbed down, his eyes dark red, and shouted, with the sword in hand, "I will make your head fall from your neck." Well, the fighting location of Cha Shin Haiyan and Wei Hai was on the rooftop of a hotel, so the power of Wei Hai's move created a shock that caused a large amount of water to pour out of the rooftop, causing many civilians below were startled, confused and scared. Kya, what's going on? Is this sound an explosion? I'm so tired of this magical world. Whoosh, whoosh, Wei Hai flew out of the water, holding the sword to chase after Cha Shin Haiyan. But Cha Shin Haiyan did not stand still and die. He immediately moved one step in front of Wei Hai. Don't forget to turn around and say a few words to him. Oh, your moving skills are also impressive, and the skills of the guy who chased me just now are also quite good. Hearing that, Wei Hai was really angered. He rushed forward, swung his sword continuously. Shut up, I know you are the one who came back from Volam. Cha Shin Haiyan leaned over, built a barrier, blocking each of Wei Hai's attacks, still wearing an extremely suggestive smile on his lips. Wei Hai couldn't control his anger, rushed over and shouted, "Quickly stop and fight me to death like a martial arts master." Wei Hai could no longer control himself. His whole body was covered with magic power, mixed with overwhelming murderous aura. He held his sword and stabbed him straight. Crack! Cha Shin Haiyan's shield shattered. The sword in Wei Hai's hand stabbed straight into Cha Shin Haiyan's chest, making him a bit surprised. Shin Haiyan's father immediately reacted, quickly stepping back to avoid it. As if noticing something, Cha Shin Haiyan muttered, "So that's it." He held his forehead and laughed happily, ha ha ha, making Wei Hai, who was holding the sword and preparing to attack, feel puzzled. What are you laughing at? Shin Haiyan's father wiped the corners of his eyes and said somewhat jokingly, sorry, I just couldn't bear it. Oh my stomach. But Cha Shin Haiyan's next words really made Wei Han angry. The veins on his face gradually appeared with each clenched teeth. Father Shin Haiyan stood up straight, both hands on his hips, his whole body radiating great aura and magic power, arrogantly said, "Think again. If it were you, would you laugh when you see an ant trying to kill you with a toothpick?" flossing with bare hands. Wei Hai gritted his teeth and looked at the person who was acting noble and egoistic in front of him but couldn't do anything. "You, how dare you?" Father Shin Haiyan jumped slightly, his whole body immediately became floating in the sky. He reached out his hand to apply magic power, not forgetting to despise the ant in front of him. "I don't even need to use martial arts to deal with an insect like you." Immediately, many elemental balls were created by Father Shin Haiyan. Father Shin Haiyan's arrogant voice spoke again. He stopped being arrogant and worried and crawled away. Father Shin Haiyan waved his hand. The elemental balls immediately fell straight down on Wei Hai, creating countless large cracks on the rooftop. The arrogant dog, Wei Hai, struggled to avoid but did not forget to insult Cha Shin Haiyan in his heart. But even so, he will not admit defeat, and immediately think of a way out for himself. But his arrogance can sometimes be his opportunity. If he is careful, he can win. Wei Hai immediately swung his sword and cut in half the next orbs that came at him. Then turned the sword around and reversed the direction of the blade. Wei Hai's entire body was covered in flames, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He pointed his sword, and rushed straight towards Cha Shin Haiyan. When Shin Haiyan's father saw that, he laughed contemptuously. "Ha!" Wei Hai rushed forward to finish off Cha Shin Haiyan, but he quickly blocked many solid defenses that he could not penetrate. A sudden attack failed, so he quickly backed away, his mouth coldly snorting. Wei Hai backed away to a safe distance from Cha Shin Haiyan floating in the sky. The two looked at each other without blinking. One side bent down and smiled contemptuously, the other side looked up with anger and gritted teeth. A lot of civilians gathered below. They looked up in surprise to see the two hunters fighting fiercely, extremely fiercely. The comments continued to increase. "Oh, what a surprise, two hunters are fighting on their own. Don't these things usually only happen in dungeons? Let's zoom in and take pictures." The two hunters were constantly fighting each other above, not paying any attention to the gossiping crowd below. Wei Hai gently moved, avoiding the attacks while getting closer to Cha Shin Haiyan. He read the direction of the elemental ball's attack in advance to avoid it. This time it still moved like that, no longer effective. Seeing that the distance had been shortened, Wei Hai rushed up, shouted loudly, "Go die!" Then he swung his sword and stabbed Cha Shin Haiyan's left chest. But how can he be the male lead if he dies so easily? Cha Shin Haiyan gave a sinister smile, as if he had anticipated everything. Boom! Everything around both of them immediately exploded. Wei Hai was startled and looked at the person in front of him, his voice unable to hide the confusion, wondering why his body was. Father Shin Haiyan looked down at the blade just a few centimeters from his neck, his face expressionless and asked, but his eyes were full of mockery, "Why are you still standing there, intending to kill me? Don't you want to stab me?" He stood there arrogantly, looking down at the person who had been tied immobile by him, looking at him in panic. Wei Hai couldn't believe it, panicked and asked again, It can't be, is it a sword technique?" "Great, guessed right, but no prize." Father Shin Haiyan approached Wei Hai, gently grabbed his head, and said coldly, "Just now you said you were a flying sword, kid, that's not a name you can arbitrarily give yourself." Before Wei Hai's frightened eyes, Father Shin Haiyan spoke out sentence by sentence, giving him the death sentence. "But even with that effort, you probably have nothing left to show, so you can die, there kid." Boom, boom, each consecutive elemental explosion, the fire spread across the sky above several buildings. A resident below filmed a figure falling from the explosion. He then panned the camera to follow the shadow's falling trajectory to the roof of the building. Shin Haiyan's father gently landed behind him, startling him and almost dropping the camera. He looked at him and asked, "You're from Binmin, right? Can you film from beginning to end?" The cameraman immediately took the camera and nodded, "Yes, I tried my best to record the match according to the instructions." Hearing that, Father Shin Haiyan immediately asked for help, "So please edit the ending when I kill him and send it to the president." Trying to act like you don't know what the outcome will be, the cameraman immediately agreed, "I understood." Suddenly he looked at Cha Shin Haiyan, a little curious, and asked, "I don't know if I can ask, but what are you planning to do with this video?" Cha Shin Haiyan smiled meaningfully, "Just consider this a part of the introduction video." On the roof of that building, Wei Hai landed with a charred body that was completely out of breath, covered in blood all over, with no part intact, according to Father Shin Haiyan's opinion. In other words, this is a declaration of war. The news reports, breaking news, the president of the Unlimited Guild, Hunter Cha Shin Haiyan, has just been attacked by unknown hunters right in the middle of the city. It was the sky-splitting fight between Cha Shin Haiyan and Wei twice before. It is known that the attack group had many people. Currently, the status of Hunter Cha Shin-hyeon and the unknown attackers has not been revealed. People watch and discuss the news constantly. Have you seen the news? It's so fierce, isn't it? Oh my god, which side wins? Let me tell you, I have a friend who works in the hospital. He said that right now Cha Shin-hyeon is in the intensive care room. Shin-hyeon's father is under special care, so what about the hunters attacking him? Hunter Cha Shin-hyeon is lying in the special treatment room according to people's rumors, still healthy, even standing proudly at the place where the person who fought with him died. The scene cleanup staff covered the body with a cloth and took it away. Lee Ji-hae glanced slightly at the body. Then she walked over and held out a can of water in front of Cha Shin-hyeon and said, "Today is a bit cold." Father Shin-hyeon smiled, reached out to take the can of water, and thanked him. Lee Ji-hae asked if anything had been investigated yet. Father Shin-hyeon squinted his eyes, thought for a moment and then replied, "When I used the absolute command to ask about the president of the Tientao Association, I discovered that they were all dead." Lee Ji-hae was quite surprised. She pursed her lips and then speculated, "I guess they had a type of magic cast on them that caused instant death when they said certain things, to avoid them revealing the information, that news." Father Shin-hyeon gave Lee Ji-hae a recording pen. "But I found out their confession for attacking me." Lee Ji-hae received it, nodded, and thanked her. Lee Ji-hae pondered for a moment and then exclaimed, "Even though I know it's been a long time, I still have to say it again, the Tientao society is really difficult." Shin-hyeon's father took a sip of coffee and agreed, "Yes." Lee Ji-hae smiled gently. She leaned against the railing, smiled gently and said, "I'm sure you'll be a bit angry when I say this, but isn't it a good idea for us to keep flipping through the entire continent to find them like this?" Cha Shin-hyeon looked at Lee Ji-hae and smiled meaningfully. "So are you going to stop me?" Lee Ji-hae sighed, as if naturally saying, "Of course I have to try to stop you. I'll be in trouble if this becomes a national issue." Father Shin-hyeon gently rubbed the side of the can, calmly said, "I can't do such reckless things. They will disappear from the underground world if they know I'm looking for them publicly like this, so that's too bad, very." Cha Shin-hyeon compared this search battle to a bet. "If I recklessly increase the bet because of a superficial code, my opponents will quickly give up. I have to make them have the illusion that they can do it. You can control me, if you're provoked enough, you lack no matter what." After saying that, Cha Shin-hyeon turned around and left. He yawned tiredly. Lee Ji-hae didn't stop her, just asked, "Are you leaving now?" Father Shin-hyeon nodded, "I'm tired, I have to go home and rest first. Please take care of the press conference." Lee Ji-hae smiled confidently and replied, "Don't worry, stirring up the media is my job. We will raise the stakes to the highest possible level." A week later, a press conference was held, attracting many reporters and leading newspapers. The journalists were making a lot of noise. "Oh my gosh, it's Lee Ji-hae, she's a real person." They constantly talk about the rumors surrounding Cha Shin-hyeon and Lee Ji-hae. "It seems like Dawn and Limitless have become a strong alliance. That's why we see her at public press conferences, like this. That's why the rumors between the two guilds spread so far. There are also rumors of them having children together." Suddenly the room door opened. The reporters' eyes widened in surprise. All of them turned their gaze towards the door. Father Shin-hyeon appeared, standing tall and proud in front of the door. The clothes were elegant and imposing, but there were band-aids on his face, scratches on both arms, and one hand was still wrapped in a white bandage. Without missing a second, the reporters and journalists immediately clicked their cameras continuously. The flash flashed continuously, but the person, who didn't know much about anything, started to spread the news that they knew to each other. This proved that he was really injured in that bloody battle. Who was it, in this world could make Cha Shin-hyeon become like that? Lee Ji-hae sitting above saw Cha Shin-hyeon causing such a ruckus and sighed. If she wanted to act like a victim, she should at least take her hands out of her pockets. The press conference officially started. Cha Shin-hyeon took the microphone to audition. He began to say hello. "Hello, sincerely thank you for taking the time to come here. Also thank the stakeholders of Bin Min Association for helping to build today's press conference. I think everyone there will be many questions that need to be answered about the unfortunate accident that took place last week." Father Shin-hyeon put his carefully bandaged arm in front of the camera lens, smiled and said, "I will immediately update you with information, but I still need time to recover mentally and from my injuries, so I hope everyone will understand why I have not spoken up about this until now." Lee Ji-hae on the side sneered and mocked, "Bluffing too much." Starting from now I will answer everyone's questions. As soon as Cha Shin-hyeon finished speaking, a reporter immediately took the opportunity. I am reporter Park Dar-gai from NBC, yes, what do you want to ask? The reporter asked the question, there are rumors that there is more than one attacker, is this true? Father Shin-hyeon nodded and replied yes. Father Shin-hyeon described, about 20 assassins were sent to kill me, the journalists were in a commotion, what, more than 20 people? Father Shin-hyeon continued, the person in the video was their big brother, he was a high-ranking hunter like me. The reporters competed to find out what happened and ask questions, please tell us in more detail about what happened during the match, are they okay, and who are they? Father Shin-hyeon smiled wickedly and replied, it was a fierce battle. Then he confidently declared, but they are just children's toys, I can take care of them myself. Right now it's difficult for me to know exactly who they are. But based on the identity investigation, I can only tell everyone that they are from China, so in the near future I will plan to request cooperation with the Chinese government to investigate this matter. The words were like a bomb hitting the press conference room. The country's well-educated reporters and journalists immediately became suspicious and angry. Isn't it unprecedented for hunters from other countries to attack our country? This is clearly a problem, national topic. Father Shin-hyeon stepped out, speaking clearly, I don't know their identity or the reason why they were following me, but if the leader behind them is also listening to this press conference, I would like to send that person a message, word. He was full of contempt and said, stop sending your stupid rascals to find me, whoever has a problem with me can come here and solve it themselves, you loser. In the bustling restaurant lobby, Cha Shin-hyeon, handsome, wearing a smart shirt and trousers, stood with his hands in his pockets, deep in thought, he didn't expect them to come so early. His eyes flashed, an evil smile appeared, to see what kind of people they were. At a dining table not far away, two men were sitting and waiting. When one of the two saw Father Shin-hyeon, he stood up and waved non-stop, President Cha, we are here. Shin-hyeon's father looked at the two in surprise, what, Jeon Junho? When Cha Shin-hyeon approached the table, Jeon Junho stood up and quickly grabbed his hands, excitedly saying hello, it's been a long time, how have you been? Father Shin-hyeon looked at him wondering why he was here, his heart was full of doubts, did he also have nefarious intentions like Tien Tao Hoi? Suddenly the remaining man at the table also stood up to say hello to the hunter Cha Shin-hyeon, looking more and more handsome. Father Shin-hyeon looked at the man in front of him in surprise, he was. The man smiled and slowly introduced himself, I am President Park Jung-soo. Father Shin-hyeon was bewildered, a bit confused, why is the president here? The greeting was over, the three sat at the table to talk. Father Shin-hyeon sat across from the president. Park Jung-soo spoke first, you must have been surprised by my sudden appearance, this is a serious matter so I have no other choice, I hope you understand. Shin-hyeon's father tilted his head and frowned, asking Jeon Junho how the two of them knew each other, but he just laughed and replied, this is a well-known secret, the most famous Dawn Guild in Korea has a strong relationship with that government. When Father Shin-hyeon heard that, he frowned in discomfort, surely the Dusk group was the same, which meant that the president had something to resolve with the Tien Tao group. Thinking so, Father Shin-hyeon lowered his respectful appearance, sat with his arms crossed and leaned back in his chair, looking casual and asked, so, why did you come to find a little hunter like me? Jeon Junho sitting next to him couldn't help but panic, President Cha, please be polite. President Park Jung-soo no longer smiled socially, his expression became dark and serious. He clasped his hands together, speaking carefully, I'll stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point, I want to hear the details about the Chinese hunter ambushing you. Father Shin-hyeon seemed bored, yawned slightly and said, I think you should know everything clearly through my official statement to journalists. Park Jung-soo nodded, yes, I know. But he added, but I also know very well that, unlike what you said, the one who attacked them first was you. Hearing that, Cha Shin-hyeon immediately knew that Jeon Junho had already gossiped about something. He turned to glare at him. Jeon Junho quickly smiled wryly and turned away to avoid his eyes. The president continued to say, ironically, after the dungeon appeared, international relations between countries actually became stronger, because everyone knows we have a common enemy, the terrorists, monster. Park Jung-soo tiredly raised his hand to support his head. So in the case of a disagreement between foreign hunters and our domestic hunters, if we don't resolve it amicably, the peace that has been preserved for so long will be destroyed, broken. He gave his stance and thoughts, My policy is to try to avoid international conflicts." Suddenly, Father Shin Hye-yeon raised his hand to interrupt the president, apologizing, but I think he misunderstood something. This sudden action of Cha Shin Hye-yeon not only surprised President Park Jung-soo but also made Jong Jun-ho panic. Father Shin Hye-yeon said frankly, "The Tiantao Association and I are at odds with each other, and that association works with the Chinese government, just like the Korean government and Bin Min." The more Father Shin Hye-yeon talks, the more he doesn't hold back. "You know that the Dawn Guild and the Dusk Guild once had a fight to the death, right? Now I'm very sure of one thing. The person behind the leader of the Dusk Guild is Park Tae-hoon, is someone from the Tiantao Association." Both Jong Jun-ho and President Park Jung-soo, one turned away, the other bowed his head low. No one said a word of excuse. Father Shin Hye-yeon continued, "I guess he also got the recording of the confession of one of the people working for the Tiantao Society. And also the documents in Park Tae-hoon's safe." Father Shin Hye-yeon squinted his eyes, observed the two people's reactions, and gently said the last words, "That's all I wanted to say. What if, in the past, the Dusk Society had succeeded in overthrowing the Dawn Society, through that battle of survival?" Cha Shin Hye-yeon's words were as light as a feather but carried 1,000 pounds of weight, startling both President Park Jung-soo and Jong Jun-ho. The president was stunned and dumbfounded when he heard Father Shin Hye-yeon's analysis, taking in all the reactions of both people in his eyes. Cha Shin Hye-yeon smirked. It was obvious, right? This country would end, with its resources and territories stolen by other countries. Father Shin Hye-yeon slowly stood up, coldly said, "Well, I didn't do it for the national benefit, I was against them for personal gain. Just thinking about it makes me angry again." Father Shin Hye-yeon decisively turned around and left, solemnly and coldly declaring, "As for the international conflict you mentioned, it has actually already begun. If you want to pretend you don't know, you can go ahead. I'll handle everything myself, so please don't get in my way." Suddenly the president spoke up to stop Father Shin Hye-yeon's steps. "Wait a minute." Cha Shin Hye-yeon stopped, wanting to see what Park Jung-soo wanted to do, so he decided to reveal his main purpose. "Mr. Park Jung-soo stood up, said in a low voice, "I understand how you feel, Cha Shin Hye-yeon." He looked straight at Father Shin Hye-yeon seriously and said, "From this moment the government will do its best to support you. But Park Jung-soo offers a negotiation. I want you to make sure that everything can be resolved smoothly." Father Shin Hye-yeon clicked his tongue. Nothing like what I thought." Then he laughed arrogantly again. "Well, it's not a big deal." Father Shin Hye-yeon confidently replied to the president that no matter who they were, what I needed to do was defeat them and settle everything. A while later, after leaving the restaurant, Cha Shin Hye-yeon walked down the street. He sighed as he walked. Sigh, everything was as serious as I thought, but I didn't expect the president to also approach me. Suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. Cha Shin Hye-yeon took it and read the message that had just been sent to his phone. "Hello, I tried to call you many times because I wanted to discuss some issues with you, but because I couldn't call, I left a message. Here, it's a work-related matter, so please contact me as soon as possible. I'll call you back later." Knowing that he was free, he immediately called back the strange number he had just sent the message to. The other person immediately picked up the phone and said hello. Father Shin Hye-yeon greeted politely, "Hello, I am the president of the Unlimited Guild, Father Shin Hye-yeon. You contacted me to talk about work-related matters, right?" On the other end of the line was a man. The other person didn't show his face. He smiled and replied to Cha Shin Hye-yeon, "Nice to meet you, I'm Hunter Kang Chang-sik." "It seems like the other person is working. The desk is full of papers piled up," he said. "I got your number through an acquaintance. I'm glad I didn't call the wrong number." He asked if we could meet to talk in person. "It might be a bit difficult to explain on the phone like this." Cha Shin Hye-yeon smiled meaningfully and looked at his phone, getting straight to the point without telling me where he was coming from. Father Shin Hye-yeon continued walking around the street and replied, "Okay, I just heard I'm free today, let's meet in 2 hours." "You're done. I'll text you the address later. See you later, goodbye," then hang up. Father Shin Hye-yeon laughed, looked at the phone and wondered, "Now, should I call Doraemon?" In the office, Lee Ji-hae is working hard in front of the computer screen. Suddenly the phone on the table rang. Lee Ji-hae put the phone on her shoulder, tilted her head to answer the phone. "I'm listening, Cha Shin Hye-yeon." On the other end of the line, Cha Shin Hye-yeon asked, "Are you free now?" She smiled brightly and asked again, "If I'm free, what are you planning to do?" As if sensing cold murderous aura through the transmission, Cha Shin Hyeon realized, it sounded like she was too busy. But he still asked for help. She said she could use the Hunter Association's password to look through the database that had been used before. Right, could you find a hunter named Kang Chang-sik for me? Lee Ji-hae's white, slender hands quickly moved on the computer keyboard. Kang Chang-sik, wait for me. Lee Ji-hae immediately found some information. There were 4 people here with that name. They were all freelance hunters, about level 20, ages 30 to 40. Lee Ji-hae couldn't help but ask curiously, she didn't seem like the type of person he would be interested in. What's going on? Father Shin Hyeon smiled and replied, is that so? It must be a fake name. She seemed worried and asked again, what's wrong? Father Shin Hyeon reassured, it's nothing serious, I'm just a little suspicious. 2 hours later, at a famous cafe. Cha Shin Hyeon took a sip of his drink. He sighed, it was a tiring day, even though I was the one who agreed to meet, but it seems like I met too many people today. He gently stirred the glass of water in his hand, thinking in his heart, should I start gently, or should I force him to get straight to the point? Shin Hyeon's father smiled mischievously, but I didn't have much time, so I guess I'll just beat him, I've been under a lot of pressure lately. Suddenly, a dark shadow slowly appeared behind Cha Shin Hyeon. Having felt it, Cha Shin Hyeon glanced back, oh how reckless. Father Shin Hyeon smirked in amusement, even though I didn't know clearly, I could still feel his bloodlust. The job he was talking about was killing me. He sat silently waiting for the other person to move that huge body filled with murderous aura closer to him. The opponent walked to Cha Shin Hyeon's side, standing there like a giant bear. Bright red eyes filled with dark murderous intent looked straight at Cha Shin Hyeon. The other person spoke first, you were exactly like what I heard, I can't believe you discovered that faint bloodlust to prepare everything like that. Father Shin Hyeon leaned over, revealing a hand that had compressed lightning-type magic power in his palm, no different from the zero-point version of Rasengan. His voice was cold, why don't you say the main purpose? The other person took a deep breath, gathered the bloodthirsty murderous aura around his body, raised his hand to greet, it was because I was rude in the first meeting, I am Kang Chang-sik, from North Korea. Because I was rude when we first met, I'm Kang Chang-sik. This somewhat late introduction by Kang Chang-sik really surprised Cha Shin Hyeon. What, North Korea? Kang Chang-sik's face has also been clearly revealed. I come from North Korea. Father Shin Hyeon was startled and surprised when he heard this sentence. What, North Korea? Kang Chang-sik smiled meaningfully. Shin Hyeon's father sat across from him with his arms crossed, his eyebrows furrowed in question. Did you just say North Korea? Kang Chang-sik nodded, yes. Father Shin Hyeon responded with a bit of a kick, that's surprising, should I report you to the National Intelligence Agency? Kang Chang-sik scratched his head and smiled to make up, ahaha don't do that. Suddenly his next words made Cha Shin Hyeon change his attitude, do you know what the North Korean hunter system is like? Kang Chang-sik's attitude became more serious, there were no hunters in North Korea at all. The Supreme People's Council has banned the raising of hunters, they fear the people will stage a coup with the hunters' power. Father Shin Hyeon was confused and asked again, didn't you say you were a hunter? But Kang Chang-sik's answer surprised him, he said, I'm registered as a hunter in China, so I'm really considered a Chinese hunter. Father Shin Hyeon muttered, China. Kang Chang-sik constantly points out many facts that the North Korean government has been doing all this time. North Korea is currently leasing all of their dungeons to China, with which we have quite a friendly relationship. But that is like selling natural resources. On the surface it seems like they are doing this for the prosperity of the country, but now we look like an unofficial Chinese colony nation. On the ground, there are human corpses everywhere. Kang Chang-sik faced everything alone. The painful feeling of losing a loved one. The pain and hatred made him unable to hold back his tears. As usual, only the rulers profited the most, and the famine and miserable situation of the citizens did not change at all. With hatred seeping into every vein when witnessing this country's broken homes, Kang Chang-sik made a bold decision to take revenge. Having lost my family and friends because of those people, I decided to go to China and become stronger, seek information and change the situation in my country. Kang Chang-sik just quietly walked past all the barriers that blocked his steps. Then entering the room that is considered the supreme power of North Korea, makes the big guys here startled and panicked. What is the riot about? Who are you? Kang Chang-sik's eyes could not hide the hatred, his whole body was burning with murderous intent. His voice was harsh, damn the People's Council, if you don't want to die then listen clearly, Starting from now, I will start a revolution. Having said that, Kang Changzik began his bloodstained purification revolution. That huge, muscular body would crush anyone who dared to stand in his way. Returning to the present, Cha Shin Hyeon asked the person in front of him, did he attack alone? Kang Changzik smiled confidently and replied, I am strong enough to control normal people. Furthermore, Kang Changzik held up a small flag-like badge, with 2 white circles stacked on top of each other on a red background with a blue border. He continued, although it's a bit late, I'm trying to build a hunter system, but China's influence has taken root quite deeply in the state apparatus. Shin Hyeon's father smiled when he heard that. He partly understood his intentions, so he sought help from South Korea to eliminate them. Kang Changzik smiled and replied, yes, I am planning to open the dungeons to the South Korean side as a tourist destination or industrial exchange. He clenched his fist and confidently asserted, I believe that if we increase South Korea's influence in North Korea and stop China's interference, we can open a new path for reconstruction, establish a North Korean government. Of course this will only happen if you help us. Father Shin Hyeon frowned slightly, pondering what he should do. He observed Kang Changzik's attitude carefully, even though he was a bit suspicious. This was not impossible. Perhaps Park Tae-hoon handed over the dungeons in North Korea to the Tientao Guild because he had guessed this. Father Shin Hyeon gently rubbed his chin. He intended to let the Chinese government control North Korea, while the Tientao Guild controlled the Chinese government. Father Shin Hyeon did not respond immediately but asked Kang Changzik again. This sounds good, but I have a question. Kang Changzik quickly replied, yes, please feel free. Father Shin Hyeon used a normal tone to ask, how are you related to the Heaven Creation Guild? Kang Changzik muttered along, Heaven, Creation. Suddenly his eyes changed, becoming red and filled with murderous intent. The sudden transformation caught Cha Shin Hyeon's attention. He smiled devilishly, understanding. Father Shin Hyeon pulled up his chair and stood up, replied, well I understand. In short, you want me to go to North Korea, right? Kang Changzik quickly happily nodded, yes, that's right. Okay, since you've come a long way to invite me like this, Father Shin Hyeon smiled with delight, like a predator that had smelled its prey. I should visit North Korea, it's just religion, right? In a room with ancient architecture, Lee Ji-hae is leisurely sitting and enjoying a cup of tea. She gently put down the teacup. Turning his head and smiling, he looked at Cha Shin Hyeon who had just walked in. How did he know I was here? Father Shin Hyeon replied, I think you can be here, because you turned off the computer and are no longer in the office. Lee Ji-hae smiled, I just want to live in seclusion away from the world, should I relearn the stealth skill? But she couldn't keep her composure. She quickly opened her eyes in surprise by a sentence from Father Shin Hyeon. How did she feel about going on a date with me? Lee Ji-hae glared at Cha Shin Hyeon. He also looked back at her. The two looked at each other silently for a few seconds. Lee Ji-hae pulled up her chair, stood up, laughed and said, it took you a whole month to ask that question. Where did it come from? She loosened her collar and said without paying any attention, you know it better than me. Passive guys are not attractive at all. I'll let it go because that's just you. Father Shin Hyeon smiled with satisfaction. The two then appeared in a dungeon near Onsan City, which was covered with rich flora, seemingly unexploited before. Suddenly, a snake quietly slithered towards the two of them. It has glowing red eyes and 2 sharp fangs, and its whole body is covered with sturdy scales. Suddenly it rushed to attack Cha Shin Hyeon and Lee Ji-hae. Both immediately reacted and dodged to the sides. Lee Ji-hae frowned, waved her hand to fly away a snake that was rushing to attack her, saying, this is a dungeon that has yet to be conquered. She jumped up and dodged lightly. We need to observe more before I can assess the level of danger. It seems its ability is to petrify the enemy. Father Shin Hyeon touched a nearby rock. Oh, it was hard before and now it's even harder. It would be very painful if this thing hit you. Suddenly Lee Ji-hae made a suggestion, wanting to bet to see who would defeat more monsters, but he couldn't use martial arts. Cha Shin Hyeon was a bit speechless. Hey, why are there such unreasonable terms? Lee Ji-hae directly ignored Cha Shin Hyeon's complaints. She pulled out a weapon from space, getting ready for this little match. Come on, it's just for fun. Just as the group of poisonous snakes was about to rush in, she immediately took action, jumping out of their attack range. Lee Ji-hae does a beautiful flip in the air. She then swung consecutive slashes filled with sword energy at the poisonous snakes. Father Shin Hyeon stood in a corner, scratching his head helplessly. Honestly, I just wanted to talk quietly. Suddenly he turned his attention downwards. Another herd of poisonous snakes was silently approaching him from behind, making him feel extremely annoying. Damn these bastards, they're so hard-working. The closer the snakes get to their prey, the brighter their eyes become. This made Cha Shin Hyeon feel the need to be more serious. He happily used fire-making magic. They were really working hard to find death. A moment later, the group of poisonous snakes burned to death, leaving not a single snake left. Shin Hyeon's father clapped his hands to brush away the dust, clicked his tongue in disdain. This wasn't enough to get started. Suddenly he looked forward. "Oh, I guess she's quite nervous, huh?" Cha Shin Hyeon couldn't help but exclaim when he saw Lee Ji-hae sitting on a pile of mountains piled high with the corpses of poisonous snakes. Lee Ji-hae gently jumped down, saying, even though their level might be quite high, they were just mosquitoes compared to the impossible dungeon. Father Shin Hyeon smiled and replied, "It seems so." Lee Ji-hae lightly touched her chin and speculated, "I'm worried because these high-level dungeons seem to appear more often. We already lack manpower." Father Shin Hyeon also expressed his thoughts, "I'm sure our country is not the only place with a rapid increase in the number of dungeons, like North Korea, for example." Lee Ji-hae was extremely surprised. "What?" But what Cha Shin Hyeon said next surprised Lee Ji-hae. "A few days ago I met a North Korean hunter named Kang Chang-sik. He suggested I go there as part of an exchange between North and South Korea." Lee Ji-hae was so surprised that she blurted out, "North Korea?" Father Shin Hyeon continued, "Although I don't know if he has anything to do with the Tientao Guild. It seems someone did something to him, seemingly by the Tientao Guild." Cha Shin Hyeon said when thinking back to Kang Chang-sik's red eyes filled with murderous intent at that time. Lee Ji-hae looked worried and asked Cha Shin Hyeon, "Do you not accept it? It's clearly a trap." At the same time, the lagoon behind her sprayed countless oxygen bubbles. A giant poisonous snake, seemingly the leader of the group of snakes from earlier, suddenly rushed up from the water to attack the two people. But instead of opening its mouth and biting like normal snakes, this one is much more dominant. It learns from supermen that shoot lasers from both eyes. Both Lee Ji-hae and Cha Shin Hyeon were quite surprised by this sudden incident. But before Lee Ji-hae could even move to avoid it, Cha Shin Hyeon put up a magic shield for her. Lee Ji-hae turned around in surprise to look at Cha Shin Hyeon and shouted, "Mr. Shin Hyeon." As for Cha Shin Hyeon, a huge amount of magic flared up instantly. Father Shin Hyeon's whole body was now hit by the power from the giant snake's eyes. Lee Ji-hae ran back in panic and shouted, "Shin Hyeon is crazy." But before long, his whole body slowly turned to stone. The giant snake's eyes flashed brightly, it screamed with excitement. Lee Ji-hae was extremely angry, used magic power, held the sword tightly in her hand, and said angrily, "How could a common monster like this dare to attack us?" As soon as she finished speaking, the sword in her hand was swung, sword energy flying to cut off the giant snake's head. The snake immediately turned its head in two places, miserably becoming the next defeated general. After Lee Ji-hae let out her anger on the snake, she continued to look worriedly at Cha Shin Hyeon, constantly whispering, "Shin Hyeon." Shin Hyeon's father was completely petrified by the snake, standing tall and not responding to Lee Ji-hae's words. She timidly raised her hand to touch Cha Shin Hyeon, frowning, "Stop joking." Her hand gently touched his petrified cheek, her voice cooing, "Otherwise." The next second, that hand clenched into a fist. Lee Ji-hae's voice said each word threateningly, "I will crush you," causing Father Shin Hyeon to be startled. He quickly released his petrified state. Shin Hyeon's father brushed off the stone chips on his body and argued with Lee Ji-hae, "She was too much. How could she treat her life-saving benefactor like that?" Lee Ji-hae also refused to give up and countered, "Do you think you can defeat me with an attack like that? If you knew how to teleport, how could you still get hit like that?" I was stunned. Father Shin Hyeon scoffed, "For a swordsman, exposing his back is a disgrace. You're not moved at all by what I did." Lee Ji-hae gently rubbed her temples, sighed, "Whatever, let's finish talking about what we were talking about just now." She pointed straight at Cha Shin Hyeon's face and asked, "How could he let himself fall into such an obvious trap?" Lee Ji-hae frowned and said very seriously, "I'm talking about the North Korea case. It's clear that things will become extremely complicated." Father Shin Hyeon smiled confidently, "But how could I refuse the party they prepared for me, right?" Father Shin Hyeon smiled a bit jokingly and asked Lee Ji-hae, "So you're worried about me?" Lee Ji-hae angrily turned around, "Why should I worry about a superhero like you? Do whatever you like." After not even a few steps, She turned her head slightly, muttering as if sulking, "He never listens to what I say anyway." Cha Shin-hye slowly approached Lee Ji-hae. "I always felt indebted to her." He stood facing her, his words were full of emotion, "Always forcing her to go behind and wipe my ass and only looking for her when I needed help. Doraemon, that is, if you asked me not to go, I won't go anywhere, but, probably." Lee Ji-hae was both surprised and touched. She looked at Cha Shin-hye in bewilderment. Father Shin-hye grabbed her shoulders and emotionally said emotional words, "After Yunzeol, you are my closest person, so I would feel better if I could eliminate all the things that could harm you first, when danger comes." Cha Shin-hye looked straight into Lee Ji-hae's eyes and promised, "I promise you that even though we may be far apart, whenever you need help, just contact me." Father Shin-hye smiled, "I will rush over just like when I was on Jeju Island." The intimate words and distance between the two made Lee Ji-hae feel shy. Her face appeared a little pink on her cheeks, her eyes looked down slightly to avoid facing Cha Shin-hye directly, and gently replied to him, saying that, "It sounded good." Lee Ji-hae smiled and agreed, saying, "Okay, when I come back, we'll see each other later." Sometime later, the date and time of my arrival in North Korea was also decided. This is not just a matter between North and South Korea, but surrounding countries are also sensitive to this matter, but they have no right to object. Thanks to Kang Chang-sik's initiative, everything progressed at a breakneck speed. During that time, Yunzeol and I trained in several dungeons for several days in a row, thanks to which I reached level 67, and Yunzeol reached level 54, and more. Probably in the bathroom, the shower is turned on all the way. Father Yunzeol was closing his eyes tightly, feeling the water element floating around as if in a zero-gravity environment. Suddenly she opened her eyes, but she couldn't see her irises anywhere. Bang! The door to the room behind Cha Shin-hye was violently broken, but he still looked as calm as ever, comfortably continuing to read. Shin-hye's father opened his eyes slightly to see what was going on. Then Father Yunzeol, who was behind him, ran out quickly, his feet still soaked in water before he could wipe them off, calling out, "Brother!" She was excited, one hand on her hip, smiling confidently and asked, "What do you look like?" Cha Yunzeol's martial arts overview has reached level 30. Father Shin-hye smiled with satisfaction. Yunzeol is now a top-level martial artist and has reached the level where he can use martial arts and attack with sword energy. Now he is ready. Now it is not easy, no one can kill her anymore. On a beautiful day not long after, a normal-looking bus was traveling on the highway. Cha Shin-hye stood at the front of the car at the entrance, took the microphone and started introducing, "Hello, check the mic, check the mic." He smiled his familiar arrogant smile and said, "Nice to meet everyone. I am Father Shin-hye, the person in charge of this delegation." The members present on the bus this time also appeared one by one. First is Wu Jae-won, a 47th level knight whose position in the team is warrior. He was also looking at Cha Shin-hye and exclaiming, "Wow, it's really Cha Shin-hye." The next person is Yo Young-seok, the position of guardian master. Father Shin-hye's greetings are still continuing. "As far as I know, everyone is aspiring hunters to become high-class hunters, huh?" The next person was a short-haired girl, named Song Hana, who was a 45th level monk, the position of priest. Father Shin-hye is still talking, "I believe everyone knows that this mission is extremely important." The remaining male member's name is Ko Min-hyuk, a 45th level martyr, assassin position. He spoke up at the right time and asked. Father Shin-hye stopped to ask, "What's going on?" Ko Min-hyuk raised his hand to interrupt and said, "I'm sorry for interrupting, but you don't need to use honorifics." He continued, making the whole car laugh awkwardly, "You're older and of a higher rank, so if you don't talk too politely, we'll feel more comfortable." Shin-hye's father lightly scratched his cheek as if suddenly remembering, Okay, based on my age when I was in the Volam world, I think I must also be their great-grandfather." Also on the bus was Cha Shin-hye's beautiful sister, Cha Yunzeol, who had just broken through to level 30 in martial arts mastery. Father Shin-hye dropped his honorifics and began to speak more freely. "Although this exchange of hunters with North Korea this time has great diplomatic significance, this is not the only thing I want to accomplish." He eloquently stated his intention, "Through this exchange, I hope to turn everyone here into true high-class hunters." What he said made all the new members on the trip extremely surprised. "Oh, why, what do you mean?" Father Shin-hye happily observed the expressions on each person's face. Did everyone find it so unbelievable? They hesitated. "No, it wasn't that, but..." Song Hana worriedly replied, I don't know if that's really possible, we've been in a difficult situation where we can't level up anymore for a long time now. Father Shin Hyeon didn't seem worried at all. He spoke up and Yoonseol introduced himself. Father Yoonseol walked out from the front row. Okay. She smiled brightly and introduced, hello everyone, I am a sniper of the Sunset Guild, Father Yoonseol, I hope everyone can help more. Shin Hyeon's father announced that she would be the captain in the attacks in North Korea this time. During the dungeon attacks, everyone would have to obey her orders. This was like dropping a bomb on everyone's hearts. Everyone was amazed. Woo Jae-won directly stood up to protest. The captain should usually be the person with the highest rank or the most experience, not that I doubt Hunter Yoonseol's ability but still. Cha Shin Hyeon interrupted, that's why she'll be the captain. Woo Jae-won was surprised, huh? Cha Shin Hyeon explained that out of everyone, she is the one with the most experience leading a team. When Father Yoonseol heard his brother introduce him like that, he felt a bit shy. She is also currently holding the position of captain, and has recently fought with me in high-risk dungeons and impossible dungeons. Everyone was startled, the dungeon was impossible. Cha Shin Hyeon patted Yoonseol's shoulder, and above all, her rank was much higher than everyone else's. Cha Yoonseol opened the information panel and pressed send. The group members who received the notification at the same time were all surprised. On the notice board, information appeared one after another. Name, Father Yoonseol, rank 54, occupation, Archer 25, Sniper 29. The parameters and points that can be distributed include, Strength 10, Endurance 12, Agility 30, Intelligence 1, Armor 1. Ko Min-hyuk exclaimed in surprise, a few months ago, she was just an ordinary captain, and Woo Jae-won was so shocked that he was depressed, really crazy. Father Shin Hyeon smiled and explained, Yoonseol had increased more than 20 levels in just a few months. Because she had gone through so many life-threatening situations, so she had received worthy rewards. Yoonseol's father stood next to him and forced a smile, thinking to himself, death would probably be easier. Father Shin Hyeon confidently announced, she will also be the commander, and I will be the supervisor. When we return to South Korea, everyone will no longer be potential high-level hunters but true senior hunter. Do you all trust me and want to follow me? Who wouldn't be moved by hearing those inspiring words? Though they smell multi-level but are full of ambition, every member of the group, from Woo Jae-won and Song Hana to Yo Young-seok and Ko Min-hyuk, they all said in unison, yes, we will follow you. Mount Kumgong in a dungeon, a snowstorm began to blow, covering the huge, rugged mountain with pure white. There was a man with short white hair wearing a black collar, seemingly listening to the man in a suit behind him reporting something. He smiled with delight. It was Dwang Tan, the head of the Bright Heavenly Guild. He showed an extremely excited expression. Welcome, Father Shin Hyeon, I will prove that that person's decision was wrong. Below his sight, there was a large creature with 2 wings, imprisoned in this dry, blizzard-filled land. In Nampo, south of Pyongyang, Goblin Dungeon, a group of people gathered. Shin Hyeon spoke up, everyone paid attention. This is the monster that will appear in this area. It is about 2 meters long and has quite strong defense power, and it seems that its claws are also poisonous. Shin Hyeon used his magic to lift the monster up first. To everyone, it is a transformation from a frog. He snapped his fingers. Immediately, everyone was surprised when the monster was released. It landed quickly afterwards. The monster began to gain momentum, its legs retracted, and its veins were clearly visible. Then he jumped up and flew up high like a rocket launcher. Smoke was everywhere, making Shin Hyeon suddenly look at its shadow. He also admitted, phew, the jump was quite good, causing quite a stir if it jumped down from that height. It then rushed down again, its eyes red as if it wanted revenge. Suddenly, an arrow came from nowhere with great force. The arrow hit the frog monster, causing it to be stopped for a period of time. The person who threw the attack earlier was Yoon Sol. She was still good at archery as usual. He smiled and praised that he shot well. Yoon Sol immediately jumped down. This destructive power made Min-hyuk, a member of his team, also think, what are those 2 brothers, a high-level monster, nothing to them. Shin Hyeon came back and said, I'll let the captain decide the formation. You came over and spoke up, we'll stand in the standard formation. Then slowly arrange the position. The cleric will stand in the middle, the warriors will stand in front, the guards will move and protect the team whenever needed, the assassin will find blind spots and destroy the enemy, and I'll move around the team to shoot. It's over. After hearing her assignment, Shin Hyeon grinned. He remembered the date. Changzik was bewildered beyond belief, wondering, what did you just say? He was sitting at the same table with him, happily enjoying the meat on the plate, replied, I told you to make the schedule as tight as possible, cram 2 days' activities into one. He was confused, but all of this is a dangerous unexplored dungeon, we have no information about the terrain, monsters and their numbers in there. He put the knife back on the table and said, that's why I told you to do that. You have to work hard to catch up with the things that have been delayed all this time. Shin Hyeon then smiled meaningfully. Turning back, the giant frog swung its tongue at Young Seok. He was lucky to use it to block it, but was still affected by the frog's force and cried out in pain, Kyuk. Suddenly, another member rushed in. It was Jaewon and his scythe, the frog monster they noticed behind him. He immediately used his agility. Slashed the frog multiple times, causing it to disintegrate. While the monster's body was falling, Jaewon spoke up, a monster was passing there, be careful. Suddenly, he heard his teammates' voices. He immediately grimaced and cursed, damn it, then turned his eyes away. Minhyuk was then wrapped tightly by its tongue, so tight that he couldn't make a sound. A teammate below called his name, Minhyuk. This helped Minhyuk stay awake a bit. He tried to open his eyes. Minhyuk's hands were still shaking, as if he wanted to let go of the weapon because of the pressure. But he didn't. Minhyuk used all his remaining strength to grip the weapon tightly. Then reach back, throw the weapon and stab it into the frog's head, causing it to stagger, loosening its tongue. As soon as she landed hard on the ground, Hana was extremely worried and ran over to ask if he was okay. He shouted in fear, don't come here, it's not over yet. This made Hana pause in confusion. Immediately, the frog monsters attacked the council in their herd. There were 3 of them pounced on Hana, causing her to look back and panic, ah! Suddenly, a sparkling light emitted from afar, then the shapes of 3 4-pointed stars clearly appeared. It immediately flew like an electric current, passing through the frog monsters to kill them. It was an archer, Hana stammered out, thank you. That person was none other than Yoon Sol, their captain. She asked Minhyuk, Hunter Woo, are you okay? He slowly stood up in pain, only able to stammer incomplete words because of the pain. I'm fine. Hana was worried, immediately said, he seems to have serious internal injuries. She looked back and ordered the 2 male hunters, Hunter Song, to treat him. I stood guard. Hunters Go and Yo straightened up. They replied, understood. After a while, Song Hana was reaching out to cast a spell to treat Minhyuk. Meanwhile, everyone was watching around to make sure things were okay. Hana looked back and thought to herself, she's really great. She protected the team all day today, then did all the reconnaissance, defense, and guarding missions, and what's more, she fired 200 shots without missing a single shot, and every shot took down the monster, I thought while looking at Yoon Sol. Both male members sat there exhausted, thinking, we're not that many levels apart, why is she so strong? Before they could breathe for long, the captain spoke, enough rest, let's move. This statement made Minhyuk grit his teeth. As soon as he recovered, he immediately stood up and protested, don't be so cruel, we've been fighting all day without any rest, monsters keep appearing and bleeding everyone here. They all hit rock bottom. Hana behind him had just finished treating him and had to witness this scene. She stammered and called him, Minhyuk. He quickly walked up to face her, responding, are you satisfied with everyone's death? There must be limits in everything you do. Yoon Sol then looked at him in silence. Minhyuk continued to speak, stop the raid, we have reached the limit. Have you reached your limit? Suddenly, someone's voice came from somewhere, the name appearing in front of everyone was Shin Hyeon. He smiled and said, I think I've heard that sentence several times before. After that, he laughed at Minhyuk, he was so weak, it was obvious that you guys were being pampered too much. He was humiliated and gritted his teeth. Shin Hyeon then said in front of everyone, you probably think this is enough, even though you still have energy. Do you think I don't realize that you guys make mistakes many times? Do you know why Yoon Sol is so strong even though her level is almost the same as everyone else? She never complained about reaching her limit or anything. In other words, it must be different for her to work her way up from nothing. You guys give up so quickly. Hearing that, Minhyuk clenched his fists, his body trembled and his lips also began to make sounds of resignation, as if the anger could not hold any longer. Shin Hyeon asked again, do you think I was strong from the beginning? Remembering the past gave him more motivation to start the fight with the monsters, fiery energy surrounding his whole body. He spoke up, I didn't ask him to endure recklessly, But the loud sound made by the monster frog was still imprinted in everyone's minds. Everyone who heard it trembled because of the impending nightmare. They brought the whole family here to take revenge. Many frogs jumped high, surrounding Shin Hyeon. But he still calmly raised his hand to cast the spell, and spoke in front of Min Hyuk, those who were determined. Then he will find a way. His eyes then lit up, his body energized to accumulate electricity on both sides of his hands. Shin Hyeon's face was still extremely excited about this council battle. Just when the frog monster chose to rush down to attack, he immediately released electricity into the sky. The electricity seemed to have the shape of a dragon. It flew through the monsters and paralyzed them. Immediately, many bodies fell in front of the surprised members. He continued, and for those who didn't, they would find excuses. Shin Hyeon threaded his fingers through his hair. He flashed a bright smile. His appearance after killing monsters was extremely dashing, and he had a confident voice as he said, "Which one do you guys want to find?" This made Min Hyuk gasp. He seemed to have found the truth of his life. Immediately knelt down and called out the nickname, Holy Father, making Shin Hyeon extremely satisfied. Then he continued, "I will trust and follow you, and I will find a way." Then, Shin Hyeon thought, "I have gained the complete trust of potential high-level hunters." Northern Dungeon Tour welding went as expected. So a month passed. Yoon Sol stood in front of something she had never seen before, then called Shin Hyeon, "Oppa." In front of them was a huge gate. It was definitely a dungeon, also known as Mount Kumgaong, Impossible Dungeon. She wondered, is this a real gate, so big? He thought to himself, it's like they're advertising that the Creation Church is in here. Someone spoke up, President Cha. He turned and replied, "Yes." That person was Chang Zik. He spoke up, "This is an impossible dungeon, will we be okay?" He replied, "Yes." Of course, Shin Hyeon said word by word, with a bloody face, "They are saying please kill me too. If I go in alone, I will go in too." This makes him a bit strange, let out a sweaty sound. "Just wait, I'm almost there," he thought excitedly. At that moment, Shin Hyeon and Yoon Sol trudged ahead, leaving the members behind. 3 days ago, someone's hand tilted a glass of wine. It was Shin Hyeon, sitting and admiring the view from the restaurant's height, also holding an envelope in her hand. He thought to himself, Woo Jae-won is level 49, Yo Jung-sok is level 48, Ko Min-hyuk is level 47, Song Hana is level 48. Even Yoon Sol leveled up twice to level 56 stars, each of them leveled up at least 2 to 3 times. Even though I thought this schedule seemed very harsh, thanks to their trust in me and Yoon Sol, they didn't complain at all. And then, they reached a level that they couldn't reach even if they practiced for a whole year in just under a month, so there was no reason for them to complain. He then left the envelope behind, down on the table. He lowered his glass and thought to himself, it would be better if the situation remained more normal, but everything went too smoothly. I intended to choose to purge a high-risk dungeon, where both money and experience were abundant, but there was no response from the Chinese side, let alone the morning martial god, or did I guess wrong? Suddenly, Chang Zik walked over with a bottle of wine and an empty glass in his hand, happily saying, "Sorry for bothering you, Hunter Father, I have something to discuss with you, is it convenient?" After being approved, wine was poured into both glasses. He replied, "You are really great, I can't believe you go on raids every day." "Haha, thanks to you, there are no more dungeons to raid." Shin Hyeon was surprised. "What are you sorry for, is that true?" He replied, "At first we only thought of raiding the dungeons in southern Pyongyang. On the map of southern Pyongyang, raid areas are marked." He asked, "Can we go back?" Chang Zik smiled and replied, "Based on the original plan, he could do that if he wanted." Suddenly, Chang Zik's eyes turned red. He said creepily, "But actually there is a place we can go." Shin Hyeon looked interested too, like, so he should have said this sooner. He looked excited and wondered where it was. It was now inside the Kumgong mountain dungeon, where the temperature was cold, and the group of them moved along the slope. Because she was cold, she trembled and said, "Brother, this street is colder than what they said. I mean, you really have to taste it to know the suffering." As we walked, she said, "I think the combat suit can withstand it, it will help us feel better, but I think we should have brought more cold protection equipment." On the back of both of us, the other member following behind them was also freezing. His whole body seemed unable to withstand the cold. Hana said, "I'm about to freeze to death." Seeing Min-hyuk crying, Young Sok immediately intervened. "Hey, don't, if you cry again, your tears will freeze into ice." Shin Hyeon here is still very calm. There is still no sign of the cold. Even Yoon Sol, who possesses the highest martial arts, still struggles with the cold. It's such a headache. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, "President Cha." He turned around. It was Chang Zik. He wondered, should we go back now? Going forward would be too reckless. He spoke up, "Why are you acting like this now? Before we came here, you said you would be the guide and introduce this place to us." This left Chang Zik speechless. He frowned and thought, yes, why the hell did I say that? This place was a vicious dungeon that even I was worried about whether I would be able to escape, which was why I had completely given up on raiding it. Shin Hyeon put her hand on his shoulder and said, "I appreciate you worrying about us, but please continue. Because this is the last remaining dungeon, I'm sure this place will be able to reap a lot of things." Chang Zik faltered, "Well, if that's what you want then it'll be fine." The whole group crossed the road in the cold snow and rain. At that time, Yoon Sol turned around. She saw her teammates hugging their coats to cover the cold. She worriedly thought to herself, it seemed like every minute that passed, the sun would return. The colder it gets, the more likely we will be knocked out by the cold first, let alone fighting monsters. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Here it is!" Yoon Sol was a little startled and turned around. The whole group looked up. In front of them was a bird standing on the other side. It is not simply a bird, but also a demon. Chang Zik gritted his teeth and thought, I was hoping it wouldn't appear, but here it was, the main culprit that made the difficulty of the dungeon increase dramatically, even more so than the harsh weather. Suddenly, it summoned many crystals in its inner wings. Its eyes widened to identify its opponent. Then tossed the mixed pellets up. Shin Hyeon immediately reached out his hand. He created an electric shield and destroyed the crystals. But in front of everyone, something was rising. The monster bird's crystal shattered and created a stream of fire. "Shit, fire," one person said. Yoon Sol was behind him, speaking up, "Big brother, this barrier is..." Chang Zik also gritted his teeth at this thing. He said, "Each piece of this broken ice could kill an average hunter instantly. If it broke, a low-temperature fire would be very difficult to stop or extinguish. It would immediately explode it afterwards. Because we had no way to get close to it, so it was difficult to make it fly lower. It will continuously use ice attacks and then will perform carpet bombing. It will indeed continue to attack." This made Chang Zik uncomfortable, saying that a close combat hunter like me had no way to deal with it, while at the same time, his hand tightly grasped his sword. Shin Hyeon immediately turned to ask, "Yoon Sol, can you shoot it with an arrow?" She was surprised and asked, "What, right in this situation?" After that, she immediately listened to his instructions and raised her bow. But aiming was also very difficult because her body was shaking from the cold. Yoon Sol tried to grit her teeth. After taking aim, her arrow hit its crystal. Suddenly, the arrowhead cracked. But the crystal was still unharmed. It immediately created more fire around the shield, shaking all the people inside. They held their heads and gritted their teeth to endure the battle. Shin Hyeon laughed, "Ha, this. It really made people feel impossible," so immediately, he used the fire element on his hand. Then counter-attacked that monster, creating an amazing shock wave that changed color, and there was a stream of firepower around the environment. He had a headache and thought to himself, although I have many methods to solve this problem, there are many other people besides me, everyone with wide eyes. It's Cha Shin Hyeon, the best is different. Even Yoon Sol also had to give praise. "Oh." Chang Zik spoke up, "I couldn't believe that you could add the fire element to the barrier like that. It's amazing, but the amount of mana consumed would be huge." His words made Shin Hyeon turn around in surprise. He turned on his heel and replied, "Don't worry, it'll be okay for a while. Now let's move to another place. I'm sure there will be some terrain that will help us deal with it more easily." She and everyone nodded. After a while, Shin Hyeon started to move forward. Hana let out a loud noise as she looked up, causing Jaewon to turn around in surprise. "Is something wrong?" On that mountain there was the shadow of a stranger, a shadow that appeared and disappeared. She said, "There is someone over there." He said it lightly. It was ridiculous. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, making Chang Zik scared. This sound, could it be? Immediately, he gasped in disbelief. Up ahead, the snow began to fall. Was it an avalanche? Chang Zik wondered. Suddenly, the mysterious guy above spoke up, "I said it before, didn't I? Win or lose. It's not something martial arts can decide." He laughed foolishly. It was none other than Dwangtan. Behind him were two accomplices. Hana quickly spoke up, "Hunter father, please avoid." But while everyone ran away in panic, Shin Hyeon did not face the avalanche. This made Dwangtan a bit surprised. He wondered, what's wrong with that guy, is he smiling? Shin Hyeon faced danger and smiled excitedly. Not long after, an avalanche struck. Tukwin stood in front of thousands of troops below. Then reported, the Yellow Tiger Corps, 40 people. Archers, Electric Squadron, 40 people. Finally, the actors, the Angry Dragon Group, 20 people. Then he shouted loudly, everyone listened to the command, the whole group shouted back and obeyed. Feeling a bad omen, he immediately turned around. A huge explosion erupted right behind them, like a nuclear bomb. From inside the fire, Shin Hyeon's silhouette appeared, holding a powerful fire in both hands in the snow. He grinned, his temperament at this moment extremely unpredictable. Dwangtan smiled and replied, while Tukwin behind him hesitated, how to do it. He didn't think much and directly ordered him to kill him. Then Dwangtan with a proud look said, Father Shin Hyeon, prove your strength. He was not afraid of anything and showed a balanced expression. The fainted teammates were currently being carried by Changzik and Yunsol. The two of them looked up and were also surprised by the situation. What the hell? It was a 100 versus 1 battle. They started to bring troops. Dwangtan was also filled with murderous intent, ready to rush to tear him apart. Changzik continued his sentence just now, that's what's happening here. He wondered, who are they, what happened suddenly? Right before being buried by an avalanche. The scene that Changzik saw at that time was that there was a shadow passing by, hitting the weak spot, causing all 4 team members to faint. That person was none other than Shin Hyeon. Changzik stammered out, pointing acupuncture points, Captain Chawai, how could this be possible? He just grinned then. Then a force created a large shield, it created a strong air current, the solid shield blocked that huge avalanche, making Changzik wonder, how did he block the avalanche and hit everyone's acupuncture points? Is a martial artist in martial arts, I don't know how good his actual martial arts skills are. While I was still shocked to learn that Shin Hyeon was a martial artist, the more important thing was. Changzik immediately pulled out his sword and shouted loudly in front of them, are you the one who wants to kill us? Did you deliberately set up the avalanche? When Dwangtan heard it, he immediately looked down, he showed his dissatisfied face, snapped his fingers and said, you brats, that's not the tone you should speak to someone like me. Changzik's eyes immediately changed color. He held his head in pain and gritted his teeth, Gah. Dwangtan said, you lowly people, who are you to dare to be arrogant? Never forget one thing, your lives are always in my hands. Changzik was then controlled, he used manipulation techniques to put him in a different situation. Shin Hyeon clapped his hands and spoke up, you even know how to control his mind and erase his memories, it seems you know a lot of tricks. But you guys learned Korean in the same place, you talk so much alike, he replied, I've always wanted to meet you. Then I introduced myself, I am Dwangtan, the leader of the Sangtyen group serving the Sangtyen martial god. He burst out laughing at his words, damn, what a bright martial god, I'm already interested. He raised his face, his body was full of breath, he started to move his arms and said, in general, you are the leader of this group of bright people, right? He also got angry at Shin Hyeon's challenge, replying in anger, just like what I heard, you are truly an extravagant talker, well, to be honest, I'm a bit surprised by your skills, there you are, a bit of a compliment. He said, ha, what the hell is this bastard talking about? Yunsol stood behind and listened to the two of them, thinking, why did he learn to talk exactly like his brother, it's so stupid, silly. Dwangtan smiled and said, but this time you've gone too far. Immediately, he called Tuat Fuang's group over. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. The snow and dust flew into Yunsol and Changzik's eyes, causing them to dodge and cough loudly. Dwangtan continued, that arrogance not only kills you, but also harms the people around you. Do you know why the Diamond Button Dungeon is called impossible? He said as the snow phoenixes flew around Shin Hyeon. He continued, the monsters that reigned there were natural disasters. 10,000 snow phoenixes will show you why. They began to surround him. He sighed and replied tiredly, don't tell me you made me come all the way here just to show me these chickens in the snow. Then he gathered strength in his palm. The magic ball started to get bigger, he said, but since you're willing, I'll happily play with you. But this is not the way to welcome guests. Having said that, Shin Hyeon took the momentum to lower his hand. Then cast spells at the snow phoenix crowd. Dwangtan smiled strangely, Kiki. causing him to look up in surprise and huff. Looking back, the head of the snow phoenix that he had recently lost was now restored to its original condition. He laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, do you think the monsters here are just that easy to eat? Once they are still here, they will absorb unparalleled energy and be immortal." He doubled over, cursed, "Damn it, you must be so happy. Will you never die? You should learn how to use the word immortal again." Then he pulled out the weapon from a small summoning hole. Then he held it up in front of the soldiers and Duangtan, saying, "Because from now on you will have to open your eyes to look at me." All the soldiers facing him wondered, "Is it a refined sword?" He pulled out his sword and said, "I am the first sword emperor. In the end we are always one." Then he came forward and delivered a blow, slicing several snow phoenixes into pieces in just one blow. That's what a swordsman truly is. They then begin to fall apart irreparably. Sister Ling's eyes widened in surprise when the snow phoenix's body fell down. Even Tuck Win was surprised by this incredible speed. He opened his mouth to say one sentence, happily, making Duangtan mad. He exuded an aura, confidently saying, "I will show you the true ability of a wild sword. Even the laws of nature cannot stop me." That female accomplice is Lingmoi, level 4 of the pure heavenly group. She whispered as she looked at the back of Yang Cheng, the master, head of the bright heavenly group and also the true ruler of China. He created all this trouble just because of one person. I never thought that this was his way of balancing power after the recent executions. He was definitely trying to tell them that they should absolutely not have any delusions at all, live like lowly insects. Suddenly, the second accomplice spoke up, "Master." That was Trong Tuck Win, level 2 of the pure heavenly group. He said, "This subordinate would like to confirm the number of our troops." Duangtan looked up and gave him a sign of approval. Immediately after that, Tuck Win turned around and left. Father Shin Haiyan waved his hand and slashed lightly in the snowstorm. With just one swing of the sword, everything around him was cut in half, and the ground could not withstand its powerful power. His footsteps were light but moved at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Cha Shin Haiyan performed each move. His sword was elegant, gentle but no less sharp. Observing each of his moves, Lingmoi was surprised and gasped at the sword technique he was using. Like a cloud drifting lazily, or a leaf coldly landing on calm water, all members of the bright heavenly group had the same expression as Lingmoi. The entire bright heavenly group had the same thought, until we realized it. He was already standing in front of us. Cha Shin Haiyan's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the blade also became sharper. And I only saw his red eyes with no pupils visible. A powerful stream of energy was released from the tip of Cha Shin Haiyan's sword after finishing the move. The tip of the sword pointed towards the Legion. The energy flow passed through the faces of Lingmoi and Trong Tuck Win and a few people standing behind. Everyone present there was frightened by his powerful strength. They were startled and turned their heads to look at the battlefield after that attack, with their swords pointed forward. 2/3 of our troops were destroyed. The only remaining things were pools of blood on the ground and dirty slimy things. That attack created a large hole in the midst of this already unequal battle. The members without much experience were bewildered for a long time. At this moment, a voice shouted orders, "Get into formation." Those members were startled and reacted. Seeing that Duangtan had regained his composure, he used his skill to create countless energy balls, preparing to avenge his subordinates. Duangtan slowly raised his hand. "Then open your palm wide." The energy balls followed his direction and quickly rushed straight down to attack Cha Shin Haiyan. Father Shin Haiyan felt interested. He lightly slashed and destroyed the ball while saying, "Ho, combining magic and the skills of a warlock, that's interesting, show me what you guys have." Duangtan knew that the enemy was not the average one. He attacked and ordered the squadron, the surviving members of the Electric Squadron, the Yellow Tiger Squad, to prepare a formation to suppress the Iron Wall, the Angry Dragon Squad, to attack, go up. The army immediately listened to the command, their eyes shining through their masks, obeying orders, "Master." Of course Cha Shin Haiyan also noticed that side. He slashed while looking over. Seeing the whole army rushing to attack him, Father Shin Haiyan couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, there's no need to rush, I don't want you to trip and fall and injure yourself." On the other side, Duangtan continued to give orders, "Using magic to support me." Lingmoi and Trong Tuck Win bowed their heads and replied yes. Suddenly, Duangtan's voice rang out in Trong Tuck Win's ear. He smiled and asked, "Trong Tuck Win, wait for them to make a mistake, and kill that girl." They definitely had to do it. They were aiming for Cha Yun-sol, who was standing to the side. Meanwhile, Father Shin Hyeon still did not know their intentions. Duong Tan's army was still attacking him. Father Shin Hyeon leaned back to avoid smiling cunningly and teasingly. "Really, I told you not to rush, it seems like you've all gone crazy." Father Shin Hyeon said excitedly, "It was not in vain that some of you survived." Very interesting. After saying that, Cha Shin Hyeon excitedly counterattacked. He rushed straight in front of one guy's weapon. The attacking guy was startled by Cha Shin Hyeon right across from him. He gently rushed forward, using Cha Shin Hyeon, countless sword techniques. First technique, slashing. In the blink of an eye, a group of Duong Tan's subordinates suddenly disappeared, and he calmly cut them in half. In front of the fallen bodies of his enemies, Father Shin Hyeon lightly swung his sword and said to himself, "Okay, continue." Suddenly he saw something. The Sangtiandong group had already formed a formation. The ranks held shields in front, the rest held bows to support the rear. The formation pressed against the iron wall. A protective layer was created to support those holding the shield. Lingmoy raised her sword, activated the squadron, and opened fire. Rays of light quickly shot out, rushing straight towards Cha Shin Hyeon. Observing carefully, Father Shin Hyeon couldn't help but praise, this is quite good." Countless arrows formed a cluster to attack him. As soon as Kang Changzik saw this scene, he worriedly shouted, "President Cha!" Luckily Cha Yun-sol was by his side reminding him, "Calm down, look over there." Following her vision, the arrows fell at Cha Shin Hyeon's feet. Cha Yun-sol coldly said, "My brother." While enjoying the current situation, he only saw Cha Shin Hyeon smiling happily, holding a sword to block all the arrows. The sword in Lingmoy's hand lit up. She whispered, "Even the attacks of high-class hunters, who had learned martial arts, could not scratch him at all." Lingmoy immediately focused on him. "We must reverse the situation compared to his previous attack, and gain the upper hand with this attack." But life is not like a dream. Lingmoy just walked halfway and had to stop. An invisible pressure made her not dare to move. Lingmoy seemed to see a monster on Cha Shin Hyeon's shoulder. Lingmoy was scared and had difficulty blurting out, This is..." Father Shin Hyeon gently walked past her. Lingmoy knelt down and accepted her fate. "It's not something we can win." Duong Tan witnessed that scene and immediately angrily cursed, "This stupid woman, forget about being tired and use everything you have." He shouted loudly and urged, "That bastard possessed that limitless physique." Seeing that it was of no use, Duong Tan immediately called Trong Tuk-win. He quickly ran away upon hearing the order. After Duong Tan's go-away sound in his head, Trong Tuk-win went to Cha Yun-sol and attacked her. Suddenly a flash of light and a voice of doubt, infinite physicality, an explosion quickly took place, covering the entire area. Father Shin Hyeon calmly walked over and coldly asked, "How the hell did you know about that? Have you also reached that realm?" "This is the first time I've seen another regressor also in this realm. I commend you for that." The dust and smoke gradually dissipated, leaving only the ground, a deep hole. Duong Tan gritted his teeth as he listened to Father Shin Hyeon continue, "However, even though I followed the etiquette that a martial arts master should have, I only saw Trong Tuk-win's outstretched hand trembling intermittently." Looking at Father Shin Hyeon standing in front of him, his body wrapped tightly in chains and unable to move, Trong Tuk-win gritted his teeth, "Why can't I move?" Father Shin Hyeon didn't care about his question and continued to say, "I can't believe you're trying to do this despicable hostage-taking thing. It's so unfair. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed a fight like this, but you've ruined my entire excitement already. Die." Following Father Shin Hyeon's orders, Trong Tuk-win immediately vomited blood, his eyes widened in disbelief. Trong Tuk-win was bewildered, not understanding what was going on, what had just happened. Nonsense. After saying that, Trong Tuk-win collapsed in front of Cha Yun-sol and Kang Chang-zeek. Duong Tan frowned tightly. He was panicked, not to mention that, in the heart of the sword, he saw only the cold figure of Father Shin Hyeon appearing in front of him, countless sword wings standing up, floating behind Father Shin Hyeon's back. Duong Tan furrowed his eyebrows. He was panicked. Is that? Try sword, only saw the cold figure of Father Shin Hyeon appearing in front of him, countless swords stood up, floating behind Father Shin Hyeon's back. Duong Tan gritted his teeth and refuted his thoughts, "Sword wisdom, how is that possible? It's nonsense." He put all his strength into creating an energy ball. Duong Tan thought to himself, "I can't reach that level, but you did." "How dare you, Duong Tan angrily used all the energy in his body to create a giant ball. Shin Hyeon's father sighed in disgust, so annoying, in the end. I also taught you a lesson, are you happy? Father Shin Hyeon opened his eyes wide, blue light flashed from his pupils. Don't know how, in the blink of an eye Duong Tan was attacked, blood splashing in his surprise. Duong Tan still can't believe he lost. He scratched his ear, impatiently said, "You're no longer a child, why do you keep crying, Mom, your ears hurt, and everything. How long are you going to stand there looking down?" Cha Shin Hyeon lowered his finger, creating a defeat sign. Duong Tan was startled and his eyes widened. The image of a star emitting a column of energy attacked him, causing Duong Tan to fall. The smoke and dust cleared, Duong Tan lost his arm and groaned in pain. Lying on the ground, Father Shin Hyeon slowly walked over and mocked, "You dare to be rude to someone, look at your miserable appearance." He raised his hand to grab Duong Tan's hair and pulled it back. Cha Shin Hyeon provoked, "Do you understand? Do you understand the difference between me and you?" Duong Tan smiled, "Ha ha, the legendary light, does it really exist? So, the divine battle in the sky was talking about you. But, you're still very young." When Father Shin Hyeon heard this mockery, he glared, "What? Duong Tan has become crazy," he smiled contemptuously, "You hate heaven and war, but I like him, and do you really think that heavenly war god is your enemy?" Duong Tan's red eyes reflected Father Shin Hyeon's incredulous face. He once said that the world is starting to collapse. To stop this, you need to have the legendary light and those who have returned from the martial arts. Duong Tan is no longer rational, he constantly provokes, "Can you solve this disaster? You don't even know how to deal with it." Father Shin Hyeon was cold, he didn't care what nonsense he said, he only cared about the collapse, but that was not what Father Shin Hyeon was afraid to say. "You must have misunderstood something here. You guys, you just have to touch me and I'm done." Duong Tan laughed loudly, he used his one hand that was not amputated to hold his arm tightly. "Ha ha, is that so? Then from the beginning, I was just a sacrifice to finish you off." As soon as he finished speaking, Duong Tan tugged on Cha Shin Hyeon's arm. He proudly bumped his head and used the skill, but life is not that easy. Cha Shin Hyeon's consciousness was immediately disturbed. Duong Tan was extremely proud to introduce the skill, Demon Spirit Control, a type of ability that I had to research and practice for a long time to learn. "You gave me too much time, you should have killed me sooner." Duong Tan excitedly waved his hand and ordered him to stand up. Father Shin Hyeon was silent, slowly standing up following his voice. Looking at Father Shin Hyeon who was controlled, Duong Tan excitedly mocked, "Now your soul has been controlled by me, how is it, being controlled like a servant feels like?" Duong Tan raised his unamputated arm, put all his strength into his fist, preparing to hit him. "I can continue to do this until I die, I will use you as a punching bag." But in life, the so-called main character's aura will always be something Duong Tan cannot have, and Cha Shin Hyeon is different. Even though he was controlled, when Duong Tan was about to attack, Cha Shin Hyeon easily slapped him straight, in his face. Duong Tan was bewildered, still not understanding what was going on, when a voice rang out from the opposite side, "Hey! What do you think you are doing?" Cha Shin Hyeon doesn't know when he regained consciousness, or maybe he wasn't controlled by him from the beginning. Ling Moy, who was lying on the ground, had now woken up. She was having difficulty supporting her body. What was that sound? The scene in front of her made her panic. Father Shin Hyeon repeatedly slapped Duong Tan's face. Ling Moy quickly called out, Sir. After a few slaps, Duong Tan could not stand it, but spat out blood. His face was bruised and torn. Cha Shin Hyeon was still angry. He ordered, "Raise your head, boy, don't lower your head, while we're talking." Duong Tan was still in shock. He screamed, how can you resist my ability? It's impossible." He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, his face full of anger. "I can't admit defeat. I've come this far, the successor of the heavenly battle god. It's me," Duong Tan shouted as he rushed towards him and punched him. Father Shin Hyeon gently waved his hand to hit his eyes to wake him up. The power of the slap was so great that Duong Tan vomited blood and his face turned completely to one side. Before Duong Tan could react, Father Shin Hyeon raised his hand again. He continued to slap Duong Tan in the face. From left to right, with each slap, Cha Shin Hyeon said provocative words, "Oh my, really, you?" He repeatedly slapped Duong Tan's face hard, not letting him rest, continuing to talk, no matter who you are. I never liked you either, bastard, he added with one last punch. Cha Shin Hyeon's face was cold as if Duong Tan was just a clown dancing in front of him. Duong Tan was in pain. Because of the difference in strength, he could not fight back. He was sent flying, rolling several times across the snow. Duong Tan raised his head with difficulty. Father Shin Hyeon coldly said, "Why, do you want to continue eating? Go away, this time it's my turn." Father Shin Hyeon's eyes lit up. Duong Tan opened his eyes wide in shock. In the dark space, Duong Tan saw Father Shin Hyeon holding a sword standing in front of him questioning. Then, "Tell me everything you know about the Heavenly War." Duong Tan lowered his eyes, accepted his fate, and said, "This world. Soon, an unimaginable disaster will occur. To prevent this disaster, many people will be sent to the martial arts world. Among them there will be a truly legendary light." After listening, Father Shin Hyeon frowned tightly. He remembered his misery that year and thought, again. Father Shin Hyeon suddenly remembered something. He asked, "Oh, by the way, what does it mean to be taken to the martial arts field?" Duong Tan obediently answered, "There are many anonymous people in China and Korea, no one cares where or how they die, their deaths will be more meaningful thanks to me." After listening to Shin Hyeon's father, he was dissatisfied. He pointed his sword at him and questioned, "Are you talking about sacrificing your child's life? How many people have you killed?" Duong Tan replied softly, 100,000. Cha Shin Hyeon's face and his eyes was no longer intact. What remained was his voice. "Is there anything you want to say one last time?" Duong Tan smiled and said, "Yes. I should have killed your sister, what a pity." Even in death Duong Tan still refused to change, he showed a regretful expression. As soon as Duong Tan finished speaking, Father Shin Hyeon waved his sword and sent him back to heaven. Father Shin Hyeon slashed horizontally and vertically. He coldly said, "From now on, you no longer exist." Sword after blow fell, from head to hand. Then again the legs. Looking at Duong Tan in front of him, Father Shin Hyeon calmly declared, "I will cut you into thousands of pieces like the number of people you have killed." Ling Moi's eyes trembled, she watched in fear as her master was tortured to death. Father Shin Hyeon stood coldly in the middle of Duong Tan's shapeless flesh and blood mixed on the snow. Ling Moi trembled and knelt on the ground. "So from now on you will become my master, please, take care of me. Please, save me." 2 lines of tears flowed down Ling Moi's face. Father Shin Hyeon raised his face to the sky, sighed in disgust, "Sigh, so dirty." 1 month later, at the press conference, countless reporters and prominent people gathered. Jeon Junho's representative stood up to speak, "Dear people, the exchange of Korean and North Korean hunters took place successfully. This marked an important step forward in diplomatic relations between the two regions." Cha Eun-sol sat on the side listening. Jeon Junho continued talking, adding, "There was another good news, that is, a new generation of high-level hunters has been born, level 51 Woo Jae-won and level 51 Song Hana. Woo Young-sok level 50 and Ko Min-hyuk level 50, all sitting upright, with serious expressions appearing in front of the camera." Jeon Junho confidently declared, "We have achieved a lot of achievements and the credit belongs to no one else except. I would like to respectfully introduce the leader of the Federation, Cha Shin Hyeon." Suddenly he turned his attention to where Cha Eun-sol was. There was someone showing signs of advising him to stop. The staff came over and whispered a few words. Jeon Junho said in surprise, "What? Why did he suddenly disappear?" On the other side, in a place with lush green trees, under a tree a voice rang out, "But after all, it was an important official event, so it's okay to just go like that." Father Shin Hyeon sat on the grass, calmly replied, "What's wrong with you? You're also an accomplice." Lee Ji-hae laughed, "Ha ha, Cha Shin Hyeon, I came to take you back there, I didn't hide." Lee Ji-hae sat down on the dock next to him and relaxed. "I deserve to rest too, I had worked hard for a long time. Besides, it would be too late to go in the winter and return in the spring." Receiving her sharp eyes, Cha Shin Hyeon felt guilty and scratched his face. "I have a lot of work to do, doing everything at once would be a waste, that's a bit troublesome." Thinking of the spirit sister that had just been collected, he continued, "So, I have handed over the work to my subordinates. I was right in choosing not to destroy the refuge of the Sky War Guild. Managing the infrastructure, their floors, information, and finances will be easier. Until a new hunter society develops in Korea, we need the help of China and Jeju Island." The wind blew gently, Li Jihei enjoyed the rare feeling of relaxation. Wow, the weather was so beautiful. She glanced at Cha Xinhaiyan and asked, "So, are you okay?" Father Xinhaiyan didn't understand what she meant. "Huh?" Li Jihei immediately said, "In the end, I don't know much about the god of war, right?" Father Xinhaiyan was silent and thoughtful. He remembered what Duangtan said, "Do you really think that Heavenly War God is your enemy?" Then he remembered the words Heavenly War God said, "This world is about to collapse." "Father Xinhaiyan, please lie to me, leave your human side and become the light of legend, otherwise you will lose everything." Father Xinhaiyan propped himself up and slowly sat up. The world was about to collapse, the light of legends, all were unsolved mysteries, but still. Father Xinhaiyan raised his head to look at the clear blue sky. "I don't care much about questions that don't have answers. If anything gets in my way, that's enough reason for me to destroy it," Father Xinhaiyan confidently declared, his air filled with determination. In the forest, a wolf-shaped monster was attacked. Countless arrows and moves were launched towards it. In the distance, a group of people holding bows looked nervously at the fallen monster. They gasped and asked each other, "Is this the last monster?" One of the team members suggested, "Okay, let's start farming." Teammates quickly followed suit, picking up every piece of rock that fell from the monster. There were a few people who stretched their backs and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, every time I farm my whole body gets sore. This captain, doesn't he have any skills to help collect monster skill stones at the same time?" The so-called captain is bending down to pick up rocks. He spoke up and said, "There are none. There is no such convenient skill in the world," the captain said while raising his head. The captain turned his head dejectedly. Suddenly he saw something and shouted in panic, "Whoa!" Seeing only a monster preparing to attack him, the captain stepped back, raised his hand to prepare the skill. Was there still a monster not dead? Suddenly he stopped, his hand ready to attack stopped in mid-air. That monster was the one that died. Suddenly it came back to life and moved like normal. The captain screamed in horror, "Monster, zombie!" Somewhere suddenly a figure appeared coming out of the space portal. It turned out that the captain's group was still alive. They gathered and went to another place. He worriedly thought to himself, "That monster didn't even spit out monster skill stones. I have to report back." Stop. Suddenly, a member eagerly picked up the phone to announce, "Captain Kang, Chiak Mountain Dungeon has contacted us." The captain frowned in suspicion. "What's wrong?" The other team member quickly reported the news. They said they had discovered an undead monster over there. Team leader Kang was startled and tensed as he heard the bad news. Back in the past, after the leader of the Sunset Society, Park Tae-hoon, died, the Dusk Guild quickly made peace negotiations, and began merging the two guilds. A new high-ranking hunter appeared, and it was known that Father Xinhaiyan of the Unlimited Group was the leader of this group of hunters. Everyone praised Cha Xinhaiyan, recalling the scene where he was welcomed by everyone. After that, Cha Xinhaiyan became a rising star in the hunter industry, connecting the world with China and North Korea. The delicious dining table is beautifully laid out before your eyes. Everyone should be happily enjoying it, but our male lead, Cha Xinhaiyan, is crossing his arms and puffing his cheeks in anger. Meanwhile, his younger sister, Cha Yun-sol, was excitedly eating and drinking. Cha Xinhaiyan frowned and asked her, "Yun-sol, what's so good about that Western pasta?" Cha Yun-sol was too lazy to pay attention to him. She coldly replied, "It's pasta." Cha Yun-sol began to complain, "When I was little, I didn't have a home to return to, so I always dreamed of having dinner in the family restaurant. I was also jealous of families who could have dinner together." Every word of she stabbed straight into Cha Xinhaiyan's black heart. So that she wouldn't mention it again, he quickly made up for his mistake by saying, "If you want to eat, just call, I'll invite you." Father Xinhaiyan smiled and said, "From now on I can come here often. After all, we are family." Cha Yun-sol was deeply moved, his sparkling eyes looking at him, "Xinhaiyan." Suddenly the phone rang continuously. Cha Xinhaiyan took out his phone to check. Seeing the message on the phone, Cha Xinhaiyan immediately frowned in frustration. "Huh?" He quickly stood up. It was urgent, he had to go first. Cha Yun-sol couldn't bear to let him go. After all, the two of them only had free time together, but she just let out a sigh. Cha Xinhaiyan told her to finish eating, then immediately disappeared, not giving Cha Yun-sol a chance to hold on. The light disappeared along with Father Xinhaiyan's figure, and the people around began to whisper. Cha Yun-sol trembled angrily, clutching the fork in his hand and muttering, "I told you to invite me, why did you run away after saying that?" In the family restaurant, there was only her angry scream, "Cha Shin Hyeon, are you really my brother?" The elevator descends from floor B12. Lee Ji-hae stood next to him and asked, "Shin Hyeon, have you never been to the research room?" Cha Shin Hyeon calmly replied, "No, aren't places like this usually kept secret from the outside?" The elevator opened and Lee Ji-hae answered as she walked, "Oh yes, because magic research is usually top secret." Lee Ji-hae went first and said, "But it's important now." "That's why I called you here." Lee Ji-hae looked at something. She opened the carefully preserved box, a white smoke spread out. What was inside was, as expected, the body of the undead monster. Lee Ji-hae calmly explained, "This is the wolf that appeared in the Gyeonggi-do dungeon." Cha Shin Hyeon hesitantly pointed at the monster and asked, "This monster, how do you guys take it out of the dungeon?" Lee Ji-hae shook her head and refused to answer. "It's not important, this monster did not release any skill stones." Cha Shin Hyeon gasped in surprise. His eyes looking at the monster also changed. Cha Shin Hyeon's face showed a thoughtful look. Lee Ji-hae saw this look on his face and immediately said, "It seems like you don't know this either, I'll show it to you, maybe you know something." Cha Shin Hyeon smirked. "What are you worried about?" Lee Ji-hae wondered. "What?" Father Shin Hyeon did not answer but requested, "Tell me the coordinates of that dungeon, and temporarily block it so no one can get close." Lee Ji-hae asked in surprise, "Are you going to go there yourself?" Cha Shin Hyeon's face was full of confidence and he said, "I think when I see a monster alive, I will know what happened, just wait." At the same time in New York, USA, a girl who looks like a secretary is reporting, "The number of monsters that do not release skill stones is increasing. At this rate we will have a shortage of skill stones, which will cause problems. It's a great economy." The man who looked like a superior asked, "How was the situation in Northeast Asia?" The secretary quickly replied, "According to what we found out, they also encountered the same problem. But recently, the guilds started to cooperate with each other. We are waiting to see if they come up with a solution." Hearing that, the man turned around and asked, "Really, should we check it out ourselves?" He smiled and said, "China is a very large land, there must be the talent I need there." In the dungeon, the wolf monsters were gathering together. Father Shin Hyeon stood on the cliff, clasped his hands behind his back and observed, He thought to himself, "Just try, kill a few and see if it works." After speaking, Father Shin Hyeon quickly jumped down and rushed towards the herd of monsters. He raised his hand, preparing to use an attack skill. The wolves were quickly destroyed, some were cut in half, some were cut horizontally. Father Shin Hyeon only used 2 fingers to replace the sword, but he created a sword that was no worse than a real sword. In the blink of an eye, the entire wolf pack was killed, and skill stones fell from its body. When Father Shin Hyeon saw that it wasn't what he needed, he pouted a bit and felt depressed. He hated bending down to pick up rocks, muttering in disgust, how many more zombies would he have to kill before zombies appeared? The monster skill of picking rocks broke his back. Later, I have to find the skill to collect skill stones at once. At this moment, lightning appeared behind him. Father Shin Hyeon observed that the lightning was still there, then put the skill stone in his pocket and assessed, "This phenomenon, similar to the time I was in the fog dungeon, the color and atmosphere were a bit different, the color was too gloomy." Remembering Dwangtan's words, "Do you really think he is your enemy, Cha Shin Hyeon? This world is collapsing, overcome human limits and become a god, otherwise, you will lose, all." Father Shin Hyeon thought coldly, this is also part of the apocalypse he was talking about. Suddenly the lightning started to spread. Cha Shin Hyeon also started to get nervous. Why did it spread more and more? From inside that gap suddenly rushed out a monster. Father Shin Hyeon was startled and easily slashed that monster's head off. What the hell was that? The head flew away, rolling several times on the ground. Look at the head lying peacefully on the ground. Father Shin Hyeon immediately realized that this was what he was looking for. Here it was. He glanced at the crack to evaluate the reason why the monster did not release skill stones. Cha Shin Hyeon felt interesting, filled with excitement and called out, "That's it." Standing in front of the huge crack, Father Shin Hyeon thought to himself, "What is behind this thing? Bright martial god, do you know?" A familiar figure chained up appeared. He smiled cunningly, "Kuhuhu. We will meet soon." Cha Shin Hyeon, around him are full of system panels. Even though he is controlled by chains, that still cannot reduce the sense of danger from him. Father Shin Hyeon stood in front of the expanding crack and thought, what is behind this thing? Martial God, do you know? He calmly walked over, held out his hand and whispered, anyway, now I know that the monsters that leave only corpses come from here. Cha Shin Hyeon's hand passed through the curtain above the crack. He frowned and felt, just like the Frost Leopard dungeon, he couldn't touch it either. Then, Father Shin Hyeon looked at the monster's corpse and thought to himself, if so, could these special monsters be able to come from somewhere else through this crack? This crack is an intermediary like the entrance, Star Dungeon. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. Father Shin Hyeon scratched his head and gritted his teeth, thinking, what about normal monsters? Suddenly he seemed to have thought of something, his eyes opened wide, filled with fear. Could it be that all the dungeons before were just experiments? Shin Hyeon's father rubbed his chin, not sure about that bold speculation. If so, then it's really shocking, I need more evidence. He quickly made the decision to observe more and go to Jeju Island, where the first crack appeared. Father Shin Hyeon quickly teleported to the required location, landing right next to the crack in the ground. A group of people quickly ran to call, President Father. President Kim Ha-gun gasped, tried to calm down and asked, long time no see, are you okay? Cha Shin Hyeon's eyes looked at him meaningfully, he cautiously replied, yes, leaving Kim Ha-gun helpless to say anything. In the end, it was still Cha Shin Hyeon who spoke first and asked, you must have been having a hard time lately. Kim Ha-gun's face was haggard and heaved a tired sigh, seeing it that clearly, it's so embarrassing. He suddenly knelt down hard on the ground. Kim Ha-gun hugged his leg tightly, crying and begging, President Cha, do you remember the 6 high-level dungeons on Jeju Island? After you left, another dungeon appeared, now there are 7 high-level dungeons, it's high, help us. Father Shin Hyeon pushed his face away, Kim Ha-gun continued to scream, please help us, but he didn't pay attention and only thought about the important issue, many places like this happened. Father Shin Hyeon remembered that a few days ago Ling Moy, the current president of the Natural Creation Association, called to report, I want to report the situation to you. Since the end of last year, strange phenomena began to occur in the dungeons in China. But it seems on the surface this is not a big problem, the media says this is just a distortion. When there is new news, I will let you know. At that time, Cha Shin Hyeon didn't think much so he just replied, yes, thank you. Returning to the present, his eyebrows furrowed, Cha Shin Hyeon thought to himself, I have to quickly find clues. But when he looked back at Kim Ha-gun's feet, still holding his pants leg tightly and not letting go, Cha Shin Hyeon asked helplessly, but this time he brought trustworthy people with him. He immediately replied in a confident tone, yes, of course. The image of the traitors and himself bowing his head to apologize to Father Shin Hyeon flashed through his mind. Remembering that miserable failure, Kim Ha-gun said with determination, this time I will only choose people I trust, please believe in me. Cha Shin Hyeon nodded helplessly, okay, I believe you. Father Shin Hyeon stepped forward. He stood next to the crack and said, well, I'll go inside first. Father Shin Hyeon stared at the crack and said to himself, for now, kill wherever you can. Until the monster's corpse appeared, Cha Shin Hyeon's sharp eyes made anyone who looked at him wary. As soon as he entered the dungeon, he started slaughtering everything. The monsters died like straw, no one could survive. Kim Ha-gun's team just stood behind without doing anything, looking at the skill stones falling all over the ground, everyone gasped in surprise. Kim Ha-gun's face could no longer remain calm, he looked at Cha Shin Hyeon like he was looking at a monster, knowing he was a high-level hunter, but how could he kill a herd of leopards at that speed? Oh my god, Father Shin Hyeon didn't know what he was thinking, he turned to tell everyone, let's go inside quickly, remember to collect stones carefully to raise monsters. In the forest, the fog was covering everywhere, and Father Shin Hyeon could not help but suddenly cry out, savagely. A super huge crack appeared in front of him, Cha Shin Hyeon wondered why it was so big. Suddenly Kim Ha-gun hurriedly called out, President Cha. Cha Shin Hyeon turned around in confusion and asked, what's going on? His face was pale, his trembling hand pointed to the front, that one. What is it? Kim Ha-gun pointed straight at the crack and asked. At this moment, Cha Shin Hyeon's face changed, you could see with the naked eye that he was a bit panicked, he quickly asked, did you also see this white hole? Kim Ha-gun immediately replied, yes, it's clearly different, the team members also agreed, We also saw it, in fact it looked like a crack, spreading more and more. After listening, Father Shin Hyeon raised his hand to activate the skill, thinking to himself, others can also see this crack. He released ice shards that crashed into the crack. But the surprising thing is that when you press the piece of ice, it goes through the crack and falls to the ground. Everyone present was terrified, especially Kim Ha-gun. He shouted, magic can go through there. At the same time, in the test dungeon in Cheok Mountain, on the vast grass field. In the surveillance area, everyone was working when someone couldn't help but yawn. That person whined, sigh, don't have anything to eat, I want to chew something. One teammate suggested, Hunter Yu, if he could eat beef jerky. The other person immediately refused, no more. Hunter Yu stood up and stretched his back, stretching, being a dungeon guard is not easy, with another month left, maybe my body is so stiff that I can't be a hunter anymore. A blonde man spoke up teasingly, it's okay, after working somewhere else, you're fine again, hee hee. Hunter Yu also laughed back, the problem is I don't want to go to work, the room is echoing, laughed happily. Suddenly the surveillance screen had a problem and could not see any images. Hunter Yu asked suspiciously, what is that, did you touch the control panel? The blonde immediately objected, it wasn't me. Suddenly the image of a girl appeared on the screen, she had long shiny hair, she calmly spoke, you guys wasted your blessings. Not taking it seriously, that blonde girl not only appeared on the surveillance screen but also on other media such as the screen at the train station. Or on the computer. Lee Ji-hae was at work drinking coffee and was also scared by this scene, only to hear the girl continue, this is the fate that humanity must endure. We can only last as long as possible. I hope you all wake up from this nightmare. As soon as I finished speaking, the screen turned off. The people in the surveillance room panicked. Hunter Yu asked his friends, is that sound the voice of the goddess? Black hair turned pale and replied, yes, that is the voice I once heard in my classroom, Hunter Academy. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside, everyone was scared and alert, what was going on? They stepped out and shouted, getting out of the way. The whole group crowded out of the surveillance room. The scene before their eyes quickly frightened them. Hunter Yu couldn't believe his eyes anymore and asked again, damn, what the hell is this, do you guys see what I'm seeing? The blonde's expression was identical to his reply, yes, I saw it too. They shouted loudly, why are the dungeon rabbits out here? According to the three people's eyes, a group of rabbits were frantically destroying the fence, their eyes glowing red and their actions aggressive. On Cha Shin Hyeon's side, from the crack came out a giant, ferocious wolf. Everyone was panicked at this unexpected situation, what, why did the wolf monster burst out from there? Father Shin Hyeon thought nervously, special monsters appear from the cracks, the rules of the dungeon no longer exist. The monster had been hungry for a long time, and as soon as it saw its prey, it immediately rushed towards it. Shin Hyeon's father calmly squeezed its neck and whispered, I'll catch one alive first. The monster struggled but could not escape from his hand. The people behind saw that there was no longer any danger and calmed down. Kim Ha-gun asked, why did the wolf monster appear? It was in the cellar, hell reports do. Shin Hyeon's father restrained the wolf and then hit it on the head. Shin Hyeon turned to answer him, yes, something was wrong. Throwing the monster in front of the others, Father Shin Hyeon advised, keep it careful, this is a very valuable research object, don't worry, I knocked it out. Father Shin Hyeon walked to the crack in silence. He used the mind sword skill, swords appeared surrounding him. Father Shin Hyeon directed them towards the crack, the swords rushed in, creating a strong shock. Suddenly, Cha Shin Hyeon opened his eyes wide and discovered that one of his swords had penetrated a yellow system panel. On it was written in order, Father Shin Hyeon was not allowed to attack. A yellow system panel appears requesting that Cha Shin Hyeon is not allowed to attack. Then a few more system tables appeared. They surrounded Father Shin Hyeon and reminded him that humanity is not ready yet, neither are you of the present, if you don't want to cross the final boundary, stop trying to interfere. Father Shin Hyeon pondered, are there things that the sword cannot touch? He smirked evilly and thought to himself, meaning there are higher places he hasn't reached yet. Knowing that was enough, Cha Shin Hyeon turned around and stopped attacking the crack. At the press conference, reporters gathered around, took photos, and typed continuously. Lee Ji-hae and Jeon Jun-ho sat coldly facing the camera. Jeon Jun-ho was the first to speak, hello everyone, I am the president of the Dawn Guild, Jeon Ju-ho. He put his hands on the table and spoke calmly, before getting to the main issue. I wanted to say an apology, and as soon as I finished speaking, both Lee Ji-hae and Jung Joon-ho sincerely bowed their heads. Thinking about the incidents of the past few days, monsters burst out of dungeons to attack innocent people. Jung Joon-ho apologetically explained that due to the recent dungeon explosion phenomenon, monsters escaped from the dungeon, including our country has suffered serious damage. Furthermore, the appearance of variants does not release monster skill stones. The number of common monsters has also decreased, which will likely affect the economy. The whole world is concerned about this issue. Korea decided to join forces with the guilds to try to solve everything. After speaking, Jung Joon-ho raised his head slightly and said the last word, "This is my press release, thank you." The reporter knew this would be hot news, so he quickly asked each other questions. The Sunset Group also agreed, "Are you sure this is not a unilateral decision? How do you intend to take responsibility if the hunters cannot protect the country? Please answer." But all of those questions were ignored by Jung Joon-ho. He and Lee Ji-hae calmly left press conference without hesitation. As soon as he walked out of the room, Jung Joon-ho immediately saw a figure. Cha Shin-hyeon had been waiting for both of them for a long time. He spoke up and said, "You've worked hard." Jung Joon-ho shouted in surprise, "President Cha." Lee Ji-hae was behind, and when she saw Cha Shin-hyeon, she was so happy. "Didn't he say he couldn't come today?" Cha Shin-hyeon also replied, "Yes. But I came to tell you too about an interesting meeting." Looking at his smiling face filled with meaning, Jung Joon-ho let out a curious sigh. Father Shin-hyeon did not let them wait long and announced, "Yes, China sent people to Korea to meet me." Returning some time ago, Cha Shin-hyeon walked into the appointed place. He slowly walked towards a girl sitting there awkwardly. The president of the Natural Creation Association, Lin Mei, trembled as she looked at him. It had been a long time since the two of them last met, so she felt very scared. Lin Mei hesitantly spoke up, "Hello." Seeing Cha Shin-hyeon sitting down opposite her, Lin Mei became even more scared, her whole body trembling. Shin-hyeon's father lost patience and got straight to the point, "Why are you meeting me? I heard it was urgent." Faced with his unhappy attitude, Lin Mei was still very scared, but for the sake of her country, she still spoke up and replied, "We have something to ask for your help." Cha Shin-hyeon was skeptical, "Do you need my help?" Lin Mei immediately sat up straight and replied, "I hope you will join our meeting with the US as a representative of China." Cha Shin-hyeon immediately showed his dislike. "Why should I do that?" Lin Mei replied awkwardly, "There are currently no Chinese hunters capable of being representatives, and this meeting is not official. We heard that the hunter participating in this meeting is the world's strongest hunter, Alex Winchester." Father Shin-hyeon was not interested in this. He pulled up his chair and stood up, saying, "It's none of my business. If you're done talking, I'll go first." Cha Shin-hyeon didn't even let her continue and turned around and left. Lin Mei gritted her teeth and thought for a moment. Then she slammed the table and stood up, making a proposal, "As long as you agree, we will bring great benefits to Korea." Father Shin-hyeon, in a corner that no one could see, smiled cunningly. Knowing that he would benefit, he immediately stopped to ask what it was. Lin Mei also knew that she could not hesitate, so she immediately said that, "According to the information we exchanged during the meeting, if China cooperates with the US, whatever benefits China receives from the US, Korea will also have a share." Indeed, however, this statement attracted Father Shin-hyeon. He pondered and considered, "This offer is not bad, I will take everything I can." Thinking so, Cha Shin-hyeon nodded, "Okay, I agree." Lin Mei was happy and quickly thanked him. Remembering everything, Father Shin-hyeon did not tell the beginning and end but only said proudly, "So I am preparing to go to China." A white room with artistic paintings hanging above. Lin Mei sat and waited anxiously. Meanwhile, Cha Shin-hyeon hummed comfortably. Suddenly Lin Mei spoke up, "Alex asked to meet him privately." Cha Shin-hyeon was curious, "Met privately?" Lin Mei quickly replied, "He said he wanted to meet a famous hunter himself, with only a secretary or assistant attending the meeting." Father Shin-hyeon was skeptical, "So I'm the secretary?" Lin Mei was scared, quickly waved her hand, "Huh? No, of course I'm the secretary." Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyeon stopped. He felt a certain aura. He smiled to himself, "That's interesting." Lin Mei didn't understand what he was saying, so she asked, "Why?" Father Shin-hyeon looked towards the door and replied meaningfully, "When you meet them, you will understand." Very quickly, a pair of elegant leather shoes appeared from outside the door. Alex Winchester just walked in and said hello. "Nice to meet you." I'm Alex Winchester. This is my assistant, Barbara Allen, the girl in the background who was mentioned politely bowed her head in greeting. Father Shin Hyeon calmly sat on the chair and introduced himself. I am Father Shin Hyeon, and this is Lin Mei, my temporary secretary. Alex Winchester wondered as soon as he heard the name, Father Shin Hyeon. He frowned and asked, "Aren't you a Korean hunter? Why are you here?" Cha Shin Hyeon shrugged and said, "That's it." Alex Winchester turned to question Lin Mei. "I'm here to talk to the Chinese representative. Are people from other countries also allowed to attend our meeting?" Lin Mei tried to comfort herself because she had the male lead's back, so she replied, "It's okay, who would have thought?" Cha Shin Hyeon said dissatisfiedly, "If they hadn't invited me, I wouldn't be sitting here." Alex Winchester didn't make things difficult anymore. He sat down in his chair and said, "Then he must also be very worried about the recent dungeon explosion phenomenon. The severity of the situation varies from country to country, but if monster skills are kicked, this cheap and non-polluting raw material source will be exhausted in the future. Surely the general economy will be affected, right?" These words hit Lin Mei's current worries. She replied slightly in a low voice, "Yes." Alex Winchester didn't beat around the bush and said, "I'll say it straight, we've found a solution." Lin Mei was shocked by this information. She turned around in horror and asked, "What did you say?" Alex Winchester saw that he was in an active position and relaxed and replied, "To be more precise, we hypothesized that there was a high possibility that it would work, and recent test results are proving that." Lin Mei of course knew he wasn't kind enough to tell her, so she disgruntledly said, "Ha, anyway you can't call a hypothesis being tested a solution." She pouted and asked, "Why did you come to find us?" Alex Winchester immediately replied, "To make that possibility come true, we need China, more precisely, some parts of her country's hunters. Especially people like you." Lin Mei was startled. When she was calm and peaceful, she was mentioned. She asked in surprise, "Me?" Alex Winchester slowly sat up and explained, "We asked to meet a talented hunter. I thought China would also have a hunter like me." Lin Mei stammered and asked, "Like you?" He released the aura from his body, smiled but said, "Don't act stupid, we practice in the same place." Lin Mei was horrified. This American knew how to cultivate heavenly martial arts. Before she could react, the person next to her spoke, "If you say so, then I have to join in." Alex Winchester was a bit confused. Father Shin Hyeon continued calmly, "It sounded like the person he needed was a martial arts master or a regressor. If I can't join, I'll be very disappointed." As he spoke, Cha Shin Hyeon released an aura equivalent to Alex's. He gasped in surprise. Cha Shin Hyeon shrugged, pretending to be innocent and said, "I know you are very surprised, but I'm tired of seeing that expression. I can block the resonance of the martial arts element. Don't ask any more. This is the difference between our levels, kid." Alex Winchester pondered his words. "It's true that I rarely meet people who resonate with the natural martial arts. But, calling it a class difference is a bit insulting." As expected, he was angered by your arrogant words. Alex Winchester suggested, "Let me try to test how strong you are. If your hidden strength is that fierce, I don't care if you are Chinese or not." Father Shin Hyeon sighed, helplessly agreed, "Ha, okay, Lin Mei, arrange the nearest dungeon for me." Lin Mei listened to the order and obediently obeyed. "Yes, I will do it right away." In the vast green grass field, Alex Winchester calmly said, "Let's start." Father Shin Hyeon coldly replied, "Whenever you want, even though I'm not sure you have enough ability to test me." He bowed politely. "Let me introduce myself again, I'm Alex Winchester." His body immediately changed, a red-black aura escaped, surrounding Alex Winchester's body. He confidently continued, "In the martial arts world, people call me a devil.